was stopped.
And now Nunez has a clear open lane straight to the hoops with nobody in front and puts it home easily. That is a goal for Nunez to make it 20-all.
And with that, Michael Custers returns to the field.
Number 21 now has the keeper headband, passes over to the far side. The beat is missed, but maybe it was called beat because that chaser just dropped the ball. Number 16 for the curse is maybe the wrong number. But now P.J. Mitchell now has it again. No, that's definitely 16. 16 not on my roster for the curse. But P.J. Mitchell, again, right behind Mansfield. Mansfield is beat, but is able to, that's Drew Stroud, number 16. The pass over to the back to Jason Plain is not connected, and Toronto is able to corral the quaffle and come back up the field. What do you think that Toronto should do on this play?
I think they should stick to their patient offense. The last few times they've tried to run it in a little bit or overextend themselves. The curse has been really impressive at, being able to shut down that type of offense. So we're seeing that pass behind the hoops. That has been working for them so far this game.
There is another stoppage. The goal was called good. Looks like the goal is going to count.
Okay.
So it will be 30-20 for Toronto in the lead. And it is now the quaffle in the hands of a new keeper in for New Orleans. Passes it off to P.J. Mitchell once again. That is Jason Plain with the keeper headband for New Orleans now.
Jason Plain rostered as a chaser. With the green headband, that might indicate a little bit of a short lineup the curse is running with this weekend.
Another bludger exchange on the far side, up to Charlton Trammell on the near side, back to P.J. Mitchell, who drives through, is beat before. That is beat before. Nice bludger work from Toronto in order to stop that drive from P.J. Mitchell.
We're seeing some substitutions for Toronto. We'll get some fresh legs out there.
Number 94, Brian Melchior, is in at keeper and passes off to Levi Medeiros, both in the game for the first time. That is a drive straight through the New Orleans defense, along with a jersey pull by Jeremy Barris-Bolka for Toronto. And that makes the score 40-20 Toronto, as long as this foul is called on New Orleans, which I think if it's called, it will be.
We're seeing a couple different styles of play from Toronto so far this game. They have that pass behind the hoops that's been working well for them. But as we just saw with Levi Medeiros, running the ball in, taking advantage of some of those holes that might be in Curse's defense there, as well as they set up on defense.
So the foul was actually a blue card on a Toronto player. So that will wave off the goal. It is still 30-20. And the Toronto beater, number 13, Corey Smithson, is in the box. It is only a 30-second foul, but it wipes away the goal. New Orleans ready to make a move with Toronto down a beater here. Josh Mansfield out in front, ahead of Jason Plain, who is passed back to P.J. Mitchell. P.J. Mitchell just driving through people, passes to Plain again, and is able to knock it through. So that now makes it 30-30. That is a big-time exchange with that foul. The 30-second blue card leading to a very, very different outcome than it was before.
We now see Curse with control of the bludgers, and the third bludger going behind the hoops, number 13, Corey Smithson, going back to retrieve that.
Brian Melchior surveying the defense, going all the way to the far side of the field, just slowly walking up, looking for a cut from one of the chasers here. Passes to this near side to Levi Medeiros. Medeiros drives straight into the middle of the Curse defense, and the quaffle is knocked away. It's down on the ground. The bludge comes in, is able to clear everything away. It's Josh Mansfield doing work, and PJ Mitchell comes away with the quaffle. Looks like New Orleans Charlton Trammell is looking to run again, makes a move, passes over the top, back to Spicer, who is not able to put it home. Toronto able to come away with the quaffle on defense that time.
That looked like a great idea from the Curse, and I hope to see a little bit more of that this game. It just looks like she bobbled the ball a little bit. Hopefully they can make that connection later on.
Yeah, that tip drill, 9 times out of 10, they're going to get that in. Melchior still looking. All of the Toronto players going to the far side of the field together. There's a beater right in front. It goes to the far side, then back up to Melchior up top. Medeiros now making a move, a beat on the ground. One of the New Orleans chasers gets in the way of the bludge, and the next one misses, and that is able to get the shot in for Medeiros.
We'll see if that stands there. I'm not sure. I saw it. Maybe a beat.
I thought the beat missed on the far side, but it will be up to the refs. Nope, the refs
Matt
call
Mountain
it.
is calling the goal good.
The goal is good. So I think that was a clear on that beat on the far side here. Charlton Trammell once again looking to lead this New Orleans offense back up the field. They've been really dominating so far in the bludger game with Alex Pucciarelli and Josh Mansfield out there. It's over the top to the back. It's a move by Nunez, who is able to pass it out. It goes back to the top to Trammell. Trammell makes a move by a player, is hit by a bludger, and that is a defensive stop by Toronto.
It looked like Toronto wanted to run there and take advantage of the Curse getting back on defense, transitioning a little bit slowly, but they decided to make some substitutions instead and slow that offense down.
Well, it was Josh Mansfield standing right in front of those hoops with a ball in his hand. It was very hard for them to decide to actually drive through that in the way this game has gone so far. It's Nunez passing back to Trammell in the middle. We now have number 70, Justin Shimasu, in as the other chaser for New Orleans. The shot on goal is blocked by Toronto.
I think the answer for both of these teams here is to slow it down and be a little bit more patient. We see that every time they get a little antsy with that quaffle, there tends to be some silly turnovers, some beats exchanged.
It is most of Toronto's top players back in, and that is a nice block by Charlton Trammell at the New Orleans goals. And it's end-to-end straight through, just dominant work from Charlton Trammell there.
There we go. Curse immediately taking the words out of my mouth and saying, nope, we're going to play our game and we're going to score.
So Toronto with Custer's back in at keeper, Howie back in at one of their chaser slots, and Stevie Venuta in at the other chaser at another chaser slot, and over on the far side there, I can't quite make out quite yet who that is. That shot is no good, but it is it is a pass to the back to number 7, Joanne Lamb. Joanne Lamb is able to take a shot. The first shot is called no good. The second shot is too high, and so Toronto is once again not able to come away with a goal. It is 40-40 in this game.
Curse was able to maintain bludger control on that defensive play.
Jason Plain trying to go end to end, passes over to number 70.
Ooh. Unfortunate hoop dislodging.
Oh
we have
no, two
hoops
hoops are down on the ground. Spicer tried to get the ball in, but the other hoop was too sideways for that shot. It was just a bad angle.
They were
A little
really
bit of bad
limited.
luck. Yeah, a little bit of bad luck with two of those hoops coming down for them. Custers surveys the field. Still got Joanne Lamb in the far down low Looks like it's over to Howie on the far side, back to Joanne behind. And another little bobble. And New Orleans is able to make the stop. Exchange here. Yeah, I got the wrong one. It's back to PJ Mitchell leading the offense back up the field. New Orleans has had some success driving straight through the middle of this Toronto defense, and now Toronto has backed up. Everybody is right underneath the hoops. It is a pass over to the other side, and it is still no way to stop this New Orleans team as Eric Jurgensen gets on the board with a goal.
New Orleans coming out really strong today. Both teams well matched. We'll see how Toronto answers.
This is Stevie Venuta, back up, straight down the middle. PJ Mitchell just rejects the quaffle. There's a nice pass into Joanne Lamb on this side. It's another little bobble, and New Orleans is able to just grab down on top of it. But it looks like there may be a foul. So speaking of which, I heard you say earlier that New Orleans is down a few players.
Yes, they are missing some major components to their team this weekend, unfortunately. A big one being Sarah Kneeling, longtime veteran of the sport, well-known strong arm beater, and Devin DeLee as well in his first year for the Curse, but making a big impact. So their absences will be missed this weekend.
And so Veronica Spicer will be going to the box for New Orleans with another blue card, it looked like. So it will be 30 seconds again, but as with last time, this could make a big difference in what is happening with the quaffle underneath the hoops.
Excuse me, I said Devin DeLee. It's Dylan DeLee who will be missing this weekend.
Although that is the New Orleans keeper with the quaffle, so it won't be as big of a deal as it could have been.
We'll probably see the Curse try to slow this down a little bit, eat up quite a bit of that penalty time to try and get Spicer back in the game.
Yes, Spicer is key to this Curse offense with the great cuts, great movement around the hoops, allows these other big chasers to be able to make their drives. This is Drew Stroud on the top, looking for an opening, passes back into the middle to Jurgensen. Jurgensen over to PJ Mitchell on the far side.
We're seeing that high-pressure defense from Toronto, trying to force the Curse to speed up that offense a little bit.
Again, as you mentioned, New Orleans just slowly taking everything to be able to get their last chaser back into the game, and there she is behind the hoops, ready as an option, so now they can go into their real offense.
Curse back in full force.
Number 1, Sarah Janowski in at beater now for the Curse as well. And that pass is a little bit off, trying to get back to Jurgensen on this far side, and Toronto is able to snatch it down and is going to take off now. It looked like they were going to take off, but instead they did not.
They decided to substitute instead, get some fresh legs out there.
Yeah, well, they would be having to drive straight into 2 bludgers with Janowski and Michael Sanders in front of the Curse hoops. New Orleans in a trees zone with two beaters right in front with bludgers just dominating the inside. Melchior here on the close side of the pitch, passes all the way into the back. Medeiros couldn't see what happened. It got right into the sun for me. I'm sorry about that.
It looks like he drove around Spicer there and took a shot that was just wide.
Nice. But Toronto is able to hold on to things, and Medeiros is stopped. So New Orleans with another nice defensive stand. They're really showing their beater control dominance so far with both of their pairs, even with some missing people, really showing this Toronto team that New Orleans beaters are super powerful.
Impressed to see Sarah Janowski out there really playing so dominant in that beater position. You can tell she's been working on it.
It's Charlton Trammell on the far side, passes it back up top to Jurgensen. Back to Trammell. Trammell's going to make a move into the defense. Passes low. P.J. Mitchell is able to pick it up, and little drop shot is no good. Missed by P.J. Mitchell, and another stoppage of play. It is Toronto calling a timeout here. So at this point for Toronto, it is they're down by only 1 goal, but the way the game has gone so far has not really played to their strengths. What do you think Toronto should do to change the outlook of this game?
I think they just need to go back to the basics, maybe get some of those starters out there, some people that have a little bit more chemistry together. It looks like some people have a couple different game plans out on the field, so if they can kind of tighten up that offense, I think they're holding it down on defense. Limiting the Curse to only 50 points so far this game is honestly great. It's just tightening up that offense a little bit.
And then one of the factors for that, I feel like head coach Michael Howard, we haven't seen him with the ball in his hands very much, facilitating anything. So I feel like maybe some facilitation might be in order. Really taking some more drives, some more time to get to the hoops, maybe a drive into the hoops and a pass out, something like that. Keep seeing him kind of drift on this close side but not make any decisive movements out there. And I feel like if the Toronto team is going to do what they can do, which is, as you said, despite the fact that New Orleans has felt like they are dominating this game and have in the Bludger game, it's still only 10 goals. They've still only given up 50 points. They've got 40 points. Toronto could take off.
Yeah.
Toronto could go on a run.
This is anyone's game still at 14 minutes. There's still plenty of Quidditch left to play. And I think this is the timeout that Toronto needed.
Yes, this timeout could really change the tenor of the game. They get on the same page together. Everything is happening.
We see some equipment being repaired on the field before we restart.
It's always good to have a center hoop that will stand on both sides. So the winner of this game will go on to play Washington in the next game of the play-in bracket. So that is what you have looking forward to you if you actually get out of this with a victory. The loser will be moving into the gauntlet, which we'll describe a little bit more detail in just a few minutes because I think we're about to start back up here.
Head referee Matt Melton, also known as Equipment Guru.
Shotty hoops. All right, so Toronto with the quaffle. Melchior looking to make something happen. We have Medeiros on this near side. Melchior is passed in front of him.
Undoubtedly, Toronto's trying to get bludger control here, but we see the Curse's beaters really backed up on those hoops, not willing to let go of those 2 bludgers.
Yeah, there's an exchange in the middle as Toronto's passing around, takes a shot, but once again, P.J. Mitchell all over the middle of those hoops. That top hoop shot is not there. Charlton Trammell drops the pass on the outlet and is unable to put the easy dunk in, but is able to make it come back. Takes a shot too low. A shot from Jurgensen on this side. Jurgensen is taken down after the ball is out.
We have the goal referee calling a good goal. We'll see what the rest of the ref crew has to say about that.
So the referees are determining whether one of those 2 shots went in and then have to make a decision on the contact by Melchior on Jurgensen that was right beside that short hoop. That was a unfortunate miss on the alley-oop pass because Trammell could have dunked that home for the easy lead.
Yeah, that would easily. That was an easy goal that unfortunately was just.
And the goal is good.
All
so
right.
It is now 60-40 with New Orleans in the lead. Was it the short shot by Trammell or the short shot by Melchior that went in? Okay. And now, Melchior back with the quaffle. We are 15 minutes into the game.
We're seeing that slower paced offense.
Barosbolka right in the center. Wants one of these Toronto chasers to make some kind of move. That New Orleans defense is just smothering the center. All the hoops are completely covered. Back up to Melchior up top.
That tight defense.
Melchior is able to get the shot off, and one of the referees calls it good, but the head referee has not. I think maybe it was beat before.
That tight defense is really working for the Curse today.
Yes. All right. PJ Mitchell was looking to run for a moment there, thought better of it.
We've got a substitution.
Toronto settled back into the defense here. That's Sarah Yanofsky, and that is another drive and another goal from New Orleans. Sarah Yanofsky opening up the lane there is what I was about to say, and that is exactly what led to that goal for New Orleans to put them up 30, 70-40 here. Toronto not coming back from that timeout the way we wanted.
But we do have a switch in bludger control. Toronto now with bludger control. We'll see if they can use that coming up on offense. That opens up a little bit of Curse's defense here.
Barosbolka passes it into the back to Custers. Custers back to Barosbolka, who is beat. It is a beat. I thought it was a beat on his hair, and it was. Charlton Trammell is immediately met by Custers. In MLQ, if the players have passed the keeper's own line and are driven back behind it, then it would be an instant turnover, so the press defense would have come into play, but New Orleans able to avoid that disaster.
Custers without a lot of help there. It was a good idea, but probably can't do it alone.
PJ Mitchell back to Trammell up top. Toronto has maintained bludger control here. New Orleans is slowing things down, trying to make something happen.
All right, made them use their reset.
Yep, they've taken their reset. Did not take it too far.
In MLQ, if you take that reset and you reset it all the way back to the keeper's own line, that is a quaffle turnover. So they want to make sure they're not crossing both of those lines there.
Mm-hmm. And at this point, since they have used it, if they go beyond the midline once again, then it will be, it's a pass over top to PJ Mitchell. That shot is missed, and the Toronto Beaters are able to clear things out and make an actual fast break for Custers here. Custers driving and takes a shot and hits it. That is what Toronto wants to do. Custers with the coast-to-coast goal.
To complete your thought, turnover rules. If they if they reset the ball across the midline a second time, that would also be a quaffle turnover.
It's a very slow pace here. New Orleans wants this bludger control back, so they are looking at what moves can be made in that beater game. That is a beat from behind on Nunez, and then a beat from behind on number 93, but Venuta takes it, picks it up, and drives through, but New Orleans is able to get back on defense. Venuta has to take it back outside again. Passes off.
It was a good attempt, but setting up that offense, ultimately the best plan for Toronto here.
And the shot over the top is no good, but there is a stoppage because there is a potential injury on the field. So we will take a step away from a moment. So it is still a close game, but it still feels like Toronto has not gotten all of their cylinders working.
I have not seen from them what I was expecting to see from them today, which was really just taking control of this game. Curse has a short roster this weekend. I was expecting Toronto to use quite a bit of their depth and really run the Curse a little bit ragged in this game. But the Curse is really holding it down on defense, keeping that defense simple and not overextending themselves. And that's really working for them.
And it is 70-50 with the Curse in the lead. The referees are discussing whether there is going to be a foul on this contact underneath the hoops. And it is, we're back to the action out on the field. We have Matt Melton coming over to give us an explanation of what is going to happen here. It looks like Alex Pucciarelli is coming out. It is a blue card on Pucciarelli. So that will be 30 seconds in the box for Pucciarelli, or until Toronto is able to get a score. That means that New Orleans will not be able to get bludger control at this point as well. The Quaffle is sitting in the back behind New Orleans' hoops, so we'll have to see where that winds up.
We are at 18:55 game time right now, so we'll see how Toronto plays this, because they definitely don't want to risk losing bludger control within a minute of the halftime before the snitch comes out.
All right, so Toronto with the Quaffle behind the hoops. A couple defensive chasers there, and a pass up top is knocked down. One of the Curse players, it's Drew Stroud, is able to slide onto it and take control. So part of that is New Orleans is able to stop a goal here. So once again, they'll probably want to slow things down, run out the time on this blue card penalty, and then try to gain bludger control back before the 20-minute mark hits. So they've got a lot happening in the next minute and a half or so.
We'll see how they play it. Yes, they have a lot to do here, but they are still in the lead 70-50. So
Nunez behind Mansfield on the far side. Mansfield is able to block the beat attempt and hold on to control, but that is a steal, a drive, and a goal from Howie. Number 67, Michael Howard, is able to do what I had been talking about earlier that I wanted to see out of him, which is make something happen himself. And suddenly it is 70-60, and
we are at 20 minutes. So this will be the last play of the first half of the game.
So Toronto will be really happy if they can hold on to bludger control here and get a stop. But even if they give up the goal, then they will be happy to have the stop with bludger control at snitch on pitch. Mansfield misses the beat. Trammell takes a reset.
Toronto's still pressing that defense up high.
Pass over to Shimatsu.
And the defense backs off, letting the Curse come back onto their side of the field.
Another exchange from behind. Mansfield is able to get one of the bludgers. The drive in from Trammell is a shot. That is a goal. Another goal from Charlton Trammell to end the first period of this match with New Orleans in the lead, 80-60.
And New Orleans was able to gain control of both of those bludgers there. So huge play for New Orleans, last play of that half, getting the goal and getting bludger control going into snitch on pitch.
Everything that we had just said that Toronto did not want to have happen, all the things happened, which is New Orleans was able to get both the goal for the 20-point lead and the bludgers back, which I think is the most important thing for New Orleans in particular, because when Pucciarelli and Mansfield were on the pitch with bludgers at the beginning of the game, they did not let go of them.
No, they did not. And that's really been the tenor of this game for Toronto. Just things not going the way that they want it to go, I'm sure. And that can be summed up in that play that we just saw.
So now we're about to enter the snitch on pitch portion of the game. Our snitch for this game is Adil Abdallah. And can you explain to us what happens when the snitch comes out there?
Yeah, so the snitch will enter the pitch when we restart play here. And we have two new players entering the game, one on each side, called Seekers. And the Seekers will be trying to catch that snitch. So what Adil has is a snitch sock attached to his shorts. And he wants to evade those Seekers, and those Seekers are really trying to do anything that they can to detach that sock, that snitch, from his shorts there.
And that snitch sock will be worth 35 points to whichever team catches it. We also have at this point the set score has been put into play, and the score before was the set score is going to be 140. So you want to explain set score to everyone as well?
I would love to. So what we did was we took the leading score from the first half of the game there. So Curse had 70 points at the end of the first half, and we added 70 points to their score, and that becomes the set score. So now the first team to reach that goal of 140 points will win the game.
Yes. Excellent. So we have that to look forward to. That is a lot of the way there if one of the teams can pick up the snitch. And it's 6 goals otherwise.
Yeah, whichever team is able to catch a snitch, if they are able to catch the snitch before the set score is reached, that really cuts the number of quaffle goals they need to try and score in half.
All right, so it looks like we're about to come back onto the field now. Players are looking for their spots. Here is the snitch coming to the center. Can you see who the seekers are? Looks like possibly Sarah Yanofsky for New Orleans.
Sarah Yanofsky really doing a lot of work for New Orleans this weekend. And then for Toronto, we
Barris Bolka? Yep, that's Jeremy Barris Bolka, number 8, as the seeker for Toronto. All right, so Toronto now has the quaffle. New Orleans has both bludgers. I think that they will have to decide where they're going to put their attention.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how Toronto plays this now, because they're in a little bit of a sticky situation.
All right, here we have restarted. It'll be 10 seconds before the seekers get out there. Right now we have just the keeper slowly taking the quaffle up the pitch while Toronto tries to figure out how to get those bludgers back.
Yanofsky immediately beat out by Toronto's beater.
Custer's passes into the middle and is it is to Venuta, who was immediately hit, passes over the top, and Charlton Trammell just snatches the quaffle away.
Despite not having bludger control, Toronto is giving Burroughs Balka a lot of alone time with the snitch there.
There's an exchange on the inside. The quaffle goes all the way to the far side. Nunez is beat. Quaffle is rolling around on the pitch. Custer's now has it. Custer's trying to make a move. New Orleans not back on defense.
And Toronto was able to regain bludger control.
Custer's was beat by Mansfield as he tried to make a move. PJ Mitchell now has the quaffle.
Yanofsky going after the snitch. Abdul holding them off.
Charlton Trammell to the far side. Oh, it's passed nice in, and then a shot.
Knocked down by Lamb.
Yep. That was number 30, Emily Thompson, who took the shot that was knocked down by Lamb. Custer's back with the quaffle in the middle of the pitch. Passes it to Venuta in the middle here. Venuta backing up, just trying to take things really slow. Has Lamb on this near side.
Yanofsky with some alone time with the snitch.
And that shot is missed, but looks like Robin Zhu and Lamb are both back there, but they are both knocked out. One with a hard hit and one with a bludger.
We had a seeker substitution for Toronto. Corey Smithson now in at seeker, hoping maybe a change in size or a change in speed can help them catch that snitch.
Another stoppage in play here. New Orleans has the quaffle. That's Charlton Trammell in the middle. Let's see what the call is. I didn't see nothing. Absolutely nothing was happening where I was watching. Did you see anything that would have caused this?
I did not. I was following the Seekers. Very exciting Seeker game, honestly, because of the implications here. The game is still close.
All right, and it seems to be a they're discussing it with Sarah Yanofsky. It looks like it's going to be a back to hoops. Oh, no, they're making Yanofsky sub out. So coming in for New Orleans to replace Yanofsky at seeker. I can't tell. Too small are the numbers.
Yes. Okay, so they made Yanovsky sub out for potentially some sort of injury. Number 3 is in at Seeker.
Jason Plain passes over the top after being almost knocked out of bounds on the far side, and that is a beat on Emily Thompson as she was trying to make a move behind the hoops.
Veronica Spicer in now at Seeker for New Orleans, taking over for Sarah Yanovsky. She's a rookie this season on the team that head coach Brian Cassio has really been pleased with her play.
All right. So it looks like once all of this is done, oh, nope, that is going to be a blue card on Jason Plain for probably throwing after beat from that far side there. And so Melchior has the quaffle, has pretty open lane. Oh, nope, there was a little bit of P.J. Mitchell there, but he gets around P.J. Mitchell. He's able to pass off at the last second right before being beat, gets it behind. Lamb comes away with it, and Lamb puts it home.
Great quaffle awareness from Toronto there as they see those bludgers coming in, just getting the quaffle out of their hands and getting it to the next available player to ultimately get that goal. We need to see more of that.
Yes, it's now 80-70 with New Orleans still in the lead, but this is definitely anyone's game. P.J. Mitchell up top takes a pass shot that goes through the hoop. That makes it 90-70 in favor of New Orleans.
New Orleans playing a little bit conservative in the Seeker snitch game now.
And New Orleans now has bludger control back. Melchior wanting to give his beater, Derek Taylor, some time to make a play here on that Pucciarelli and Mansfield bludger defense. Passes it to Zoo behind, passes all the way behind. That's Michael Howard again. Michael Howard takes a shot and hits a shot once again.
And this might be where we're seeing the Curse's short roster really starting to affect them. Unable to really get any strength in that Seeker position. They're mostly just playing defense.
Trammell passes off to P.J. Mitchell, and P.J. Mitchell puts it home. That makes it 100-80. New Orleans in the lead. We're now 4 goals away from New Orleans for hitting that set score. They're still playing a bit of a defensive game in the Seeker game.
Adil getting Veronica Spicer out of there and getting some alone time with Toronto's Seeker.
Howie now has the quaffle in hand, trying to make something happen. And it's a shot too high, goes out of bounds behind the hoops. That was not really what Toronto wanted out of that possession.
Yeah, we're still seeing New Orleans in control of this game. They seem really comfortable. We've got a stoppage of play.
Quick stoppage here. It's a exchange of equipment going on with one of the balls being replaced. Everything else, it looks like another team is coming out to start to warm up. The quaffle is all the way behind. It is 100-80 with New Orleans in the lead. So a snitch catch from Toronto, that would put them ahead. A snitch catch from New Orleans would almost put the game away.
A goal and a snitch catch for New Orleans would end the game. But they are playing very conservatively in that snitch seeker game. So we'll see if they make any real strong attempts at catching the snitch here.
Yes, they look like what they're trying to do here is keep Toronto from catching and then keep everything else in the quaffle game to try to get these 4 goals in the quaffle game, which they are very capable of doing with the way they played this game so far.
Absolutely. If New Orleans keeps playing the game that they've been playing, I think going for the 4 quaffle points is the way to go here.
Yes. All right, looks like we have fixed the issue with the equipment, and we are going back out onto the field now.
Equipment guru, Matt Melton.
Josh Mansfield with a bludger in the middle here. Alex Pucciarelli without a bludger, so that means that one of the bludgers, both of the bludgers are in the hands of Toronto. So now it's New Orleans that needs to make a move to try to regain bludger control.
Sarah Yanofsky back in that seeker position for the curse. A little bit more of an experienced seeker here. Still playing a little conservatively, though, not going for the snitch despite having a lot of one-on-one time here. We do have an advantage call on the far side of the field.
And New Orleans' drive here is a missed shot. That was Drew Stroud. Drew Stroud is not able to put it home, but we'll see what happens with this advantage call. Let's see.
What do we feel Toronto needs to do? I know we spoke about it, but the game's changed a little bit. What do we need to see from Toronto to really turn this game around at this point?
I think Toronto's biggest thing at this point is with the way that New Orleans is playing this game, they should be able to make a real effort at the snitch without having any of their resources deployed there. So I think that's what they would like the most, is to put themselves back on the board there. Otherwise, just keep the ball in Michael Howard's hands. Howie, when he is out there and when he is facilitating, that is when Toronto has been making their moves. That is when they've been putting their points on the board, because it makes everyone else better. Because people have to account for Howie. Everybody else is in the right place, and they can put some goals on. It's definitely still in their hands to be able to take this game back.
Absolutely. I think going for those 35 snitch points is the way to go for Toronto here. They've been going toe-to-toe with New Orleans this whole game, and it hasn't been working out for them. Trying to get those 35 points.
And there's a catch by Josh Mansfield that leads to bludger control for New Orleans and a missed shot, and it does look like there is a potential catch for Toronto.
We do have a potential catch from number 8, Jeremy Burrows-Balka. We'll see if it stands.
If the catch does stand, the missed goal will still be missed, and Toronto would have 115. They'd be ahead 115 to 100.
That could be the turnaround that Toronto really needs here to take over this game.
Discussion still going on in the middle.
I'm not sure that I saw anything illegal on that snitch catch. It looked clean from where I'm standing. The referees definitely have a better vantage point on that one than me.
The key factor here is this is a long conversation. Long conversations are often a signal that they're going to do something, but they could just be trying to get everything right, get all the information, make sure that there's no impediment, make sure that no one was beat, make sure that everybody who was out there saw everything that could happen.
And a lot happened all at once on that play. There was the snitch catch first, and then the potential goal. If the snitch catch happened first, that would have immediately stopped play. So that could take away that goal from Toronto if the snitch catch is good here. Well, we'll see what they say.
Okay, they're still discussing it. Looks like Adele is over on the other side, which made me
out
think
of the conversation.
made me think they were going to call the catch good, but
he's coming back. Maybe he just needed to get some water.
He's
doing work out there. He's doing really well.
All right, so if this catch is good, that puts Toronto in the driver's seat for the rest of this game. What would New Orleans need to do if that were the case?
I think they need to keep their heads about them. Understand that they are still in this game. It would only be a 15-point swing, or Toronto would only be 15 points ahead at that point. I think that's something that the Curse, if they keep their heads about them, keep cool, and keep playing.
Oh, and the catch is no good. The snitch was impeded while the seeker was in the process of making the catch. That is not able to be a legal catch in that circumstance. So everything we just said is not going to be relevant yet, but it will still be if Barros-Balka can make a catch really quickly here. That's going to be a back to hoops on Balka for the impediment, and that will give Yanofsky a couple seconds with the snitch by herself. And over on the other side, New Orleans still does have bludger control. It is still 100 to 80. PJ Mitchell has the quaffle back in the very far back of the field. So it's back to where it was before, with New Orleans wanting to put up these 4 goals before Toronto was able to catch the snitch.
That potential snitch catch looks like it put a little bit of fire into the New Orleans Seeker as she makes one of the first attempts we've seen from her on the snitch today. But a lot of times you see when that kind of thing happens, both Seekers getting a little bit fired up, a little stressed out. This snitch becomes catchable.
PJ Mitchell is just moving really slow here, taking the quaffle all the way to the far side, just walking it up, with Toronto having all of their chaser defense in the middle underneath the hoops. So pass up top to Drew Stroud. Drew Stroud makes a move around one player, takes a shot. It's too high on the medium-sized hoop and goes out of bounds. Custers will be able to pick that up, and Toronto has made yet another stop.
I would have liked to seen the Curse take advantage of bludger control that they have here. Again, I still think going for the 4 quaffle points is the way to go for them. So if they play a little bit more of an aggressive offense here, I think they can take advantage of having bludger control and really put this game away.
They have their defense back in the Three Trees hoop defense and Alex Pucciarelli underneath. They did have Mansfield out in the bludger game, but he moves back in order to make a dominant show in the quaffle game, suddenly knocking one of the beaters out and Custers out. Drew Stroud loses the ball last second. That was a nice play by Howie, and Custers comes away with it.
Wow. So I think Drew Stroud came off of his broom there at the last second, unable to get control of that quaffle and put it in from the ground. I think he was looking to do that.
Yeah, Howie was able to stop to make just enough of a slowdown on Stroud that he lost control of the ball in his broom, and then Custers scooped it up. It was a nice stop. Pass all the way to the back, and Lamb is able to takes a shot, knocks the ball out. That was just a nice ball hawk move by Lamb, but she is beat. And once again, New Orleans is driving. That's a pass back to Trammell. Trammell takes a shot into the middle to PJ. Emily Thompson is able to get the shot off, but it is stopped by Toronto. Pucciarelli's bludger just goes flying. That's Lamb at the bottom of the bottom of the pile.
It looked like they had Mitchell really posted up there in the middle of Toronto's defense, just trying to get that ball to him. He's a lot larger than a lot of these Toronto players, just trying to get that up for him for maybe the alley-oop. He has the ball now.
They've given the ball back to Mitchell right at the keeper's zone line. There are about every person in Toronto circling around PJ right here.
Lamb off broom, though, so we'll see how he plays it.
They're moving. Looks like maybe Trammell is also not. Nope. Trammell's got the broom under. I thought Trammell might have been knocked out. It's a pass back. That's what I thought he would want to do here. So it's a pass back up top to Emily Thompson, who is able to get them out of that mess. It's back in PJ Mitchell's hands now, trying to get his quaffle players back into the game as Toronto still has everybody right up underneath their zone.
Corey Smithson.
That's a shot and a goal that is good for Trammell.
A snitch catch now for New Orleans would end the game.
110-80. Set score is still 140. That's only 3 goals away for New Orleans. And Yanofsky is making a moderate attempt at a catch.
Corey Smithson now in at Seeker for Toronto.
Pass into the back to number 44 for Toronto. That is Sarah Dykstra. And Lamb comes away with it on the far side. Back into Dykstra. Dykstra makes a move, gets a great shot right through the top hoop.
Sarah Dykstra, another rookie for Toronto, also on Quidditch Canada, getting a lot of that high-level Quidditch experience this summer, and we saw it displayed right there.
All right, that is 110-90. Toronto definitely still in this, still fighting really hard, and Charlton Trammell is now the one who is making a drive, passes to the far side. That is Nunez behind. Nunez, the keeper for New Orleans, passes it to PJ, who was able to get it off right before the beat comes in. Back to Nunez. Coming. That is a knockout in the back there, and Toronto is able to come away with it. Spicer was beat right as the ball touched her hand.
Signs of life from Toronto here. I'm excited. Let's see what happens.
Custers crossing midfield. Lamb on the far side. Robin Zhu behind the hoops.
Levi Medeiros now in at seeker for Toronto. Really, really try and use his speed here to catch this snitch.
Venuta backs up, passes over to Lamb on this near side. Lamb is beat before that got off, so that is definitely going to – and now it's going to be a fast break opportunity for New Orleans going back the other way. No beaters in the Quaffle game. Passes to P.J. Mitchell, who demolishes the medium-sized hoop with a dunk.
I think that's the play we were trying to see from them that they were trying to make happen earlier, was that alley-oop into the middle to P.J. Mitchell.
Yeah, P.J. Mitchell too big for a no-bludger defense like that with the size that Toronto has out there.
Curse maintaining bludger control. Oh, we have a new seeker in for Curse as well, really trying to change up the game here. We have number 72.
Custer's making a move, tries to get through. It's taken down a little low. And is taking a moment here to make sure that everything is all right. This could be a yellow card on New Orleans for that low contact.
We have number 72, Eric Jurgensen, now in at seeker for New Orleans. Now that this catch means a win for New Orleans, and we're seeing that sign of life from Toronto, I think New Orleans just getting a little antsy. They want to end this game.
Custer's very unhappy with that contact, is going to have to get out of the game for a moment here. The Quaffle is turned over to New Orleans. And that is Nunez with the Quaffle bringing it up in the middle now.
Medeiros with some alone time with the snitch Abdallah.
It is 120-90, New Orleans in the lead. Nunez taking everything slow. Has P.J. Mitchell behind. Spicer making a move to the middle. That's passed to Spicer behind the hoops. Spicer makes a move around one player. And the ball is out on the ground and scooped up by Toronto by Venuta.
A lot of alone time with the snitch now for the Curse. Jurgensen.
And the Curse bringing their bludgers all the way into their zone. And it's Custers on the far side. Custers back in at keeper for Toronto. Makes a move all the way behind. Blocks. Nope. Was not able to block that. Was not able to block that bludger. Nunez comes diving in with just the athleticism to get away from it away from Zhu at the last second there. P.J. Mitchell passes to Trammell. Trammell is taken down with a nice tackle and is beat. So Toronto is able to come away. Venuta gets by Mitchell, has a bludger in front, gets by everybody and is able to just stuff it home on the short hoop. Nobody was in between Venuta and those hoops.
We have another potential snitch catch for Toronto.
So it is now 120-100 before this snitch catch is taken into account. The referees are now discussing it again. Did you see the snitch catch?
I saw him come down with it.
Okay.
This
one is good. The snitch catch is good by Toronto. That makes it 120 New Orleans to 135 Toronto.
That just changed this whole game.
It immediately puts Toronto in a goal-to-win scenario.
Oh, my goodness.
So, now, New Orleans does have the Quaffle, and everything is now back into the Quaffle game. Where are the bludgers? I see Josh Mansfield in the center with a bludger.
I thought Curse still had bludger control, but I don't see Alex Pucciarelli with the ball. Where is the third
It's in the
bludger?
middle here. So those, it's beside number 15
so
from
it's
Toronto.
it's on Toronto's side of the pitch. So
Yeah.
we'll see how Mansfield plays it, if he tries to go get it or if Toronto's able to keep whatever control they have of that.
Mansfield is going to come right at Samantha McCall, number 15 here, which will be the biggest part of the action at the beginning of this play.
Toss it back. Toronto now with bludger control. This is a huge deal because this is a must-score possession for New Orleans here. New Orleans needs 2 goals to win. Toronto needs just 1 goal to win.
That's Trammell, passed over to Drew Stroud, back up to Trammell up top. It's back to P.J. Mitchell.
New Orleans taking it slow.
Wants to get around those bludgers that are just right in his face as he is trying to make this work.
That really changes the setup of New Orleans offense.
But Trammell is able to hit the shot. So Trammell hits the shot, makes it 130 to 135, but this is a goal to win for Toronto right here.
Curse back with bludger control. They need to hold their defense strong here. If Toronto scores here, they will win and the game will be over.
Custer's coming up with Alexander Scherger. Passes over the top, far side, Howie, beat. Back up top to Custers. Custers makes a move around one player, around a second player. The shot is good. The shot is good from Custers.
We'll see, we'll see. I did not see an immediate call from the goal ref.
The referees are all conversing. If this shot is good, then Toronto wins this game. If the shot is called no good, then it will be a goal to win scenario for New Orleans going back the other way.
That potential snitch catch from Burroughs Balca that got called off earlier in the game really lit some fire under Toronto. Ever since then, we've really seen the life come back into this team that we hadn't seen so far today.
The winner of this game will be playing Washington at 9:45.
So the next game.
The goal is good. The beat was after. That is a win from Toronto. 145 to 130 here in the first game at MLQ Championships 2022. That does send New Orleans on into the gauntlet where they will have to play a lose and you go home series of games against some teams that will be determined by the other matches in the play-in matches and the rest of the day. This was a great game. Great congratulations to Toronto and all of their players, and to New Orleans for really putting up a valiant effort shorthanded.
Fantastic game. Two very evenly matched teams. I'm very impressed, and I think that I honestly believe that the Curse can come back from this. They, like you said, they're entering the gauntlet. We'll see how they do, but I expect to see them perform very well as long as they can get some much-needed rest from some of their big-name players, namely Josh Mansfield, Alex Pucciarelli, really holding it down in the bludger game, and I think that was the huge advantage for the Curse in this game, and I think that's the strength that they need to lean on going forward.
And then Toronto, just keep moving that ball around, use that speed and athleticism to your advantage, and maybe you can make some things happen in the rest of the play-in bracket. Thank you, everyone, and this has been Clay Dockery.
Melinda Stout.
Thank you so much. Have a great rest of your day.
Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in Quadball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quad ball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game. Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quadball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quadball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game. Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quadball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quadball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game. Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby.
All right, welcome back to the MLQ Championship 2022. We are live for the Washington Admirals versus the Toronto Raiders. Julia, Washington on the left in blue, Toronto in red on the right, and we're getting started right away. Alex Amador is called for brooms down.
Yeah. Toronto coming off a long and close game with New Orleans Curse, where they came up just victorious.
Yep, by 1 goal at the end there. And Washington had a bye through the first round as they came in third in the East Division. They're looking to make a push for the first play-in spot in this game.
Yeah.
Brooms up, and looks like Riley Stars is going to win the rush for the ball, swat it back to his keeper, Justin Cole, so it's Washington with bludger control and the quaffle off the rush. Immediately take out the Toronto beaters. Justin Cole driving the lane. He's going to pull it back now as Riley Stars gets to work down the middle here. Back to Cole on the left side. Burgess, big pump fake at the Toronto beaters. Quaffle back across the Stars to Brian Mulcahy behind. To Cole on a great cut right on the medium hoop. First goal goes to Washington, 10-0.
That's that passing chemistry we've seen from Cole and Mulcahy all season.
And dating back to their time in Boston, actually. They've been teammates for a long
Yeah.
time. Toronto's going to get their first crack at it now, down 10-0, without bludger control for the first possession here. And Washington already taking out one of their beaters, looking to start a press. So it's going to be a deep pass here. Cole steps out, pass goes back up top, no reset used. Toronto still in control of the ball. Custers swings it down to the left side, met aggressively by Cole, back to Custers. He's going to get by Brian Mulcahy, but met by Katrina Hicks, so he's going to swing it across. Shot, no good from Toronto. Decent look. If they get the rebound, though, they're going to have another chance at it, and that shot is blocked by Cole. 2 good looks from Toronto, but Washington gets the stop.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of the same looks from Toronto, even last game.
And here Cole is going to get all the way in and get a nice shot,
Beautiful.
breaks 2 tackles and scores.
You can expect nothing less from Cole on that.
That's why one of the reasons he's on Team USA. So Custer is going to bring the ball up again now for Toronto, making their first subs in the beater game, down 20-0. Zone look 2-2 from Washington, what we've seen from them for a lot of this season. Custers is going to go deep behind to Michael Howard. Howard's going to have to try to get by Brian Mulcahy. He can't shake him. Dances a little bit, goes back up top. Great shake and shot. It's good.
Wonderful drive from Lamb.
Joanne
Great
Lamb
shot.
shakes Paige Bellamy, sinks the shot. Very nice take from Toronto. It's now 20-10.
We
But
have
no bludgers
bludger
back.
control staying with Toronto now. They gained that on their offense.
Washington is trying to run, but Toronto's able to get back. Forsman said, Riley Stars is wide open on the hoop. Good pass. He's going to get through one and sink the shot. 30-10, Washington in the lead. Good take from Stars there.
Bludger control gained for Admirals.
Yeah, good aggressive play for Washington. They ran even with Toronto having the bludgers back. We're able to regain one of them and find a hole in the defense that wasn't fully set up there. 30-10, Washington in the lead.
We have Lamb going out for Toronto. Sub coming in.
It's Sarah Dykstra in the game for Toronto. Custer still handling the ball. Bludger control with Washington, the pair of Zane Bila and Melissa Smith from the University of Maryland.
A great jump from Bila.
To Dykstra behind. Her shot is aggressively met by Cole. He's going to come up with another big block, and Washington's going to look to run again here. No bludgers back for Toronto. Cole, long pass to Mulcahy, gets it through and scores. Custers nearly got his hand on that ball, but not quite long enough with the wingspan, and Mulcahy gets it and puts it through immediately. 40-10, Washington in the lead. The home crowd here, as we're only about an hour from Washington, D.C., is loving it so far.
I absolutely love that despite the contact there, Mulcahy is still able to just take that shot. Not a lot of players you see can still make that while they're going down.
Yep, great control there. As Jeremy Barrows-Balkus brings it up for Toronto. Aggressive Washington defense again, but a good pass. Drive, the shot is just high. Good movement from Toronto there, but the tough chaser defense from Washington is going to get the stop. Toronto gets the reset, though. They're going to try again. Tyler Trudeau, big tackle, but it's broken. Shot is missed again. That was 2 great looks in a row for Toronto, and they get the rebound again. So the offensive rebound's going to Toronto here. Washington still doesn't have a bludger in the play. Another take. Another shake and tackle. Big hit from Tyler Trudeau. And Washington's going to get the stop. Julia, nope, Toronto still has it. Another offensive rebound. I think this time Washington is going to come up with it. Washington was without beaters for about 30 seconds there, Julia, as we're going to get a stoppage, but their chaser defense came up with the stop.
That's the aggressive defense from Admirals that we've been seeing, and that, you know, they not only can they play without beaters on defense, but I've seen it on offense as well. One of the only teams that can bring up a victory on defense or offense without the help of their beaters.
That's right. Just a fantastic tackling there up and down from Tyler Trudeau, Riley Stars, John Sheridan. All right, so it's going to be Stars with the quaffle here. It's a blue card on Toronto's keeper. Oh, that's Brian MLQ. So he'll be in the box just for 30 seconds, just a blue card here. But Washington's going to have a numbers advantage. Stars is going to sub for TJ Jenneret.
And we have Bellamy coming out for Bear.
For the first time. Still Bila and Smith in the bludger game. They're going to work to control it here. Trudeau's going to get it to Bear. Toronto down chaser. Bear goes to Jenneret behind. Lofts it over the top to Trudeau, but it's high. And Trudeau is beat. But Sheridan. Good recovery, and now he's got a chance to work here. Gets by one. So he's beat, though. They're going to give him natural motion on the pass, so it's Bear one-on-one. And she's unable to get through some tough defense. So Toronto down a chaser is going to get the stop there, Julia. Good pressure from Jeremy Barrows-Balco there to stop Julia Bear right at the hoops. We've seen her make that goal many times, but that time the stop for Toronto. So still 40-10.
Yeah, and we had a bludger turnover, so Admirals is going to get that bludger control.
And Toronto misses a beat, so now it's a press opportunity for Washington. Deep pass behind. Beat. Another beat. Quaffle is bouncing live, and TJ Jenneret's going to get to it and have a free goal here. Too easy for TJ Jenneret. Great defense from Washington. The beaters press. The chasers step and make hits. The loose ball goes flying, and TJ Jenneret is the first to it and gets the easy goal. 50-10.
Throwing up the heart hands while he struts back on defense.
Subs for Toronto here, and they're going to have to try to get something going down 50-10. We've seen one good goal and a couple nice looks from them, but the shots just aren't falling, and they got to find a way to get through this physical chase.
Great defense by
brings them down
Jenneret.
again. Jenneret's beat, but so is Toronto. Dykeshaw's going to drive on Bear. Find the pass. Pass back. Trudeau with the wrap. Can't get him down.
But gets the shot
That
off.
shot is good. So Jeremy Barrows-Balco, we talked about him on defense a few seconds ago, and this time he sinks the shot. And that's not easy to do, to shake a tackle from Tyler Trudeau, Julia.
No, it is not.
We're at the
6
minute.
minutes.
50-20, so Toronto down only 3, but a lot of game left to play here. Julia Bear is going to lead it up for Washington now.
We've got a good dodge by Colin Bourne.
And that's going to be bludger control back to Washington. So now Bear is going to work it to Sheridan. Pressured by Toronto's one beater, so he goes deep behind Jenneret, but it's too high. Jenneret is, nope, it's going to be out of bounds. So that was the right look there. The one bludger comes high to Sheridan, but turnover because the pass is too high. Good tackle from Colin Bourne. I don't think anything's going to come of it. It's still going to be bludger control of Toronto, but good aggressive play.
Able to slow down the beaters, slow down the offense in general.
So it's Custer's back in at keeper for Toronto, handling the ball there. He's got a lane to work with now. Pass across is tipped by Trudeau, but Toronto's going to be the first to it. Stephen Dua working on Julia Bear, swings it back up top to Michael Howard. Howard's got to try to work on John Sheridan, no easy task. Pass down is low, and I think it's going to roll out of bounds before Vendua can get to it. So Washington's going to get the stop there. Score is going to stay 50-20. One bludger back for Toronto. So no fast break for Washington, but they will get to work with bludger control here. Shane McConaughey just entered the game for the first time at chaser for Washington, the youngest player on the team, just 20 years old. Bear works it down the right wing here, protected by Bourne. We're seeing more of Colin Bourne and Diana Howard than we usually do here, Julia. As Jenneret puts on a dance move, goes back to Julia Bear, who goes to Trudeau. Trudeau loses the quaffle, though, and I think, nope, Tyler Trudeau muscles his way through, but they're going to say he was beat. So Tyler Trudeau wins the fight for the loose ball, but he gets beat before he can dish it off to TJ Jenneret, so Toronto is going to come up with a stop there.
Switching back on board and Howard, you're right. We have been seeing a little bit more of them this game. Normally, they've been reserved for snitch on pitch, but I really like them as a look against Toronto right now.
And we're going to have to see that a lot from Washington as Custer starts driving here and is met by Jenneret. Manages to shake it off. Got room to work now. Gets it to Vandua, who shoots his shot and hits the rim there. Yeah, so Cody Nardone, one of Washington's normal main starting beaters and an assistant coach, is out with injury, as is Rachel Heal in the Quaffle game. So Washington is going to have to get some other players some reps here at championships that didn't get as many in the regular season here. But good shift from Howard there. Borenstone the game now with Heather Farnan as Julia Bear works it down the right wing again. Vandua is beat. Bear's going to drive, get it to Jenneret. Spin move. His shot goes low, though, and is blocked. But McConaughey's going to save it.
McConaughey.
And Bear manages to smack it off Custers, but Custers is going to fall on it first. So the stop is going to go to Toronto. And we've been at 50-20 for a minute here, Julia. The Toronto defense has tightened.
Yeah, they really brought up their defense from the start of the game.
Nice and slow here from Toronto bringing it up. Michael Howard in control of the ball here. Working on McConaughey. Swings it across to Matthew Bunn. Bunn is going to drive and no good. Toronto still has the ball, though. Howard's going to have a chance here. He shoots it, but it's right into Trudeau's chest. Howard comes up with it again, manages to slap it, and that shot is low as well. But another offensive rebound, and that one hits the tee again.
Well.
And Washington gets the stop despite a lot of good shot opportunities there from Toronto. Toronto's winning these fights for the offensive rebounds, Julia, but they're still not able to score on second, third, or even fourth chances.
It looks like they're getting so close each time, though. The fact that they're able to keep getting those looks is a
You got to think
testament.
some are going to fall if they can keep taking them. As Washington's going to shift to a third line here. Justin Kramer handling the ball. Goes behind to Ben Phillips. The UVA product goes across to Julie Neutzel. And a great passing sequence. Right away, Washington shifts lines and strings together a beautiful passing sequence. Kramer's pass to Phillips, flips the D. He gets it to Neutzel. Beautiful. 60-20 now, Julia.
That was great positioning by Neutzel and great awareness by Phillips.
Pass across to Matthew Bunn again. He's going to have to work on McConaughey and Kramer at the top of the zone here. Bludger control with the Admirals. Drive coming from behind. Vandua breaks one tackle, gets the pass across, and that is an immediate answer from Toronto to make it 60-30. It was Paige Hare with the bucket there for Toronto, but Washington's pushing again. Pass to Neutzel. She's in space. Her pass is broken up, but it goes to McConaughey. His pass is also intercepted, and Toronto gets the stop, so 60-30. Good defense there from Toronto, Julie. I think Washington saw a chance to try to rush and catch them before they could set, but their chasers stepped up and knocked down two passes. Great tackle from McConaughey. He's going to get to Bunn. Tackle broken. Shot was through, but he was called beat before.
Hare gets to it, though.
And Toronto's going to have another chance here. Bunn with it now. Pressured by Keegan Remy Miller. Gets it back across to another pass, and that's broken up. Washington gets the stop there at the aid of their beaters. Ben Phillips with the ball now. Another offensive rebound for Toronto, Julia, but in the end they're still not able to get the goal. Phillips working now. Across to Kramer. Kramer goes right to Neutzel. The shot is broken up, though, and Toronto's going to get the stop. It was a good pass. Great defense. But Washington gets the loose ball.
Puts it right through the middle hoop.
Great job there by Neutzel and Kramer to win the fight for the loose ball and then swing it to McConaughey, who was posted up right on that hoop for the quick goal.
Ben, that is why you never give up on a play.
And we talked about Toronto winning those offensive rebounds. That time, Washington gets one of their own, and they make it count. They're up 70-30 now.
We saw a great kick by Keegan Remy Miller to get that bludger control back to Admirals now. So Hicks and Burgess will keep that for now.
Drive coming from Toronto. Shot is broken up by Ben Phillips, and that's another stop for Washington. It's a lot of shots from Toronto, Julia.
Yes. We have Littleton in the game, David Littleton.
The UNC and UVA product. Several seasons with the Admirals under his belt. He and Phillips played together at the University of Virginia. We'll see if that chemistry can count for something here as Kramer brings it down the center. Kramer's got a shot he likes. I think that's what he's looking for. And he sinks it.
And that was a wonderful play and coordination between the chasers and the beaters on
Yep,
Admirals.
Katrina
We
Hicks
saw
just
Hicks tap the chaser who was on the hoop so that they had to get out of the way.
Yep, and Kramer just keeps taking the space and eventually is going to sink that shot. 80-30, Washington up 5 now in a very good position here. We'll see if Toronto has an answer.
We're at 13 minutes.
Yeah, so if there's a response from Toronto, they need it to happen soon. They're down 50, and Bernie Burgess is going to launch into a press here. He fires.
Just misses.
Just missing. Now Toronto's going to have a chance to attack, but the pass behind is too high. Can't be brought down by Dykstra, and Julie Neutzel comes up with the ball. And now Littleton is going to look to push the pace here. There's still no bludgers in for Toronto thanks to that press from Burgess. Littleton gets it to Ben Phillips. Phillips is going to go right in. His shot goes through under pressure, being tackled by one chaser. The keeper on the hoop sinks it anyways, 90-30.
We're going to have a stoppage here. That's going to be a timeout from the Toronto Raiders, and a well-timed timed out if I were to say so myself.
I think that's right, Julia. The score is 90-30. We saw a very good streak there. Washington got out to an early lead, and then it was 50-20 for several minutes as the Toronto defense really stiffened. But they're not able to put much together on offense. They're looking for shots every time. They're coming up with some offensive rebounds, but then just going right back into the shot. And so they're still only sitting here with just 3 goals here at the 13-minute mark.
Yeah, I would say that that is a testament to the Admirals' defense on this. Both teams have been putting up a good aggressive defense, just taking down the people who are trying to drive in. And I just think if we were to see a little more spacing from Toronto, we would see a better result. It seems like their passes are going short distances, and that's allowing the Admirals to cover that ground and just get there in time for the pass.
I think that's right. The Washington Beaters are very capable of making longer throws than maybe some of the teams Toronto faced in the regular season, or even some of the beaters on the New Orleans Curse who they beat in the game just before this. And that's, I think, throwing off their offense a little bit and why they're looking for that shot every time. But unfortunately, some of the shots are just going wide, but other times Washington's putting 2 bodies on the hoops with their 2-2 zone, and they're just knocking down those shots. Yes. So Toronto's going to need to change up something here. We're at about 14 minutes. At 20 minutes, we'll have the brief stoppage, and then Snitch will come out. Toronto wants to be, I think, within 3 or 4 goals, so then the 35 points from the Snitch could get them back to a tie. So they need to put on some sort of a run here to get back in this one.
We have both teams returning to the field.
So it's going to be Toronto ball after that goal. Ball in the hands of Brian Melker. Bludger control with Washington. That starting pair of Burgess and Hicks back in the game. Really nice possession on that last play before the timeout to get the stop and right into transition offense. We'll see if they can do that again. Burgess is playing very high here. I think he likes the matchup. Room to work here for Toronto. Pass behind. Good tackle from Paige Bellamy, but it's broken out. And the second hit from Kramer is going to get the stop there. Good defense.
That's going to be a stoppage.
Yeah, we'll see what the call is here. That looked like good tackling there from Washington. We'll see if the ref saw it differently. It looks like Alex Amadal is going to give out a card here.
And that's going to be to David Littleton.
Yep. So some sort of contact penalty, I think, on David Littleton there. And so Toronto's going to get the ball back here, very close to the hoops. Yeah, this should be
completely uncontested to the hoops.
Dykstra's a step wide. I think she's going to have to take one step and then put it through, but this should be a quick goal for Toronto here.
Hicks does have the ball and is ready to launch it.
Pass back, and the shot is high. I think they might have overthought that a little bit, Julia.
Yeah, it's not necessarily what I would have gone for, but I like the look with Hicks being there, the ball ready to be.
Yeah, Dykstra was a little wide of the hoops. They would need to take a step or two to score that, and Hicks was there to throw, so she went for the pass to Melker, but I think he then rushed it a little bit and just pushed it high of the hoops.
Yeah, if they're going to do that pass, I would like to see Melker take just a moment longer. Hicks no longer has that bludger, and just step in and take that.
Bernie Burgess rushing in to make a tackle in the beater game to try to open something up for the Chaser offense. Paige Bellamy, is beat. Ben Phillips gets it to Riley Stars in the wing. Toronto's bludger is back in the play now. Burgess putting a lot of pressure on them, though. Pass to Littleton up top, now across to Phillips. Burgess still in there, just putting a ton of pressure on those beaters for Toronto. Washington so far not able to crack the Chaser defense. Now Littleton gets into the lane. His shot goes right through. Looks like the refs are going to discuss it. Looked good from our angle. Looked good from our angle, but we're a lot further away than the referees are. David Littleton thinks it was good. Good drive there. He shakes Dijkstra up top and then fires on that medium hoop through the outstretched arms of a keeper who didn't get the block, so if he missed, it just went wide. No block from the keeper there, or the chaser on hoops, I should say. And that's David Littleton's game, Julia. Wants to shoot it pretty much every time he touches the ball, and one of the best at it.
Yeah, I mean, speaking from experience playing with him, he does hit some just great, interesting shots. He likes to look in the opposite direction that he's about to throw the ball, and without even looking about where he's throwing it, can still make those goals.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see if this one counts.
Now, Amador's hand did go up before the offense was completed, so maybe they're discussing something there and not necessarily the validity of the goal. But
Yeah, we'll see. Long discussion here, but I think they're getting ready to make a call.
that's going to be contact on a player without a ball. Yellow card given to... waiting to see who it's...
I believe that's on the Toronto beater there. So I think what they're saying has happened is while Bernie Burgess was in there trying to tackle Toronto's armed beater, their unarmed beater was trying to stop him from getting there, but instead of just stiff arming him, which is legal, wrapped him, which is illegal to do on a player without the ball. And so that's going to be a card on Toronto, and the ball is going to go back to Washington. So Paige Bellamy is going to have the ball here in good scoring position. A lot of Toronto bodies on the hoops, though, but no beater anywhere near. So Bellamy just needs to find the pass here, and it should be a goal.
Over to Stars or Phillips, who are in great position.
She's going to drive on Dijkstra. She's going to find Phillips. Phillips is going to find Stars. It hits the hoop, but Stars gets the rebound. Breaks one tackle, breaks two, scores it. So Phillips's pass was unfortunately hit the hoop. If it was an inch lower, it would have been a goal. If it was an inch higher, it would have been right to Stars. But Stars gets the loose ball, breaks a couple tackles, and Washington gets the goal anyways.
Luckily for Admirals, Stars is a slippery player and can get through all of that defense.
Toronto's trying to attack now behind the hoops. Phillips has stepped out. Pass goes back up. It's high, and I think David Littleton's going to be the first to the loose ball. So another stop for Washington. They're up 130. Burgess blows up the play again. Now Littleton's going to drive again. He's going to look for that shot again, and he's going to sink that one without question. Same hoop. I think he was trying to prove a point. 110-30 now the score.
We've got Bellamy going out for Bear, coming back into the game, and we have Phillips going out.
And Julia, one thing we were talking about is the absence of Rachel Heald for the Admirals meant someone was going to have to step up. Paige Bellamy and Julie Neutzel have both played excellently in their minutes so far.
Yes, they have. I've been very happy with what I've been seeing from them, and considering the fact that they were a little underutilized during the regular season, the fact that they're able to come out and play like they've been playing all season is wonderful to see.
So Toronto with the ball here. Then Duo's going to drive now. He's met by Justin Cole. He was looking for a pass, but no one's really open, and Cole's going to bring him down. Bila's going to beat him, and ball's going to turn over. Bear's with it now. She's going to push up the field here. Toronto does have a beater, both beaters back with bludger control, so it looks like Washington will have to slow down and set up a half-court offense here. It's Melissa Smith and Zane Bila back in the game. A beater for Washington. They're going to look to win control back here.
Washington taking it slow.
I think they're trying to see if Bila and Smith can win control back, as Littleton's going to get it behind. Back to Bear on the right wing, where we've seen her for most of this game. Littleton's going to work it in behind, see if he can find that shot he likes. And he sinks it. 120-30. So Washington doesn't win control back with their beaters so focused. Justin Cole stacks
out of
what a heads-up play by Justin Cole.
The hands of the Toronto keeper.
So it's 120-30, and Washington's going to have a chance to extend that lead. A really smart play from Justin Cole there. And now Cole's going to drive. His pass to Stars is broken up, though, but it rebounds to Bear. She's going to go for a long shot that's broken up. So ball in the hands of Michael Howard there. David Littleton came up and wrapped him. And I'm unsure what the call is going to be here. So it's illegal contact at some point early in the play on Andrew Custers, the keeper for Toronto. So the ball's going to turn back over to Washington. Littleton's going to have the ball right near the hoops there. Toronto does still have both bludgers, so it might not be an immediate scoring opportunity for Washington, though if they swing it across to Stars or Cole there, they might have a lane to run in and shoot, because both Toronto beaters are on the close side of the field here.
If Littleton can draw the defense and that beater over to him and just... Oh. They're not going to give the ball to Littleton. The ball is actually going to go
It's going to be
Cole.
so Cole was the one who got fouled then, so he'll have the ball there. He'll have space to run in. Toronto does have both their beaters, but no one's immediately there to try to tackle Cole, so we'll see what he can do with this opening. Got Stars right there, got Littleton on the far side. Melissa Smith running for her bludger behind the hoops. (120-30) the score. Washington in a commanding lead. Cole's going to run in and shoot, and it's good. The bludger missed. Cole's shot did not. 130-30.
Sweet and simple goal.
Good shot from Justin Cole. That's more than capable of hitting that without a defender on the hoops. So Washington up 100 now, 130-30. We're getting very close to the 20-minute stoppage where the snitch will be released. Toronto has not been able to string together any offense over these last 5 or 6 minutes here.
We have Sheridan up.
Sheridan's beat. Stars rotates over. Good pass to Vendua. And he gets it.
And just as
Steven-
you mentioned their offense,
Steve Vendua gets it, and he sinks that shot. Good look from Toronto there, but now Washington's going to immediately try to push the other way. Pass to Sheridan. Sheridan's not able to find anything, so he goes back to Cole. Cole pump fakes once. Pass to Stars. Isn't quite on target, and Stars is beat, so Toronto's going to get the stop. But yeah, good look from Toronto on that one, Julia. They used their beaters to take out one of the point defenders, swung the ball against the rotating Washington defense, and Vendua was able to knock the shot home. So it's 130-40 now. And we'll see if Toronto can make it 2 in a row here. Custer's across to Vendua. Can't quite handle the pass, but it's going to be no harm done. He shoots again, and it's no good, and this one's going to roll out of bounds. No chance for the rebound for Toronto. And Melissa Smith, I think, is going to have a chance to win by bludger control. She's beat, so Toronto's going to maintain bludger control, but Stars is looking to run now against the scrambled Toronto defense. He's going to slow it up. He sees the 2 beaters now. Tyler Trudeau's back in the game.
And we're approaching the 20-minute mark. We're actually at about 19 and a half minutes.
So Washington's probably going to just work it slowly here and try to make it the last possession, though. It looks like there's some sort of a stoppage here. An assistant ref had their hand up for some sort of a foul. So discussion between Alex Amador and his assistant referee here. 130-40, Washington up. Like we said, Julia, eventually Toronto was going to sink some of those shots if they kept taking them. The problem is the percentage is just too low to really have them in a position to actually steal this game. Yeah, they're down 90. 2 fouls. I think that's a blue card on Tyler Trudeau. Yep, so if I have this correct, Tyler Trudeau got a blue card for illegal equipment because he subbed in with his sunglasses on. And Toronto's Steve Vendua got a blue card as well for making referee calls as a player. So the ball is going to turn over to this ball's going to stay with Washington. Excuse me. Julia Bear's going to have it behind the hoops. Toronto and Washington are both going to have a player. Trudeau chucks those sunglasses away.
I like this positioning for Washington once the play starts up as well. Julia Bear is going to be able to draw everyone to her, hopefully, and that's going to leave Sheridan open on that middle hoop, or on the medium-sized hoop, the hoop.
Yeah, Julia Bear is such a dangerous shooter from back there that if the defense overcorrects that, she's going to find Sheridan. She's going to go all the way back up to Stars instead. Washington's going to slow it down a little bit. Pass across to Sheridan.
Bears beat, so now it's going to be Sheridan and Stars on offense.
I think Washington is just, trying to kill the last few seconds here before the 20-minute stoppage and see if they can win bludger control back before the snitch comes out. So Sheridan's taking his sweet time down the right side of the field. Penalties should be almost up for both players.
We should be having the 20-minute mark any second here.
Sheridan back to Bear. Bear's going to shoot. Finds it. Nice give and go between Bear and Sheridan there.
Speaking of Bear being a good shot.
Stinks that one. Got way too deep into the defense there. And both players, I think, were released on time right as that goal happened. So that's going to be the 20-minute stoppage. Washington's ahead 130-40. In command of this game. When the game restarts, Washington is going to have bludgeon control, though Diana Howard is deep behind Toronto's hoops, might get beat immediately, so Toronto might quickly regain bludgeon control, which they're going to need because if Toronto has any chance to come back into this game, Julia, they need a quick snitch catch to get those 35 points, which would go a long way towards closing the gap. They're down 90. They're going to need a lot of goals, too. That snitch catch is going to be a good start. The set score is going to be 190, 60 points above the leading team score, so first team to 190 wins. So Washington just needs 60 points to get there. Toronto needs 150, so they're going to need that catch and a lot of goals.
Now, Toronto did get the catch against Curse their last game. However, the snitch for this game is Matthew Cooper. And having been a player in the Mid-Atlantic, having Cooper snitched so many of my games in the past, it's not going to be an easy feat for either team. Not Toronto, and even with the seeking talent on the Admirals, it's going to be a long one.
It'll be interesting to see what Washington does here. They're in a position up so many goals that they could simply just ignore what's going on in the Seeker game, keep their beaters in the Quadball game, and try to just win by scoring 6 more. They scored 13 in the first 20 minutes here. They've got a really strong offense. They know they can score on this Toronto defense, so we'll see what they try to do with their beaters here as they prioritize trying to get that catch or just try to win in the Quadball game. They're up by a lot. They want to get through this game quickly because winner of this game will be back on this field after just a very short break in the next time slot. For the the winner of that next game will be through to the quarterfinals. It'll be Washington against the winner of Charlotte, Kansas City in that game. So Washington wants to get this game done quickly and get onto that game. Whereas Toronto, there's no chance they end this game quickly if they win, right? They need a long game for them to come back into this.
And having just come off of a long game, it's going to take a lot of depth in their roster. It's going to take a lot of stamina from their players, which I'm sure they have. I'm sure they can reach into that and manage to string together an offense to last that long. I just need them to rely a little less on their shots there.
Yeah, it's about
string together more passes.
It's about the quality of shots, right? That most recent goal by Vendua we saw was a great play because it was off of a pass and he was able to get deep into the keeper zone and shoot. That's much closer to like a layup in basketball than a three-pointer would be. We need to see him taking shots like that off of movement instead of shots from kind of outside the keeper zone far away that just, A, are farther shots on our head, and B, give Washington's hoops players more time to get there and swat down the ball. So we're going to resume here with Toronto in control of the quaffle.
Again, set score will be 200, so the first team to reach
200, yep.
will be the winner.
And neglected to count that goal there, so it's 140 to 40, not 130 to 40. Washington's up by 100, and they need 6 goals to finish this. Toronto needs 160 points. Seekers are out now. It's going to be McConaughey for Washington and Bunn for Toronto.
Admirals did manage to hold on to control to start this switch on pitch.
And they get the stop in the quaffle game, too. McConaughey's got some time to go for the catch here. No easy task against Matt Cooper at snitch. Here comes Justin Cole for the Admirals, bringing down the quaffle. Toronto's keeping their beaters in the quaffle game, at least on defense, to try to stop Washington from running up the score more. So now Washington's going to bring their beaters back in, too. Sheridan goes to Cole. Cole blocks a beat, gets into the lane, finds Bellamy on the pass. She's swallowed up by an aggressive closeout from the Toronto Chasers there. Good defense from Toronto there. Carnegie's got a lot of time with the snitch on the other side of the field here.
Yeah, Bourne and Howard are holding down.
And this is the pair Washington wants for snitch on pitch. Bourne and Howard, they've been fantastic all season. And they're doing a great job right now. Now it just comes down to can McConaughey catch Cooper. As Toronto swings it deep down the field. Drive coming. Sheridan gets the wrap, though.
By Sheridan. Manages to shake it off, though.
And Sheridan comes up with the loose ball. Is going to get it right at Toronto's hoops. Can't handle it. Now he gets it. But he's beat. Unfortunate sequence for Washington there. Sheridan forces the turnover, but couldn't quite pick up the ball in time to score it. And Toronto's beaters get back in the play, and there's going to be get the stop. As we're going to have some sort of discussion about a call here.
I believe we're swapping out the snitch shorts. That tail has been falling off.
Yeah, it's going to make McConaughey's job
now.
even harder if the tail's not staying on the shorts.
Yeah.
So still 140 to 40. Round of applause from the crowd here. On the other field, it's 140 to 100. Charlotte's up with a set score of 150. So Charlotte close to putting that game away, but Kansas City not out of it. Winner of that game will play the winner of this game for the first spot in the quarterfinals that's available from this play-in bracket. McConaughey's beat, and now Toronto's going to go on the attack on offense. Gets past Bellamy. Screen's going to be set, but Cole's going to come all the way out and make a huge tackle and drag Scott Rousseau out of bounds. Great stop from the Admirals there on defense.
I like seeing the screen there from Dykstra, but
Unfortunately, Cole read what was happening.
Trying to run through Cole is a difficult feat. Charlotte did catch the snitch on the other field.
Pass to Sheridan behind the hoops for Washington here. He's going to drive, go back to Cole. Cole gets it through and gets it in before the beat, so the goal is good. Washington's now up 150-40. As Bunn is going to have a lot of time with the snitch here for the Raiders. Diane Howard just getting back into the play after a missed beat, went wide off pitch. Great tackle from Ben Phillips, but he's beat. Good passing from Toronto, but Cole gets back in and swats the ball down. Ball pops up, and Washington's going to get the stop again. Toronto's getting into dangerous spots, and then Washington's just meeting them, tackling them, or breaking up the shot.
We've got McConaughey subbing out for TJ Jenneret.
I think that's Washington's preferred option at seeker. They like McConaughey and they like Trudeau as well, but Jenneret is who they really want when the chips are down. Bellamy is aggressively wrapped there. Yeah, and there's a hand up from an assistant ref. I think that Washington's bench certainly thinks it's going to be contact from behind on Toronto's chaser who tackled Bellamy there. And TJ Jenneret has the catch on the other side of the field. So now we'll get a stoppage. We'll see if that catch is good. We'll see if there's a foul in the qualifier game. A lot to discuss here.
There was a lot going on the field that time. We had possible snitch catch. We had a pile up near the Toronto hoops.
TJ Jenneret thinks the catch is good. He's putting both thumbs up.
The quaffle is going over to Ben Phillips.
Discussion here between Matt Cooper, the snitch, Alex Amidal, the head referee, and the assistant referees discussing both the possible penalty in the quaffle game and the snitch catch. If Washington catches, they'll be at 185. That snitch catch is worth 35 points, so they'd be just 2 goals away from the set score of 200. And that wouldn't quite finish the game, but would make it near impossible for Toronto to come back down 150-40. Catch is no good.
No good. Jenneret flabbergasted.
And the quaffle game doesn't look like a card's getting given out, but it is Washington's ball. Ben Phillips has it. And he's just going to pull it back out. Colin Bourne with a great beat. And now there's no bludgers in the play for Toronto. Phillips drives, finds Paige Bellamy, can't quite handle the pass, but she gets it back and dunks it through. Great recovery from Bellamy there. The ball kind of hit her hands in the rim at the same time, so it popped up, but she yanks it down and puts some emphasis on the dunk there. 160-40. Near catch for Bunn there. Bunn and Jenneret both in there. Jenneret gets in again. We'll see if this one counts. That would make it 195-40 if the catch is good for Washington this time. Catch is good. That puts it 195-40. And Julie, we were just looking at our stat sheet there. I think that's Paige Bellamy's first goal of the season.
I was just looking at the same thing.
Quite the time for it to happen. They're now just 1 goal away from ending this and going through to the next round, where they'll have a chance with a win to push themselves through to the quarterfinals. Drive here. Pass is broken up by Cole, who's been just fantastic on the hoops, breaking up shots and passes this whole game, Julia.
He knows exactly what the other team's going to do, and he knows exactly where to be to stop it.
Cole passes it off to Phillips, and he's going to sub out. Justin Kramer's in the game at keeper. And now Washington's going to try to end this with 1 more goal here. Big beat from Keegan Remy Miller. Phillips goes to Kramer. Kramer puts it through with emphasis. It's called no good. And now Toronto's actually pushing the other way with not a lot back. Heather Farn is there. Her beat is blocked. Great tackle. Great pass, but a great hit from Kramer. Absolute chaos there. That pass was high and floated, and as soon as the chaser pulled it down, Kramer with a huge hit.
The bit we've seen from Kramer, just seeing him on defense is, I mean, phenomenal to watch. You see him flying to wherever he needs to be, and making the reps that need to happen to stop the other team's offense.
Yep, his only series in the regular season for Washington was their series against Boston. He was injured for the series against Charlotte and Ottawa, so he's missed most of the season, but he's back in healthy championships, and a huge piece that the Admirals have to be thrilled to have back as they hope to advance out of this play-in bracket and make a run to the championship this weekend.
He brought the same thing to when he was playing in college on Virginia Tech as well.
Absolutely.
He was just one of their star players.
Yep, led Virginia Tech to the finals of the Mid-Atlantic Regionals his senior year this last year, and a decent performance at the national championship in Salt Lake City as well. And on this Admirals team, he has the chance to be more of a cog in the machine than the player that everything runs through, gets to play more on the wing instead of as a ball handler, and he's really thrived in that role. We saw in that last play. Goal ended up being called no good, but he got himself into a great position, knocked the ball through. We saw him hit a nice shot earlier in this game. Just a great piece for Washington to have here.
I'm excited to see what he'll do in the upcoming seasons.
And we've seen what I think we wanted to from Washington here, Julia. Like we talked about, no Rachel Hield, no Cody Nardone. Other players had to step up. Well, Paige Bellamy's been excellent, and Julie Neutzel's been excellent. And in the Bludger game, Colin Bourne and Diana Howard were able to come in and play a shift during the first 20 minutes and then come back in and still play as well as we've come to expect during Snitch on Pitch. We've seen more minutes from Keegan Remy Miller, who's been fantastic for them. The whole team looks great. Obviously, as the tournament continues, they're going to play against higher and higher levels of teams than what they're getting in this matchup against Toronto, but I think this is as good of a showing as they could have hoped for in this first game of the day for them.
Yeah, if this is going to be the game to get those players warmed up, then I'm excited to see what they're going to do in the upcoming games.
And for Toronto, probably headed towards a defeat here, but they got that win against New Orleans in the first game, so they're still alive. They'll get knocked down to the second part of the play-in bracket. There are 2 spots available through the play-in bracket, so they'll be in the secondary bracket now, still with a chance to advance through. And we saw some good things from them this game when they worked together between the beaters and the chasers. When they strung a couple of passes together, they were able to find good looks. Unfortunately, that really physical chaser defense of Washington's height on the hoops to swat down passes and shots just proved to be too much for the Toronto offense.
We should have play start up fairly soon now.
Yep, injured players being helped off the field, able to walk, which is good to see.
Yes.
So 195-40 the score. Washington's just 1 goal away from ending it. And we'll see the players start heading back out to their rooms in a second here. And assuming Washington finishes this off, they'll be playing Charlotte in the next round. Charlotte defeated Kansas City, right? Yep, so Charlotte is through on the other side. So as soon as this game's over, we'll have a quick break, and then it'll be Washington against Charlotte, a rematch. Washington and Charlotte are both in the East Division. Washington won all 3 games in the regular season, but Game 3 especially was a real nail-biter. Washington ended up winning by just 1 goal. So I'm expecting a really exciting game in the next slot here, assuming Washington is able to get this one last goal and finish this game off.
And last year at championships, when Washington and Charlotte played each other, it was a close game there, too. So
Yeah, a long, long game where Charlotte was able to hang around and get the snitch catch from Ryan Davis, one of the best seekers in the sport. So look for an exciting one in that matchup. All the players are back on field now, back at their brooms. Ball is going to be in the hands of... Ball's going to be on the ground, but Kramer's going to be the first to it. No, he's beat, and so Toronto is going to end up with it.
and that's going to go with Hare. Who passed.
Back across to Dykstra. Dykstra's pass is a little wide.
That's going to be a reset
So
for
reset.
Toronto.
Now Ali looking to drive. Ben Phillips breaks up the pass. Justin Kramer's got the ball, and now Washington is going to have a chance to end the game here. Pleasure control in the hands of Toronto, so Washington will have to work against that. Keegan Remy Miller and Heather Farn are going to look to get it back. Ben Phillips is beat. So Washington temporarily down a chaser. Kramer across to Julia Bear. Bear back to Kramer. Exchange of beats. Heather Farnan is going to win bludger control for Washington there. Kramer's going to get all the way to the hoop. His shot is wide, but it's to Bear, who's passed to Julie Neutzel is just a little too high. Neutzel gets shoved from behind, and I think that is going to be a call. So Neutzel was in position to win that rush to loose ball. Scott Rousseau made contact from behind trying to get to the ball there, and I think, yep, that's going to be a yellow card on Rousseau, so Neutzel's going to get the ball back.
When it comes to the other team only having 1 goal left, you do have to hustle on defense, but you also have to be careful about getting a card and leaving your team down a player in such a dire situation.
Yeah, absolutely. It's do or die at this point for Toronto. They need every play. So Neutzel gets it to Kramer. He sees the space. He shoots. That time it's good. Justin Kramer finishes it for Washington. They win 205-40, a commanding performance. They'll face Charlotte right on this field in just a few minutes here with the first spot in the quarterfinals on the line. So, Julia, Washington wins. They're through. They're going to face the Charlotte Aviators on this field in about 15 or 20 minutes here. This was a really good game. 205-40 is our final. Any final thoughts?
Even though the Admirals did have such a commanding lead, I got to give it up to Toronto for putting up a fight. It was a long game. They just came off of a long game. I appreciate that they were still able and willing to string together what they did.
Yep, great game from both teams. We'll all be back in about 20 minutes or so here.
Thank you for joining.
Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quadball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quad ball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game.
tonight with Ben Mertens on the call for the Washington Admirals taking on the Charlotte Aviators with a spot in the quarterfinals on the line. But, Jack, I want to ask you, we've got 4 games in the book already. What would you say is the most surprising thing you've seen so far today?
Yeah, I think how strong the Charlotte Aviators looked coming out. They had a couple of rough lines, and I know in the second game they struggled a little bit against Kansas City. So, not a perfect performance by any means, always room to improve. But I think when they were able to get into transition, they were effective, and I think we saw some of their best half-court offense of the season. We really saw the Aviators moving the ball, getting everybody's hands on the ball, and finishing around the hoops, and a lot of that was beginning with the beater game, which was not as heavily reliant on Celine Richard as we might have been expecting coming in. They had a good shift from Devin Schusterman and up and down the roster, really, beaters making contributions. So I'm excited for the Aviators. I think they can give Washington a run for their money in this play-in game.
Yeah, obviously there's a degree of load management in that second game as well, because this Charlotte team is going to be playing back-to-back-to-back. Nothing that an MLQ team is not used to. I mean, that's just the general series structure. But obviously these games are getting more and more intense and with higher and higher stakes, so it's definitely a little bit of a different situation. But, yeah, it'll be interesting to see, obviously, Washington gets the sweep of Charlotte back at the East Super Series, with the third game a little bit close, and I would say all the series, a little bit closer than probably Washington wanted to play. Washington really went into their depth and taking care of Toronto there. We didn't see necessarily them pushing. But what do you expect to see from the series we're about to have?
Yeah, it's hot here, so every team is pushing into their depth, and I think it's smart for Washington, especially to preserve some of their key players who are going to be counting on, who they're going to be counting on, because they're a team with ambitions of winning this whole tournament. For Washington, I think load management is still going to be key in this game, and keeping their key players healthy. They're missing Rachel Heald, picked up an injury before the tournament, so they're pretty heavily relying on Julia Baer for chasing minutes right now. They really need her to stay healthy and stay fresh. But I'm excited to see what kind of physicality they bring, because I think Washington at their best is one of, if not the most physical team in the league besides Rochester. And when we've seen the Admirals really competing with New York, with Boston, it's been because of players like John Sheridan and Justin Kramer, who've been stepping up and making hits and just being really difficult to drive through. So I'm excited to see what level of physicality they bring.
Yeah, and acknowledging that Rachel Hill injury, Paige Bellamy getting the start in that game there for Washington, definitely mixing some things up. But yeah, and what I really want to see from Washington, if they're going to later this afternoon compete with an Austin, and the winner of this game will be locked in based on the way the bracket breaks down to play Austin in the quarterfinal. I need to see that their beaters are in the zone. I need to see a really good shift out of Bernie Burgess and Katrina Hicks, as well as some of their beaters down the line as well. But, yeah, we've got a lot to watch. It's going to be an exciting game, Charlotte versus Washington. We'll be back in about 5 minutes with Ben Mertens and with Julia Rankin for the call. Stay tuned.
Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quadball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first two are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quadball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game. Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quadball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quadball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game. Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half.
All right, welcome back to the Major League Quidditch Championship 2022. We are in play-in round, and the winner of this game between the Washington Admirals and the Charlotte Aviators will advance to the quarterfinals. Rematch both of a play-in game from last year as well as the regular season this year. Interdivision rivals, the Admirals and the Aviators.
Yeah, I mean, last year during their play-in match, it was a close game. Earlier this season, during their series against each other, the first 2 games were not as close, but that third game was something to watch. It was really good, and it was close. So we're going to see, especially with Washington missing Heald and Nardone, how that's going to affect their play now.
And the challenge for Washington, or any team playing Charlotte, is it's not just enough to win in the qualifier game. You probably need to be up by enough that when, or if, but probably when Ryan Davis catches the snitch, Charlotte doesn't reclaim the lead. Washington has had some seeking success this season against Charlotte, actually, but Davis is one of the very best seekers in the sport, so Washington's going to want to get out to a pretty strong lead here to prepare for that eventuality. So winner of this game is through, likely facing the Austin Outlaws in the quarterfinals. Loser is not out. They'll go to the second round of the play-in tournament, but they want to get it done here and get in. And we're ready for the start now. Charlotte on the right in their red jerseys, Washington on the left in blue. It's going to be a great beater matchup here. Bernie Burgess and Katrina X for Washington against Celine Richard and Tony Bonadio for Charlotte. Here's the rush. Riley Stars is going to beat Trey Presley to the quaffle, so it's going to be Washington quaffle to start and bludger control to Charlotte. Charlotte going to come out in their familiar 2-2 zone. They played most of the season, but Oliver Hodge is going to step very high as the point defender in the green headband there. Riley Starr is going to bring it down the left wing for the Admirals. Hickson Bird is going to try to regain bludger control as the pass goes to Belly behind the hoops. Aggressive step out back to Stars. Monowar's there to take away the drive. Monowar's beat. Stars has an opening now, but Bonadio is there. Stars goes up top to Mulcahy, who's met by Presley and Hodge. No opening. Mulcahy's going to go to Cole. It's a press opportunity from Charlotte here. And the shot is broken up. Stars has a chance to get the loose ball. Yep, it's going to get out to Stars. Good recovery from Washington there. He's going to shoot. It's blocked by Monwar. A great read. And Oliver Hodge comes down with it. Charlotte gets the stop.
There was a good beat by Bernie Burgess to get Washington that bludger control, so they're going to be able to work with that while Charlotte brings it up on offense.
Oliver Hodge with the ball now. Working down the left side. Bonadio and Richard are going to have to try to win bludger control off of Hicks and Burgess. Ball goes deep to Trey Presley on the left wing. Met by Stars. Goes back to Hodge, who's in shooting range. Goes for a pass to Burns. Burns shoots. It was met by Justin.
Rated. Charlotte now has it. There was a good kick by Celine Richard to get to her partner.
Yeah, great play from the beaters and show Charlotte up. The ball to Stars on the left wing. Stars goes to Mulcahy behind, met by Presley. Presley back to Stars. Stars to Cole. Patience from Washington here. Cole's going to try to drive in now. He's got space. Hodge steps up to meet him. Hicks is beat. Pass to Bellamy. Burns is there. Good hit. Bellamy's going to be the first to loose ball, though. She's going to try to run it back up. Tries to swing it back to Cole. He's got it, but he's met by Monwar. He goes to Mulcahy. Mulcahy pulls it down and shoots. Scores.
That was some good passing, just keeping the play alive by the Admirals there. Bellamy was able to kind of like juke around, make the defense kind of commit to her so that she was able to make that pass and just get that around. That was a beautiful play.
Yeah, really nicely done. It's 10-10 now as Hodge brings it up. Bludger control is back with Charlotte, so they'll be able to work on a one bludger defense here. Hodge is met aggressively by Stars, but he gets to Presley. Presley's got room to work with. Cole steps out. Presley zips it to Monwar behind the hoops. Monwar's just going to swing it back up, not going to try to test Brian Mulcahy there. Mulcahy is beat. Now Monwar's got space. He's going to drive in. His shot is broken up by Cole, and that time Washington gets the stop. Cole with a full hit-ahead pass to Stars, who's going to get by Monwar and finish.
Good catch on the bludger.
Touchdown pass from Cole to Stars there, and Washington regains the lead. They're up 20-10. Another great catch from Burgess, and he beats Richard. So bludger control to Washington as Hodge is going to bring it slowly up for Charlotte, and we're going to have a stoppage.
The beater game there was just good on both ends. We had a couple good catches by Bonadio as well as Burgess just to keep that control trading.
And in the Quaffle game, we're seeing what we saw in that last game in Washington. It is so hard to shoot on the Admirals because they have so many great defenders on the hoops. Cole just ate up that shot and then turns it into that full field pass to the Stars for the quick goal for Washington. All right, so goal's good, 20-10 in Washington's favor. Burgess beats Bonadio and is going to launch a press immediately. His kick beat misses Hodge, so Hodge is still safe, hasn't crossed half court yet. And that's going to kill the press as Richard and Bonadio get back into the play. Good patience from Charlotte there. Presley's going to get it back to Hodge at the top. Hodge down to Burns. Burns back to Hodge, but it's high, and Riley Stars is going to come out with it, and he's going the other way.
Richard's going to be
Richard is
there.
there. She beats him.
It's going to be called beat before by the goal ref.
Yeah, they're going to discuss. The ball definitely went through the hoop, it looked like, but it's if Richard managed to get the beat off or not.
We've got about 2 ARs calling it good, the goal ref calling it beat before. We're going to see who has the better eye there.
All right, goal was good. Stars got the shot off before Richard's beat hit him, so it's 30-10 Washington. That's twice in a row, defense and offense for Washington. And that physical chaser defense from Washington, Julia, really gave Charlotte problems on that one. That's why Burns, I think, skied the pass a bit that led to the turnover.
Yep. We've got beater subs coming in for Charlotte. We've got Joe Goldberg as well as his partner.
That's Devin
Schusterman.
Full chaser subs as well. It's Ty Bird handling the ball for the Aviators now. He gets it to his teammate Quincy Hildreth. Hildreth has a lane. He drives. Broken up by Cole again.
It's going to be a no-beater situation for
Cole
the
running
Admirals
again, gets
in their climb back into games. We saw Charlotte climb, crawling their way back during the snitch on pitch time, and a lot of that is thanks to Monowar and their offense. So if we can get him back in, if we can get Davis catching that snitch, it's going to be a good game.
Yeah, Monowar, one of the younger players on the team, still enrolled in college at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. But they really trust him as their best player to kind of win one-on-one, which if all the beaters on both teams go to snitch, that's what it comes down to, is find a way to win one-on-one and get right to the hoop. And Monowar is the person they trust the most. I expect we'll see him out there. And that's going to be what it comes down to for Charlotte, because if they can't catch right away, if this snitch on pitch drags out, it's hard to score on Washington's physical chasers on defense, and when Washington's on offense, hard to stop those great drivers they have without the aid of beaters. So quick catch is going to be what Charlotte needs here. So we're getting close. The players on both teams starting to make their way back out onto the field here. We expect it'll be Ryan Davis starting at seeker for Charlotte. It's TJ Jenneret for Washington already in the seeker box, ready to go. Jenneret's had some big catches this season for Washington, looking to get another one here and punch their ticket to the quarterfinals.
I know in the Admirals last game they started Shane McConaughey as their seeker to just kind of get a few looks at the snitch, see what they can string together. But in a game like this, especially against Davis, I completely agree with their decision to get Jenneret out there as fast as possible.
And it's a different matchup this time. Matthew Cooper's a short but stout and strong snitch, and McConaughey's got it looks like it's going to be a taller snitch this game, which favors Jenneret, who's a little shorter than McConaughey and lower to the ground and might just be able to get underneath that snitch's arms and get the quick pull. So we'll have to see which of these very talented seekers can be the first to the grab here. And in the Quaffle game, we've seen Charlotte have good offensive moments and good defensive moments. We've just seen them have some unfortunate mistakes. The difference in this game, I think, is Washington's had more transition opportunities.
Yes.
And the half court both teams have done relatively about the same against each other, but Charlotte has committed more bad turnovers that have given Washington the chance to just run it the other way. Charlotte's had a couple of those opportunities themselves, but Washington's had more.
Yes.
So as expected, it's Colin Bourne and Diana Howard at beater for Washington, the most trusted snitch on pitch pair on this team. If it's a long snitch on pitch sequence, I would expect Burgess and Hicks to be the second group in. Looks like they'll be up against Perry Wang And can't see which other Charlotte beater's on the field right now, actually. It is Ryan Davis at seeker. So Davis against Jenneret, set score 190. Washington currently up 4. It'll be Charlotte Quaffle first. And we should be in for an exciting finish here, Julia.
Yep, we got Charlotte bringing it up.
So it's Oliver Hodge subbed into the game, into the Quaffle game. Bourne stepping high on Wang. Davis is out now, but going to have a hard time getting to the snitch with Bourne and Howard both there. Hartman goes across to Trey Presley. It's a very high pass, but Presley manages to handle it.
A good dodge.
Breaks Paige Bellamy's tackle and gets a great pass to Madison Burns.
Bludger Control is going to be traded over to Charlotte with LeBove and Wang.
And very dangerous situation for Washington. Davis has a shot here. Dan Howard's beat. TJ Jenner and Davis are both there. Now just Davis. Washington's Quaffle players are walking up very slowly. Davis is going to have a few shots at it here. Hit ahead pass to John Sheridan, who's beat. And Charlotte's going to have another chance to score in the Quaffle game. Hartman's going to drive in. Pass to Presley, who's met by Sheridan, shakes off the tackle, and scores again.
And that was an unfortunate bounce on Wang's beat, but he was still able to win the foot race over to it.
Cole goes deep to Julia Bear, who's just going to have to beat Madison Burns here. Pump fakes. Passes it to John Sheridan, who gets the finish. Fakes Oliver Hodge out of his shoes and scores there.
Davis has so much time with the snitch right now, but Jenneret's coming up.
Perry Wang's going to be there, I think, to get Jenneret out. The beat misses, though, so now Jenneret's going to go for it.
Jenneret comes up with the tail. We'll see if it's called good.
Snitch got knocked down in the process, so we'll see if he managed to, A, get the pull before the touch went down, and B, if there was any illegal contact that caused that. But this is a good catch. That's huge for Washington. Great play from Jenneret.
We've got the
pass behind his, she's hit his release, and it goes right to Justin Cole. Thought about the touchdown pass again, slows it down instead. Just going to drive in. Finds Brian Mulcahy. That time it's good. Nice pass and finish there. Laser beam pass because Celine Richard was sitting right on it, but Mulcahy still scores it.
Got Admirals with control now. Right where they want to be.
So 170-145. 2 great plays in a row from the beater pair of Keegan Rowe-Miller and Heather Farnan to force turnovers. We'll see if they can make it 3. And Charlotte needs to get some points here. It's, I believe, Jordy Sancho in the game for the first time today. Going to go all the way across to Ryan Davis. Behind the ball just bounces out of bounds. Unforced error there.
Yeah.
And Washington gets the stop. Julia Barrow gets to inbound it. And Bludger control is still with Farnan and Remy Miller. 170-145. Washington just needs 2 goals to finish it. They have Bludger control. They have a chaser group they really like in here. They're 3 starters, Riley Stars, Justin Cole, and Brian Mulcahy playing with Julia Bear. We'll see if they can open up another lane here and find something. Mulcahy's making a nice cut behind the hoops. Remy Miller with a big beat. Cole's got space to operate now. And he finds the shot, gets Ryan Davis in the air with the pump fake, sinks the shot. Washington's 1 goal away.
1 goal away. Bludger control in hand. We've got Bila coming in. And it looks like we have Smith coming in.
There's a fresh legs for Washington to try to close out this game. It's going to be Devin Schusterman and Bonadio in at beater for Charlotte. Ryan Davis handling the ball. Capable shooter for Charlotte. We'll see if they can find a lane and find space to shoot. Quincy Hildreth working his way behind the hoops. Pass is going to go to Sancho. Pass to Hildreth. Pass to the middle of the field to Davis, whose shot is high, met by Mulcahy, but we've got a stoppage for something here.
Davis did jump to get that ball. I wonder if they're going to try to call a helpless receiver here.
Or at least, yeah, some sort of contact. Welcome back to MLQ Championship weekend. We're here in the play-in bracket for Kansas City versus the Kansas City Stampede versus the New Orleans Curse, two South Division rivals. Kansas City won the regular season series, but I only have a 10-person roster here today. Both teams have lost one game already today. New Orleans opened their weekend with the loss to the Toronto Raiders by just 1 goal. Kansas City lost to the Charlotte Aviators. Loser of this game faces elimination. The winner will continue fighting for a spot in the quarterfinals. We have brims up. And Kansas City is going to win the quaffle. Immediately met with a big wrap. Adam Heald's going to drive now, find a nice pass. And that goal is good for Kansas City. It would have been goaltending on PJ Mitchell for New Orleans anyways, but a good goal there for Caitlin Brandsetter. And so Kansas City takes a quick 10-0 lead. New Orleans bringing the ball up with bludger control now. Charlton Trammell handling the ball. Ball moves behind to PJ Mitchell. Mitchell across. Shot is deflected, and Kansas comes up with the turnover. Now Heald pushing again in transition. Going to get deep into the lane, break a tackle. His shot is going to go high, though. So a quick offense there from Kansas City, no dice.
Curse is going to maintain bludger control during that offense. Got Curse slowly bringing it up off the field, but
yeah, a couple nice passes on that first offense, but they weren't able to turn it into anything. Missed shot there. We'll see if they can come up with a better look here. Charlton Trammell bringing the ball up again. Dancing with the point defenders. Bludger control with New Orleans. Josh Mansfield deep in the Kansas zone. Beats a chaser, try to create some space. Now Trammell's going to drive, get wrapped, but break through 2 tackles and sling it through. Nice take.
Still managing to maintain bludger control with Pucciarelli kicking her ball back.
Yeah, really impressive start here from the Curse Beaters. Kansas City throws the ball back, and they're able to come up with the ball. Deep pass to Ryan Dickey, who's going to try to attack. Big tackle, and he shoots it right into Trammell's chest, and that's a stop for New Orleans. Big tackle there from Jason Plain to prevent a goal there.
We did have control trade over to Kansas City with Dewick making just a simple but nice roll back to his hoops.
Mansfield distracting the Kansas City Bears, but he's beat out. And Kansas City's going to end up with both bludgers. The third is on the ground. Pucciarelli running for it, so Kansas City has a chance to press here. PJ Mitchell shoots it, and a great pass behind to Emily Thompson, but the referees are saying no good on the shot, so that's another stop for Kansas City. Good movement there, and she had a good look at it, just not quite able to sink the shot. Heald bringing the ball up now. Bludger control in the hands of Kansas City, so a good opportunity to get some offense going here. Score still 10-10. Ryan Dickey bringing it down the side. Slow, patient offense from Kansas City. Dickey goes for the long floater pass behind, immediately beat. Never had a chance to do anything with the ball there. And it's a good stop for New Orleans.
That was great awareness by Mansfield to know to go for the beat on the pass behind the hoops.
Yeah, great turn and throw there. Hempkin never had a chance to do anything with it. Trammell bringing the ball up again for New Orleans. They've had a couple good shots from behind. We'll see if that's what they try to go for again here. Mansfield makes a beat, not able to win bludger control off it, but he'll try again. Mitchell working it slowly down the side. Another beat from Mansfield. Mansfield's beat. Mitchell goes behind. Plain's got the ball, but he's beat, and it's going to be a turnover. Kansas City's going to get the stop again. And now Kansas City's trying to rush the other way. Justin Dewick's trying to create some chaos in the bludger game. Charlotte's going to end up, Kansas City's going to end up slowing it down as New Orleans does have their defense back and set up. Still bludger control to Kansas City. We'll see what Adam Heald can do this time, working it down the right wing. Passes it off to Katie Brandsetter. Brandsetter back to Heald. Heald goes for the floater pass. The attempted dunk was deflected, but Kansas City wins the race for the loose ball. Huge alley-oop to Heald, who's unable to force it through in traffic, though. So a nice sequence over in Kansas City, but not able to get the finish at the end, and great defense from New Orleans.
That was a good try by Heald there, able to like reach his long arms up, something that must run in the family, and get the ball, but New Orleans just had the people in the way.
All the bodies on the hoops, they're able to get the stop. So New Orleans with the ball again. Nunez bringing it down deep behind Kansas City's hoops. Heald meets him not too aggressively. Now Nunez is going to try to drive. Big wrap from Heald, brings him down, forces the ball. Kansas City gets the stop. And Hempkin is going to choose not to run with it because Josh Mansfield is back with his bludger for New Orleans. Huge lead from Billy Quach, though. Now there's no bludgers. Now Hempkin's going to look to drive. Knocked down and swarmed by the Curse players, and Charlton Trammell to come in with the ball. A great hit there by Justin Nunez, and Trammell comes up with the loose ball.
Yeah, that exchange there is going to give Curse bludger control. One of the balls like rolled all the way back behind the hoops, and Pucciarelli was able to go and grab that for him.
Yeah, really aggressive beating attempt from there from Quach to try to create something for Kansas City, and it created the opening they wanted, but the Chasers not able to capitalize. And now Curse will have another chance at it. Shakes one tackle. Pass across. It's bobbled, though. A great look there, but the bobbled pass is going to lead to a turnover. Kansas City gets that, but he's beat. And that might be a turnover for taking too long to drop the quaffle after Hempkin was beat there.
We are seeing a little bit of a more patient game from both teams here than what we were seeing in other games before this, but I think that's going to work toward both of their advantages. You don't want to be running too hard and too much with such short rosters.
Right, short rosters for both teams. Only 10 for Kansas City, about 17 for New Orleans.
I believe the two shortest rosters we have here at championships.
Ball gets to Nunez again. He's going to get in, go for a pass that's broken up, bobbled, and eventually Kansas City comes up with the loose ball. And that pass across to the cutter on the far side against the hoop zone is a good look if you get it early enough, but that one was a little too late. He was basically on the hoops already, which means the Kansas City defender was there to break up the pass. Good cut from Shimazu there, but no goal comes of it, and it's still 10-10 as we get deeper into the game there. Heald's going to dish it off. Ball's going to go to Hempkin on the side. Heald with it on the left wing now.
Pucciarelli able to maintain her
Goes for the floater across, immediately beat. That pass didn't really have a chance of getting anywhere, and New Orleans is going to come up with the stop again.
Again, that was a great turn and throw by Pucciarelli. All the beaters so far on Curse have been able to know where that pass is going to go and just pick that player off before they even get a chance to score.
Yeah, this compressed defense really effective so far for New Orleans. Ball to Nunez again. Back to Shimazu, who's brought down aggressively, but the Kansas City tackler is beat, so Shimazu's going to have space now. His shot is deflected, though, and a great beat from Quach is going to result in a turnover, so Kansas City gets another stop. And we're seeing both teams play these compressed hoop defenses, and both offenses trying to either shoot or pass over the top of it, and every time the Chasers on the hoops are knocking it down or the beaters are making the quick turn and throws and getting the stop. Heald drives, and that time he sinks it home. Great take there from Adam Heald. Great beating from Vincent Reyes, gave him a path in. But now Mansfield is aggressively attacking the Kansas City beaters to try to win back control, and he's going to succeed. So Kansas City gets the goal, but New Orleans manages to recover bludger control.
We've been seeing a really good show from all the beaters so far, but I really like the teamwork I've been seeing between Mansfield and Pucciarelli.
Yep. Shimazu bringing it up again. In the hands of Trammell now. Bring it down the left side. Trammell swings it low. Pass is going to go across, and Adam Heald is easily going to be able to intercept that. Not a lot of heat on the pass from Spicer, and Heald's able to quickly get under it. So bludger control still in the hands of New Orleans. Reyes is going to have to try to win it back here.
Yeah, we got Sanders coming in for Mansfield, so now we got Sanders and Pucciarelli.
Two classic New Orleans beaters. Two of the longest tenured beaters in the sport, both very talented as Heald dishes it off to Quach, who's got space behind. Quach across. Pass back up to Brandstetter. Now the pass back to Adam Heald. Breaks a tackle, but lost his broom in the process, and it's going to be a turnover. His broom got sent flying there. Both bludgers end up back in the hands of Kansas City. Great beat from Reyes there. That should be bludger control, but now New Orleans is going to try to drive. It's Charlton Trammell doing the driving. He's beat. Ball went through, but he was beat right before he got it out. Great spin move, but unfortunately met with the bludger, so the goal is no good. New Orleans comes up empty again. It's still 20-10.
We got a couple of subs coming in for both teams. You want to keep those subs going quick for both of them. Just make sure everybody gets as much rest as they possibly can. It's hot out. They're going to be playing a lot.
And so far, we've seen Heald play the entire game for Kansas City. He gets it to Dickey, who's got Quach as an option behind the hoops. Dickey's going to get as close as he can against this very compressed defense. Now a rush from the beaters. Great tackle from Plain. Ball deflects to Heald. Quach is going to end up with the loose ball, and he's got space to operate.
We've got a hand up from an AR, though.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they're going to say that tackle back there by Plain ended up driving the Kansas City player, Dickey, out of bounds, which would negate everything that happened afterwards. But a great take from Quach off of the loose ball situation. Kansas goal is good. So a great take from Quach. Dickey wasn't quite out of bounds when he managed to swat it, and Kansas City manages to direct the loose ball to Quach, who makes a great drive in and puts Kansas City up 30-10. New Orleans coach Josh Mansfield is having an aggressive discussion with the scorers table. And the referees continue to discuss, but the goal's been called good by Billy Quach. So 30-10, it's been a slow game here. Both teams playing these very compressed hoop zones and on offense just kind of patiently trying to work the ball around and see if they can find any opening in those compressed defenses. I think neither team wants a track meet here, Julia, with the low substitutes.
No.
Mansfield managed to argue that goal away. They're going to say he did cross the out-of-bounds line on the tackle, so everything that happened after that is no good. So the score is going to say 20-10, and that great tackle from Jason Plain is going to result in a turnover, and New Orleans will get the ball back.
It's a great heads-up play from Plain.
Yep, huge tackle. Now we'll see what New Orleans can do on offense.
Got Sanders wanting to lead his team in, but Chasers are going a little slower. He's got to wait for his team to catch up.
Sanders and Yanofsky working to regain bludger control for New Orleans here. Good beat. Sanders is going to win it. So Yanofsky and Sanders win bludger control back. Now New Orleans only has to break down one bludger. Trammell's going to try to work it down the left side. Goes for the shot. It's high and out of bounds. And again, we're seeing these teams are really trying to look to shoot, and it's just there's not a lot of space. All those shots on the hoops, you have to aim for the very top of the tall hoop.
I would like for both teams to kind of let the shot go aside for a bit and work more toward passing it around, looking for cuts. I know when you get tired and everything, those cuts are hard to make, but if you want to come ahead in this game, I think that's what those teams need to start looking for.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been very slow going on offense for both teams with the score just 20-10. As Adam Heald works it down the field again against this very compressed hoops defense from New Orleans. Met by Plain. Big tackle from Plain. He's going to get Heald down. And Sanders is going to rush in and try to turn it into a turnover. Chaos in the beater game. Yanofsky with a big beat. And now Kansas City's out of bludgers. They have one rolling back to the hoops, so New Orleans is going to get the stop and maybe have a chance to run if they're able to get out of this pile. Kansas City is able to retrieve that one bludger, so that'll take away any transition opportunity for New Orleans, but they get the stop. Great hit again from Plain. We've seen fantastic defense from him this whole game. As Mitchell's going to bring it up this time for New Orleans, and we've got another stoppage. Illegal contact on the Kansas City beater.
It's going to be McClanahan.
Brian McClanahan is going to get sent to the box for illegal contact, I believe, against against Sanders. So Sanders and Yanofsky have bludger control, and now only one opposing beater in the play. Let's see if they can lead their team in for an easy goal here.
The bludger is actually being put back toward the curse hoops.
So So there's no beaters at all in the play. So Yanofsky and Sanders just going to try to beat all the chasers. PJ Mitchell still goes for the shot. It dips in, hits the top of the hoop, and dips in.
Yep.
So Kansas City makes it happen. Great beating from Sanders and Yanofsky there to take out all the chasers they could, and Mitchell sinks the short-range shot to tie the score at 20. Heald walking it in now.
The Clanahan's pump fake managed to get control back for Kansas City.
A missed beat, but deflected by Trammell. Great defense there. Brandsetter's going to come up with it, get it back to Heald. Heald's going to get in, blocked by Mitchell right at the hoops. Another great stuff from Owens, but Heald gets the rush to his own miss. Back to Brandstetter. Mitchell knocks the ball out of her hands too, and now Mitchell's going to win the race for loose ball. So great defense, all possession from PJ Mitchell there. Blocked shots from both Heald and Brandstetter there. And so the score is going to stay at 20-20. Good stop from New Orleans. Mansfield back in the game with Yanofsky. So it's budget control to Kansas City. Pass to Mitchell. Going to work it down on the left wing here. Try to find something. He goes back to Nunes, who has space to operate in the middle now. He's beat, and his shot is tipped anyways, and it's going to go. It is going to roll out of bounds.
Got another stoppage.
A great hustle there, but not quite able to knock the ball back in bounds. We've got some discussion about a foul in the beater game, I think.
Yeah, we've got a yellow card
Oh, it's in the
given
chaser game.
up to
It's on Kyle Hemkin. Bludger's going to turn over to New Orleans, it looks like, as a result. Or Quadball's going to turn over to New Orleans. They already have one Bludger, and Mansfield should be able to easily come up with the second one. So now Kansas City will have to make the stop down a chaser, which will make it a lot harder to play that compressed zone.
Mansfield does come up with that bludger.
So Bludger control to New Orleans. Kansas City's out chaser. New Orleans can take their time here, full 60 seconds on the penalty to try to come up with another goal and seize the lead for the first time this game. Mitchell just taking his time. Protected by Mansfield and Yanofsky. Looking to possibly pass it off to Nunes. Thinks better of it. Taking his time. Now goes across. Pass behind is wide, and that's going to roll out of bounds. So a missed opportunity there.
That was not the play that you want to throw a pass away on.
Yeah, the pass to Nunes drew the beat from Kansas City, so he had to kind of slap the pass immediately. Unfortunately, wasn't able to get it on target. And so another stop there. And we've seen a very slow, methodical game from both teams. Really, both teams playing those compressed defenses. How do you try to break down a defense like that?
When you're going against a compressed defense, I mean, I'm seeing both teams take a lot of shots, but with so many bodies in front of the hoops, that's not the way to go. You're going to want to keep the passes going around, yes, because you want people to kind of be drawn away from the hoops, to have to make a decision between you, like, trying to drive in or, like, making a pass. Curse, both teams actually, like, they have the size in the chaser game that if they wanted to drive in and put their arm through the hoop, they could. I want to see more of that from both of them, a little less of those shots just going into the other team's hands.
Yeah, the thing with a compressed zone like that, right, is if you swing the pass wide enough that the point defender can't shift over, you have a chance to run in and dunk because those other team chasers are just standing in the hoops. You just have to get the beaters out of the play first, and that's where stringing multiple passes together, getting the beaters to throw at you works. What's happening a lot is either they're just going for a shot, which is a very tight window with so many bodies in the hoops, or going for these kind of lofty passes over the top of the hoops, and these beaters like Mansfield, Yanofsky, Pucciarelli are just able to make those turn and throw beats for New Orleans. Kansas City's beaters are doing the same. We need to see more passes to the side, drive, get the beater to throw to you, and then work the ball behind. More shorter passes together, and that'll break down the zone.
Exactly. I'd like for them to use their wings a little more and not necessarily skip those passes.
20-20 is still our score. On the other field, Indianapolis leads 110-40 over Toronto. So the winner of this game will play the winner of that game in the next slot. So likely Indianapolis, but there's still time for Toronto to come back in that battle of the North teams. And down here in our battle of the South teams, it's anybody's game. 20-20 still, neither team able to string together much offense as we're getting closer and closer to the release of the snitch. So Kansas City ball. Adam Heald has played the entire game, walking it up once again for Kansas City, head coach of the team. He's got Billy Quach with him. He's got Katie Brandstetter with him. And tagging back up after the penalty is Kyle Hemkins, so Kansas City back to full strength. Bludger control in the hands of New Orleans, sitting very tightly on their hoops. Quach goes back up to Heald. Hemkins going to try to drive now. Beaters are out of the play. Hemkins shakes one tackle. Ball pops out, but Adam Heald is the first to it and manages to shoot it over P.J. Mitchell, who was trying to scramble to the loose ball. Great take there, and a great scramble by Kansas City.
We have Mansfield and McClanahan facing off about mid-pitch, daring each other to throw at them, but they're just going to walk away.
And so that time we see the Bludgers go flying for New Orleans. Kansas City tries to drive in. The ball pops out, but Adam Heald is the first to it. And that kind of hustle play on those loose balls is huge against in a low-scoring game like this. That can swing a game.
Mm-hmm.
Charlton Tremble back in the game for New Orleans, working the ball up. Flanked by Justin Nunez, who's got the ball now. Going to work on Quach. Back to Trammell. Oh, drive in, and a shot is broken up by Billy Quach. And now the push the other way. In transition, Heald, flanked by Beers, gets the pass ahead and to Hemkin, who dunks it home. So it's back to, it's 40-20 now. Kansas City starting to build a little bit of a buffer over New Orleans.
Mansfield is getting just a couple of unlucky ricochets off of his beats, because there was one on their offense that if it had gone the way he wanted, it would have gotten them bludger control. Unfortunately, it went all the way behind the hoops and took him out of play for Kansas City coming up on offense.
And Kansas City really able to capitalize on that in transition. Trammell to Mitchell. Mitchell back to Trammell. Wants Mansfield to take out a point defender. Now to Mitchell. Quach running back and forth between these two ball handlers. Trammell pump fakes. Trying to get a little more space here. Now finds Mitchell, who's in striking distance, but the ball is broken up. A great hit by Quach and a good assist from Heald on the tackle there. Good gang tackling, forces the ball out of Mitchell's hands, and another stop for Kansas City.
That is a little more of what I want to see on offense from those teams, are like just drawing the attention to you, making those cuts, getting in there. Unfortunately, that one didn't work out, but if they keep that up, it's going to work out eventually.
That's right. You saw it get to Mitchell there, and he had a chance for the dunk, but great chaser defense. But if Beers aren't going to throw him, he's got to get in there and keep looking for the dunk. Heald's going to dish it off now. It's Kaylee Johnson in the game, and she's going to get it across. Vincent Reyes with it now. Beats the point defender, goes for the shot, but it's right into Mitchell's chest. And that's going to be another stop for New Orleans. That's going to keep the score at 40-20. I think P.J. Mitchell's asking for the ball to get changed out, maybe.
Yeah, we're going to take a stoppage now to get that ball checked out.
Yeah, probably
looks like they're also going to be swapping out a bludger there. We know beaters can be very particular about the bludgers they have, so.
Yeah, I think all beaters have a slightly different inflation rate they want that bludger to be at.
Yeah, and if you can get it to the rate that you're comfortable with, anything that goes in your favor, you know?
Yep, any slight edge. And each of these teams is just looking for slight edges with how tight the score is in this one. Still 40-20, very low scoring for both teams. We've seen Kansas City score twice unanswered. We'll see if New Orleans can string something together here. Beaters are playing well for New Orleans, and they're getting good stops, but on offense, they're not quite able to create goals. We saw in that last offensive opportunity. New Orleans beaters got Kansas City's beaters looking at them. P.J. Mitchell had a lane to drive in and try to dunk, and some good defense from Kansas City was able to knock the ball up, but that's what New Orleans needs to keep trying to create.
I think if I was New Orleans right now, I would, especially with the game being a little further in, I would want to start pushing the pace of the game. You do have short rosters, but Curse has the larger roster by a whole line of people. Yep. So if they can start shaking up Kansas and getting that ball in there, I think that's really going to be what would swing the game their way right now.
Mitchell's ball handling for New Orleans now back on offense. It's going to be Mansfield and Yanofsky who need to win back bludger control for New Orleans as the ball goes to Trammell on the wing. Trammell pump fakes and then just goes back to Mitchell. Mitchell goes back to Trammell. A lot of pitch and catch in the middle here, just trying to get the Kansas City defense to rotate in a favorable way. Mitchell taking his time. He's pressured aggressively by Reyes, so he's just going to swing it across to Trammell.
Beaters are in a standoff right now.
Yeah, Mansfield hasn't thrown yet, but he's pump faked several times, trying to get Kansas City's beaters to a spot where he thinks he can win the exchange and win bludger control. Now he throws. Beat is good. Chaos in the game. Trammell's shot just rims high, but it is going to be Emily Thompson who gets to the ball first, so a rebound for New Orleans. She goes for a big pass to Mitchell, who's able to float it through the top hoop. Nice offense there.
And there we go. We did see a bit of a quicker pace on the offense.
As Adam Heald's coming the other way, there's no beaters back for New Orleans. Heald's going to go for the immediate answer. Breaks one tackle and slips it through. Goes behind to get it around Mitchell's outstretched arms and knock it through. That puts the lead back to 20, 50-30.
And just as Curse was pushing that pace, Heald pushed it even further and had a direct answer.
And we saw New Orleans had to go all out against Kansas City's beaters to create that opening for their chasers, which their chasers capitalized on. But now with all the bludgers out of the play, Kansas City able to pick it up and just run down the other way and score. A great take from Adam Heald there. Mitchell ball handling again. It's Yanofsky and Mansfield who are going to need to figure out some way to win bludger control back off of Kansas City. We're at 19:30, so this should be the last possession before the snitch is released, with Kansas City nursing a 2-goal lead. Mitchell goes to Plain behind the hoops. Plain to Thompson. Thompson driving, trying to find something. She eventually just going to go back up to Trammell, who's back near half court. We've reached the 20-minute mark, so this will be the last possession before snitch is released. And Yanofsky is going to take this opportunity to sub.
We have Puccinelli back in.
Mitchell's got space to work with now, but beaters are still sitting in the middle of the play for Kansas City, so he just goes back to Trammell. Puccinelli and Mansfield in the game, working to try to regain bludger control. Trammell goes up to Thompson. Thompson's got space if she wants to take it now. But Himkin is just going to tag up after being beat and come back to the top of the play. Very methodical pace. Now Plain's going to drive. Shot goes high, but Mitchell's there for the rebound. Mitchell goes back up. It's a little over Thompson's head, but she is going to win the rush to the loose ball. Saves it from crossing half court, so New Orleans doesn't burn their reset. And it gets back to Trammell's hands. So New Orleans had a look at it there and managed to get the offensive rebound. They'll get to keep trying again.
They're going to get another poke, not only at getting that goal, but Mansfield and Puccinelli are going to get just that much longer to try to regain bludger control.
And they're really going to want that. With a game this tight, the snitch is going to be absolutely massive for winning this game and staying alive in the hunt for that bid to the quarterfinals to this Plain bracket. Plain's got it now. He's got space. Shots high, and this one is just going to roll out of bounds before Charlton Trammell can get to it. So that brings us to the stoppage with the score still 50-30. We'll have a 2-minute intermission here before the snitch is released. And what do you want to see in the second half of this game, Julia?
I kind of mentioned it earlier. I want to see a little more energy. I want to see a little bit more push from both teams. I know I mentioned the shorter roster, but if this is going to be a game that's going to determine how far you can go into championships, I want you laying it out on the field.
That's right. Both teams' season is on the line here. And it'll be interesting to see if the game opens up now. You know, it's 50-30. The set score is 110. Neither team able to get many quaffle points, so grabbing the snitch is going to be huge. So do both teams put all their beaters on the snitch, which is going to open up the quaffle game more? Or does, for instance, Kansas City, who's up by a couple goals, think, we'll just keep protecting the quaffle to prevent New Orleans from getting back into the game, and even if they catch, we're still only down 1 goal?
I would focus on the snitch here. Like we kind of mentioned earlier, with the snitch being worth 35 points, or
35
points, yes. That's going to be absolutely massive for either team. That's going to change the momentum of the game. So anything you can do to get that snitch is going to be worth it. On the other field, we continue with Indianapolis versus Toronto. with the set score being 170, Indianapolis is up 110-70. So it's looking like, unless Toronto can really bring it back, the winner of this team will be facing off Indianapolis.
But no snitch catch on that fill yet, so if Toronto catches, they'll be right back in
bring it back. It looks like snitch on pitch just kind of started for them about like 1 minute in. So it could always, Toronto can always come back. We did see them catch a snitch earlier today. We'll see if they can do it
To end
now.
up actually upsetting New Orleans in that first game of the day, won by 1 goal, which is why New Orleans is in this matchup now.
Yes. We have the players walking back to the field, at least for the curse.
Yep, and it's going to be Matt Cooper at snitch. Difficult snitch to catch. We'll see if either team's seeker is really up to the challenge. 50-30. Kansas City still in the lead. Very low scoring, very tight game. And the snitch would be massive for either team. So Kansas City is going to need 60 more points to win, more points than they were able to come up with in the entire first 20 minutes. And New Orleans will need 80. So one team or the other is going to have to either put up a lot more quaffle points than they were able to in that first 20 minutes or come up with a snitch catch to come out with the win here.
I am interested in seeing if the player or if the teams do kind of focus a little less on the snitch as well, despite what I mentioned earlier. Going after a snitch like Matt Cooper, that's going to take a lot. And if you don't have the subs to do it, maybe you pull back a little bit. I can see it going either way.
Sarah Yanofsky is going to get the start at seeker for New Orleans, and she's just going to look to block, it looks like. So an interesting strategic choice there. Looks like New Orleans may try to focus more on the quaffle game. That's going to be Ryan Dickey, the seeker for Kansas City, and he gets a shot at Cooper but gets disbroomed. Heald passes it off now to Kaylee Johnson. Johnson gets it behind the hoops to Himkin. Himkin goes all the way back up to Heald. Still very methodical from Kansas City here with Josh Mansfield in the teeth of that zone for New Orleans, so it's still going to be a methodical pace from Kansas City here.
It looks like Kansas City is splitting their
Ooh,
beaters.
and a bobbled pass, but it does get swatted back out to Johnson, who gets it to Heald. Heald goes for the float over the top, and New Orleans manages to break it up, so they get the stop. But in the meantime, Dickey's going to have a lot of time to try to get the catch here. We almost had it. A great move. He just can't quite get the tail, and now Mansfield's going to beat him out. Trammell walking it up for New Orleans. And even with Dickey nowhere near it, Yanowski's not even attempting to make a catch on Cooper, so it looks like New Orleans has decided to entirely focus on the quaffle game as Plain just throws it out of bounds over the head of Thompson there. And so a successful stop for Kansas City. The score is still 50-30. And we're still continuing to see that same slow pace we saw in the first 20 minutes as both teams are mostly devoting their beaters to the quaffle game at the expense of snitch.
Oh,
Yanowski stuck in and caught.
Cooper
I think she lulled
nodding
Cooper
his
into a
head
false sense of security there. And then
applauded the catch, so it looks like it's going to be called good.
it's a nice move. It looks like there's going to be a discussion before it's official, but Cooper's saying good.
It caught me off guard as well. I was busy looking at the beaters to see what they were going to do, but
So that is a huge play by Sarah Yanofsky. That swings the game completely. Suddenly New Orleans is up 65-50. Wow.
Yanofsky
I think
caught
Yanofsky
up in the energy of her catch
forgot that
that
now
she
she needs to
forgot
get
she
off
had
the
to get
field.
off the field.
What a play. So 65-50. New Orleans is suddenly in the lead and has a new lease on life here. And now New Orleans will need 5 goals to get the win, and Kansas City will need 6. So we're in for a tight, exciting finish here. Ball control is still in the hands of Kansas City. Playing at point. Adam Heald has played this whole game, ball handling for Kansas City. Gets it across to Himkin. Himkin back to Heald. Slow passes. New Orleans isn't rotating too much in their defense. Mansfield is behind the hoops. There's so much bludger pressure on him.
McClanahan is
And a pass to Quach, and he finds Kansas City finds the opening in the defense. A great feed.
we saw a play by McClanahan where he was just taking out slowly the chasers on Curse that were a good catch by McClanahan.
Fantastic play. McClanahan's going to slowly try to roll the balls back. Mansfield blocks the bludger, but he's beating the legs, and now, but in the meantime, Charlton Trammell is going to drive through it. Adam Heald is going to rip him down. The ball rims out on a shot from the ground, and Kansas City did not go through. Kansas City's going to come with this ball. One going to throw on through. It rimmed out. So despite being on the ground, Trammell still managed to get a shot off there, but it rims out. Kansas City gets the stop. The beaters on both sides were just looking at each other, so New Orleans had a no bludgers opportunity there, but great defense on the hoops from Kansas City. So 65-60 still the score. Healed across to Himkin. Billy Quach, who came up with a great goal on the last possession, behind the hoops, looking for space. Himkin's going to try to drive down now. Great wrap, and Himkin's beat, and it's a turnover. New Orleans gets the stop. Great tackle and great beater play there. Good coordination there between Nunes and Mansfield. Cross positions there to get the stop. So Mansfield and Pucciarelli are going to have to try to regain bludger control now for New Orleans.
Pucciarelli will be protecting her chasers, letting them work the ball around.
Mitchell gets it to Trammell. Trammell working on Quach. Pump fakes. Great catch in the bludger game.
By McClanahan.
Trammell's retreating now. And a chance to press for Kansas City here. Mitchell's beat. And then Trammell's beat too, so Kansas City gets the turnover. The bludger still back, so Quach has a chance to run it down here. It's going to be Heald against Mitchell one-on-one. Heald fakes and gets it through. A great take from Adam Heald. And that puts Kansas City back on top 70-65.
We're seeing a lot better execution from Kansas City on offense right now. We're seeing them able to take it in. Those transitions are being created and just allowing Heald to run it in, to pass it off, letting his teammates take it in.
That's right. In transition, Heald's been really effective this game. It's just when New Orleans is able to play that set defense that he's had a lot harder of a time finding an open hoop to get to. But in a one-on-one situation, it seems to have no problem against really any of the defenders in New Orleans. It's when they can send their whole team at him and pinch the defense in half court that he's having trouble scoring. So if Kansas City can keep creating transition opportunities like that, they'll be able to open this game back up as they now lead 70-65. 4 goals away from getting the win. New Orleans 5 goals away. And it took the first 20 minutes of the game, Julia, for Kansas City to get 5 goals in New Orleans to get 3. So could be in for a long stretch of Quidditch here. Discussion on the field between the referees. Looks like we're getting ready to resume here. So Nunes will have the ball for New Orleans. They're down 5 points, now functionally down 1 goal. They need 5 goals to get to the set score of 110. Kansas City needs 4. Nunes has Mitchell with him. Gets it to Mitchell. Got a lot of space to work with. Big wrap from Brandstetter, so Mitchell goes behind the hoops. It's a bobbled pass. Stroud manages to get it back to Mitchell. Mitchell breaks the tackle this time. Goes for the floater, but Adam Heald is just able to stick his arm out and intercept it one-handed without too much trouble. So another stop for Kansas City.
Got a couple of beater subs and a chaser sub coming in for Kansas City.
Yep, we've got Reyes back in the game at chaser. Got some fresh legs in there, which is going to be good at this point. We're getting deep into the game. A lot of miles on the tires for this short Kansas City roster. Heald dishes it off to Reyes. Reyes back to Heald. Met by Nunes. Mansfield is beat. There's an opening now. Heald shoots. And great execution there. Goal is good. But we've got a player down on the field. But a great coordinated effort here when that last play between the Kansas City beaters and chasers. Kansas City's one beater beats Josh Mansfield. Their other beater beats a chaser on the hoops. So now the New Orleans Chasers are scrambling around on the hoops, which finally creates an open hoop that you won't normally see in that zone. And Heald is able to get by the point defender and find that open hoop and zip it through with a really nice shot. He's been Kansas City's leading scorer today in the face of all the absences they've had, and he's been up to the challenge. He's now got Kansas City up by 2 goals.
Yep, we have Kansas City putting together a string of goals since the snitch was caught by Curse. I was hoping that the Curse would kind of use the momentum of the snitch catch to drive them forward and keep their offense going and stringing together those goals, but it looks like Kansas City has had enough of it being a closer game. They want to just end it and move on to the next game. So Heald is just driving it in as much as he can, taking those shots, and he's hitting them.
New Orleans definitely still in it, though.
Yes.
They still would need 5 goals to win. Kansas City needs 3, so Kansas City in the driver's seat a bit, but New Orleans is within striking distance. But we'll need to see them string together something better on offense. We're going to go to a quick commercial break here. We'll be back shortly.
Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quadball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempt.
Okay, back now. After the stoppage, Alex Pucciarelli injured but able to walk off the field under her own power. So Sarah Yanovsky subbed in for her. The score is 80-65. Kansas City in the lead. Set score of 110. So Kansas City needs 3 goals. New Orleans needs 5. Winner will advance to the next round of the play-in bracket. Loser is going to have their MLQ Championships weekend come to an end. What do we need to see from both teams as we get ready to resume here, Julia?
With the style that they've been taking on, a little bit more calculated, if you're going to take the more methodical approach, I want your passes to be perfect. I want them to be going directly to the player that you're trying to get it to. And we've seen a couple of bumbled passes. We've seen some passes go awry. And if you're going to take it slower, if you're not going to race to get to the ball, you need to have a little bit more better execution. And I want to see that from both teams.
Yeah, let's float on the passes. So we're back live now. It's Drew Stroud bringing the ball up for New Orleans. I'm going to try to work on Billy Quach here. Swings it off to Charlton Trammell. Trammell goes back to Stroud. Stroud across to Mitchell. Back across. Now space for Stroud. Now he gets to Trammell behind the hoops. Met by Quach. A lot of passes from New Orleans, but they're not really forcing Kansas City's defense to do anything very taxing. They need to start swinging these passes together in a way that forces Kansas City to actually rotate in the zone. If they want anything open up. Stroud going behind. Trammell's got some space in the middle now, and he finds a shot and sinks it. Josh Mansfield gets in there and creates an opening, and Trammell's shot hits true.
We're going to have bludger control go with Kansas City, who is rushing up but decides to take it back, wait for their team a little bit.
Yeah, you're now able to run back and get the ball back to Mansfield. So 1 bludger back for New Orleans. Score is now 80-75. The tight game continues. Neither team able to create more than 2 goals separation at any point in this game. Heald passes across to Katie Brandstetter. Back to Heald. His shot is through. Got right into the teeth of the defense. Nice little give and go there, and he sinks the shot.
It was nice of the Kansas City Beaters to kind of create a little chaos in the middle of the New Orleans Curse's hoops. The Beaters for the Curse were busy dealing with them. That they
Chance
had
to rush now. No beaters in the play. Trammell gets it to Mitchell. Mitchell gets in and sinks the shot, jumps over Adam Heald and fires it right through the top hoop. And that functionally brings us back to a tie game.
Yeah, and that's going to bring.
Or excuse me, 90 to 85, not quite a tie game.
It's going to be bludger control back to the curse. Great job by Mansfield and Yanofsky.
Yeah, not just to win control, but to create such a wide opening that their chasers are able to rush in with no bludgers on defense and get the score.
Yes.
So 90 to 85, Kansas City 2 goals away from winning, New Orleans 3 goals away. The offense has picked up here in the last couple minutes. As both teams, I think, see the chance to win this game. Heald's going to have to work on Trammell. Gets it to Reyes. Up, control back to Kansas City off that. Reyes trying to screen Trammell down. Bludger exchange, and now there's space for Heald to drive in, and he's going to get right in and find that center hoop again. And Kansas City just 1 goal away from winning now. They lead 100 to 85.
I think the thing that has a small thing that Heald has been doing to get these goals are his pump fakes. Mitchell has been falling for them time and time again this game. I think if Mitchell plants his feet and just knows that Heald's going to do that, it's going to create a lot less opportunity for Heald.
It's Mansfield and Sanders in the game together at beater. First time we've seen this look from New Orleans. Charleston Trammell goes for a very long shot that rims out, almost had it. But that's going to be a stop for Kansas City, and now they just need 1 goal. A score here ends it and lets them fight on to the next round of the play-in bracket here. Bludger control in Kansas City's hands. Very favorable situation for them here. Brianna Duncan and Justin DeWick with the Bludgers. Heald passes it off to Brandstetter. Back to Heald. Goes for a floated pass to Billy Quach, who drains it. Great alley-oop. And that's going to end it. What a pass from Adam Heald to Billy Quach there to give Kansas City the win.
That was a beautiful, beautiful play by them.
And great job from the beaters, too, from Kansas City, who drew New Orleans beaters out, beat a chaser on the hoops while they were at it, and just created that great lane for Heald to get into, find Quach over the top, and that's going to put Kansas City over the top. They survive and will continue on in the play-in bracket. What was the difference in this game, Julia?
Okay, so the difference between the two teams, the thing that put the Stampede over the edge of curse, I mean, it was just the execution, plain and simple. They were both playing a very similar game. Heald was bringing it up slow, methodical. Mitchell would bring it up slow, methodical. But the difference is Mitchell was going for those shots that were a little more ill-advised, I would say, whereas Heald was going for those shots that were working with his beaters. Like you said on that last play, the Stampede beaters were able to distract, draw out the Curses beaters, and that's when he took his shot. That's when he drove in, gave the pass over to Quach. Not only the execution, but just the communication between the chasers and the beaters there.
Yep, so a fantastic win for Kansas City there. They'll survive and continue on. We'll be back shortly for the next round of the play-in tournament.
Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quadball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quadball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game. Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quadball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quadball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game. Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so Quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in Quadball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quadball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game. Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quadball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quadball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the
Two MLQ championships were in the play-in bracket, the semis of the play-in bracket. Kansas City Stampede against Indianapolis Intensity. Kansas City just defeated the New Orleans Curse. Indianapolis just defeated the Toronto Raiders. Winner of this game will face the Charlotte Aviators for the last round of the play-in bracket and a spot in the quarterfinals, but first they need to get through each other. We've got Kansas City on your left in the yellow and red, Indianapolis on your right in the orange. Head referee Alex Amadal has called brooms down. And it's brooms up. And it looks like Adam Heald is going to win the rush for the ball for Kansas City. So Kansas City is going to come up with the ball and bludger control. And there's going to be a no bludger opportunity right off the bat. Heald goes for the pass to Billy Quach right off the bat.
a quick and commanding goal for Kansas City there.
Yeah, way to find the opening in that transition opportunity. Their beaters did a great job winning the Bludgers, and it's a 10-0 start for Kansas City. Kansas City crosses half court now. Pass from Kennedy Murphy to Nathan Digman. Digman's going to work on Quach now. Aggressive bludger play from the Indianapolis Beaters, but Digman's not going to take the opening created. He's going to back it out. Back across to Murphy. She swings it to the right side. Quach is there, drive down the right side, pass behind the hoops, back all the way up top to Murphy. She's got space now. She's going to find Digman, who's going to drive, gets around Quach, shoots, but it's blocked by Adam Heald. And Kyle Hempkin rips down the missed shot, and Kansas City gets the stop, and they're pushing the other way now. Can try to attack the Indianapolis Beaters in transition. Beat, Heald shakes the defender, finishes through Digman, and it's a quick 20-0 lead for Kansas City.
Yeah, beat gone awry from Peachy there, sent him all the way behind the hoops, and he wasn't able to get back in play in time to get fully on defense. So that left Brown completely on his own against the other two Kansas City.
Yeah,
Beaters.
great choice from Justin DeWick there to run, lead his chasers up in transition, get Peachy out of there, and let Adam Heald just go one-on-one with the remaining chasers and get the goal. Digman working it down the center now. Goes across to Murphy.
A great poke out.
Murphy back to Digman. Manzella calling for the ball on Digman's right. He's going to hold on to it for now. Chooses not to go for the pass to Riley Andrews off the cut. Now Digman's going to try to shake Heald. He shoots. It hits the hoop, but rims out, and it's going to roll out of bounds, so it's another stop for Kansas City. And DeWick is pushing again.
DeWick almost
Bludgers
caught
everywhere, but Matt Brown wins 2 exchanges there, and both Kansas City Beaters are without Bludgers now. Now Brown's going to try to press. Heald goes across the Quach, but it's intercepted by Digman, who rushes it and scores. That gets Indianapolis going there. A great press by Matt Brown, a great read by Nathan Digman, the keeper, to come all the way up and intercept that pass.
This time Kansas City will actually have their beaters with them on offense, so maybe they'll string together another good offense.
Yep, we'll see if DeWick and Duncan can regain bludger control for Kansas City here. Point defenders beat. Heald's going to go to Brentstetter. She bobbles the pass a little bit, but she comes up with it. Good wrap from Andrews there. And Brown is there to clean it up, and now Indianapolis has the quaffle. Andrews will bring it up. Chaos in the bludger game, but Kansas City does have one beater back. Beats Matt Brown, but now there's no chasers in the play temporarily. Andrews gets through one tackle. Matt, and his shot rims out. He's met a brick wall, and Kyle Hempkin and goes for the shot instead, and it deflects out.
Having DeWick take a well-earned rest. He is exhausted.
Yeah, ran the field a lot in transition there. And Kansas City, with their short roster, is up 20-10 as we're a couple minutes into the game now. Adam Heald operating the ball. He goes across to Johnson. Back to Heald. Heald's got room now. He goes for the floater. It was a pass
Right
to Kyle
in.
Hempkin. It hit the top of the hoop and dipped in. So a little luck for Kansas City there, but they all count the same.
Having Peachy sub out.
Yeah, PG subs out for J-Rum. It's 30-10.
Yes, I
Ball gets
Cube in the
across
game.
to Cole Collins and a keeper for the first time. Back to Collins on the left wing on the pass from Murphy. He's going to go deep behind the hoops to Andrews. He's going to go all the way back up to Murphy. A lot of just passing around trying to probe the zone here from Indianapolis. Pass across the top to Collins. Has space on, but doesn't want to challenge Hempkin, so goes back to Murphy. She's got space. She's going to run in. Find Manzella, but it's a little wide. And it's broken up, and Kansas City gets the stop again.
We had Yakub and Richard kind of going and seeing what they can probe out from the defense, but nothing successful there.
Yep, so 40-10, Kansas City in the lead now. They've been very successful on all their offenses so far. And they've done a good job being patient against this Indianapolis offense when they've been on defense. We'll see what they can do here. A lot of pump fakes in the bludger game. Now a pass from Heald to Dickey behind the hoops. Dickey drives, goes for the shot, but it's a low and knocked down by Collins. And now Indianapolis will have a chance to push. Collins gets by Quach. Heald tags up. And Collins rushes the shot and misses, but he's going to be the first to his own rebound. The second shot went in. Adam Heald tried to goaltend it, and I think they're going to discuss if it went all the way through before Adam Heald knocked it back out.
If this goal is called off, that is a great play from Heald to grab the ball. It looks like he grabbed the ball and tried to bring it back through.
Yeah, it hit the bottom of the rim and bounced up, and then Heald stuck his hand in and yanked it back out. So we'll see if it crossed enough of the plane to count as a good goal. All right, so the ball in the hands of Adam Heald now, and he's immediately rushed. Indianapolis' Beaters playing very aggressively here, but Kansas City has their one bludger back now. They'll have a chance to walk it up slowly and set up their offense after surviving that press attempt.
We've got a
stoppage. Timeout for Kansas City. They're up to an early 30-20 lead on the back of some good early transition play and a couple nice half-court sets. They've done a good job disrupting Indianapolis' offense, but Indianapolis able to score on that last one to make it 30-20. But Kansas City, Julia, has to be pleased. We're only about 4 or 5 minutes into the game, but they have a lead. They only have 10 players, and they got to 3 goals a lot faster in this one than in their last game against the Curse.
Yeah, the last game we saw from them was a lot slower than what we're seeing now. Last game I called that maybe a faster game would be a detriment to Kansas City, but it looks like even with Indy pushing that pace, Kansas City is still able to come up on top, at least for now, and
Yeah.
I'm really liking that from them.
Yeah, we'll see how their legs look, longer into this game with so few substitutes, but Justin DeWick really pushing in transition as a beater, creating opportunities for his chasers to just go one-on-one with Indianapolis, his chasers with no beater in the play. And Adam Heald's made some great decisions with the ball, had that nice pass to Billy Quach right at the start. We've seen that connection. That was also the game-winning goal in the New Orleans game. So we'll see if Kansas City can continue to have success with their offense here against this Indianapolis defense.
Yeah, I'm really liking Heald's eyes so far. He's able to, he's seeing these shots at just the right time. He's seeing these passes. I'm just loving it.
Yep, so 30-20 still the score. Kansas City will have the quaffle when we resume. Bludger control in the hands of Indianapolis. All right, back live, 30-20, Kansas City with the ball. Aggressive bludger play from Jim Richard. But a catch from Kansas City is going to be control and a chance to drive again. Heald goes for the long pass to Brandstetter. She catches it, but it's broken up. Good defense there. She gets it to Billy Quach, though, who's immediately beat. First to the loose ball is Dickey, who flicked it through, and the refs are going to discuss, I think, to see if he got it off before he was beat, but great fight from Kansas City to keep that alive.
If that's called good, that is amazingly quick hands from Dickey there.
That's one of the goals of the day. Kaylee Johnson with the heads-up play to knock it to Quach, who knocked it to Dickey. Goal is good. What a finish from Ryan Dickey, and a lot of credit goes to Kaylee Johnson and Billy Quach for keeping that ball alive.
Knowing where their teammates were to be able to just swat it where they needed to.
And a great beat from Vincent Reyes is what really started that whole sequence off for Kansas City. Not able to get control off of it, but able to get Indianapolis' beaters out of the play and create an opening for his chasers, which they eventually capitalize on. Cole Collins handling the ball for Indianapolis now. Cross to Murphy, who's got space, doesn't go for the finish, goes back up top. Collins shoots, it rims out. That shot was through I think they're just, one of the refs has their hand up to call beat before, I think, so there's going to be a discussion about whether that one will count or not. Julia, if Kennedy Murphy gets that deep into the defense, I'd like to see her just try to go for the dunk instead of swinging it back up to Collins.
Yeah, I mean, if you're getting that close to the hoop, just stiff arm the person in your way and shoot it right through the hoop.
But Indianapolis does end up with 2 good shots of it, and that second shot is good. They're going to say got it off before the beat, so Indianapolis does come up with the goal. It's 40-30. Discussion continuing between the referees, but referee Alex Amadal has called the goal good. Still 40-30. Should be getting back underway in a moment here. Yep. Amadal's called remount. And we're back underway. It's still 40-30.
Race is taking his sub.
That's going to get Brian McClanahan, the last beater in for Kansas City. They've worked through all 10 players on roster now.
And you really need to, with
everyone's got to be
like
involved.
This.
Dickey's got it now, trying to find some space. Pass across to Quach. Quach goes back to Heald. Heald's beat, and that ball is going to roll over the keeper's own line, so that'll be a turnover to Indianapolis. Kansas City is going to be without a bludger back on defense here. They have 3 chasers back there to try to stop the Indianapolis drive. But Kansas City's one armed beater, Brenna Duncan, is very far behind the play. We'll see if the chasers can get the stop. Blocked beat. Collins passes it. Great pass from Collins. Leads to the goal there, and it's 40-40.
Himkin will come back into the game.
Collins going to sub for a Digman after that, so score is knotted up now. Pass across to Dickey, met by Digman. Spins, stays on his feet, gets it to Brenstetter, but she's beat. That's a turnover. Manzella's got the ball now. Long pass from Manzella to Digman, who wasn't looking for it, but he manages to get to it. And finds Ben Peachy for the goal.
A great pump fake from Richard to McClanahan, spooked McClanahan into rolling his bludger toward the hoops, leaving him without any defense to try to stop the Indy Chasers on that offense.
Yeah, really good job from Indianapolis defense and offense there. And a good hit-ahead pass from Manzella. Digman didn't see it at first, but was able to get it under control and then quickly find that second pass to Peachy for the goal. So nice one for Indianapolis, and they take their first lead of this game, 50-40. Another discussion from the referees here. We'll see what the result of that is.
I believe they were just switching out the bludgers right now. I really appreciate what Kansas City Stampede has been stringing together so far this game. They just came off of a pretty long game against the Curse, and with such a short roster, being able to keep this game as close as it is with a full rostered Indy it really speaks to the talent that they have.
Yeah, impressive. I think they caught Indianapolis off guard with that opening rush to go up 3 goals. They've lost that lead now, down 10, but still very much in the game. And we'll see if they can string something there. When their beaters have been able to create opportunities for Heald to get in the lane, he has been finding the right passes. We'll see if they can do that again as he passes off to Brenstetter. She's going to go back to Heald. He's got Digman on his back now. Gets it to Himkin. Himkin barrels through one tackle. His shot is a little low, but Brenstetter has it. She's met by a great, great tackle. But Himkin comes up with the loose ball. He scores. Absolute chaos in the game there.
He might have been called beat before there.
Yeah, it was a very bang play. A miscommunication from Indianapolis there where no one picked up the loose ball and Himkin was able to just rush to it. Fantastic tackle from Kennedy Murphy there.
There was a great play by McClanahan and Duncan on the Stampede to get bludger control back. At one point, right before all of that chaos started, all three bludgers were either in the hands of the Stampede or on the ground, and that is what helped string that all together.
The goal's going to be called good, so that's the reward for hustling for those loose balls. Hemkin is able to pick it up, shoot it through, and Kansas City creates something at the end of that possession, and it's going to be a yellow card. So there's going to be a yellow card on Murphy, I think, for the second hit on Hemkin, not for that first one. But because the goal is good, no time served for the foul. So the score is going to be 50-50. Tie game.
But you're subbing out for Walters.
Yep, and Yakub's going to sub 2 now. Walked up by Murphy. She's going to go for the shot. Sinks
There you
it.
go.
Gets right up to about a yard beyond the keeper's own line, fires the shot on the unguarded small hoop, and knocks it right through. Fantastic shot.
That's more of what I want to see. If the defense lets you get closer, and they don't seem to be respecting the space that you're taking, either like driving in fully or taking that shot, I love to see it.
Yeah, she made him pay that time. So it's 60-50 Indianapolis now. Heald with the ball. Going to go to Brentstetter. Brentstetter back to Heald. Heald's had some success on Digman so far. We'll see if he wants to attack that again. Ball is poked out, but Heald ends up with it. Goes behind to Hemkin. Hemkin shoots, but it's knocked down by Manzella. And Indianapolis comes up with it. Digman's got the ball now. Bludger control with Kansas City.
Maintained by Kansas City.
Pass off. Good drive. Pass is going to go back to Digman now. Digman shoots, and it's knocked down. Loose ball is going to deflect, though. It's a scrum for the ball. Bludgers are flying
Great
everywhere.
catch.
But eventually, in the scrum, Kansas City is going to end up with the quaffle. It was Monica Marion who had that initial drive there that got knocked down. So great defense from Kansas City comes up with the stop.
Johnson subbing out.
Back in the hands of Heald, who's been the primary ball handler for Kansas City all tournament. Didn't take a sub in that New Orleans game. I expect he might be playing another whole game here. Great pass to Brentstetter. She can't quite handle it. Missed opportunity there. Great pass from Heald. Riley Andrews in the green headband now. Gonna dish it off. Pass back to Andrews. Protected by Walters in the bludger game. Getting very close to the hoops, but no lane to go in and shoot. Now a drive is going to come.
Draws the beat.
Marion's shot deflects out. We've seen that happen in Indianapolis a couple of times. Shots on that medium hoop have just hit it and rimmed out. But a look they like from Marion there.
Heald will be taking a
Subbing for the
rest.
first time. He's going to have Billy Quach come in at keeper.
I don't blame him. Playing that long without a sub has got to be taxing.
And they're doing that, I think they feel like it was because Vincent Reyes is in the game at Chaser. They trust him as kind of the other ball handler who they really like with the ball besides Heald, but Reyes is also playing some beater due to the short roster. So Kansas City throwing everything they can with only 10 players. Reyes has some space now. Bludger control is won by Kansas City. Reyes shoots and sinks the shot. Great take from Vincent Reyes. Score 60-50.
He had a great catch by McClanahan on that offense there, and it made it so that Stampede was able to gain control back from Indy.
Yep, and then with only one bludger in the play and kind of distracted, Reyes able to shake the point defender and sink the shot. Hoop zone look from Kansas City now. Pass goes behind the hoops to Andrews, met by Quach. High pass back up top. In the hands of Josh Horsham now. Horsham to Marion. She goes back to Horsham. She's going to try to get around. Unable to shake Hemkin and pulls it back out. Bludger control is won by Indianapolis in that scrum. Walters beats the point defender. Now Horsham drives. Gets through one tackle. Passes it off to Andrews, who goes back to Marion, who spins and puts it through. Nice passing sequence from the intensity there as we get a stoppage.
To be able to score with one hoop down and people covering the other two hoops is a great testament to like the offense that they put together there.
Yep, really nice possession there. So 70-50 after that goal. Unclear what the call is going to be here.
Looks like it could be going to Andrews, or at least they're speaking to Andrews.
Yeah, unclear what the result of this play is going to be. So blue card. Unable to tell what the blue card is for. More discussion between the referees here. I think the goal is going to be good either way.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're discussing the validity of the goal.
So 70-50 going to be the score after that good goal from the intensity. I think whoever the card was on Kansas City and was negated by the goal. So it's 70-50. No one in the box. Kansas City back at full strength. Dickey's going to come back into the game. Quach walking it up. Bludger control in the hands of the intensity. Quach to Reyes. Has a shot he trusts, but he goes back to Quach. Down to Dickey. Back in the hands of Quach. A lot of pump fakes from the intensity beaters, but they haven't tried to throw out the Kansas City beaters yet.
No, they seem very comfortable back by their own hoops.
I think they just want to sit in the zone and make Kansas City come to them. Another shot from Reyes. No one really signaled anything, so that goal is going to be called no good.
Yeah, Indy will maintain bludger control.
And we saw Reyes hit that one shot earlier, and that one was from a little further out and appeared to go wide. Still not a bad look, but you'd like to see them get just a little further into the defense or find something with a pass. But
not every shot's going to hit, and as a shooter, you got to accept that.
Ball in the hands of Andrews now for the intensity. They lead 70-50. Marion's going to come right in now and get the dunk.
And that's exactly what we wanted to see earlier from Murphy.
Yeah, fantastic play from Monica Marion there. Took the open space. The beaters didn't react to her, so she just drives in and dunks it right over Kaylee Johnson. A great finish, and that puts intensity up 3. They lead 80-50. Quach handling the ball now. Cross to Reyes. Bludger control still with the intensity. McClanahan tapping out chases and catches a beat, but another catch. 3 catches in a row, and Reyes is beat, and that should be going the other way pretty free for Riley Andrews. Yep, he's going to get all the way in and score it.
That was an incredible sequence from the beaters there.
Yep, a good beat from McClanahan, but then an even better play by Harold Evan Kula to force the turnover and get intensity a free goal there. So they now lead 90-50, and they're starting to build up a nice little lead here. Pass to Reyes. Back to Brandstetter. Reyes working it into the middle of the field. Shaking a tackle. Another great catch from McClanahan. Now Reyes has space.
Oh.
Goes behind to Dickey, who's beat. A great play from the Indianapolis beaters there. And Hannah Miller falls on the loose ball.
That was a great catch by McClanahan. The Indy beater almost caught it right back We almost had the exact same sequence, but nonetheless, it was a very good play.
Kansas City wins bludger control, but not able to find the goal off of it. Even with one bludger intensity, still able to make a great beat and get the stop. Digman back in. He swings it to Allison Manzella. She's going to work it down the left side here. Back to Digman. High pass. Peachy gets it back to Manzella. Manzella takes the reset and she's beat. Managed to delay that for as long as possible. Big tackle, driven across the line. That should be the second reset. Heads up defensive play from Dickey there is going to get a turnover for Kansas City. So it'll be Ryan Dickey's ball here with Tad Walters with a bludger standing right on top of him. So Dickey's going to have to probably just reset it back to one of his chasers near his hoops. Yep, right back to Reyes. They're going to say he didn't let go of the ball fast enough. Not going to give him natural motion on that. I don't think the Kansas City staff can believe the call.
Walters seems more than excited over that call, though.
Exciting play for a beater to get the turnover on the inbound attempt there. So the ball's going to get turned over to Digman, and Tennessee will have another chance to attack here. Good defensive play there from them. Going to roll it over to Miller. So it'll be Miller's ball once we restart here. Intensity leading 90-50. Peachy gets it back to Digman. Seen that connection several times today. Back to Digman. Shakes Dickey, but not able to find an opening. He likes bludger controls back in Intensity's hands. Walters beats Dickey, so now Digman's got a ton of space to run in, but just going to walk it up slowly. Met by Reyes now. Now Digman in the lane. Shot is tipped. Great defensive play there by Quach, and he's going to get the stop. Nice job from Kansas City to stop that one.
Bludger control is going to stay with Walters and Maroic.
We're seeing a lot of subs. Adam Heald comes back into the game after a long break.
Now that Heald has kind of had a chance to rest, I'm excited to see if he'll be able to put up even more goals for Stampede here.
A lot of chaos in the bludger game. Heald's going to drive. Pass across, and a big, big finish from Kyle Himkin. Nice job from Heald and Himkin on that one.
Exactly what we wanted to see there.
Yep, Heald takes advantage of the scrambling defense, gets all the eyes looking at him, finds the cutting Himkin. Nicely done. And a great job by the Kansas City Beaters. Digman hands it off to Miller. Excuse me, to Murphy. Murphy's going to go to Manzella. High pass back to Miller. Slow and methodical from the intensity here. Collins behind the hoops, protected by Walters. I think that's where Indianapolis is trying to send the ball. Digman's shot hits the rim and falls out again. Miller, though, gets the pass to Manzella off the rebound and scores it.
Johnson almost got a catch off of Maroic. She'd been pestering him that entire offense, trying to keep him out of the play, and was doing a great job of it.
Bludger control still with Kansas City. But the Beaters are subbing. Intensity is going to try to press as a result of that. Hemkin manages to knock it out. Brandsetter's first to it, but it's going to be a pile-up that should eventually turn over to Indianapolis. Good press there.
That was great by Brandstetter to kind of slow any possible transition, though.
Yeah, no chance to run there for the intensity, but they do get the turnover, and they still lead by 4 goals. Digman brings it all the way down the left wing. Back to Marion. Marion to Murphy. Murphy to Manzella. Manzella all the way back up to Murphy. Back across to Manzella. Missed beat. Murphy pump fakes. Gets it to Marion, who loses the ball. And Himkin's going to call with it, and that should be the 20-minute stoppage. 20 minutes, 100-60. Intensity in the lead. So they've got a sizable lead, but not an insurmountable one. Julie, obviously a catch would put Kansas City pretty much right back in. And we've seen Kansas City with such a short roster really hang around in this game.
Yeah, I've been liking what I've been seeing from them. Even though they've been playing very long games with such a short roster, it doesn't seem like their minds have gone out of it. I'm sure, especially with it still being in the summer, you're playing longer games, it would be easy to kind of let your mind wander, but I think they've been staying sharp during their games.
And that quick start was huge for them. They went up 40-10 at the start of the game. Obviously, the score is now 160, so the momentum shifted them, but that fast start has allowed them to kind of hang around in this game. And we've seen when they got good opportunities in transition or when they're able to create chaos, Adam Heald is able to get through these intensity point defenders and either shoot or find great cutters. We've seen him find Himkin. We've seen him find Quach. We've seen him find Reyes. And we've seen some good shots from both Heald and Reyes as well. Good passing as well from Brandstetter. It's just with such a short roster, they're running out of energy, but they're very much still in this game. Probably need the snitch catch here. They're down 40 points, but with the catch, they'd be right back in the game. Set score is going to be 160. And for intensity, I mean, we've seen them just a lot of the shots they're taking are hitting the rim and missing, which is unfortunate, but also the best offense we've seen from this Borb, and they've been stringing some passes together when their beaters are creating space in the offense for them rather than just relying on those kind of longer shots. The good shots have been when they've really gotten into the teeth of the defense, gone past the keeper's own line, and then been able to fire. So we just need to see them, I think, get a little bit deeper into the Kansas City defense before uncorking those shots.
The times that they have been getting deeper, just utilizing the space that they have. A couple of times they have been, and that's when it's been working out for them. But there are also a couple of times we've seen where they haven't really been using all of that space to the detriment of their offense.
Yeah, that's right. We saw not too long ago a protected Cole Collins behind the hoops, and instead the team went for a shot at the top of the play, which wasn't a bad shot. It rimmed out, but Collins was standing back there with the beater protecting him. Probably just need to work the ball to him and give him space to operate there.
Exactly.
Just a little more discipline on offense, and they can extend this lead here.
We do have the players returning to the field.
So 100-60, set score of 160. First team to that 160 mark wins. Snitch will be 35 points to the team that catches it. And the quaffle is going to start in the hands of the Kansas City Stampede.
Despite Richard tempting Johnson to throw at him to try to get Bludger Control back for Indy, Johnson did not fall for it. Bludger Control will remain with Stampede to start off Stitch on pitch.
And Richard's actually going to be off brim here, so it's just going to be Yakub with the one bludger for the intensity.
And with a Stampede bludger right next to him, I'd almost like to see them push.
There
this
should be a
one
chance to
little bit.
run for the Stampede. The Stampede, if you will. Just waiting for the call to resume play. Ball in the hands of Himkin. Himkin's going to start running. Yakub rushing with him. Himkin should get to the... No, he's beat, and the hoop knocked over. Unfortunate there. Himkin was able to get all the way to the hoop, but they weren't able to keep Yakub from getting back into the play, and he delivers a great beat right in Himkin's back. And a stop there for the intensity. They hold on to their 4-goal lead.
It was almost a double-edged sword. Himkin pushed the knee chaser out of the way, but she ended up
getting pushed
collapsing
into the
hoop and knocking it down.
Yeah, some people in the crowd were yelling about she dislodged the hoop, but I think Himkin technically caused it to happen by shoving her into it. Yeah. A legal shove, but...
a shove nonetheless.
Chaos in the beater game around the snitch. Both seekers are beat out. Meanwhile, it's back in the hands of Miller. Pass to Marion, who breaks one tackle and sneaks it past Himkin with a nice little shot. 110-60 now. Bludger Control with the intensity. And as the Kansas City Beaters look to sub, Heel is going to have to swing it way behind the dick. He was met with a good wrap. Still fighting. Ball just kind of pops to no one in particular, and Intensity is going to be the first to the loose ball. Healed is back. He's going to step up, ready to meet the drive here.
A
Great
good
pass and great composure from Marion to bring it down, do a little semi-pump fake, and then finish the play.
A great catch from McClanahan. Unfortunately, the Indy Chasers ran right by him in order to make that goal.
120-60 now the score. Now it's called good after a long discussion. So 120-70 will be the score now. So Kansas City down 5. Indianapolis has put 2 goals up since the start of the period, creeping closer to that 160 set score. And we got Kaylee Johnson in at seeker for Kansas City, but looks like she's just trying to block for the moment. Drive in is, the shot is missed. It's going to be saved by Horcham. Horsham going to work on Heald now. Goes all the way back up top to Collins. Collins across to Marion. She's going to drive. Shakes Quach's tackle, but it's swatted down by Adam Heald. Bounces back to her. I think she was beat before that pass. Yeah. It's going to be a turnover to Kansas City. Nice job from the Kansas City Beaters. 120-70 still the score. Good stop for Kansas City, but they need to start stringing some goals together, as Johnson isn't even really making any attempts at the snitch.
I believe Johnson's going out for a sub.
Meanwhile, Hannah Miller is aggressively trying to make the catch, but the snitch is able to knock her broom out. Clanahan is beat. Heel goes for the long pass to Quach. Quach's shot is broken up. Vincent Reyes somehow ends up with it, and his shot also doesn't go through. Now Collins looking to run. Collins is going to beat everyone down the field. He blocks the bludger, but the quaffle is knocked out. That's going to let Kansas City scramble to him. And his pass is going to sail over the midfield line, so that's going to be a reset used by the Intensity, as Miller continues to try to get the grab. Kansas City Seeker is just standing next to their bench right now.
It's been a long day. I don't really blame her right now.
Fugate with the ball. Swings it across. Drive. Nice pass. Torcum now to Collins. Collins puts the pass in there, but it's a little wide and deflects off the hands of Fugate on that one. And now another stoppage and discussion.
We have Peachy and Advin Kula doing some great work in the beating game right now.
Yeah, so 120-70 still the score. Both teams have been able to find a little silent offense, but a lot of rushing it from both sides and since the snitch came out and coming up empty on those attempts. So neither team able to make much headway on the snitch. We've seen Hannah Miller go make some really aggressive attempts at it, but not able to get in there. And Kansas City had Kaylee Johnson just staying out there and blocking for a while, and I think eventually she just went over to wait for a chance to either take a sub or get some water from the bench. The small roster definitely starting to catch up to the Stampede.
Yeah, they've been playing a couple games back-to-back now, and it's going to take its toll. I know that this is it's championships. You want to put everything you've got out there, but once you've put everything you got out there, you got to take your rest, even if it means standing by your bench so that you can come back and go back at it with even more energy.
Yeah, we'll see if the stoppage is to their advantage. Let them catch the breath a little. We've seen them quite a fight from the Stampede to even make it to this point, and they're still in this game with the Intensity. They're down 5 goals, but still very much in it. They would need 90 more points to win. Intensity only 40, but quite the fight we've seen from Kansas City so far.
Yes.
And they did come up with another stop on that last play, though. When play resumes, I think Intensity will have the ball as a result of the rebound. So 120-70. Winner of this game will face Charlotte. Indianapolis already played Charlotte once in the opening round of the play-in tournament. And the rematch, should it happen, would be for the last spot in the quarterfinals. The Washington Admirals already clinched the spot in the quarterfinals by winning the first play-in bid, defeating Charlotte in the process. And a lot of great matchups on slate today. So it'll be Washington against the Austin Outlaws, whoever comes out of the remaining play-in teams against the Boston Forge. The New York Titans will be playing the Rochester Whiteout, and the Minneapolis Monarchs will be playing the San Antonio Soldados. A lot of great teams.
All good matchups. Those are
Yeah.
going to be exciting games to watch.
It'll be exciting to get our first look at the Austin Outlaws, the defending champions. They'll be playing the Admirals, who I think were the heavy favorite to come out of the play-in bracket. They came in third in a very tough East division, and I think in a lot of other divisions might have been able to get one of those top 2 slots and make it straight through to the quarterfinals. But that awards all of us watching with a great matchup in the quarterfinals between those 2 teams. It'll be exciting to see who ends up making it out of this last play-in spot and then has to face the Boston Forge, a very good team, but a team that did drop a couple games in the regular season, not invincible. We'd have to see if the Aviators or the Intensity or the Stampede are able to make it a real fight against the Forge.
We do have the players returning to the field now. The player who was injured was able to walk off with a little bit of help, but walking off nonetheless, which is always good to see.
We're going to see J-Rum in as the injury sub. And Quaffle will be in the hands, I believe, of Fugate when we start here. And we're back live. Fugate has the ball for the Intensity, so they lead 120-70. Covered by Peachy. She's going to swing it off. Now back to Fugate. Fugate drives. Passes to Collins. Collins trying to shake Himkin. Goes all the way back up to Fugate. So to Mary Owen, and Mary Owen sinks the shot. Some real heat on that one, Julia.
Yeah, that went across the hoops to the other side, landed in the small hoop. It was a beautiful shot.
So that puts the Intensity up by 60 points now. They lead 130-70. They need 3 more goals to win, so the Snitch would finish it, but I think they're content to just try to win on Quaffle points as Himkin tries to drive here. Gets it across to Quach. Quach finds Reyes behind, and Reyes zips the shot home. Nice find from Reyes.
Beautiful ball movement between Reyes and Quach.
Reyes, Quach, Himkin all with some great pass in the position, and Reyes sinking a beautiful shot. So it's now 130-80. Kansas City hanging in there, but as mentioned, they don't even have a seeker going for the Snitch right now.
Avankula doing his best to pester McClanahan.
In the hands of Murphy now. She's going to go behind. Pass back up to Digman. Digman trying to shake Reyes. Beat by Tad Walters. Now Digman's in. Brings it behind the hoops. Finds Peachy in traffic, and Peachy dunks it through. Intensity's just 2 away now. We'll have a stoppage here, so it's 140-80. Intensity very close to finishing this off and getting a rematch with Charlotte for that last round of the play-in bracket and get a spot in the quarterfinals.
It was a beautiful goal by Peachy, who we've mainly been seeing as beater this game.
But a lot of nice minutes at Chaser, too, both pre-snitch on pitch and during. He's definitely Digman's favorite target behind the hoops there. All right, so no call. So it's 140-80. Miller still aggressively pursuing the snitch here.
We do have Johnson coming back to at least try to block.
Brenna Duncan this time at seeker for
That is
Kansas
Duncan,
City.
I apologize.
Heald moves in from behind. Goes to Brentstetter. Brentstetter's pass is going to make its way back to Reyes. Beaters are knocked out. There's space for Reyes to operate now. Shakes a tackle, shoots, and it knocks in, hits the top of the hoop and dips in.
Perfect placement on that shot.
Reyes with a head of steam has a really nice shooting touch, and that's been one of the prime sources of offense for Kansas City, along with Adam Heald's drive and dish game. 140-90 our score. 2 goals away for the Intensity. 7 goals would be needed for the Stampede to come back and win. Pass goes to Manzella. Manzella goes back to Murphy. Murphy to Digman. Digman to Peachy. Peachy shoots, it's high, but right back to Murphy. Back to Digman on the right side. Met by Billy Quach. Digman knifes through a shot. He's certain it went in, but the refs aren't calling it. Eventually they do. He was able to slot it through the hands of a couple outstretched arms of Stampede players there.
It's going to be one more goal needed for Indy.
Yep, 150 to 90. Indy's in a commanding position now. Kansas City not out of it yet. They would need 7 goals unanswered to come up with the win here. Snitchcutch would help. Duncan's doing her best. Dickey in the green headband. He swings it over to Reyes. Reyes back to Dickey. Bludger control with the Stampede. They're trying to create something here. Dickey is brought down hard. Gets the pass out to Brentstetter. Brentstetter gets it back to Reyes, who suddenly can attack a scrambled defense. Shakes a tackle. He's going to get all the way in. He's met at the apex by Peachy, but then comes up with his own rebound and finishes the dunk. Big take from Reyes there.
We're going to have a small injury stoppage here.
Yeah, it took a lot of contact there as Peachy and Reyes collided midair. So 150 to 100, Julia. Intensity just needs 1 goal to finish. What's the go-to strategy when you just are 1 goal away from getting the win?
If you're 1 goal away, and if I was Indy right now, I would bring it up. I'd take my time. I'd be patient. They've been rushing it a little more, but if you've got all the time in the world to finish this game. As long as you have or can get bludger control, the best looks we've been seeing from Indy are when they're moving the ball to the wing and then behind the hoop. That's when the Kansas defense has been shifting a little more. So if they can do that on offense, create those openings, they've been showing us that they can finish those plays.
I think it's when the timing between the beaters and chasers has been good. If they can get that pass to the side happening right as there's a beater exchange and then they can attack a brief no bludger window, that should be all they need to hopefully get that last goal and finish it off. Obviously, Kansas City has bludger control. They're going to be throwing everything into this defensive possession to try to keep this game going.
Johnson and McClanahan have bludger control for Stampede right now.
And they've been excellent this whole tournament. Digman at half court now. He's met by Quach. Protected by his 1 beater. Pass behind the hoops. To Andrews is going to go all the way back up top to Digman. Digman goes for the pass over. Andrews can't quite handle it. He comes up with the rebound, but he's hit hard by Quach. Ball pops out. And Quach comes up with the stop. Nice defense from Kansas City.
Cube was able to gain the 3rd bludger there, so Indy will have bludger control. Cube and Schultz.
Yeah, a nice stop there from Kansas City. And not a bad idea to look for the alley-oop there, but they're just a little bit high, and great physical defense from Kansas City keeps this game going for at least 1 more possession here. Dickey gets it to Quach. Quach to Reyes. Reyes is going to shake, get through Digman, get back up, and put it through again. Vincent Reyes single-handedly trying to keep Kansas City in this game. It's now 15-11. Set score is 160. 1 goal for Indy ends it. Here comes Digman. Gets it to Murphy. She goes back to Digman. Bobbled by Andrews, who gets it back to Digman. He bobbled by Shea, who got it back to Digman. A lot of space to attack here. Digman goes back to Shea, or back to Andrews. Andrews to Digman. Digman hits the top hoop and finishes the game. Emphatic finish. Nice shot from Nathan Digman. 160 to 110 final score.
A great game from Indy. A well-fought fight from Kansas City.
Yeah, really impressive by Kansas City to make it this far. You know, get a win earlier. and then be in this game the whole time with this 10-person roster. It is a shame we didn't get to see them with a full roster, but these 10 players they brought should be very proud of how far they got. And now Indianapolis gets a rematch with the Charlotte Aviators with that last spot in the quarterfinals on the line. What did you like from them in this game, Julia? What can they take going into that next game?
What I liked the most from Indy, I saw a lot of their players not afraid to make plays that are normally a little more discouraged from people in their position. We saw Kennedy Murphy taking those shots, sinking them, beautiful shots. We saw Marion taking her space, going in and dunking on the small hoop. I love seeing that from their players, and if they can take that and if they can utilize that against Charlotte, that's going to be a dangerous offense.
Should be a great final round of the play-in tournament between the Indianapolis Intensity and the Charlotte Aviators. That's coming up next. Stay with us.
Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quadball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quadball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game. Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quadball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quadball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game. Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quadball is played on a grass or Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quadball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different and they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quadball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game.
Like they were kind of managing his minutes all the way back in that first game, that might pay dividends because they're about to play their 3rd in a row, and they're going to need a huge performance out of him.
Yeah, and they've continued to manage his minutes. He played more, especially in the game against Toronto to start off. Had a long shift, was subbing in and out, offense, defense, but then took a big shift off the field in the middle of the game before coming back at the end. So they've definitely been trying to preserve his minutes. And we'll see if it's enough for the intensity here against the Aviators.
Yeah, both head coaches wearing the green headbands on the starting lines. Nathan Digman for Indianapolis, Lee Hodge for Charlotte. The Chasers alongside Hodge starting are going to be Emily Manowar, Madison Burns, and I believe that is Zachary Thompson getting the start. He has been huge for the team today after not playing that much all season. And on the Minneapolis side, Joey Shea is about to run brooms up. Kenny Murphy alongside him. I believe it's Hannah Miller. Oh, sorry. Natalia Manzello alongside. And then Advin Kula and Peachy will be the starting beaters. Our head ref, Alex Amadal, about to get us started. Shea's been doing the run-ups for Indianapolis. It's been Manowar for Charlotte. We are about to get underway. 1 spot left in the quarterfinals. Who will take it? Here we go. It is Manowar and Shea running again. Loose ball rolls past Manzella, and that's going to allow Manowar to keep going. Goes all the way back or behind the back. Digman is in the way, as is Advin Kula. Advin Kula, though, his beat is blocked. MY is still going, and finally just takes a pass all the way back. Lee Hodge is able to be in the line of sight of the pass before it goes over the half court. Not sure if it's called a reset, but definitely not a turnover. Hodge working in it now as there's a tackle in the beater game. Bludger control did go to Charlotte, so they got everything off the brooms up. Thompson all the way behind Manowar. Manowar, a lot of room to work. not in a rush to do so. Joey Shea steps out and forces a pass back up to Hodge. A lot of patience here early as Charlotte goes all the way back to Manowar. Joey Shea comes all the way out this time, pushes, and I think he gets him right across the line. No, it's just in bounds when he throws it away. And now it is going to be Thompson who finds Burns. Burns camped out into that middle hoop. She gets on the board. It is 10-0, but I can't even stop yet. Oh, because there's going to be a fast break the other way, but we do get a stoppage.
Yeah, and that's a really good job by Charlotte to break down the Indy defense. The intensity players were flying out. Joey Shea almost forced the turnover. Harold Advincula earlier made a super speedy recovery to get back into the play before Manowar blocked the bludger. But ultimately, Thompson at the hoops, enough for the Aviators to get the goal.
Yeah. Thompson, like I said, basically had no stats all season. Stepped up absolutely huge offensive end, defensive end for this. And I love something you don't necessarily see from a head coach, but I love from Lee Hodge is recognizing that. Yeah. Day of recognizing it. Hasn't gone to watch any film. They've basically been playing nonstop all day. Said, this is a player who's been performing for me, and I'm going to give this player minutes. Also, you mentioned the breakdown. Joey Shea made a great defensive effort there and almost forced the turnover, but by pushing all the way out there, that does break down the zone. It leaves you one player short. That's what Charlotte ended up being able to capitalize on. So it's high risk, high reward. In this case, it goes Charlotte's way unless these refs decide to make a call here.
Yeah, Shea has brought a lot of energy on those brooms up plays, made a couple of nice defensive recoveries. We'll see if they go back to him when they need something extra on the defensive end at some point today.
Still waiting for a final call here from our ref staff. Game to decide who will go to the quarterfinals. They will take on Boston. That game will be at 5:30. We are going to get restarted. No call on the play. Digman was on that fast break, finishes the other way, immediately answers, we're all knotted up at 1.
And that's great recognition from Nathan Digman to know after Charlotte scored that they had no bludgers back and to get the quaffle up the field quickly and score. He did just sub out, so concerning to see so early in the game for an Indy team that is already hurting.
Yeah, I mean, we saw him in the first game kind of score back-to-back possessions, one on an assist and one on a goal, and then immediately sub out just because of his fast break runs. So Hodge is going to bring the ball down. He's not subbing out yet. Game is not up at 1. Kenny Murphy's following him around the back. Celine Richard's going to clear her out with a beat. Riley Andrews steps up, takes a beat. Lee Hodge, I think, just got a little too cautious about that mid-range shot, and now it's going the other way. Riley Andrews is going to pull up, though. But, yeah, just not enough force behind that one from Hodge.
Yeah, Charlotte's drives, they need to commit to entirely, like you're seeing from Riley Andrews right now.
Yeah, but answering the door is Manowar, and then Thompson. Did he get it off in time? The throw from across the field. Thompson got a little too cautious, took an extra minute there. Sometimes, contrary to one of our co-announcers' thoughts, that is why you shoot from 4 feet out.
Yeah, the beat coming from Ben Peachy, I think. But, yeah, there's the debate. Do you run all the way to the hoops and dunk it, or do you shoot from a few feet out on the fast break? And the call is going to go the way of the intensity. That is a goal-saving beat from Ben Peachy.
And that means so much more than the goal. I mean, the goal is obviously huge, but that got the bench fired up. That's the kind of play that you say, hey, we're hanging here. We're going to make the plays. We're going to take that extra step. They were too slow and cautious there, and that's what cost them that goal. We're not going to be like that.
Yeah, especially for a team dealing with injuries. That can be demoralizing. You want to see your players pick you up on the field and give some energy to your bench. I think that's what Ben Peachy just brought for Indianapolis.
Hodge trying to pressure Kenny Murphy at the keeper's own line to no avail. Oh, no, to avail as he knocks it out, but the ball gets loose and ends up in the hands of Riley Andrews. So no harm, no foul for Indy, though Murphy is headed back to hoops. Cole Collins subbing in the game. It's been a quiet day for Collins. They're going to need something out of him today in this one if they're hoping to make the quarterfinals. Bonadio takes an exchange, wins it there with Advincula. Wins another one there, but that allows Collins to hit the lane, puts it through. Indy is in the lead 2-1.
Now that's a pretty move from Cole Collins, and that's what they want to see more from him. Just a little head fake like he was going to pass the ball, put the defenders to sleep, and then the quick, incisive cut towards the hoop and shot on the top hoop. Money for Cole Collins.
Yeah, and as the ball goes behind Thompson, it's more than results, it's pride for this Indy team. I mean, quarterfinals is somewhere they've basically lived in this league as Cole Collins knocks down that pass And, I mean, it's not a step back they want to take here. They want to make the quarterfinals.
Yeah, this is a team that expects to be competing at the highest levels in the country. They expect to be playing the Austins, the Bostons, the New Yorks, and they want to play those teams even. But to even get the chance, you have to get out of the play-in bracket. You have to get past Charlotte right here.
Yeah, Charlotte, the kings of the play-in bracket, having advanced through it last time. It's going to be Digman with the ball as beaters are exchanged, working on Lee Hodge. Tad Walters sets an accidental screen there. It's going to get away with it, though, and Digman converts 3-1 Indy.
And the intensity are starting to cook here. That's a look that Digman is going to take 10 times out of 10. If he can start to pick apart the Aviators' defense with shots, find the holes, he's going to be dangerous. And I think you're just seeing some offense-defense substitutions from Digman
Yeah,
right
you're not
now.
seeing it a lot, but I mean, if that's what it's going to take for Indy, that's what it's going to take for Indy. We get a beater exchange as Quincy Hildreth looks for a pass. It's going to be Ross who gets it to Hartman. Hartman, in his classic positioning around the hoops, bodies everyone out, puts it through. 3-2.
Yeah, they brought in Tyler Piper at keeper, one of the defensive specialists for the intensity today, has made a bunch of strong tackles as it looks like they're going to call off the goal.
Yeah, beat before there. Goal is no good. Not sure if it was the Ross beat or the Hartman beat. But Indy, these bludgers are coming in at the right times. They're making good on the offensive side, and here it is, offensive, defensive shifting. Digman is only going to play offense in this game. I love the strategic innovation.
Yeah, this is something that Boom Train did at USQ Cup in bracket play, and you're seeing Digman do it again today.
He misses that one, but Riley Andrews is going to be first there. Tyrell Bird, a big wrap and just an absolute shove. Loose pass is thrown away. It's going to be a foot race between Ross and Miller. Ross gets there first, but Digman's just going to take the ball. He's on the far boundary line, though. A big hit by Hildreth. There's beaters everywhere, and we're going to need the refs to sort this one out.
Yeah, that's a really smart play from Quincy Hildreth on multiple levels. One, knowing where the boundary is, and two, recognizing that you have a player on the opposing team who's subbing offense, defense, and making sure to lay a body and make that player, the star player of your opposing team, feel some physicality. He is going to go to the box for the hit, but smart play potentially nevertheless.
Yeah. And, this Charlotte team has been sitting around for a while at this point, and this Indianapolis team has just played 2 games. And over time, it might be that the fresher legs of Charlotte are the benefits, but sometimes having the momentum of playing fresh can really – there's not a lot of warm-up time on the pitch in between these games right now at this tournament. So, Indy has warm-ups coming in this game, and Charlotte's looked a little stiffer.
Yeah, and that's because Charlotte went through the winner's bracket, having beaten the intensity in the 8:30 slot this morning. Indy had to fight their way through the loser's bracket as Digman drains another mid-range shot.
Yeah, that's a hat trick for Digman. He goes right to the sidelines, and it is 4-1. And Indianapolis is in dominant position.
Well, this is unique to watch right now. Hope Digman is doing okay right now.
He's not. Let's be honest. We've all watched Digman for long enough.
He's still hitting those shots, though,
Sure.
here early.
Logan Hartman gets the ball over to Quincy Hildreth. Bludger control is with Indianapolis, which I think is the underrated story, how well the beaters have been playing for Indy so far in this, that have been allowing players like Digman to cook. Hildreth, a long pass across to Bird. Bird comes down with it, gets past Miller, takes on Andrews, and it's another long-range beat there by, in this case, it's Morawick. And now it's going the other way. Riley Andrews with the ball is going to have to slow it down.
Yeah, didn't quite have the support from Piper and Marion on the fast break. If they had gotten numbers up the field, might have had a chance against no bludgers. Still have a chance against no bludgers, but they have Quincy Hildreth staring them down.
And it's Riley Andrews finding Hannah Miller, who just crept through the back of the defense. 5-1 Indianapolis.
And that's exactly what the intensity need. Players making smart cuts around the hoops. Those are the most dangerous positions, especially when there are no bludgers back. The intensity have to recognize that that's where the ball needs to go, and Hannah Miller did right there.
Yeah, it's kind of been an up and down day for the intensity. We've seen really impressive games from them. We've seen some questionable ones. This has been a show they've been putting on.
Yeah, and they pride themselves on being able to keep steady through the highs and the lows and learn from their mistakes. That's something that head coach Nathan Digman stressed to me before the start of the games today. And you're right, after a slow start, they've suddenly gone on a big run here and are looking very comfortable here against the Aviators.
But on the Charlotte side, this is a situation they've been in before, because against a lot of their East rivals, they have not been as good in the Quaffle game, but they know they have in their back pocket the performances of Ryan Davis. They know that they're heavy favorites against this Indy team to get 35 points there. And if you can hang around, all you have to do is catch and then beat them in the Quaffle game for those last, 6 or so points.
Yeah, Davis caught the snitch against Indianapolis earlier this morning. I'm sure they have complete confidence that they can do the same here in the final game of the play-in bracket. And head coach Lee Hodge for the Aviators mentioned to me that Charlotte has started slow in multiple series. And so, it's not the position that they wanted to be in, but they have fought back before. So I think we are in for a treat here.
Yeah. And we thank you guys all for joining us. We apologize for some of those technical difficulties we had a little bit earlier in the morning, but we have solved those, and it should be clear sailing the rest of the way here. We've got quarterfinals all late afternoon into the evening, 4 great series. 3 of them are already set. Washington is going to be playing Austin in a series I'm pretty jealous that you're going to be calling, Jack. Boston is going to be taking on the winner of this. And we've got the Minneapolis-San Antonio series, the Rochester-New York series. There's a lot of great quidditch to come today.
Yeah, and that Washington-Austin series, a rematch of the quarterfinals from last year involving the hometown team against the defending champions. Should be fun.
2-time rematch quarterfinals. Washington's faced them 2 times in a row at this point. Quincy Hildreth, wide open lane. Right off the reset. That's what you love to see, a team come up with a strategy, and that strategy is Quincy Hildreth is a deadly threat driving the lane.
Yeah, pretty hard strategy to beat from the Aviators. Not sure what you do. There have been times where the intensity's defense has not been up to snuff today, but you can't fault them against Hildreth.
And Piper just hits the lane and puts in a mid-range shot. Indy can do no wrong right now. Piper doing his best Nathan Digman impression.
Yeah, Piper getting the chance to play on offense and proves his worth as a mid-range shooter. That's something that he definitely has in his back pocket and a way that he gets his offense. And so nice to see him go to work and get the points there on the offensive end.
I do have to say, in terms of Indy depth, it does slightly concern me that Tad Walters has put on the white headband and is currently playing chaser.
Yeah, although it's something that they've done before, including against Minneapolis when they were notably missing Nathan Digman, but no other players, notable players missing in the Quaffle game during the series. So it's something that they certainly have done before.
Davis looking for the long pass, but it's met by physical presence from Quaffle players and a bludger, and it's not to be here for Charlotte. Still 6-2 in favor of the Indianapolis intensity. And Digman back to his offensive defensive subs. He gave Piper 1 or 2 possessions to play the whole game.
Yeah. But I think as head coach, Nathan Digman knows that the team operates at its highest level sometimes when he has the ball in his hands.
Yep, for sure. So setting up against what is currently a hoop zone here for Charlotte. That might have been the adjustment they decided to make in the timeout to take this mid-range shooting out of Indy's game. But it doesn't matter because Digman finds Monica Marion. Marion puts it through the near hoop. Indy cannot be stopped offensively right now, 7-2.
Yeah, they're finding those cuts around the hoops, and that's been the secret for the intensity. It's a simple game. When you're making those passes and hitting those cuts, Monica Marion with the perfectly timed cut there to get the goal.
Marion's had an excellent day for this team, both playing with the ball in hand and making those off-ball cuts. A big presence for them. Perry Wang now in the game, looking to make something happen in the beater game where they've just struggled so hard. Davis is now in the lane and just eats a tackle and loses the ball. And, we talked about how Ryan Davis hasn't played that much in the Quaffle game. It's just because they haven't had the kind of performances they had last year, and it's been a slow start again here in this one.
Yeah, last year they were such an efficient mid-range shooter. This year the shot has not been falling for them, and so the minutes earlier today especially have been scaled back. But Davis certainly, when they are on, can be one of the most effective players for the Aviators.
Yeah. So, but importantly, even if that goal is not going to go, though, I think it is because I think Ryan Davis still has possession, puts it through. So Davis gets on the board here. It's 7-3, and Perry Wang and Celine Richard walk away with bludger control. What can they do with it here?
Yeah, it was the yellow card to Cole Collins that allowed the ball to go back to Davis after taking the tackle. And, yeah, good question. Let's see what Charlotte can do with bludger control.
A long beat there by Wang. He's going to be able to press off of that, so Digman's going to have to take it into a corner. Zips it across to Collins. Really nice use of the field, but Digman's now out of the play, so that passes to nobody. But Evan Kula is able to cover it up. But when it crosses half field, was there a target? They're going to say yes. Kenny Murphy has it. No, they're going to give it over to Charlotte.
Yeah, I think that's the right call.
Yeah, well played by Perry Wang there to force the turnover, and now they're looking to go the other way. Davis looking to hit the lane. Digman steps up. It's a long pass behind. Driving now and shooting, and denied by Digman. That was, I believe, Tommy O'Connor getting shut down there.
Yeah, nice to see O'Connor in the game. Not sure we saw him earlier this morning against the Intensity. Played for the Whiteout last season. Now from the Duke program at the college level. Now in the Charlotte area for the summer.
Yep. So no goal there, and after Ryan Davis and Nathan Digman sort things out over in the out-of-bounds area, Digman's going to be bringing it up, nursing a 4-point lead. But again, like we said, not a huge lead given the stature of Charlotte's snitch game.
Tommy O'Connor, an injury sub for Trey Presley, who picked up a knock earlier today, has come from the tournament roster onto the active roster for the games today.
Manzella throws it to nobody in particular. Ryan Davis picks it up. Can they get it? Oh, they get it across to Devin Classic. What a find.
Yeah, that's a pretty incredible play from Ryan Davis. And props to Devin Classic for being there to support them. That's how you play winning Quidditch.
And now there's a play in the beater game. Meanwhile, it's no bludgers. Coming down the other way, Digman eats a tackle from Classic, puts it through the middle hoop. Digman gets his fourth. But I think something might need to be sorted out in the beater game. I missed it, but the crowd was sure interested.
Yeah, fireworks in the beating game. I was also following the Quaffle, but incredible play by Nathan Digman to hit the Aviators on the counter. Another potentially momentum-saving play for the Intensity. Digman just has his fingers on the pulse of the game right now, knowing what his team needs from him.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, even when they get those brief areas of control in the beater game, it only lasts for a possession or two. And there you were able to see the beating pair of Indy again forcing no bludger situations, allowing Digman to get in the lane. I mean, this Charlotte team has not shown the ability really to put Digman into the ground if he's driving or he's willing to shoot before he's going to absorb that contact a lot of the time. But, yeah, I mean, it's really going to be interesting. I do feel like Charlotte has successfully steadied the ship. They're at least exchanging goals with Indy, but they do need to find a solution for Digman.
Yeah, definitely. They have to go on a run themselves here and tighten up on defense. They have to figure out a way, whether it's the hoop zone, taking away some of those shots. Then how do you account for beaters taking out the hoop defenders from Indianapolis? How do you account for those cuts coming in from the sides? These are all things that Charlotte has to be thinking about because Nathan Digman has more than one way to hurt you as an offensive player.
Yeah. And as we mentioned, another thing that's going to continue to be a factor isn't just the stars. It's going to be these players who are kind of subbing in, coming into active roster halfway through the day. And I think another interesting thing is going to be what can Cody LeBeau bring to this game, because he was dominant against Indianapolis the first time around early this morning, coming in for the first time, looking to work on Tad Walters here. Both of them playing their college ball down in the New Orleans area. Ryan Davis hits the lane, but hits the T-bar. The T-bar says no.
And it's Ben Peachy back in the Quaffle game for the Intensity, driving up the field now.
And Peachy's going to find Riley Andrews, but Classic delivers a big hit, forces the ball back out to Peachy. Peachy's just going to have to reset it back up top. We get a stoppage. Devin Classic, one of a few players on this roster from that App State program. And that App State program, if you were around Quidditch 5-6 years ago, was a powerhouse, right around US Quidditch Cup 9. And to see a couple of these players now kind of coming back, Most of them have worked with this Charlotte program for 2 years now. Trey Presley has, Devon Classic has as well, to see their growth because these are athletic players who can really make a difference.
Yeah, and Devon Classic especially is going to be important for the Aviators because he's one of their most physical defenders. And so when they need a tackle, they're going to look to him. And he's bringing that so far today.
Yeah, and then not to shortchange Zach Thomason, who's also from that App State program and has also been a really big contributor for this team. So when you think of Charlotte, you think of those Carolinas areas, the UNC program, the South Carolina program, but it's that App State program definitely producing as well. Classic is headed to the box for that tackle, unfortunately, though.
Yeah, for these MLQ teams, they have a geographic range of schools and club teams that they can take for the summer when the USQ season is not in play. Always great to see teams put multiple cores together.
Riley Andrews thought their shot went, but no call from the refs, and Tommy Connors able to track it down. And, App State, famous for one of the most famous upsets of all time in college football history. Coming back from 4 down wouldn't be quite as crazy of an upset, but, they've got the right personnel for it.
Just wanted to get in the Michigan joke.
Hey, Rick Wasser, I hope you're listening. All right, so bloodsher control is in the hands of Charlotte. It is LeBeau. It is Richard. They've been playing together for so long. Can they turn the tides in this game? They're going to be leading in Ryan Davis, who gets the ball over to Logan Hartman. Hartman dribbles it a couple times, makes one spin move, gets in the lane, back up top to Ross. What an incredible find there by Hartman, and a great finish by Ross.
Yeah, great play by Melissa Ross to be in position to receive the quaffle and drive and shoot. That's key for the Aviators, using all of their players on offense and moving the quaffle when one of their players takes a hit or is drawing a beat. They have to keep the quaffle alive and not turn it over. That's important for the Aviators.
Yeah, we know what Hartman can do around the hoops as an off-ball player, but because he requires so much presence, if he can just make a couple passes, so much of the field opens up for his teammates, and Ross did a great job of moving that space.
Yeah, he attracts a lot of attention. He's a big body. He likes to post up around the hoops. That's something that demands attention. And so if Hartman can add some passing to his game, he can be a really effective facilitator for Charlotte.
8-5 is now the score. Charlotte continues to creep closer. 5 goals by 5 players. Charlotte keeps spreading the wealth. There was a yellow card on Tad Walters in that play. Serves no time because of the goal. Collins and Manzella just patiently waiting up top. Ross marking. Ball goes to Manzella. Manzella gets it off so quickly but can't quite get it to go. But a nice look as the play was collapsing around her.
And Charlotte might have had a chance to run the fast break there if they had recognized a little bit sooner that Mike Morawick was way back on the far side, has now recovered, and Charlotte will work against one bludger.
Quincy Hildreth now back in the game. Ryan Davis finally back out, which is important because they are going to need to snitch soon. Logan Hartman does have the ball back behind again in space, looking to take on Riley Andrews. Goes right through, but Riley Andrews is able to do enough to restrict the throwing arm for the beater to be able to clear it out, and it's going to be a nice turnover there by Morawick.
Yeah, nice play by Riley Andrews defensively just to interfere with the arm. Hartman was going for the stiff arm to try to shake Andrews off of him. Andrews, though, stuck with him.
Yeah, extended amount of time here without Nathan Digman in the game for Indianapolis, and pretty much they have not scored since he stopped subbing in. It is going to be Collins here up top. But again, that's not really the primary role for how Collins has played. We've seen Murphy and Digman play that role more.
Yeah, I think Collins is best in the spaces behind the hoops when he can work one-on-one. He can beat a lot of players one-on-one with head fakes and some drives. The shots and the decision-making at the top of the key still coming for the intensity.
Yeah, a little force there into the zone, and Logan Hartman is easily clearing it up. Meanwhile, Celine Richard is finally subbed out of this game. It's going to be Mickey Harrelson coming in for her, also out of that Duke program. But bludger control is with her and LeBeau, and it's another chance for them to draw ever closer. 8-5 currently the score. Hildreth up to Hartman. Nobody's stepping to Hartman right away. Can he use that space? No, he's going to bring it down to where Hildreth is. Really stacked area, just splits the defense. Goes back out to Hildreth, who dodged the beat from Advin Cool. That's going to give him an open lane. He finds Tyrell Bird, and it is a 2-point game.
Yeah, it's a big misbeat from Danny Yakub, a player who usually has a long range for the intensity, but not able to locate the beat on Hildreth behind the hoops.
Yeah, it's going to be a timeout for Indy as the lead has shrunk to 2. I believe it was 5-1 at the time of the timeout called by Charlotte. So it's been a 5-3 game for Charlotte since that timeout. But I don't think there's a way to sugarcoat it. It's just that Indy's not scoring when Digman's not on the field.
Yeah, I think that's right. And they were holding up for a little while defensively, some scrappy plays, grabbing arms, getting some wraps, just slowing down Charlotte. But lately, the size and the speed of the Aviators has just been too much on offense for Indy to handle, and they need a way to respond themselves on the offensive end.
Yeah, that said, I mean, it's not as though there was no agency from what Charlotte has done either. They've done a better job of keeping bludger control for the last set of possessions, and I think they've used a little bit their kind of athleticism angles and their edges there to eke out some of those goals. I mean, the way Hartman took on 2 defenders to find Ross a few plays back, the way Quincy Hildreth has made a couple no-bludger drives that have just looked unstoppable. That's mainly how Charlotte's gotten back on the board.
Yeah, that's exactly right, and I really like Hartman and Hildreth just trying something different, and both lining up behind the hoops and driving. Not something you would usually see, but hey, it worked for the Aviators, and it's just a different a way to attack the intensity, and so I think you always want to vary how you are playing offense.
Yeah, six goals from 6 players so far from Charlotte here. Tad Walters has the ball, still in at chaser, considers a shot, unlikely to be. Bit of a marked defense here coming out from Charlotte out of the timeout. Lebov gets a step high, makes a big beat, and then hits the quaffle back, but I think he actually caught Quincy Hildreth out of position. I think Quincy Hildreth might have been able to take off if he hadn't beat that quaffle back.
Such a smart play from Cody Lebov. We've seen them all weekend. Lebov just blowing up plays on defense, on offense, doing what his team needs. Great to see from the veteran from the LSU program.
Yeah, you know, if you look at the plus-minus numbers, I think Perry Wang profiles as their best beater of the regular season, but Lebov has had the best day so far. He has been extremely consistent. Like you said, and we've spoken about this a million times, and I think it's why sometimes the championship days of Quidditch tournaments can get a little predictable. That veteranness, that I've been here beforeness, that matters so much. And Cody Lebov has definitely been here before.
Yeah, especially in these high-level games when you're playing great beaters on the other side. It's a question of, have you seen the wrinkles that the other team is throwing at you? And Cody Lebov has seen everything.
Yeah, Cody Lebov clears out everybody there. It's a no-bludger opportunity. Passes back to Hildreth from Bird. Lebov continues to make problems. It's no-bludger again. Hildreth just takes it himself here. He gets his second of the game, and it is a 1-point game.
Yeah, the intensity have put Tad Walters and Ben Peachy in the game together to try to give them some size on defense, but not enough when you're giving Quincy Hildreth a full head of steam to drive in and dunk on you. He's going to score that every time.
Yep, Digman now back in the game because the scoring drought has continued here. It is going to be bludger control finally in the hands of Indianapolis. And what can they do with it? Linnea Schultz has just subbed in for the first time. And I think Tad Walters managed to get into it somehow.
Shaking his head. Doesn't like the call. But this has been a really impressive comeback from the Charlotte Aviators. Riding the strength of their beater game and finding some momentum on offense by trusting their physical players to drive and also supporting them and getting into position to receive passes.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I believe that is Walter's second yellow. And basically that means I don't think you can play him in the quaffle game anymore at this point. It's just too large of a risk. So maybe we'll see him more in the beater game, but I don't think he'll play chaser much more. But we've seen they're very short at that position. Big hit there on Lebov, but it's not going to do anything for bludger control, which stays with Charlotte. Meanwhile, Lee Hodge is looking to drive. Lee Hodge airs one out to Manowar. Manowar flips it back in front mass, and Burns comes down with it. She takes a huge tackle from Murphy, but gets it to Hodge. Hodge tries to go by Piper, just goes over to Thompson, and Thompson sidearms one through the far hoop. If it stands, we are all knotted up at 8.
Yeah, and that's a big play from Charlotte on offense. Unfortunately, it looks like Cody Lebov has picked up a knock and will be subbing out of the game. Tony Bonadio going to be coming in as a replacement. So just when Charlotte pulls even, a big loss for them in the beating game.
Yeah, of course, this team is so deep at that particular position between Bonadio and Wang and Lebov and Goldberg. That goal was good, so we are knotted up at 8 here. Thompson with his first of the day. All right, so we will bring it down here. Ball is in the hands of Kennedy Murphy. Cole Collins now back in the game, and Monica Marion. This is a lot of their first-line players here from Indy as they really need a goal because Charlotte has clawed all the way back into this one. Bludger control is with Bonadio and Harrelson, and it's going to be another one exchange. Digman makes a throw and then hobbles off the field on one leg.
Yeah, that's tough to see. The intensity had put Cole Collins behind the hoops in those spaces that he loves to work. Would have loved to see Indy get the chance as an offense to kind of find their rhythm with Collins in the position that he thrives in, but unfortunately Digman subbing out of the game.
Yeah, so that's going to be a turnover, and that is going to allow Charlotte to try to get their first lead of the game here. Sorry, they might have led 10-0. I could be remembering incorrectly, but Bonadio takes an exchange there, which is going to allow MY to hit the lane. Manowar flips over to Hodge. Hodge absorbs the beat, fires it through the near hoop. It's going to count. Charlotte is in the lead.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, Charlotte is really cooking with Manowar and Hodge in the game. This is their starting lineup. Looked really good earlier in the day against the intensity. Played a very strong first shift in the 8:30 game. Now back and looking really solid as they drive through the Indy defense.
And this is what we said, right? The advantage of being Indy is that you're coming off of 2 games, so you're very fresh and you're very in the rhythm of the game. But the advantage of being Charlotte is that you've been sitting and resting on what's a very hot day here in Baltimore. And I think we're starting to see that really start to tax this Indy side.
Yeah, so it might take a minute to warm up, but once you have run through your lines and get your feet back under you, you are the fresher team, and they're certainly looking like it, the Charlotte Aviators.
Yeah, and that Charlotte depth, 9 goals from 8 players so far here, as that pass is knocked down and going end to end the other way, completely unmarked, putting it through. I believe that's Thompson again.
And this is something that Indy has been trying to avoid. The turnovers on the offensive end that lead to easy goals. It proved their undoing last year against the San Antonio Soldados has been a point of emphasis and something that the team has been looking for. But without Digman in the game, without Matt Brown, the focus is slipping a little bit here in the last game of the play-in bracket.
Yeah, I mean, there's some tired legs. There's some injured legs. This Indy team is just trying to get across the finish line here. But obviously a quarterfinal appearance would mean so much that you can expect them to fight every minute. Ben Peachy comes out of the game of the qualifier game, right back in the beating game. I mean, there's really no rest for the players on this team right now. Bludger control. There's going to be a fight, which is going to create a brief no Bludger, and he's not able to take advantage of it. Piper has the ball up top. It's still no Bludger. No, now it's Bonadio in the lane. Oh, and it's Piper off the top of the hoop and in. Maybe that is the spark that Indy needed.
Yeah, it's the mid-range shot from Piper, and the shots are there. The players that Charlotte has on the pitch right now are not the tallest players, and Piper knows that they can't cover that very top hoop. And so if he can hit that shot, maybe that's what unlocks the intensity offense.
Yeah, off the top of the middle hoop and in is the hardest shot in Quidditch to stop. Maybe Adam Heald can stop it, but not a ton of people out here today can. I assume the discussion has to be about that beat that was coming in right as the shot went off. Was it a beat before? There didn't seem to be that much else going on in that play. Maybe something in the beater game as well. But as we get it all sorted out, we are rapidly approaching 20 minutes, and that is going to be beat before. But yeah, that very important seeker game. Matt Cooper is going to be the snitch. And obviously, I mean, Charlotte's probably a catch would be decisive, and Indy's going to need a catch just to hang around and fight it out down the line.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be Riley Andrews with the yellow headband again for Indianapolis. Ryan Davis for Charlotte. Who else?
Andrews from that Kansas program. Ryan Davis helped coach that Creighton program. Lots of connections all around these teams as Manowar gets around, hits the lane. Lee Hodge just waiting for it, but it's a great mid-range beat from Peachy.
Yeah. Yeah, really nice beat by Peachy to know that that's what Manowar and Hodge want to do. They want to run around the back and then toss it over the hoops to the front. It's a play that's worked for the Aviators, but not with Peachy on the case, looking to make those mid-range beats.
Yeah, I mean, something we were talking off camera about is that it's really been a breakout season and tournament so far for Ben Peachy. Doing it on two facets of the game. It's been such an impact player, specifically in the beater game. As you were saying, his first club season at beater was just this past season, and you can see kind of the difference he can make for this team.
Yeah, and this is his very first MLQ season where he's played games. So really exciting to see development from a young player from the Columbia program. Has been so key for the intensity all season.
Yeah, and, you know, we're used to this intensity program, this storied intensity program, but, you know, one of our talking points coming into the season is that when you look down their scoring stats from last season, there's Diggy's goals, there's Kennedy's goals, and none of their other goals are on the roster anymore. This is really a rebuild season for Indy, and, you know, it's easy to forget about rebuilds as a team is still finding success, but, I mean, it is a successful season to see all these younger players from this Columbia program that, you know, we've always had the Ball State program, but this Indy team hasn't always had a ton of programs to feed from. This Columbia program is providing so much to this program now.
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth. The teams that the Indianapolis Intensity have traditionally drawn from have been Ball State and Indiana. The teams that they're drawing from now are different teams. It's Columbia, it's Illinois. Piper, Advincula come from the Illinois program. Nevin O'Donnell, who's injured today, also from the Illinois program. So you're seeing lots of different schools that are feeding into the intensity. And you're right, it's absolutely a rebuilding year for Indianapolis.
Yep. So we're going to get started here. It's a 2-goal lead right now. I believe 10-8 is the score. Yeah. In favor of Charlotte. Snitch is Matt Cooper, and as you mentioned, it's going to be Riley versus Ryan. You know, Andrews, we saw some sparks in that North Division Championships. Hasn't come through yet at Seeker. This is one that I think Indy's really going to need.
Yeah, absolutely. And on the other side, Davis, has been electric as always with their double moves. Caught against Indianapolis in the first game. They're going to need Ryan Davis to perform again here.
Monica Marion bringing the ball down. Richard pressing high. Yep, getting in position around the snitch. But Riley Andrews is going to get the first opportunity here as ball goes back behind to Ali Manzella. Back up to Marion. Marion looking to take on MY. Just instead sends it across to Murphy. And now it is Digman who's back in the game. Good to see. Probably just a cramp, I would imagine, in his foot that kept him out there. Bludger, though, takes the quaffle right off of him. And it's going to be Joe Goldberg firsting that turnover.
Yeah, nice to see Digman back in the game. I think you're right. Must have been a cramp. Looked like he was in pain, but back out on the field right now.
Manowar looking to win a one-on-one with Murphy, but loses the ball in the process. Does pick it back up and goes over to Burns. Of course, Murphy is not the one you want to drive on in this defense. And instead, they don't even bother driving. It's just pass, 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 and Thompson finishes the hat trick for him. It's 110-80.
Yeah, with the beaters out of the play, I think Indy just lost track of some of the cuts that Charlotte was making. That's a simple backdoor cut, too easy from the Aviators.
Peachy trying to get anything going over by the snitch, but Sulin Richard and Joe Goldberg are really bossing the area right now.
Yeah, it's been a great game from the Charlotte beaters. Whatever pair Indy has thrown at them, they've been up to the task. And Richard is now going to give a lot of time for Ryan Davis.
And Digman is stuck winning one-on-ones deep in his own side right now. And the pressure is just relentless. Thompson's going to pick that one off. looking for another, finds Manowar. Manowar puts it home, and it's 2-0 here for Charlotte since the 20-minute timeout.
Yeah, and that play all started with the decision of Celine Richard to pressure the Quaffle and to put Digman under duress, forcing the turnover and creating the opportunity for the Aviators to score on the fast break.
Murphy has the ball here. Lead is up to 4. Cooper holding his own right now in the Seeker game. Nobody seems to be getting too close. Big hit there. Pass goes across to Digman. Manowar, though, is just going to out-hustle him. Those fresher legs making the difference. And Manowar, I believe, hits the shot as well. We're just going to have to wait for the call.
Yeah, that's Hodge on the fast break scoring. We are going to have a stoppage now. But the Charlotte defense just putting a ton of pressure, first on Anna Holmes as the ball carrier, getting the Quaffle out. That was Hodge. And then Manowar putting the pressure on the Indy ball carrier, forcing the ball to pop out, and Hodge finished.
Yeah, so just a conversation here. I think it's just for the injury, so I think the goal is probably going to stand. But, yeah, it's just been, Richard and Goldberg, and now freshly it's going to be Wang and Richard, who are just able to kind of boss the game on both sides right now. They are contributing here and there. We saw that bludger that knocked the ball out of Diggy's hand, one possession back. And, also being able to keep any hope of Indianapolis getting a catch. I mean, Matt Cooper can do a lot of that himself as a very talented snitch, but really they're doing it all right now in the beater game.
Yeah, I'm probably not giving enough credit to the Aviators beaters. They are all over the pitch, just winning their exchanges right now, creating lots of open lanes for their chasers to drive through. We knew that the Charlotte Aviators beating game was a huge strength of the program, and they've proven why that's the case today.
Yep. Players being sent back to their benches, so we might have a bit of a stoppage here. So just to go over some programming, quarterfinals are going to start fresh after this. There should be very little pause because none of those teams are coming fresh off a game. The set start time was 3:30, but obviously that with it already being 3:21 might be a slightly late start. The quarterfinals will be switching on and off between 2 series and 2 series. So the first 2 that will be going off will feature the San Antonio Soldados taking on the Minneapolis Monarchs in a matchup I think we're all very excited to see. And then across the way, it's the New York Titans taking on the Rochester Whiteout. Jack, starting with that San Antonio-Minneapolis series, what are you expecting to see in that one?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a really close series. It's exciting. The Minneapolis Monarchs coming off the North Division Championship, bringing a strong roster to the MLQ Championship in Howard County. I'm excited to see what Gracie Johnson and Cody Narvison can do in the beating game. Last year, struggled against the all-world Boston Beaters. They're going to have a tough task with Daniel Williams on the other side for San Antonio. But for San Antonio, my questions are really about what can they do defensively in the chaser game? Do they have the physicality to stop some of the drivers from the Monarchs? So I'm excited to see how these teams match up. 2 teams that haven't played each other before. So always exciting to see in a quarterfinal series.
Yeah, and of course the Miguel Esparza injury weighing large over the San Antonio team's chances, leading scorer in the league for back-to-back seasons. That said, some of that young talent, Jay Stewart, who, coming back from that week with the DA. We've seen some of those players coming back from that camp really looking great. Ali Manziel has been looking really good for this Indianapolis team, also a part of that camp. So it's going to be interesting to watch. It's going to be a back-and-forth affair, I think, all the way through. And it's kind of going to be up to can Daniel Williams really just control that series from start to finish. I think that might be what it takes for San Antonio to win it.
Yeah, and which teams can catch the snitch. Minneapolis has struggled in the seeking game to find answers, and that's got to be their biggest weakness. San Antonio has been one of the better seeking teams in the country so far.
Yeah, so the goal was good there. It was just the Digman injury that had stopped time. He was replaced, I believe, by Collins. Ryan Davis is now at catch to win, and a 5-point lead has suddenly opened up for Charlotte. So, a good move there. Indianapolis is trying to find ways back into this game, and they're just going deeper and deeper into their beating core to find Quaffle players.
Yeah, it's Nivash Jairam driving around the far side.
Yeah, picks out Kenny Murphy, though, and Sorry, or is that Anna Holmes who puts that one through?
That's Kennedy Murphy.
Yep. So goal is good for Indianapolis. Really nice moves.
Yeah, an assistant coach for the Indy program. Murphy, one of the veteran leaders of the program now, with the turnover that the roster has experienced. Key goal there for Indy.
Yeah, I mean, it really speaks to how much of a rebuild you're in when your veteran leadership is 23.
Yeah.
Perry Wang tries to beat there. It's going to be knocked down. It's going to give Manowar, though, some space to run. And run he will all the way around the hoops, puts it through. Charlotte is now 2 goals away from the quarterfinals.
Yeah, with the legs getting tired for Indy, they struggled keeping up with Manowar in the first game of the day. Not going to be any easier here at 3:30 in the afternoon here in Howard County.
You know, we hyped up a lot about how much more brutal this play-in bracket was going to be than the one we had a year ago. But when the dust settles, provided Charlotte can score these last 2 goals, it's going to be the exact same 2 teams from the exact same division getting it out. Really, that East depth and the strength of this division is I think we might have a catch here. If it's from Classic, that would be game, set, and match for the Charlotte Aviators. They would be headed to a matchup with their division rivals, the Boston Forge, in just about an hour.
Yeah, last year, Charlotte Aviators made it out of the play-in bracket, took a game off the New York Titans.
Yeah, and that will do it. Devon Classic, just as you were talking about their impact, that App State performance. The catch is good. The game is over. Charlotte Aviators, the play-in bracket kings, worked their way all the way through again to steal that last quarterfinal stop. It was a challenge. They were down 5-6-1, but they rallied back. They had the fresher legs. They went all the way through their depth, got goals once again all the way through their roster, and the Aviators are flying on to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, what a comeback from the Charlotte Aviators, and doing it with all the players on their roster. This is really impressive from Charlotte, and maybe, just maybe, they are hitting their stride at absolutely the right time. This is exciting from the Charlotte Aviators. They have a very tough matchup with Boston coming up, but they got to be feeling confident right now.
Yeah, and hey, they gave Boston some pretty good games a few months ago, so it's going to be fun to watch. We'll have to wait an hour to watch it, but right here on pitch 1, as you can probably, you're focused on us, walking out on the field, the Minneapolis Monarchs and San Antonio Soldados, a can't-miss quarterfinal matchup. For myself, for Jack McGovern, for Nick Jablonski, who's doing the producing, thank you guys so much for watching. Tune right back in, quarterfinals starting in about 10 minutes.
Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quadball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quad ball is played in two halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game. Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quadball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different and they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quad ball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game. Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quadball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quadball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game.
Hello and welcome to the first round of the quarterfinals here at MLQ Championship 2022, and we have a great one here between the North Division champions, the two-time defending North Division champions, the Minneapolis Monarchs, and the runners-up in the South Division, the San Antonio Soldados. And we don't have a lot of time to talk before we get started here, but this is a feature match in the beating game. Daniel Williams, if he is going to continue to prove to be arguably the best beater in the sport, he has to be huge in the series because Cody Narveson and Gracie Johnson have been darn near untouchable in the North Division. I'm Ethan Sturm. I've got Noah Schwartz alongside with me. We're going to get right into it here with brooms up. Javian Stewart and Max Meyer running for it, and it's Meyer, the team's leading scorer, who does win it. Zeke Majeski, that was a clearly pre-planned play out of Minneapolis. It was Nathan Bolowski streaking straight to the hoop, and he's found by Zeke Majeski.
Left all alone, and here comes UT, and here comes San Antonio Soldados streaking down the other side. Oh, and the goal is no good.
Matt Blackwood has never had a freer goal in his life and just slips backwards and can't put it through the hoop. A huge change of fortunes there.
So far, both defenses without their heads up. Always having to have your heads up, looking, finding the nearest open defender, nearest open player.
Yep, Max Meyer bringing it down against bludger control. Daniel Williams and Chris De La Fuente in control of the bludgers here early. It's going to be Matt Blackwood stepping up at point. Mel Kite is across from him in this 2-2 that we're expecting to see a lot of from San Antonio here. Pass across to Majeski. Daniel Williams
really good play
it.
there from Danny Williams.
Yep, and has no problem keeping Gracie Johnson off of him. Bludger control stays with San Antonio. Too easy there defensively for San Antonio.
You love to see beaters beat with their feet, cut down the distance without making long throws. Textbook play from Williams.
Yep. So now it'll be San Antonio. The big question for San Antonio, besides how bright can Daniel Williams shine, is where are the goals going to come from? Because Miguel Esparza out with a broken leg. He suffered against League City.
And such a shame. Esparza, arguably the best Quidditch player in the world right now. This team is just different with him scoring goals for them. And without them, who's going to be able to put those in? We haven't seen one go in so far. We'll see if somebody can step up.
Right, and one of these players who's going to be such a huge threat is Mel Kite, who is cutting into the lane here. Does find Jay Stewart up top. Jay Stewart now looking to drive on Podolski. Gets right by him. Slips it off to Sousa, who just gives it back. It's Meyer working on Stewart. Stewart of the Developmental Academy looking to get on the board. Hits the shot to the middle hoop. But Meyer's picking up and going right the other direction. Blackwood is tracking him, but Narveson is there to beat everybody out of the play. Does have to throw back to keep one bludger in the play because it's going back the other way. Stewart gets dragged down. I think that one might be illegal. It is back and forth action here to start this one off.
A little too aggressive from Meyer. What do you think?
Yeah, just didn't see the numbers. I think Blackwood did make a very athletic play to get all the way back in front of him and slow down that momentum because I don't think a beater was slowing it down. But, that's the on switch that Meyer has. He is an aggressive player. It's kind of not the way the rest of the team plays. This team doesn't turn the ball over much if you look through their stats, except for Max Meyer. But they also don't necessarily push the piece on offense in a way unless they're Max Meyer. So that is kind of the push and pull of playing with Meyer on the roster. Narveson and Johnson still haven't been able to get bludger control.
Oh, and Melkite's got to do a better job there at the point defense.
Yeah, because Meyer goes right to the hoops, but his shot goes high.
Lucky they're not to be punished. Melkite, you got to keep a body in front of a person. Can't arm tackle, especially somebody as speedy and quick as Meyer.
Yeah, and once again, Daniel Johnson and Chris De La Fuente absolutely destroy in the beater game. It's no bludgers going the other way. Can Blackwood produce?
Easy.
Yeah, nobody stepping up to it whatsoever. And
Give Danny Williams an assist on that one. He clears the way.
Yeah, we call that a Max Havlin goal up in Boston when the Chasers don't have to do anything but actually hand the ball through the hoop. That's what we're expecting. I mean, Daniel Williams is just playing at such an incredibly high level at this point in his career. I mean, we saw in the USQ season, obviously key to Heat winning a national championship, but also key to this San Antonio team who doesn't have the depth in the beating game they had a year ago. It's so much more on him, but it is also on some of their other key players. Kat Hayworth, who's just subbed into the game, she has been a revelation for this team alongside him.
Yeah, we just saw Danny Williams push high. There's exchange of beats near the hoops.
Yep. Podolski
currently no ball in play.
Moves the ball over there. Stomez has the ball back to Podolski. Podolski pressured high, slips on all the way back to Majeski. Goes out of play. Not quite linking up there, but again, it's that beater pressure. They just can't even play offense right now.
Yeah. So far the Soldados doing a really good job. Danny Williams looks sensational. Nobody's been able to challenge him so far in the beating game.
So Blackwood bringing it up. It is Williams and it is Hayworth who have bludger control.
Even without Esparza, I think Minneapolis has to be the underdogs here. What are you looking for them to do to be able to pull even with San Antonio?
I mean, it's going to have to start with getting bludger control. They're just getting bodied out of the game right now. Pass goes behind. Fake once and pass all the way across, and that is an aired one there from Catherine Hay.
Lucky they didn't go out of bounds.
Yeah, Stewart gets it, and Stewart's going to hit the lane, looking to get by Meyer. Makes one more pass. I believe that's Silva there. Avia, who takes a hard hit, does get back to Stewart. Stewart finds Blackwood. Blackwood doesn't miss that free goal twice. That's his second already. It's 3-1 San Antonio.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of ball watching there from the Monarchs.
Yeah, but it is going to be a potential no bludger situation here going the other way. Ball is wrapped. It goes over to Emma Persons. Persons has a streaking option there in.
Really nice hit there.
Yeah, Mike Devine, but a hit forces the turnover.
And you were saying that the only person who really likes to run on this Monarchs team is Max Meyer. And without him on the pitch right now, looks like they weren't able to take advantage of that no bludger situation.
Yep. But they do keep bludger control, and now it's how long can they keep it, and what will the push and pull be? Christian Cortez just subbed into the game alongside Avia. Cortez part of that UTSA program.
And that's Emma Parsons up top for the Monarchs.
Yep. Persons had a huge year here for Minneapolis. Gracie Johnson, a very clean catch there on a beat attempt by Hayworth. That might allow for a pressing opportunity, but the pass just go around, and Avia just pops it back up to Cortez. Cortez in no rush. Cody Narvison's press does force a loose ball, but they're not able to get possession, and now Avia's just driving straight through. Oh, Avia shoots high. But it is
right there from Minneapolis.
Yeah, but it is bludger control.
Yeah, and I think, like you said, it's going to be really important for Minneapolis to focus on bludger control. So far, defensively, they haven't been up to snuff.
Yep, Matthew Bessard into the game here, playing alongside Mike Devine. And going all the way back behind here is Jack Sellner. Kent Williams has not subbed out of the game. Either has Narvison, either has Gracie Johnson. Only the one substitution so far in the beating game, but we are starting to see second lines come out in the Quaff game. Emma Persons, a nice pass across there to Devine. Devine catches it on a hop. No immediate pressure here. And it just goes all the way back up to Bessard.
Quick trade of beats.
Yep. Oh, Bessard finds Devine cutting to the near hoop, and he just goes right over Catherine Hay and finishing. That's the kind of thing we need to see from Minneapolis.
Yeah,
there.
and that's a really nice play there to trade beats with Danny Williams, the engaged beater on that side of the field, and for Devine to go over the player at the near hoop. Really, really well executed.
Yeah, and, sometimes people feel like when there's zones there, you can't run necessarily that pass near the hoops, but as long as you have a size advantage where you can do a bit of a box out, you can still get a pass in there, and that was really nicely found by Minneapolis.
Really critical that pass comes at the same time, or as nearly to the same time as the trade of beats occurs, so that the other beater can't get over and make the play.
Yep, but once again, the bludger control does go to San Antonio. Hayworth and Williams, who haven't played a ton together this season, but clearly a change of strategy. Hey, when you're playing for your season life, you take your two best beaters, you put them on the pitch together.
Absolutely.
So Cortez is bringing it down, gets it across to Avia. Back up top. Pass down to Stewart. Stewart across to Kite.
San Antonio content to find a weakness here.
Oh, but that one from Cortez goes flying, and it's a wasted possession there from San Antonio.
Yeah, not the most incisive offense we've ever seen from the Soldados.
Yeah. 1.5 there, attempt by Daniel Williams to create an opportunity, but like you said, just a little bit too flat-footed from Cortez, just airs that one out. 3-2 close game early.
We've seen some teams get east-west happy and not north-south, and especially with a team like the Soldados, who like to be physical, you'd like to see them get a little more north-south.
Yep. First subs here in the beater game, it's going to be Nicole Nelson coming in alongside Ben Schluter.
That's Person's way back there. He's going to fire towards the hoops. That's going to be, looks like a beat before to me. It's going to be a good goal.
Daniel Williams is quite upset about that because we all saw that beat come on the back of, I believe, Mike Devine. But again, I kind of like Minneapolis trying to take advantage of their height advantage and almost a Logan Hartman-esque Charlotte strategy of just load up the box and throw some tall passes in there.
Yeah, and I really like how their offense has initiated alongside the beating game. They haven't had bludger control a whole lot, but that one bludger has done a lot of work in coordination with the Minneapolis offense and has created a lot of opportunities.
Yeah, so goal is good, but no bludger going the other way. Cortez absorbs the tackle and a huge beat there by Schluter. Loose ball picked up. Minneapolis has really turned the tables here. We're all tied up in 3, and they're back in possession.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting them to claw their way back in like this. They look really comfortable right now. And from San Antonio, we haven't quite answered the question: who's going to be the offense without Esparza here?
Yeah, because it's mainly been those no-budget opportunities where Matt Blackwood just kind of playing cleanup to what Daniel Williams has been doing. Williams still in this game, misses a beat there on Schluter. At some point, the fresher beater legs do start taking advantage when you're on a 6-7 minute shift.
Yeah, Minneapolis able to get bludger control back. Emma Persons, with the ball behind the hoops.
Yeah, nice floater back behind. Divine's able to get that one back up in the air. It's a jump ball that is going to be won eventually. No, it's just a scrap between Jay Stewart and Jack Selner that eventually is just won by neither of them. Catherine Hayward coming over to clean it up.
Yeah, but you like to see that hustle and aggressiveness from the Monarchs to match the intensity that the Soldados have brought in the past.
Yep. So 3-3 the score still here. Of course, as we get later in the game, if we're talking about snitch on pitch, Jay Stewart, one of the best seekers in the league for San Antonio. Minneapolis has not been a huge snitch on pitch team, so it could be interesting as we get deeper in it. Just a turnover there. I honestly looked down at my roster for 1 second. Suddenly the ball was in the keeper's hands.
Looking at, and it's Minneapolis with bludger control.
Yep. Yeah, it's been a good shift so far here from Nelson and Schluter.
Really well done.
Yeah, I mean this when we talk about beater cores, you can always highlight those top lines, but the ability to play through a few lines matters. It's what Boston's always been able to do. And it's what Minneapolis has been able to do this season. Schluter is escorting in Bessard, who flips one over the top. It's going to be a missed shot there out of Cassandra Evans, but the ball eventually finds its way to Jack Selner, who puts it in. 4-3 Minneapolis leads.
Yeah, I really like how their positioning has been offensively. Right, you see all those bodies around the hoops, bigger, taller, and really able to make a difference so far.
Yep, 4-3 now the score here. And yeah, like you said, it's a team that seems willing to find ways to break down these zones instead of just standing around waiting, which we've definitely seen a lot of so far here early today. Bradley Himes now in the game. Pass goes all the way back to Eric Reyes, one of the most veteran people in this entire tournament. And what a beautiful look. I believe that was Dylan Freeman. He picked out cutting to the hoop.
Yeah, what a nice turn and spin there from Freeman. Really well done.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very young San Antonio team. They're relying super heavily on a core from UTSA and from Texas State. But then when you have players like Freeman, who's been around forever, a player like Eric Reyes, who's been around forever, sometimes when the game feels like it's getting away from you, you just need those veteran presence to step in.
Well, there are just some players that are spark plugs off the bench. They add a level of physicality that might not be there, maybe a level of size that hasn't been there in some of the previous lines, and they're maybe a better matchup here for what Minneapolis has shown early.
Yeah, so we're all knotted up at 4 because, like you said, Minneapolis kind of went big with their second line.
Very
That's how
big,
they got
much
their
bigger.
goals. Yeah.
And we haven't seen a lot of Max Meyer, who's now behind the hoops, and the ball's going to find him right now, and that was clearly part of the strategy.
Flying through the air is Freeman to knock that one down. The ball eventually did fall to Seth Swenson, but puts that one over the hoop. No goal there.
Yeah, I didn't like the decision-making there from Meyer. We've seen a lot of really good shots around the hoops from Minneapolis so far, and a long shot like that isn't what the offense has been effective for so far.
Yep. Still not up at 4, though, here early in this quarterfinal. This is a best 2 out of 3 series. Winner goes on to play the winner of Boston and Charlotte, which will be taking place on the same pitch, game 1 right after this. Pass over to Sousa there. And it's Blackwood with it up top. Patience here from Blackwood in behind Bradley Himes, who has a bludger. Bludger control is with Himes and Heinbaugh. Freeman zips it back to Reyes. Reyes created from here once already. This time he just rips it all the way back up to Blackwood. Patience out of San Antonio, just looking for something to move the needle.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of flat feet here from San Antonio.
Yeah, I think they may have even drawn out a stall warning here from our head ref. Sousa has so much space here. She's finally going to take it, gets it to Reyes. Reyes' feet moving. That's what we want to see. Just goes over to Freeman. There has been such composed play out of Eric Reyes here.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of pivot from. Oh, and here's Meyer down the pitch. Meyer running, trying to get around the defense. Eventually does. The shot's going to be no good. Not the best shot.
It's going to get another chance here. Just leaves Reyes behind. Dodges a beat. Goes flying into a tackle. I think that could end up in a card.
They're going to call it tackle from behind, it looks like.
Yep.
He was moving forward with his back turns to the goal. I'm not so sure it's a tackle from behind in that situation.
Yeah, I think they're going to talk about it. But, there's benefits to Reyes, when we're talking about, the way he can create behind the hoops. One thing he's not going to do is stop Max Myers in stride and keep up with him down the field.
Yeah, we've seen so many teams have have success pivoting back behind the goals and then attacking from behind the hoops. And what you're doing is you're just forcing the defense to move and shift. And if you stay with happy feet and you make good cuts, you're going to find success as the defense shifts to recover.
What you're also doing is you're making their beaters turn their heads away from your beaters, which is also obviously a huge advantage, and any shots you're taking are going back to your side of the field. So a lot of reasons teams would attack a 2-2 from behind, but Ray is doing a very nice job of it here early, and it is a 5-4 lead for San Antonio.
And it looks like there was no card on that hit, by the way.
Yep. So Alex Vega into the game now along with Cortez. Bludger's flying. That's a long shot pass there that is going to be knocked down by Reyes. Reyes already 2 assists, but Freeman is not on the field anymore, so that option's out. And it's a big tackle there by Meyer that's going to force, I believe, a turnover. No! Oh, my God. Schluter loses track of the ball, and it's a shot attempt out of nowhere from Cortez. Not able to get it done, but need a little bit better awareness there from Schluter.
And a good tackle there by Meyer on the up top.
Nelson and Heinball go into it there. I think Heinball might be headed to the box. They were both charging for the same loose bludgeon. I think Heinball might have gone through the back. We're going to wait for a call, but yeah, I mean, it's been a very level playing field so far. It seems like both teams have ideas of how they want to attack each other's defense, and they've had success and they've had failures.
Who's going to execute what's already been successful so far better for the rest of the game? I think San Antonio would like to get back into their first beater set. That's where they had the most success and had the most bludger control. But bludger control didn't mean defensive stops for San Antonio early in this game, and credit Minneapolis for that.
Yeah, Max Meyer bringing the ball down. Cortez a big hit, and it's going to go loose and out of bounds. I'm not sure who kicked it. There are a lot of players in the area. That's why we have the refs here. Of course, I think one thing that at least we didn't know as analysts, because he was on the tournament roster, but obviously not playing, Alex Abanner has been such a huge presence for this team this season, and I don't see him on the sideline. Must not be with the team this weekend. That is a big scoring threat for this Minneapolis team that is not present.
Yeah. And we were talking about active feet a second ago. In Quidditch, active hands are so important, especially defensively. When you're only carrying the quaffle with one hand, it's really easy to go and tear that thing away, and that's what we just saw in that hit.
Podolsky, nice find to Meyer, but Meyer gets shut down again by Reyes. Meyer's going to get another opportunity. This time makes that extra move, goes over the head of Cortez, puts it in. We're all knotted up at 5.
Yeah, nice move there from Meyer. I'd like to see more of that. I'd like to see more cutting close to the hoops, if at all possible, than some of the long shots that we've seen previously from him.
Yeah, I mean, against these zones, it's so tricky to take that longer range shot unless you're in very specific positions. So all knotted up at 5 here. We're about 14 minutes into this one in what's a very important quarterfinal. Minneapolis first of all, has never won a game at MLQ Championships. Has never been to a semifinal. The North hasn't been to the semifinal in quite a few years at this point. For San Antonio, they've never missed a semifinal in the history of their franchise. So a lot of legacy things being on the line here.
Yeah, and I really like the way that Minneapolis has played so far.
Sousa with the ball on the near side, walking it down. Nobody's stepping out to her, but she doesn't seem to be interested in taking that space. Schluter, though, misses a beat, but Podolsky, I love what Podolsky did there. There's only one passing lane for Sousa when she's in that corner. He just cut off the only passing lane and just took it right down. He doesn't need to make a tackle on her. All he has to do is make it impossible for her to pass.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to stoppage and play here.
Yeah, I think San Antonio might have forced them back across the keeper zone line, which is going to be a real costly mistake. That's just going to be a free goal for San Antonio. Don't like to speak too soon, but it seems like Eric Reyes has a lot of open field in front of him.
Yeah, he's definitely an odds-on favorite to put this one home. Scrappy play there from San Antonio to be able to force that turnover.
Yeah, it's one of the nice things I like. Obviously, new rule in MLQ this year that the keeper zone is a hard boundary. You can never go back behind it once you've crossed it. I love that teams have taken advantage of that to press up in that area when there's no beaters around. Hey, worst case, the beater shows up, they beat you, you end up back at your hoops playing half-court defense. Best case, you find a chance for a push over the line, suddenly you get a free turnover.
Yeah, as we find a cutting player here. Oh,
yep.
Nice finish.
Christian Cortez finishing confidently over Evans.
Yeah, and in soccer, sometimes we see what they call like a big touch press. If one of the defenders takes too big of a touch, or even in the midfield, that's when the press is initiated. And as you directly walk over to that keeper zone, it is a nice area to find like a big touch press in Quidditch.
So the goal is good. That was Cortez scoring over Stomez, not over Evans. That was my mistake. 6-5 now in favor of San Antonio. and Hayworth and De La Fuente are in control of bludgers.
And Eric Ray has been hugely important offensively as a distributor behind the hoops for San Antonio. We haven't seen a whole ton of other forms of offense outside of the fast break or Danny Williams creating for the Chasers so far.
Yep. High press here from De La Fuente. Not going to cost him bludger control. But there's some space here for Podolski to potentially carve out. He is running in the direction of De La Fuente, though. He did not notice he was there. Last second dump off to Max Meyer. Meyer's just going to rip one. That is a beautiful field. But no, it's Mike Devine who can't finish that one. He was looking so good early in the game. Thought he was going to finish that one comfortably. Not able to. It's another pass back. Stomez this time has it. Stomez considering a few shooting options. She rips one low. Meyer's going to be there first. It is going to be reset used, but hey, Minneapolis happy to keep possession. Smart there from Meyer. Doesn't cross half court until his beaters can escort him in. Gracie Johnson, Cody Narveson in the game, and for the first time, they have bludger control. Meyer puts it back to Devine. Devine working on Vega. Goes around. Middle hoop. Mike Devine will not miss twice, and as long as it stands, we will have a tie game.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to be a couple costly mistakes right there in a row for Minnesota, but they're able to convert here. So we think for now. And Devine with a big one for Minneapolis to stay in this one.
Yeah, and I really like that Minneapolis is finding smart ways to attack 2-2 zones. Goal stands, so it will be knotted up at 6 here. Because you're right, San Antonio, Eric Reyes has created a little bit, or they've scored on fast breaks. That's where their goals have been coming from. But
it's interesting. I've liked Minneapolis' scoring options a little bit better without Meyer on the pitch. They seem to be a little heliocentric when he's in. And sometimes the decision, and he is going to sub off now. We'll see if some of the big man options in the middle kind of open up again for them.
Yeah, Bassard and Devine had very nice shift the first time around. They're now back in the game together. Jay Stewart, who was also had a really nice shift for San Antonio early on in the game alongside Avia. Avia was able to open up some chances, wasn't able to finish any of them early on. We'll see if he can change his luck around in a tight 6-6 game here. Stewart lofts one up. Blackwood's going to come up with it behind the hoops.
Yeah, and this has been a really fun one so far.
Narveson wins an exchange with Hayworth. Now looking to press, clears out Stewart. This is going to be an attempt the other way if they see it. Yeah, Bessard's going to get running. Like you said, without Max Meyer, not a huge fast breaking team. Devine is actively subbing out of the game, so that's going to kill the fast break. Unfortunately, I think they're going to lose bludger control because the beaters went aggressive without the Quaffle players. Just a mistake of communication there from Minneapolis.
And the first one so far we've seen where the beaters and the Quaffle players weren't able to communicate effectively.
Yeah, that said, somehow bludger control did end up back. Cody Narveson got a ball back. Not sure how. Zeke Majewski is going to zip it behind. It's a ripped shot there by Jack Selner. If it's no good, it is going to be out of bounds on him. And yeah, I think San Antonio is going to clean that one up. But again, another good look there for Minneapolis in the half court.
Yeah, I think so far they've done a really good job. Not being able to capitalize on a fast break opportunity like that is going to be problematic.
Yep. Stewart, a lot of space here, but not interested in taking it. Finally, Selner's going to step out and force him back. Bludger control did go to San Antonio by the end of that play, so De La Fuente and Hayworth have it back from Narveson and Johnson. Stewart bringing it down the near side here. Looking to get his team back in the lead. Nobody's stepping. When the player is flat to the hoops, they are purposely not stepping out on that player, which is a smart way to play the zone.
Yeah, good choice.
I believe that's Avias bringing it down the far side and getting it up to Blackwood. Patience here from San Antonio, but like you said, flat feet from San Antonio is a lot of what we see in the half court.
A lot of east-west, not a lot of cuts. They're trying to cut off of beater engagement. Here is the cut from Jay Stewart.
Yep. That was the exact idea. They finally created the no bludger. At that exact moment, they go to Stewart, and Stewart just so dynamic, able to put that one through. 7-6 now, San Antonio.
Yeah, you have to be able to stay. You have to be able to stay in front of a man in Quidditch, especially as a chaser, even without a beater. And when the teams are that flat-footed, and the cut is going to come from one player, rallying around that player is really going to be the best way to close at the hoops.
Yeah, timeout called here in a 7-6 game one of this quarterfinal. A series that could really go back and forth either way, but it really seems like where bludger control goes, kind of the points seem to follow. I know that's a very simple way to summarize Quidditch, but in this game it's been very contested. We've seen some pretty one-sided beater affairs, and it really seems like it's a personnel situation for who is dominating the beater game right now.
Yeah, right. When Danny Williams is in, you really like what San Antonio is doing. When Cody Narveson's been in, you really like what Minneapolis has been doing.
But perhaps importantly, when they were facing off, Daniel Williams was getting the better. It wasn't close.
I think he's pretty clearly been the best player in the field so far.
Yeah.
And that's important for San Antonio, who's got a lead. That when your best player when your best player's on the field and it leads to you scoring more than the other team, like you said, it's simple, but you have to feel good about how you're going to close this thing out.
Yeah. And on Minneapolis side, it's been somewhat missed opportunities, right? It's been fast breaks they haven't seen or fast breaks where they haven't converted. I would say that San Antonio, when the bludgers aren't there, when everything's on the ground, they seem to be converting consistently. They've just had more trouble creating the situations, whereas Minneapolis has had more opportunities and probably less finishes.
So coming out of this timeout, who do you like to have the better stretch from here to the 20-minute mark?
I would expect it to be Minneapolis. Can I say the caveat that if Daniel Williams subs right back into this game, I'm going to change my mind?
Okay, sure. We'll give you that.
I assume they're holding Williams for the 20-minute mark at this point. I think that would make a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm.
So if that's the case, I do think Minneapolis should be able to get the better.
It has been a long break for Williams.
Yeah.
We haven't seen him on the field in a while. But you're right. Holding him to the 20-minute mark, we're at 18-20 now, is a good strategy.
Yeah, because the thing about it is, Cody Narveson and Gracie Johnson, while their team has not been able to catch snitches, have been so good in the post 20-minute mark of playing both the snitch game and the quaffle game in a way that's completely blown teams off. And I think they want to save Daniel Williams to contest them at that moment because honestly, without him, they're holding serve at least in the quaffle game. It's going to be Bessard with the ball over to Emma Persons, who's playing her second shift. Nobody's stepping out to her, so she's going to walk it down. It goes all the way into the deep corner.
And there's Daniel Williams
Yeah.
again, able to beat with his feet. Now he's going forward. He's surging forward. He's going to make a beat on a beater.
Yep, and that's going to clear it out and allow Jay Stewart to run. Emma Persons finally going to step. It's a pass across to Amber Bonham, but it's a big hit there by Selner. Might be getting a card for it. Selner, you can tell, does not like the
Might
call.
be getting bailed out. Really bad choice there from Stewart to throw to the defended player. Seemed to have a lane. I really like Stewart's chances of finishing there with a head of steam and Danny Williams in front of him.
Yeah, Persons was definitely a step late to step up. I think there was a chance to make a move on them and then find from there. But again, there was an instantaneous change to the game when Daniel Williams. Minneapolis can't play offense when Daniel Williams is out there because he's just covering the entire defensive field. And obviously, I mean, partner-wise too, has been getting really good partner work as well.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, it looks like it is going to be a yellow card for the hit.
So Matt Melton, head ref, just explained to Amber Bonham her options, which is to basically set up herself up anywhere along the keeper's own line. And I think that's going to create some real space for her. Gracie Johnson's in front of two of those hoops, but she's wearing a black headband, so there's nothing she can do about it. And Bonham hits the confident 5-yard mid-range shot, and Minneapolis back out on top 80-60.
And once again, give an assist to Daniel Williams on that one. Really good play there. To be able to started the play about 20 feet behind the hoops, end the play right at the keeper's own line of Minneapolis.
Yep. So Narveson and Johnson, the one thing they've not been able to do is take bludger control off of Williams and Hayworth. We'll see if that can change here. It really needs to because we're approaching the 20-minute mark, and you don't want San Antonio to have that advantage. We're under a minute away from it. Pass across there. I believe it's Swenson coming down with it.
Danny Williams cleaning things up behind the hoops.
Yeah. And that forces Persons to just throw it away. No passing options. Every single quaffle player had been beat out of the play.
Yeah, so Danny Williams, instead of taking on the engaged beater, threw the bludger back, used the momentum of running back to the hoops to tap in to beat out the player behind the hoops, and then coming back to the hoops, beat out the player in front of the hoops. And as the pass goes up, all you see is San Antonio players, and that's why it looked like the pass went nowhere.
Yeah. Big play there by Matt Bessard when the ball was on the ground. Just kind of ran back into the play and just went for a desperate kick. He just kind of sent it back behind the keeper's zone, but I think it prevented what would have been a very free no-bludger situation for San Antonio. So at least stopping the goal there.
Really heads-up play.
Yeah. So it's going to be a via bringing the ball down. Still bludger control with Hayworth and Williams.
And we are at the 20-minute mark. This is going to be the last possession of the half.
Yeah, so San Antonio knows they're going to be going into intermission with at least a 2-point lead, if not a 3-point lead, and bludger control. Jay Stewart looking to make it 3.
He seems to think it went in.
Hey, you got to celebrate your goals. Otherwise, why would the ref ever give it to you? I can't tell from my angle, but that's why we got the ref
It didn't
down
look like it went in from here, but yeah, Jay clearly it started celebrating immediately, thinking he went through the hoops and is dapping up the teammates now.
Yeah. But yeah, if goal is good. Goal is good. So A really nice run down the stretch there from San Antonio. Open up a 3-point lead in what had been really a back-and-forth affair the entire way.
Yeah, San Antonio has to feel really good about closing things out, about the way that they closed it out. And like you said, if Danny Williams had subbed back in the game, you liked San Antonio to close out stronger, and of course that's exactly what happened.
Yep. And now it's going to be interesting to see. First of all, does Minneapolis even have a way to catch? Can Jay Stewart deliver big and continue to kind of cement himself as one of the stronger young seekers in the entire sport? Or can, if this goes long, can the way that Gracie Johnson and Cody Narveson are so good at playing both sides of the ball make a difference and get Minneapolis back in this game?
I'm interested to see how San Antonio chooses to attack the snitch on pitch situation, because I think one thing we've noticed is that Minneapolis has so much more size than San Antonio does, which is not something I expected. But has so much more size, and with a snitch on pitch situation, if the bludgers are pulled away, if they choose to put their bludgers on the snitch, I'd expect Minneapolis to have an edge, at least in when the game is slowed down and they have possession. Now going back the other way, they might not be able to keep up, but if they're able to get back on defense, I think Minneapolis is going to have an easier time of scoring with no bludgers in the game.
Yeah. Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see how this one goes. Right after this, we're going to have the other quarterfinal on this side of the bracket, which is the Boston versus Charlotte quarterfinal. If you want to check over on pitch 2, we've got a great game brewing over there as well. New York up 60-40 on Rochester in that quarterfinal. So you can turn over to pitch 2, where Harry Clark is holding down the fort with production. We've got the great combo of Juan and Nick helping us along over here. We're about to get started again. Score here, it's a 3-point lead, 90-60 in favor of San Antonio.
Yeah, so it's going to be 90-60 in favor of San Antonio here. Set score is going to be 150. And it is going to be San Antonio with bludger control.
Yeah, hey Noah, sorry, Ethan Sturm had to step out of the booth, so I'm bouncing from the producer seat over to here for now.
Happy to have you, Nick. Thanks for joining us.
Glad to be here. It's a beautiful day here.
I don't know if you've been able to look away from production, but this has been a really good one. San Antonio able to pull away right at the end of the 20-minute mark with some really spectacular play from Daniel Williams, who's been the best player on the pitch so far in this game.
Yeah, I saw the first few minutes of this game, and then I had to go over and see the other game, which is a great game on pitch 2 right now between Rochester and New York. But Daniel Williams was dominating the early minutes of this game all over the field.
Took a long sub. Minneapolis did a lot of really good things offensively. Their coordination between their quaffle play and their beater play was pretty spectacular, actually. Some of the best I've seen all day. And they were able to find some really creative ways to score. And then Danny Williams comes back in and everything changes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're seeing now we've got that Narveson-Johnson pair on the field who has been so dominant around the snitch. No one on Minneapolis has really had a lot of success seeking this year, but if they can keep Jay Stewart away from the snitch, then we're going to see a problem.
And it's going to be Chris De La Fuente for San Antonio and Mike Devine starting at seeker, respectively, for San Antonio and Minneapolis.
Yeah, the Minneapolis saw a deal earlier this year, and that's our snitch today. And they seem to be getting to him with size more so than actual technique.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a quick turnover here from Minneapolis, and San Antonio's going the other way. Ball comes out. Still working. That's Blackwood. Here comes Jay Stewart. Jay Stewart looks for Blackwood behind the hoops. Unable to handle a bobble there from Jay Stewart, and Minneapolis is going to jump on this. There's not going to be any beaters around, so it really is going to slow play. Referee Matt Melton standing by. Other players standing by, and here comes the bludger in for Minneapolis. That's going to clear the scrum.
Yeah, and what Melton is doing there is new to MLQ this year, is 10 seconds of a pile-up in snitch on pitch, results, or in any play, I believe, results in a quaffle turnover to the defending team.
And Meyer looking to score, goes over the defender at the hoops. Goes over the defender at the hoops. And this is Blackwood coming back the other way. It's 90-70.
Yeah, meanwhile, De La Fuente getting all the time with the snitch right now.
Yep, and that's Blackwood with an easy one there. I wonder if Minneapolis is going to look to slow this down while their bludgers are away. I kind of thought that Minneapolis would have an advantage here, size-wise. But so far, San Antonio doing a really nice job of finding ways to score, and the score is still a 3-score game, 10-7, and 150 is the set score.
Great play there by Kat Hayworth on Cody Narveson to get bludger control back for
Meyer back behind Parsons, and that's That's Podolski behind the hoops who's going to get met and tackled. Podolski's going to fling it, hoping to find somebody. Looks like Mel Kite's going to jump on that one. Mel Kite down the other way. Meyer trying to keep up. Meyer looking to hawk, not able to get there. That's a goal. Mel Kite, really well done. Really fast down the pitch.
You know, one of those, we might have a catch here, but you know, Max Meyer, one of the fastest players in the sport, and barely caught up to Mel Kite there.
Yeah, he might have closed down the space by half a step, but it was not much. She really flew down that pitch there.
Yeah, and that's what she's known to do. She's very comfortable with the ball in her hands, absolutely comfortable being a playmaker for others, but a scoring threat all her own.
And it's San Antonio here with the advantage so far. Now up 40. Set score is 150, already 11-7.
Yeah, I mean, this is what San Antonio loves to do. They love to play fast. They love to play out in transition, and they're very, very good at it. So it's a tough task for this Minneapolis team who's been very methodical all year.
And Persons with the ball now coming up the pitch. The catch was waved off. Minneapolis content to walk the ball up. And it has been a dominant performance from the beater pair of San Antonio. And here comes the ball. That's going to squeak through. No, they call it no good. Look, and that one might have gone through too. They might call that one no good. Minneapolis might be a little unlucky there not to score. I think two of them might have gone through the hoop.
I mean, even if they did, those are great defensive plays by San Antonio, making it difficult for Minneapolis on that end and now getting out and running.
Yep, and that's Jay Stewart behind the hoops. Jay Stewart looks to finish. He's not going to miss from that close.
Yeah, Jay Stewart, I'm sure you all have talked about him this game. Really well known as an up-and-coming seeker in part of the developmental academy for that, but really taking huge steps as a quaffle player this year.
And we haven't seen Jay Stewart come in with the yellow headband yet. And I think, like you said, San Antonio is looking to use him in the quaffle game to close this one out on the field.
Yeah, and with the fact that Minneapolis hasn't really been successful in snitches this whole year, I would expect, I mean, it's a smart play, right? You know, you really don't play the seeker game. Their seeker's not making any real effort, and you're winning the quaffle game.
Yeah, a nice shot there that's not able to go down by Sydney Stomas. And here comes Jay Stewart again down the field, looking to take over for that in that Miguel spot. Oh, a nice dodge there from Stewart, who's going to whip the ball over. He comes off broom.
No, we have a potential catch by Zeke Majeski here. That's, I believe, what's the stoppage for. Stewart gets rid of the ball. We'll have to wait and see what happens here. But Narveson is there right next to the quaffle that is still on the ground there, and I don't expect this San Antonio player to be able to pick it up.
Yeah, and obviously so necessary for Minneapolis for this catch to happen if they want to come back and win this game. It's going to be an uphill battle no matter what. They haven't had an answer for the beater for San Antonio's #1 beater line.
Oh.
Wow, what a tight one that is.
Yeah.
Sounds like the whistle was blown before the sock was pulled. That's going to result in a catch that's no good, and a really tough break there from Minneapolis.
Heinebaugh now in for Hayworth.
Yeah, ball going out to Meyer, who mishandles it, has to do some fancy footwork on the sideline. Meyer looks to get met by Jay Stewart, not going to be able to tackle him. Meyer puts one through, and that ball is going to go way over. And that's probably a good thing for the Monarchs, who are going to be able to get back on defense. So a nice play from Meyer. Not only score the goal, but delay the fast break going the other way.
And a fantastic catch by Narveson on the other end to maintain bludger control for Minneapolis.
So a really nice sequence here for the Monarchs, as Mel Kite's going to have the ball coming up the pitch. Looking for Sousa on the wing. Not going to find it. Going to take it herself. Now the ball is going to get stripped. A nice play there from Meyer to bring down Kite. And we're going to have a stoppage for injury. Kite might have taken the wrong end of that hit there. Going to get up pretty quickly, though.
Good to see her walking off under her own power. She's very tough, willing to take hits, willing to give hits, a great defender in her own right. Looks to be walking off, but might need some assistance here.
Yeah, noticeable limp as she comes off the field.
Mm-hmm.
All right, nice play there, and a nice sequence here for Minneapolis. We've seen the almost catch. We've seen the 2 goals that may or may not have gone through, but they've also been able to maintain bludger control, put a goal through. Now a nice defensive hit, and that's Persons all by herself. She's going to get met by Sousa. That might have been high.
I think so. Head ref Matt Melton is going to card this play, which should allow Persons, a great distributor in her own right, an up-and-coming star from that University of Minnesota program, played this last year with TC Frost, and really just a great player in her own right.
Really nice play to come down with that high ball, to come down with the high ball and maintain composure through the hit. She's going to start real close to the hoops. They're going to start real close to the hoops, and look to put this one down.
Yeah, they made use of the advantage rule. If there's an advantage called by the head ref, you can then position to any restrictor line further away from the hoops. Gets them away from the beat of Maya Heineball in the back there. Very smart play from Persons.
And we'll see what Meyer chooses to do, because I imagine Persons is going to look to drive and distribute here. We'll see where Meyer slips. Also has Bradley Himes on the other side. No, that's not Bradley Himes. I apologize.
You're looking at the wrong roster there,
That's
Noah.
Sydney Stomas. My apologies.
Yeah. Bradley Himes very rarely wears a white headband these days, but if he did, it would be for the San Antonio team he coaches.
Still a bit of a conversation between the refs here. That's why play hasn't restarted yet.
So you said it earlier. If we want to see Minneapolis make the run to get back in this game, they need to continue with the great defensive stops they've pulled off in the last few possessions, and they need to catch a snitch, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And that shot's going to go through. Doesn't choose to distribute. Chooses to take it to themselves, and that's a really nice play there. 12-9 coming back. Set score is 150. It is going to require a catch. It is going to require bludger control. Two things that haven't been able to accomplish a lot of yet, but that we've seen sparks of it.
Heinebaugh doing a great job there to keep the third bludger away. Big man Dylan Freeman going down the pitch.
Yeah, laying a shoulder there and just making everybody get out of his way.
Yeah,
we've seen a few different forms of attack here from San Antonio throughout this game, and the Freeman-Reyes combo has been really good. Reyes obviously seeking right now, but being able to throw different looks at your opponent is really critical. And that goal is going to be counted good. That's gonna put San Antonio one step closer to finishing this game.
Yeah, and I mean, we weren't. I know you and we talked about this before, but we weren't necessarily expecting San Antonio to come out with, frankly, a very comfortable performance. It seems like when they play their top line.
Yeah, when San Antonio's had Danny Williams and their top line beaters, they've been really good. And here comes Max Meyer down the other way, gonna dish, and a really nice finish there from Mike Devine. I've been surprised actually with how well Minneapolis has played.
Minneapolis is a great team. They move the ball well. They are consistent. Other than Max Meyer, there's not really a standout scorer on this team because they distribute and move the ball.
And here comes
well.
Dylan Freeman looking to take on Meyer. And Dylan Freeman's going to put a shoulder down and just level two more players. There is no answer for Dylan Freeman right now with no bludgers, with the bludgers preoccupied with the snitch. And that's going to put San Antonio one goal away from finishing this game. A snitch catch obviously will finish it as well. A lot of work here to do, but I would be very happy with my performance so far if I was Minnesota. Ooh, and that pass is going to go nowhere. And here comes Dylan Freeman looking to end this one. Danny Williams is in front. There's nobody that's going to be able to stop that, and that's the end of this one.
So Noah, I mean, yeah, this Minneapolis team chose to play this San Antonio team. This was their goal. They came into this ready to play this exact team. They made this call, and not really the result you want to see right off the top.
No, but encouraging signs. It wasn't just Meyer that was scoring. They had other ways of scoring. There is a size mismatch throughout all of the lines that Minneapolis plays against San Antonio. But they don't have an answer for Danny Williams right now, and that's the beginning, middle, and end of this game if you can't find one.
Yeah, that's really it. I mean, this Gracie Johnson, Cody Narveson pair has been dominant throughout the North this whole year. And Daniel Williams, Team USA beater, it's just another level up, another click up, and they have to find some sort of adjustment for that.
And we've been talking a lot about Danny Williams, obviously. There's Catherine Hayworth as well, his beating partner, who's been spectacular, really allowing Danny to spread himself as thin as he wants going forward, knowing that Catherine will be there behind.
Yeah, we talk about this a lot at the higher levels of the sport. The best engaged beaters are only as good as the support they receive, right? The Max Havlins, the Lulu Shoes of the world, now slipping into those engage support roles really aggressively. And it's flip-flopping now with Lulu Shu taking on more of the engage work. But Max is jumping up 20-30% because he can express himself all over the pitch while Lulu anchors literally everything. And we're going to see that pair on this field next in this Boston Charlotte semifinal, or quarterfinal, sorry, long day here. But right now on pitch 2, we still have the New York-Rochester game going as well. A close affair that looks like it just may have been pulled away by New York by a snitch catch, but you're going to want to check that one out on pitch 2. I think we're going to take a quick break here, and we will be back with the first match of the Boston-Charlotte quarterfinal. You don't want to miss it.
Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quadball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quadball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game. Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quadball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quadball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game. Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quadball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quadball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game.
and welcome back to the first game of the quarterfinals featuring the Boston Forge and the Charlotte Aviators. Noah, I am so excited for this matchup. We get to see one of the favorites coming in play their first game of the day against a team who is getting kind of famous right now, fighting their way through the secondary bracket.
Yeah, I'm always really excited to see Charlotte. They're my favorite team last year. They're one of my favorite teams this year. And this Boston team is always so composed, so championship ready, and have a really, really good roster again this year.
Yeah, and this year there's a lot of change on that Boston roster, but it all runs through Ian Skura. One of the highest scorers in the league is out there today. And we have brooms up, Ian Skura, who just mentioned, starting with the ball. Starting lineups, we have Ian Skura, Finn McGargan, Taylor Crawford, and Rachel Manhart for Boston, with Steve Belitsky and Aaron McCready beating. And just like that, a quick goal from Taylor Crawford in the back, dicing up those zones like he's done with his mid-range shot for years.
And you're going to see Taylor Crawford, who's going to play point defense with the green headband, allowing Taylor to not get beat out if he's in his keeper zone.
Yep, and now we have Charlotte coming up. Starting at keeper is Oliver Hodge. We have Madison Burns on his right. We have Zachary Thompson on his left, and M.Y. Manowar, a star in the making, in the back.
Yeah, and Zach Thompson's actually been a really fantastic contributor for the Charlotte team. He gets to start midway through the day, trying to find their best lineups to score. I'm really excited to see the beater play. Charlotte early in the day, really fantastic beaters. Obviously, Boston's storied for how good the beaters come from there. And it's going to be a quick pass over to left to Finn McGargan.
Yeah, Finn McGargan taking the ball down here, formerly of Tufts, now playing for the Boston Forge in the summer. Hasn't played a lot with this starting line, but a composed ball carrier in his own right.
And that's a really good tackle there. It might have been from behind, might have been initiated from behind. Not going to get called. Oh, and a great beat there from Belitsky to stop the break.
Yeah, Ian Skura now taking the ball the other way. Belitsky causing havoc, beating out Richard Bonadio with the bludger. Skura looking to work, finding Crawford in that spot he loves so much behind for another goal.
And we saw Taylor Crawford do that with New York for so long. And his work behind the hoops, he really is one of the best off-ball chasers I've seen in the last few years.
2 touches, 2 goals. What can you say?
Yeah. So good there from Taylor Crawford. And Ian Skura appropriately finding and taking his space to draw the defense and allowing Taylor Crawford all the time and space he needs behind the hoops.
Yeah, and Boston coming out in a marked defense. Last time they played Charlotte must have been a dozen, 2 dozen, 3 dozen mid-range shots. Boston doesn't seem to have respected their mid-range shot game this time, and it's causing them to throw these long passes. Here it goes back to Thompson. Thompson takes a shot, and it's good. 20-10 in favor of Boston.
Yeah, a nice shot there from Zach Thompson, firing through the defender that was stepping towards him. And now it's Boston going back the other way.
Yes.
That's Skura again. Nice pick there from Taylor Crawford. Going to send Manowar to the ground.
Skura missing the little floater, though. Finn McGargan looking to take it back. Knocks it off of Thompson. That should be, if I'm correct, a Boston ball. We're about to find out, though. But, yeah, you were talking about that. Taylor Crawford known for his shooting and his composure off ball when he catches it. Right there setting a hard screen, something this Boston team has sorely been missing since the departure of Grace Dastu.
Yeah, the best off-ball chasers are always going to be the ones that continue to move and continue to find ways without the ball to create influence in the game. And that's one way to do it right there that we haven't seen a lot today, and I love that one.
Yeah, getting Ian Skura going downhill is never a bad idea. And this team, as we talked about earlier, lives and breathes through his ability to push the pace. And here he goes down the backside, looking for that little floater, taking the shot.
Oh, it goes through. They call it good.
Good goal. I think it was goaltended by Manowar, who was wearing the white headband. Mm-hmm. The main difference is, as Noah alluded to earlier, with the green headband is that you cannot get beat in your own zone, and you can also block through hoops. Manowar, wearing a white headband, doesn't have that ability.
And so far, Belitsky's done a really good job for Boston. It looks like they haven't had a whole ton of bludger control, but Belitsky has really made all the plays necessary to help Boston's defense stop fast breaks.
Yeah, and right now, coming in for Charlotte is Perry Wang, Belitsky's old teammate at the University of Rochester, a pair famous for their win at U.S. Quidditch Cup. Yeah, Belitsky working with McCready. Hartman, normally an off-ball chaser, holding the ball up top, been doing a lot of ball carrying this weekend.
Yeah, and Hartman hasn't been super good this weekend. And look for Boston's defense to attack that when he does have the ball in his hands.
Yep, Skura bringing the ball down. Looks like Boston's looking to change out their entire line and bringing in that long storied trio of Max Havlin, Lulu Zhu, and Harry Greenhouse. A famous trio. Athena Mayer also joining the line, but Ian Skura staying out there for now.
And Ian Skura going to do the ball handling for this side.
Yep. Andrew Steinberg there with the ball, looking to pass it back up to Ian Skura. We have a 3-up top look from Boston, looking to stall time. A high press by Perry Wang. is going to force Boston to use their reset. You get one cross over the midline.
Oh, a nice beat there from Havlin. Nice dodge there from Havlin. That's going to open up a lot of running room for this Boston team. Skura looking to make a move, unable to find it. Greenhouse in the way a little bit. Skura still looking. Bludgers might be back in the play. They are. Oh, nice floater from Ian Skura there.
That's what he does. His push pass, push shot, famous around the league. A deadly offensive threat within 6 yards.
Would have liked to see Skura finish on that drive, but just the ability to back up and finish with the shot is going to be just as effective, at least for him.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of the few players where I say you take that shot right there because he is so good at it. So we have Hildreth passing the ball over to Hartman here. Hartman working on Mayer. Lushu coming out to press. Hartman looking for the block, gets the block, starts the drive. Looks like he was beat. Mayer starting the break, passes the ball across to Harry Greenhouse for a good goal.
Yeah. Zoo and Mayer, they're really doing a good job pressing Hartman. Like we said, who has not had a good MLQ championship so far. And a great little touch pass over Quincy Hildreth for Mayer to get the assist.
Yeah, and Athena Mayer, a long tenured player in this Boston Forge team, is really having a breakout right now. Arguably one of the premier off-ball chasers in the game ever since her resurgence at New York.
And are we seeing the effects of this play-in bracket have tired legs on Charlotte?
I mean, how can you not? They're looking a little slow. They're looking a little tight. They have played so many games today. We'll get you the official number in a minute, but they have played so much more Quidditch in this hot day here at Howard County. Bird working on Greenhouse. Greenhouse doing what he does best, wrapping up at the point, and Steinberg looking to kick the ball to prevent the Charlotte break. It's going to go out of bounds. It's going to be Charlotte ball, but they're going to have to take it all the way back from their own keeper zone.
Yeah, I think that's a nice play there. I think that's a nice play there from Boston to reset the defense and give them time to make substitutions if they need it. And it is Zoo and Havlin with bludger control again.
Yeah, a state they are well known for. And Ian Skura has now subbed out Ryan Fenning in for him. We have Hildreth bringing the ball up top. Melissa Ross, my apologies, on his right. Hartman still up top in the ball carrier role.
Hildreth's going to swing the ball behind the hoops. Ooh, and a big hit there.
Yeah, and big hit. Steinberg again trying to force the reset. Greenhouse looking to press. Sees the beat of Joe Goldberg and says, not yet. Slows the ball down.
Yeah, Ryan Fenning made a good lane-filling run on the other side and then pulled up, told Greenhouse not to pass towards him. But you really like to see on those breaks and even on the half breaks, teams fill 3 lanes, right? Each hoop needs to be a lane that gets filled. Boston doing a nice job. Mayer up top, dodges a beat, dishes to Greenhouse. Greenhouse finds the player behind. Shot no good. There was a pass to Greenhouse who's going to get beat out by Joe Goldberg. Really nicely done there by Joe Goldberg. Heads-up play from Goldberg to clear out the Boston players as the pass came back from behind the hoops. And welcome back, Ethan Sturm.
Thanks. Good to be back.
Yeah, we've seen a really dominant performance so far from Boston. Currently up 5-1. They're doing everything right. Skura's hit a few shots. Taylor Crawford started the game off really well on 2 assists from Skura. It's been all Boston so far. They switched to Zoo and Havlin, and now they've had bludger control since they've been on the field.
Yeah, I thought you were going to bury the lead and not mention those 2 names, because in the time I was walking over here, all I saw was them beasting this field left, right, and center. That has been the story of Boston's season. It has been the story of the league season. I think it's going to be the story for a lot of today and tomorrow. Max Havlin and Lushu are somehow getting better still, and that's scary for the rest of the league.
Yeah, and it was McCready and Belitsky that started the game, and they weren't able to get bludger control, but we saw a really good shift from Belitsky being able to cover up not having bludger control, probably better than I've seen from any beater so far in the tournament.
Yeah. And you know, obviously, Charlotte has played a long day of Quidditch at this point, and to run into a train like Boston is not an easy task at this point this late on Saturday.
Yeah, it has been a long day for Charlotte. A tough game so far for Logan Hartman, who's had a couple of turnovers to lead to goals.
Yeah, so we'll see if Charlotte can get anything going.
Looks like there was a bludger turnover. It is Charlotte with bludger control now.
Yeah, Goldberg alongside Devin Schusterman with possession of the bludgers. Big opportunity here for Charlotte, kind of opportunity they can't let go to waste. It's patient and cautious from Hartman. It almost looks like he's defended by Shu. But it's just going to wait it out. Schusterman gets rid of Shu. Pass over to Burns. Burns, a hop pass back up top.
Able to get there before the reset is used. Very critical.
Yeah, Braxton Hale, who we haven't seen a ton of yet this weekend, makes a really nice pass there, picking out a streaking Hildreth, who's now looking to drive the lane. Shot goes. Really nicely done there by Charlotte.
Yeah, and a nice attack there from Hildreth, who was able to get north and south before taking that shot.
And Max Havlin just pushes the pace in front of his offense, wins the beater exchange before there's even Quaffle players in the area, creates no bludgers, and Harry Greenhouse gets a free goal.
Yeah, you said that. You said when Danny Williams did that, it was called the Max Havlin. Now you see why. That's a Max Havlin created and assisted goal right there.
Yep, and you know that Max Havlin feels like he's cooking when he's picking people up on the 49-yard line. Not scared of Schusterman or Goldberg here. Goldberg honestly fading away from Havlin. Takes the tap beat. So Havlin's just going to take a free throw that I think might have even hit. And then he's going to press. Pass goes all the way back to Ross. Fenning with a huge hit on Ross. And then a big denial there by Steinberg on the shot by Hartman. Greenhouse going end-to-end. His shot goes.
What a big play there from Boston. And when Fenning came to Boston from all the way from California, what we thought we were going to see was that physicality that he's always brought, and we see it on display there.
Yeah, I think that might be the hit that the refs are talking about, though. Either that or they're talking about Harry Greenhouse's shot, which definitely was a little on the high side.
Yeah, and so as that might be what they're talking about, the hit too. Did the shoulder come in high?
Right, exactly. So plenty to talk about, but obviously, I mean, Boston getting everything they want here. It's been a real nice year for this Boston team under the new head coaching leadership of Tom DeMuth, a young coach in this program. With a young program, a lot of turnover. Mario Nasta no longer with the program. Jake Archibald and Grace Dastu no longer with the program. They've played a really smart season. They take back the East Division title. They win all of their series, and they just seem to adjust well in series. You know, that New York series goes 1-1 through 2 games, and Boston just blows New York out of the water in Game 3 because they made adjustments and New York didn't. Similar things in Washington. Washington was kind of back and forth, and by the time they picked up for their continuation of Game 3 last week, it was just all Boston.
Yeah, this team really looks like they're going to really grow into games effectively, especially with that Havlin and Zoo combo coming in as a second line. They're going to be able to really take control as the game moves into the second half of the first half.
Yeah, and because, you know, when you talk about it, you know, when you're in the process of a team rebuild, and we were kind of talking about with San Antonio last game, right? It's helpful to have a couple of those veterans, and, you know, Eric Reyes and Dylan Freeman both had important games.
Huge games, especially from Dylan Freeman, who scored a lot with Snitch on pitch.
Exactly, because you need those people who stabilize. You know, these especially these qualified players coming out of the college game are every bit the athletes of these veterans. But, you know, when you've been in these big moments, when you have to slow the pace down, when you know when maybe just being the most athletic person on the field doesn't necessarily get what you need. And that's what Boston has in Max and Lulu. In Harry Greenhouse, who's really had a resurgent season for Boston with all these young players around him. And then because of that, you're seeing, you know, Ian Skura take over the program on the Quaffle side. You're seeing the Ryan Fenning contributions, the Andrew Steinberg contributions. And, you know, even, you know, the Athena Mayer coming in having some really big games for this team. So it's fun to watch this team turn over. When I happened to be, Facebook called up a memory for me last week of a picture of the original Boston MLQ Championship team. And, you know, we really think that this Boston core has been the same the whole time. There are 4 members of that team still with this program. This is a completely different program.
You know, some programs never really retool. They just reload, right? And it seems that this is what this Boston program is doing.
Spoken like a true Alabama football fan. Logan Hartman with the ball here. It's a 7-2 lead for Boston. Havlin is now all the way on the other opposing 45.
Yeah, if I was Charlotte, I really wouldn't have the ball in Logan's hands going forward in this game. I think he's made some really bad decisions so far, and I'd like to see other players step up.
Oh, and Havlin just made that beat. Greenhouse is going to go the other way, and Havlin is in front, beating out Schusterman, and it's going to be no bludgers again. Greenhouse is just getting free goal after free goal.
Yeah, and and Peter Lawrence there with a really nice tackle on Hartman at midfield to force the turnover officially.
Yep. Yeah, and that's one of the big question marks for this program as they, you know, if they were to advance to semifinals and the finals. Physicality at some points hasn't 100% been there, so we need to see players like Lawrence, like Fenning, like Chris Labuddy from the Tufts program who just subbed in, kind of stepping up and showing that.
And it was Chris Labuddy who just a few months ago had was part of the Tufts Final Four run in a really big way.
Yep. Lebove trying to take an exchange with Serena Montero, losing out. Celine Richard, though, is able to pick up his bludger. Kieran Collier and Montero now the beating core for Boston. And it's a shot there from Ryan Davis. Ian Skura is always going to read that one like a book, and it's another free goal the other way. Skura takes the 6-yard shot, puts it through confidently.
That one always makes my skin crawl. When you've got nobody in front of you, I like to see a hand through a hoop. We've seen it a few times. It just allows for it creates room for error that doesn't need to be there.
I know you weren't watching the game at the time, but we gave you some criticism when a Charlotte player earlier today went to hand one through a hoop and got beat from the other side of the field by Indy. But yeah, I see what you're saying, but I mean, Skur's going to be confident from that range.
Of course.
Davis in the game, they were kind of an important stabilizing force in that Indianapolis game when the going was getting tough. Just being a little bit more patient, but they can't be forcing shots in these zone because these Boston players are long.
And here comes Skur again down the field. Really the worst place in the world to turn the ball over, and that's an easy goal. There's going to be a whistle beforehand.
Yes,
I think this Cody LeBeau shift for Charlotte is going to be really big. In their first game of the day against Indy, LeBeau was the one that really changed the tide in that game. And maybe he'll be able to come in here and get some things going for Charlotte.
Yeah, and, the thing is, there's no rest for the wicked when it comes to facing this Boston beater core because, Kieran Collier has taken huge steps in recent years, and Serena Montero is having a truly great summer for this team. I believe, I'd have to look the highest plus-minus amongst the Boston beaters on the season. But, yeah, she does, the highest plus-minus, and showed it playing alongside Max Havlin in that continuation game where they went for an 8-minute shift and never gave up bludger control. She's been every bit the beater the rest of these top beaters on this team have been. And what we talked about, you can have a top beater, but eventually that person has to sub out. When you're just bringing in line after line of them, there's just no rest.
Yeah.
Glebov misses a beat there on Montero.
Able to get bludger control back.
Yeah, Skur got beat by his own teammate. Did go back to hoops for it. Davis floats one in the direction of Classic. Classic does get wrapped up by Skur here, but is able to get the ball off over to Tommy O'Connor, the injury roster ad halfway through the day. He puts it through. Good to see Charlotte getting a little something going.
Yeah, and got to be the physicality has to be a little better from Skur at the hoops there. Can't just throw your hands and your body at the person. You've got to really drive through the player.
Yep. So if the goal stands after the ref discussion, it's going to be 9-3. Tom DeMuth out talking to his players. Of course, in Boston's perfect world, they play 2 games today and get out of here super fresh for the semifinals. But yeah, this feels a lot like what we saw last year when they took on the Minneapolis Monarchs in this quarterfinal round, and their beaters were just flying around the pitch, and it was just never a game.
Yeah, that game a little uglier than this one. And we actually saw a really good performance from Minneapolis, not able to get the W against San Antonio in the game 1. And here we go again. We're flying. And here comes Kieran Collier down the field.
Yeah, no bludgers again. Skur gets to the 10-yard mark and just pops it through the far hoop. Skur, just an incredibly confident shooter.
Having a really great game, obviously putting a ton of goals through already, and assisted on those early Taylor Crawford goals.
You mentioned great programs just retooling, not rebuilding. Ian Skur is already every bit the player that Jake Archibald can be on the offensive end.
And adding somebody like Crawford, who I think so far from what I've seen has been the best off-ball chaser, does the most of anybody I've seen so far today. Really great pickup for Boston.
Oh, and it's another really nice cut by Tommy O'Connor. O'Connor being a bit of a spark plug here for Charlotte.
Yeah, keeping the score not close, but within the same range it was.
The thing is, Charlotte is a way, way better snitch on pitch team than Boston. I believe Boston has 3 catches on the season. We've seen all day what Ryan Davis does in that regard. And even more, Tyler Beckman, who's one of the best young seekers in the sport, not with the team this weekend. Greg Bento won't be joining the team until tomorrow. It's basically Harry Greenhouse or bust. Harry Greenhouse, obviously, the GOAT at the position, not the seeker he once was, but, Ryan Davis is right now at the top of the game.
Charlotte, if Charlotte can get something going here, maybe pull it within 3, they'll really like their chances to create a game of this one. But so far, I think the Boston beaters have been too much. And the heads-up play. And truly, the Chasers have been doing a great job just doing all the things that you're supposed to do. These Boston Chasers haven't been tasked to do anything spectacular, but they have a great mid-range threat in Ian Skura. He's able to distribute the ball, and the rest of the players just fly around him, and they get to the spots that you're supposed to be. And it's really been a clinic from them, not necessarily a spectacular performance.
Right. And, that really does kind of spell out how their regular season matchups went, where a couple times Charlotte was able to keep it close enough, catch a snitch, but then they just put in Max Havlin and Louis Shu in the post game, and it was just over from there. It is going to be Ian Skura working it over to Chris Buddy. Kieran Collier comes running back into the play, tries a beat on Richard. Meanwhile, Serena Montero is beating away Cody LeBeau. It's going to be a brief no-bludger situation. Emma Poland not able to take advantage of it.
Oh, and Chris Buddy loses as he tries to go for the fake. Oh, and that's going to be a tackle there from Peter Lawrence.
Yeah, and
Might it be a card? It looked like it might have been initiated from behind.
yeah, Peter Lawrence definitely prone to the occasional yellow card, and obviously that one is a card no reason to pick up. There was no goal scoring threat. They weren't going to be fast breaking the other direction. Just putting down your team down a player. Of course, another player from that Middlebury program, along with Ian Skura, and great story. I mean, that Middlebury program, obviously, where Quidditch started, the 5-time champions at the beginning of everything. The program goes under. Ian Skura brings it back and then becomes a star in the sport in his own right. And obviously, we're seeing players that came up alongside him playing out here as well. Paul Ruffalo, also from that Middlebury program, playing over on New York right now. Ryan Davis going to be bringing the ball up, 10-4 here at about the 12-minute mark. So he could get another 3-4 minutes in before having to sub out to Seek.
And Lee Hodge back in the game. Probably been the best ball handler so far for Charlotte this weekend.
Yeah, best quaffle player on this team, I think, even just on stats alone.
Yep.
And going to be working on the buddy here. Trying to take advantage of the power play. Obviously, you want to work it, get chasers out of position because they've only got 3 to cover all this ground. Skura's pretty isolated in the middle here if they can get the ball around to
Yeah, and Ryan Davis wide open on the back.
Yeah, Skura does feel the cut, which is a good look. The ball goes over to Burns, and I think we're going to get a stoppage here.
Yeah, and Ryan Davis had good positioning on that back hoop and kind of floated back towards the ball. I'd like to see them hold tight to that back hoop, force the defense to stay spread, and then attack from there.
For sure. So I think we're about to get an illegal SWAT call. It's good to see Josh Mansfield, I believe, back out there as an AR already. I mean, not only a great beater in his own right, but always willing to put in the extra step for the sport. And, I mean, only got knocked out a couple hours ago.
And everybody looking forward, of course, to the Crescent City Invitational that he and Mel put on every year. A really great tournament. Everybody should come out to that one if they can.
I feel like that was targeted. And Madison Burns with the ball. Gets stepped out by Skura. Ryan Davis, though, picks up the loose ball. Oh, misses the shot. Skura's not going to be able to get there. Bonadio and Richard are holding bludger control. That swat, by the way, was actually on a Charlotte player, so it is a 3v3 right now in the Quaffle game. I think we have Ryan Davis stepping out of bounds. Costly error there.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Yeah, because LaBuddy, I don't think he'll be able to run on these two beaters, but could have a step if he really wanted it. Nah, he
does not want it.
LaBuddy has many assets. I'm not sure he's the fastest player in transition.
It looks like they didn't call a beat, so he's going to run down the pitch anyway. LaBuddy in behind.
Bludger's flying everywhere, but Lee Hodge cannot be beat out of the play because of the green headband. Madison Burns steps up, makes a big hit on Poland as the shot pass gets knocked down by Davis. Hands off to Hodge, subs out. That's probably going to be the end of Davis's day as they go prep to Seek. MY Manowar subbing into the game. Bludger control did go back to Collier and Montero in that scrum.
And LaBuddy on point defense with the green headband.
Hodge back to Thompson, who I believe has served the penalty time for that swat. Oh, gets LaBuddy in the air, hits the lane, rips one. Real nice there from Thompson.
Yeah, super good play there. A little lazy there from LaBuddy to get in the air about 25 feet from the hoop.
You gotta know your angles too, right? There was not even a shooting lane. There was no shooting options there. You can't go in the air there. But good job taking advantage of it by Zach Thompson, and just like that, it's down to a five goal lead for as dominant as Boston was for a stretch there.
Yeah. And if Charlotte can kind of circle the wagons here, they can maybe make a game of it.
Yep. Pass goes behind.
Yeah, and Skura's going to look for a shot here. He's going to go past to LaBuddy.
Yep. McGargan, LaBuddy, Montero, three former Tufts University players all on the pitch together. LaBuddy here working on Manowar. Gets it over to Manhart. Manhart tries a shot. Madison Burns denies it. It is going to be picked up by Manowar, and just like that, Charlotte could score here. It could be a 4-goal game.
Yeah, not a great possession there from Boston. LaBuddy looked a little unsure as a ball carrier. Not a lot of options. Maybe a little flat from the support chasers.
Pass goes behind. Thompson gets it back up to Manowar. Manowar fakes once. Tap beat here from Bonadio with a great dodge of a Noyes beat attempt. Now it's a floater back to Hodge. It's another misbeat, this time by Will Andrews. Loose ball is picked up by Burns. Finn McGargan has the hit and is able to keep her down. I think it's going to be a turnover. No, McGargan's going to come up around the neck, and that is going to be a big opportunity here for Charlotte.
Yeah, I thought they might have been able to call one. It looked like McGargan disengaged and re-engaged from behind, but they're going to get the one as McGargan comes up around the neck. And yeah, it's going to be another man advantage. It's going to be another player advantage for Charlotte. And we're at 15-20 here. Charlotte making a game of it. They've really grown into the game a little bit. I'm curious what you think that they'll have to do going forward, because we know that Haviland and Zoo are coming back.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, this has been the game flow of Charlotte versus Boston every time we've seen it. It's Charlotte can hang when Max Haviland and Louis Schuh aren't on the field. The problem is when they hang and then they catch and it's close, they just play Max Haviland and Louis Schuh for 5 minutes and they win the game anyway. That is the riddle that I'm not sure is solvable for Charlotte, but it is good to see a team who's played so much Quidditch already today be this resilient as Madison Burns takes advantage of their repositioning from the foul and puts it in. It's a 4-goal game.
Yeah, and like you said, with Ryan Davis waiting in the wing to change things dramatically, maybe they will.
Yeah. And got to talk about the resilience of the Charlotte team. How many times have they been down this today already and just worked their way back into games?
Yeah, and Skura not in the game either. Taylor Crawford here behind, looking to make a play.
Yeah, Tyrell Bird, though, a good physical player.
Oh, my goodness.
And
what a shot.
That's what Taylor Crawford has in his arsenal that there's just not a lot of answers for. The left-handed coming around the corner, just ripping one. It was so effective all those years for the New York Titans. Now it is a big asset for Boston as well. Boston finally able to stem some of that bleeding, getting back up 5. But Mano, we're looking to answer quickly.
Yeah, and that was the hat trick, by the way, for Taylor Crawford.
Manowar gets a nice block beat. Ross is going to come in and pick that one up. Manowar's got a lot of space if he wants it. Taylor Crawford, not an easy player to beat off the dribble. Floats one up to Lee Hodge a little high. Hodge comes up with it. Skurs beat out of the play by Wang. It's going to give Lee Hodge a chance to get by McGargan. He can't. Goes across to Bird. Bird makes a nice move on Manhart. Makes a nice move on Skura. Is twirling around with McGargan, but I think it's going to go down. It's a rugby handoff, and Ross is able to get to Manowar. What an effort play out of Charlotte.
Wow, yeah. And like you said, so many games today, legs are so tired, and to still see them hustling this much, absolutely unbelievable. Hats off to the Charlotte
And it's
Aviators.
because they trust every single player on their roster to score a goal. And that's how you survive all these games. You don't have these fall-offs when people are subbing in and out of the game. Every game it's been this player has 2 goals, this player has 1 goal, and it's the entire roster. That's how Charlotte keeps hanging. Big play there by Schusterman. Manhart just has to throw one up, and this is getting worse and worse for Boston here.
Yeah, they look a little bit confused about how about their game plan going forward. So confident earlier today. Skura back in the game. Had a nice little feed, by the way, to Manhart, but unable to do anything with it.
Joe Goldberg coming back into the game to beat alongside Harrelson. Sorry, I said Schusterman earlier. It's Harrelson in the game now. Tommy O'Connor back in, 2 goals that really kind of got Charlotte going again in this game after such a slow start.
And it is Hartman with the ball up top. I think Charlotte's been worse with him having the ball, and that's going to be a floated pass. They're going to find the back of the hoop. They're not great defense there from Boston.
But the pass gets – oh, the Quaffle's picked up by Quincy Hildreth. I'm not even sure how the Quaffle ended up where Quincy picked it up. He lobs a pass. O'Connor's able to keep it in bounds.
Charlotte has been the first one to every loose ball since the 12-minute mark.
So – one of the issues with playing a lot of zones is that you have very flat feet. Flat feet, it's hard to get to those loose balls first. And there's some complacency where you just kind of standing around your hoops, so the other team's beating you all those balls. And like you said, Boston should have the fresh legs. There's no reason they should be getting beat to these balls.
Still fairly comfortable for Boston with a 4-goal lead and the quaffle and bludger control. But I really like Charlotte has made a lot of noise over the last few minutes to get themselves kind of back in it, emotionally in particular.
Yeah. Manhart with the ball up top.
Taylor Crawford behind the hoops.
Yes, Skura looking for a shooting lane. The defense holds strong. O'Connor's a tall player up front there, makes the shots look a little less tempting. Manhart does get over to McGargan. McGargan's looking to drive on Hartman, and it's a great beat by Joe Goldberg. And another failed possession here on the offensive side out of Boston.
Yeah, I would have liked to see. Would have liked to see McGargan swing it behind to Taylor Crawford, who's had a really great day. Logan Hartman with the ball up top.
Goldberg wins a exchange with Alsra. Yeah. Hildreth brings it back to Ross. Ross has had a really nice day, I feel, for this team. Been in a lot of good spots, really confident with ball in hand as well. Gets one back up to Hartman. Hartman gets one across. That is a floater. Really leaving the teammate out to dry. No, yeah. I was gonna say I'm pretty sure Rail just hit that beat. But yeah, you can't float that one in particular.
No, sometimes because of bludgers, balls can move. The bludger can always move faster than quaffle, and floating a ball up there like that is gonna get your teammate beat quite a lot. And it looks like Crawford's subbed out here. No, Crawford's on the right wing this time. We have Carson Obalza behind the hoop.
Yeah, Poland gets the ball across to Taylor Crawford. Crawford looking to drive. Crawford goes top hoop. Crawford really been important to stem the bleeding here. And also we have Montero and McCready into the game in the beater game, and they take bludger control right off of Joe Goldberg here.
Yeah, really nicely done there from Taylor Crawford. He really has been the answer when everything is going wrong for Boston offensively. They turn to Taylor Crawford, can be a one-man wrecking crew.
McCready does miss a beat on Goldberg, but is able to win the race to the edge.
Looks like it might be a quick no bludger situation. Now the bludgers are coming back into play. Montero getting shielded there. Got a pick from their own teammate.
Good find there
and a
by
nice play by
Hildreth.
McCready to get to the ball.
Yeah, Montero and McCready are just kind of flying around this pitch right now and get a nice stop there.
It looks like Charlotte did come away with bludger control. All right, and so it looks like we're going to have the 20-minute mark now. That was the last possession. We just hit the 20-minute mark. Charlotte is going to start with bludger control down 5. The set score is going to be 180. Ethan, what does Charlotte have to do to turn the tide of this game?
Yeah, I mean, we started to see some ideas, right? Obviously, when we're talking about, I'm not sure what they're going to do when Max Avalanche shoots sub into the game. But while they're out of the game, I mean, we're seeing that extra pass on the offensive side. Again, when they were coming back in that other game, it was a lot about, the drives. It was getting physical against Indy. Getting physical against this Boston team clearly hasn't worked. They're not hitting lanes and just going through these people. They've shown their physicality. When they're making this extra pass and they're getting the defense out of position, they're hitting these shots, and that's, Tommy O'Connor, we saw clean up a couple of those. But yeah, all up and down the roster, that's kind of what it's taken. So that's what I want to see from the Charlotte team, that willingness to move the ball. You mentioned how they haven't been as, you haven't seen as much when Logan Hartman's in possession of the ball. Hartman's not going to necessarily play that way, and I think that's why you've seen that slowdown.
Yeah, and I think finding a way to make Boston uncomfortable, obviously it's going to start with bludger control. How are they going to be able to maintain bludger control? But so when they make Boston uncomfortable, the answer has been Taylor Crawford. How are they going to be able to stop? If they get Boston uncomfortable again, how are they going to be able to stop Taylor Crawford? So far, they've had no answer. Skura has been really nice. Skura's hit a few mid-range shots, but it really has been those shots have been opened up by their beating game. So when Charlotte has bludger control, are they going to be able to stop Taylor Crawford, especially in a no bludger situation?
I think they need to spend some time thinking about exactly who is at the hoops in their 2-2 zone, because, I mean, it's not like Crawford's driving through this team and scoring. Crawford's ripping shots, and that height matters. Like, I mean, the difference between me playing in a 2-2 zone and Adam Hield playing in a 2-2 zone is that he can cover 2 hoops, and I might be able to cover half a hoop. And so I like to see them make, unfortunately, Trey Presley going out earlier in the day, that is some of their height. But, using Tommy O'Connor in the right situations when maybe one of their shorter players is on the field with them.
Really quickly, what do you do with this bludger control and coming back? You go straight to snitch if you're Charlotte?
Yeah, I mean, the only way you're getting in this game is a quick catch here from Ryan Davis.
Yeah, I agree.
Even if this goes on for a few minutes, I think if there's no beaters around, or even if there are beaters around, Boston will just keep running up the score.
And it looks like it's going to be Steven Tremple at seeker for Boston to start.
The young RPI product hasn't played much for this team. Was an effective seeker this year for his college team. Good to see them getting a younger player some minutes here. See if he can deliver what would be a pretty decisive grab for them. He's going to get first shot.
Yeah, and of course Ryan Davis for Charlotte.
Ryan Davis is not getting anywhere close though right now. It's Aaron
Fenning with the long pass.
Yep.
LeBuddy going to put that one through.
Yep.
Nice pick off. Nice play there from Fenning and LeBuddy.
Yeah, and Tremple's given problems in the snitch game as well. It's 130-70 now. Game is to 180.
Yeah, and we haven't seen Charlotte get up and down the field quite like they did last year. And I really liked Charlotte in no bludger situations at championships last year. I haven't liked them as much this year. And that is a spin. It's not going to be a tackle from behind. Fenning released. Hartman looking to bully his way through. And there's just nobody there.
Yeah, I really do like what Fenning did there. Really disengaged. Saw the potential issue. Knew it wouldn't be a problem to disengage. It is worth noting Charlotte has made a conscious choice. If Steven Tremble catches, they're going to play beaters in the quaffle game. So they have left Ryan Davis out to dry. it's definitely one option. You know, you have to take a risk in some aspect of the game here if you're going to get back in this game. This is the route they've decided to go. I'm not sure it's the route I would have gone, but that's where we're at.
Yeah, they're going to try and look to get back into this game through quaffle play. There was a foul called, and so it looks like Hartman is going to be able to put this one through rather easily.
Yeah, that one that Fenning disengaged for, it seems like he picked up the card anyway, and that will be a free goal for Logan Hartman. 130-80 now the score.
Again, like you said, it's not going to be enough though to match Boston. They're going to have to beat Boston if they're going to keep their beaters back in the quaffle game.
That said, they are playing a 1 bludger versus 0 bludger quaffle game, so we'll see if they can convert that. Yeah. Also interesting to see how long Boston actually keeps 2 beaters standing here when nobody's actually troubling them.
And if this is the issue, I'm curious why Ryan Davis wouldn't switch in to play on the quaffle. And Labuddy, who was so good in no bludger situations for Tufts in the championship just about 6 months ago, has now put 2 through for Boston here.
Yeah, well, Cody LeBeau spent all that time not on the Seeker, only to run over and try to beat the Seeker there as Boston scoring another goal. And now Ryan Davis suddenly opens up an opportunity. Almost got it right away.
And Ryan Davis is going to have the most opportunity. It looks like Boston has dropped their beaters back as well to play quaffle.
Yeah, Harry Greenhouse is not going to get in because while they're on offense, Cody LeBeau is going to do just enough to keep Harry Greenhouse out. Very smart. This should be a long possession from Charlotte. But Serena Montero makes sure it's not with a really nice beat. Labuddy and Thompson both trying to get the ball. LeBeau beats Carson Olazaba. Loose quaffle, still a loose quaffle. Finally, Ryan Fenning's just going to pick it up. Harry Greenhouse is getting a chance to set here for an attempted grab. Like I said, only 3 catches so far for Boston. He's off broomed. Meanwhile, loose ball scrum picked up by Labuddy. A hit attempt here from Braxton Hale, not to be. No, he does finally get it, but it goes over to Olazaba. Olazaba passed to nobody. Boston is very clearly upgraded to its bruisers line here, but Charlotte was up to the task with the physicality.
Yeah. Too much east-west. I mean, you see it all the time, right? If you're gonna be big and physical, you got to plant the foot and attack north-south. Just a little bit too much running around and not running through.
Yep. Pass goes over here to Allison Sleminski.
Oh, nice play there.
And Ryan Davis is just automatic in the Seeker game.
Yeah, really good swim move to get the hands of the snitch up, and then obviously the grab under.
And, you know, I think what's been so important, you know, we talked about how they've played less in the quaffle game because they've been less effective, but that's also meant they've been a little fresher for the Seeker game. They looked gassed in some of the Seeker games last year at the championships because they were playing so many minutes in the quaffle game. And they've been pretty automatic so far today.
Yeah.
That said, that only gets them within 4 because Boston was winning the quaffle game in the meantime. So still a long, long way to climb. And I think the scoreboard says 105. I know we have 115 up on our scoreboard right now.
And that's going to be Lee Hodge, number 16, with the quaffle.
Hodge gets it over to Sleminski. Sleminski lobs one up. Olazaba's there. Olazaba does get beat, but is able to get it over to Labuddy. And I'm wondering if they're going to call Olazaba. Oh, no, I think it's just an injury stoppage. Sleminski goes down hard.
So Ryan Davis catches the snitch.
Yep.
They weren't good enough in the quaffle game to get themselves back in it. I think this is pretty easy here from Boston to finish this one out. And the blueprint's going to be the same as it has been going forward from the rest of this game. What should Boston look to do better? And let's start with what should Boston look to do better? Although they are the winning team right now.
All right, I'm going to throw. I'll tell you for Boston, and I'll throw the Charlotte question back in your face. Boston, I want to see more half court. I want to see them have ideas in the half court that aren't just Taylor Crawford or a mid-range shot from Ian Skura. They have not moved the ball around that well. Charlotte, my question is, do you go all out here? We see them a little deeper into their depth. Do you just play for the next game to some degree because it's such a tall climb? As we see Olazaba trying to find Athena Mayer, loose ball, gets kicked all the way back. It's going to go across the keeper zone, though.
Yeah, set score at 180. I don't want to let go of the rope here just yet. Obviously, this first game is so important. Charlotte has not made it easy on themselves so far today. They haven't gotten out of the half court. They want to be in the half court. So I'd like to see Charlotte in the rest of this game, but also next game, try and break a little bit, try and score against a defense that isn't set, and maybe see what can happen from there.
But obviously, to break, you do need to always being competitive in the beater game. I think that's what slowed them down for the first 10 minutes of this
Yeah, I
one.
think Cody Lebov has been the answer for Charlotte all day, and I'd like to see a little bit more of Cody Lebov earlier in games, especially when they switch into Havlin and Zoo. I think Lebov has to be the go-to there for Charlotte. We haven't seen a lot of Havlin and Zoo up until now, and obviously earlier in the game. Meanwhile, in pitch 2, we've got an 80-40 game about 13 minutes in. Austin up on Washington 80-40.
Yeah, I mean, that's a hype series. And I saw Austin really got out, I think caught Washington a step slow. I think it was 30-10 or 30-0 right off the bat. So clearly Washington has righted the ship, and we'll see if they can hang around in this one. Of course, the issue with beating Austin is always just how dominant they are in switch and pitch play, how consistent Josh Andrews is, how consistent their beaters are around that. And if you're spotting a team 35, you got to be a lot better than them.
Yeah, absolutely.
That said, that's exactly what Boston's doing out here right now, because they more or less spotted Ryan Davis, their 35, and it might not be enough here for Charlotte.
Boston with control.
Burns gets it over.
Looks like it's
to
McCready
Hodge.
and Havlin at beater for Boston. Mayer back in the game. Crawford at point defense with the green headband.
Yeah, pass across to Thompson.
Fenning's going to look to cover at the hoops.
McCready's
Ooh,
floating.
nice little backhand that's not going to go through for Thompson.
Yeah,
really,
Braxton
really
Hale
good.
gets there first.
Really good awareness there from Fenning and Mayer to stop that shot.
Big hit there from Taylor Crawford, and then McCready just comes in and cleans it up. Play going the other way. Bludger control is with Boston.
Looks like Crawford wants the ball carry here. I'm curious what that's going to look like coming down. Obviously, Crawford's been great off ball so far today.
The thing is, Fenning and Crawford have both don't play a ton on ball in this particular offense. Obviously, Fenning used to for Cal. That Cal offense looked very different. It was a very unique offense. But it is going to be Fenning who eventually takes it over, and they do push Athena Mayer back behind the hoops. Fenning, though, is just going to take it himself. I think
Might
that
have been
might
beat before.
Yep, yeah. Josh Mansfield all over that call.
Fenning didn't even feel it.
And Shu now back in the game with Havlin. We'll see if they can get 4 goals for this team in a hurry.
Yeah, this has been the answer all day for Boston. Obviously, Charlotte doesn't have any of them.
Yeah, but we'll see. We'll see what Cody Lebov can see. It's what you wanted to see. Can he match them?
Yep.
Along with Celine Richard, that'll be a big thing for this team to know going into game 2 and 3. A really nice series of plays there by Lebov. It does get Bludger control back, and now it's going to be an opportunity, slipping off the tackle there, and Tommy O'Connor. They're saying no. Josh Mansfield saying yes.
Wow, what a sequence there for Charlotte. And Cody Lebov in particular, being able to wrest Bludger control back from Havlin and Zoo, something that this Charlotte team hasn't been able to do so far.
Yeah, the combo of the catch on Havlin into the block on Shu is really, really clean.
And then obviously the presence of mind, like all great beaters, to throw that third Bludger, make a play with it, and then go pick up the loose ball.
I think the goal is called good because it's now 1:15 for Charlotte. I think that's O'Connor's third here in this game. So 3 of the team's 8 goals from a player who didn't even start the day on the roster. You love to see it.
Yeah, and I think it's time to stop messing around if you're Boston. I would get your first line back in and really try and put this one away.
Greenhouse on the field. Shu wins an exchange with Richard. Athena Mayer takes a hard hit. Olazaba is going to chase it down, beats Bird to it, resets it up to Fenning.
And a quick Bludger control reestablished by Boston here.
Yep. Harry Greenhouse, when this team has need to simmer things down in the Quaffle game, has been that player for them, the player who's willing to be a bit of a field general out there. We'll see if he can do it here. He's going to come in behind Havlin, and Fenning's going to find him. And that is just – Greenhouse can't get it to go, but that's textbook how Boston wants to play. Through the flank that Havlin is clearing out, really – Greenhouse had all the space in the world, just couldn't get that one to go.
Yeah, should have finished that one, and a really great look, like you said.
140 to 115 here. Charlotte clawing ever closer. Lebov does sub out. Bonadio can't dodge that beat. Havlin makes a beat. A really nice pass to Burns. Burns gathers. Oh, she couldn't get to go.
No, and here comes Fenning down the other way with Havlin in front.
Yep.
Fenning able to put his hand through a hoop.
Yep, 3 more now needed for Boston. Another one of those Max Havlin goals.
Yeah, absolutely. really cleared the way there, made it easy on Fenning, who was able to finish on the contested hoop.
Honestly, I mean, he was contested at the hoop, so was Max even really working?
Fair point.
All right.
Well reasoned. And it's going to be Hartman with the ball up top. Cody Lebov did, like you said, we are looking at a different beater look here for Charlotte.
Yeah, Bonadio lost that first exchange with Havlin. This time he's looking to shoot. Perry Wang also in the game. Hartman up to Davis. Davis back in for the first time since making the snitch grab. Shu eats a beat but throws back to her hoops. Wang's able to put all the bludgers on the ground. Oh, Ryan Davis can't find Hartman, though. Hartman does gather. Ooh, a great look over to Hildreth. Now it's no bludgers. Can Hildreth convert this? They really need it. Oh, a great look. Drew the entire defense to him and just tossed it across the hoops.
Yeah, a really good look there from Hildreth, like you said. And it looks like Charlotte was able to get bludger control back off of the nice exchange from Perry Wang.
Yeah. And also credit to Madison Burns there for finding the hole in the defense and just went right to the spot that Hildreth needed.
There are dangerous spots in Quidditch, and they never stop being dangerous. The ball there, Greenhouse not able to see. Wow, and that's two from Greenhouse that really should have not happened. Obviously, we have the miss at the short hoop, and then doesn't see the pass from Fenning, and the ball goes out of play and turnover. And Boston's been really sloppy to finish this one out. I expected a really much cleaner performance after the snitch catch.
Yeah.
And it looks like it's going to be a turnover. It's going to be also that's probably a bigger deal than just the quaffle play.
Yeah, that's going to be Charlotte's been +1 since the snitch grab, which, isn't enough to get them back into this game, but, is, I think, more than a lot of us were expecting.
And encouraging, obviously, going to the next one. This one isn't over just yet, but encouraging going forward for them for sure.
And they could make it +2 and be within 2 goals here. If
They've been able to get bludger control back from Haviland and Zoo a couple of times now with a few different beaters. Hartman up top with the ball. Hildreth really been a fantastic playmaker behind the hoops, and now they're man marking Hildreth, Boston.
Yep. Hartman over to Davis. Davis does get stepped out to by Greenhouse. Davis working on Greenhouse. A hoop falls. I think it was Hartman knocking it over. Hartman, I'm not sure he knew there was a hoop there. He was definitely set up to dunk it through the hoop right behind him, but I'm pretty sure he knocked it over himself.
Yeah, tough break there for Charlotte.
But another good scoring opportunity. Yeah. Athena Mayer goes end-to-end. Perry Wang tries to knock it down. Steinberg grabs it, gets it off to Fenning. Fenning back to Mayer. Mayer across to Greenhouse. Oh, Davis swats it, but that's going to be Boston ball. I think they could have just caught that one.
Yeah, yes. With the player behind, sometimes you don't have the option. Quincy Hill just trying to run this down, not going to be able to do it. If you feel a player behind you, sometimes you just want to get a hand on it, but definitely enough space there to catch that ball and have the ball turn over.
Yeah, the player we still haven't seen back in the game is Ian Skur, and I'm wondering how quickly Skur could end this one. Greenhouse, though, doing a bit of it himself. The mid-range shot gets to go 160, 125.
It always feels a little lazy when that short hoop isn't closed down from the defense. As a player attacks one side of the field, you obviously want to shift the defense towards that side. When they're able to find space there, I always have questions as to why.
Haviland Goldberg take an exchange. Haviland wins it out hard, beats out Davis. It's going to be an effective press from Haviland and Shu. Forces the pass all the way behind, but Burt does come down with it. It's that second pass that lets them down. Skur now into the game looking to break. He's got nothing but open land in front of him. Okay, I will support you on this one, Noah. That was a step too far in the open field.
Yeah, I think Skur has to take on Davis there and make a move and get a little bit closer to goal. Just got a little lazy, trusted the shot a little bit too much.
So Ryan Davis now bringing it down. 4-point lead for Boston. They need 2 to win game 1 of this series. It's best 2 out of 3. Goldberg trying to get bludger control. Haviland makes a leap. Not even one of his usual go-to exchanges, which just shows his versatility. And they're just going to press again and force a pass again. And it's going to go the other direction. And that's what we've seen when Haviland and Shu have been on the pitch.
And Skur looking for the ball back. Greenhouse has it.
Haviland forces an exchange. No bludgers. Greenhouse looking to drive. Greenhouse top hoop. It's good. Game point, Boston.
And you see Skur call for the ball, and Greenhouse kind of put his hand down and said, it's my time. I'm going to settle this game down. We're going to put this one away. finds the top hoop so easy.
And I think Havlin might be headed to the box here. Josh Mansfield did not like that interaction. So that's a big call. That should be a really good goal scoring opportunity for Charlotte, and it means bloodsher control for Charlotte as they try to defend game point.
Might give them a little more life here.
Meanwhile, on pitch 2, approaching the 20-minute mark, Austin up 90-50 on Washington. So a really good game there. I think that was Washington putting one through.
Going to be 90-60. It looked like, looked like it was Tyler Trudeau putting a goal through on the near hoop.
Yeah, so that one approaching 20. Over on pitch 2, Harry Clark doing a wonderful job, and Ben Mertens and Jack McGovern on the call. But right now, we've still got a game to finish here. It is Boston who have to kill off Max Havlin's penalty on Celine Richard. Lewis Shu out there by herself. It's going to be a no-bludger situation. Goes around across to Braxton Hale. Ian Skur knocks it down. Hale just hands it off to Hodge. Sets a pick for him as well. Hodge looking to hit the lane. Steinberg steps in. It's a pass over to Burns. Burns could get back to Hodge here with a lot of space. She does. Hodge looking to drive.
Yeah, driving towards the second defender, never a good idea. Does find space, not be able to put the ball through the hoop. And the ball gets picked up by Charlotte here. Oh,
And-
nice feed.
Yeah. More Tommy O'Connor. Give me more Tommy O'Connor in game 2. He does pick out Melissa Ross there.
Yeah, I was unsure how the ball got back to Charlotte. No Boston defenders. Anytime you see that second defender come to the help, you don't want to drive toward the second defender. You want to drive away from the second defender. So I didn't like the choice there to go towards the hoop that Hodge had, but does create space and does create opportunity for Charlotte to score, which they're able to capitalize on.
So the refs are going to talk this one over. But yeah, it's been a great day at Quidditch, and what I've loved is there's been so little quit in any of these teams. We have not seen a lot of teams go out quietly down the stretch of these games.
Yeah, even that Indy-Toronto game that looked like it was such a blowout for so long becomes a 10-point game really late. Indy has to scrap. Obviously, that was a few games ago down on pitch 2. But, I've loved every game I've been able to come to. I've loved every game I've been able to watch so far.
It's always great to have you back in Quidditch, Noah.
At least for the day, huh?
Hey, you're committed for 2 more days. I don't know how to tell you this. So this pitch here on pitch 1, after this we're gonna be leaving the pitch, but you guys can stick around for game 2 of New York versus Rochester. It was a super close game 1. I think surprising a lot of people with Rochester missing some key pieces, but New York has to catch, and then Rochester still gets it back within 2 goals after the catch. Hotly contested. You can definitely check in that one, or you can follow us over to pitch 2, where Minneapolis is in a do-or-die situation against San Antonio, a game that I sadly didn't get to finish out, but I know Noah did. And it was a fun one to commentate, and I'm looking forward to game 2.
Yeah, Minneapolis had a lot of fight in them, much more than I expected. And they create some interesting mismatches for San Antonio they'll look to exploit in game 2. Obviously, they'll have to find the answer for Danny Williams that we talked about so often.
Greenhouse looking to end the game here. Gets a step on O'Connor. Floats one across to Manhart. I'm not sure if that's the passing option that he needed. Manhart, though, does get to Skura. Skura can eat in these situations. Skura with the shot. Skura with the goal. Skura with the game. 180-135. Boston. They didn't do it in the most pretty fashion, but they do take care of business when all is said and done.
Oh, it was kind of languid at the end there, right? Like, even after the snitch catch, I think we really expected them to get it done pretty easily. Havlin and Zoo had some problems with a few different looks. We saw LeBeau be able to rest bludger control them. We saw Perry Wang be able to rest bludger control them. So Charlotte has options going forward, but this Boston team seems too deep.
Yeah.
They've got answers everywhere, and when they can't get it done one way, they do a pretty good job of switching to something else very quickly, and they throw a lot of looks at you. And teams that have a lot of scoring options are always going to be better than teams that are heliocentric.
Yep. So we will be back. Like I said, right here, you'll be back with New York Rochester game 2. If you want to join us over on pitch 2, we'll be back with San Antonio, Minneapolis over there. Plus, right now, Washington and Austin still a hotly contested game, so I would go right there right now while there's nothing going on over here. I'm Ethan Sturm along with Noah Schwartz. Juan Martinez, give us the call. Thanks for watching. We'll be right back.
Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quadball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quadball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game. Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quadball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quadball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game. Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quadball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quadball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game. Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quadball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quad ball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game. Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quadball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different and they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points.
All right, we're back here on pitch 1 for game 2 of the Rochester Whiteout versus the New York Titans. A barn burner game 1, Jack. Final score is 125-90, so the only difference between the 2 teams, New York coming up with a snitch catch, Rochester plays a picture-perfect quaffle game. What do they need to do this time to come up with the upset in game 2 and force a game 3 in this series?
Yeah, I think the moments when they were getting more players involved in their offense, the shots were falling. But I think ultimately the Whiteout want to get a player like Kip Palpour, say, more involved. And they want to be using not only long shots but long passes to break down the opposing defense. I think they can do that with Palpour in the wings and behind the hoops.
And any chance at transition they can get will be huge. We saw they were down 2 goals when the stitch was released, but in stitch on pitch, we're just basically transitioned back and forth because the Beaters aren't seeker. Rochester actually won that 30-10. They're able to just drive through this New York team when the Beaters aren't there and really find some good looks.
Yeah, they looked really good in transition. Kiefer had some coast-to-coast plays, some other chasers for the Whiteout too. They certainly gave New York all they could handle in Game 1.
The question always is the underdog team, when you lose a close one in Game 1, are you able to bring that same energy back for Game 2 and overcome that heartbreak of such a close loss in a game that you really thought you had in your hands? We've got brooms up in just a second here. It looks like it'll be Michael Johnston rushing. Actually, I think Vinny Iannucci rushing against, looks like Joe Lombardi maybe? It's going to be won by Vinny Iannucci. He's going to have a chance to attack right away. His shot hits the rim and bounces out. Molly Potter rushes for the loose ball, but Ben Stonish comes up with it for the Whiteouts. The Whiteout get the stop, but bludgers go to New York, and they had a great look at a goal right off the jump.
Yeah, unlucky bounce for Vinny Iannucci, who gets to the quaffle on brooms up faster than any other player, uses his speed to create the opportunity to score early on, but not able to finish. Rochester now will go to work in the half court.
Giroso swings it over to Lombardi, immediately met by Molly Potter, but he breaks the tackle, swings it down to Ben Stonish, who's going to try to get in and look for a shot, but it's deflected by John Jackson. Vinny Iannucci is first to the ball and swings it back to Jackson, so New York gets the stop.
Yeah, great play by Pat Callanan to get back and put pressure on Iannucci to prevent the fast break. Well done from the starting beater pair for Rochester, which was so good in Game 1.
Jackson gets it down to Iannucci. Back up to Jackson. Looking to find any opening in the defense. Only one bludge on New York's side. Bludger control with the Whiteout. Jackson dancing with Lombardi. Gets it to Michael Johnston. Johnston breaks one tackle. Breaks another tackle. And his shot is deflected by Ben Stonish. So good tackle breaking from Michael Johnston, but not able to find the finish there.
Yeah, and a strong start from Rochester. Pat Callanan and Aaron Parkinson, again, holding bludger control, and the Chasers making the plays that they need to on defense to stop the Titans.
Lombardi's going to swing it over to Giroso again. Cross to Kiefer. Molly Potter's going to step to him. Crowd is strongly pro-Whiteout as they work to work here.
Yeah, shaking the press box here early. Great to see the crowd get involved.
And Lombardi's driving. His shot is broken up, and I think anyways there's going to be a contact call because Pat Callanan hit Devin Lee, looked like from behind, way on the backside of the play in the bludger game.
Yeah, can't do that. Callanan, if that's what happened, will be going to the box.
And Alex Amadal is signaling that is the call. So Callahan will be in the box for 1 minute. Ball turned back over to the Titans, and they'll be up a beater here. So they should regain bludger control and have a chance to try to run this against Rochester. Parkinson is going to have to get back fast for the team's only bludger. She is beat. Here comes John Jackson. His favorite situation, running against the no bludger defense. Breaks another tackle, sinks the shot, and that puts New York up 10-0.
So silky smooth from John Jackson, just gliding through the opposing defense, making it look easy, doing what he's done all season long. John Jackson for the New York Titans, getting the lead early.
Great job from Phil Kane to recognize the situation, get Parkinson out, and create that no bludger situation with Rochester down a beater. Emily Hickmott subbed in at beater for the whiteout. Mitch Brown being pressured by Molly Potter, but shoves her off. Now pressured by Phil Kane. Goes for the block, gets it, and he's going to have a chance to do something here. He drives, goes for a shot, but it pushes it high. So the whiteout don't come up with the goal there. But Callahan is going to rush down this bludger, and that should be, no bludgers again. It's going to be for the whiteout because Callahan is beat by a nice play by Devin Lee there. The third bludger is back by New York's own hoop, so Jackson's going to get another chance to run.
Yeah, this is a huge window for the Titans, although Hickmott made a key play to kick the bludger back there.
Pass to Johnston, to Potter. She sinks the shot. Nice shot from Molly Potter, who was pretty quiet in game one, but with an impact early in game two.
Yeah, not in time. The bludger coming back into the play, and Molly Potter getting things right in game two with the early goal, and the Titans are up 20-0.
Rochester need to get it a little bit back under control here. Ball in Giarosso's hands, a look they like. Back to Kiefer. Iannucci at point. Justin Bernard in at beater, brushing back the Chaser defense. Now attacked by Phil Kane, but blocks the beat. That should be bludger control to the whiteout. And Mitch Brown comes up with the quaffle. Blocks the beat from Kellen Cupid. Now going to try to drive on Vinny Iannucci. Gets free of the tackle. Going to have to finish past John Jackson. Shakes that too. His shot is just an inch high, but Kit Papour comes up with the rebound. And Papour is beat. Mitch Brown fighting for the loose ball and finishes it.
And the whiteout sticking with the play.
Called no good, though. Called beat before, I think.
That's tough luck for Rochester. I like how they were hustling and fighting until the end of the play. Kit Papour and Mitch Brown fighting through contact from the Titans and able to keep the play alive, but no good.
Just brutal for Brown, who broke two tackles, but just misses that first shot and then comes up with the loose ball a second time, not able to get it off in time to avoid the beat, but really good hustle as Lindsay Morella has it for the Titans. Now back to Leo Freed. Second line in for the Titans now. Michael Johnston still in the game. He's looking for the shot. Now goes to Leo Freed. Freed goes across to Mike Lee. It's a bit high, but Lee should be able to track it down before it goes out of bounds. Cody Kiefer there aggressively to force the tackle. Pass to Lindsay Morella. Now to Leo Freed. Freed's going to try to work on Kit Papour. Gets it to Michael Johnston, who's beat. Gets off the pass to Mike Lee. Met aggressively by Kiefer. His shot is low, and Rochester gets the stop thanks to some physical Chaser defense.
Yeah, and I like the ball movement from the Titans. Ultimately, a good chance from Lee, but Rochester too stout defensively.
New York tries to aggressively press Rochester there, but they're able to withstand it, and they'll now get to go to work in the half court. Bludger control with the Titans, the pair of Colin Cupid and Tessa Mullins. Cupid in this game much earlier than we saw in game one. Good beat from Emily Hickmott. Should be control of the whiteout. Kit Papour is going to drive the lane now. Breaks one tackle. Gets the pass behind to Jack Mosley. Goes for a long shot, and Leo Freed just yanks it down with one hand. Now Leo Freed's going to run. Gets through one tackle. Now it's called dead. I wonder if he stepped out of bounds on the far side there.
That would be a tough break for Freed, and I think that's what the referees are discussing. Made such an impressive play. Every time I see it, I'm impressed. Picking the quaffle out of the air with a single hand to start the fast break. But just lost track of the sideline on the far side. And it's going to be a turnover to Solly Gominiak.
And it's always a challenge to get by Solly Gominiak one-on-one, so Freed decided to just try to speed by them. And his speed helped him there, but unfortunately stepped out of bounds while putting that speed move on him.
Yeah, I don't blame him wanting to try to get around the tackle from Gominiak rather than through it.
So Gominiak got the inbound here, and he might be able to just run here because Tessa Mullins has her fist up to reclaim the third bludger that's way behind Rochester's hoops. Callan Cupid is back there as a beater, but he's unarmed. So Gominiak might be able to just run this all the way down and get the quick dunk unless Michael Johnston is able to cut him off. Head coach Frank Minson discussing with the head referee.
Yeah, this should be the first Rochester goal of the game, barring some other type of ref discussion in the beater game.
Here comes Gminiak. Johnston is going to try to track them down. Gminiak shakes Johnston and is going to get the goal. Rochester on the board.
Nice move for Gminiak, knowing that Johnston was coming with a ton of speed just to slow down and juke the other way. A veteran move from Gminiak.
Mike Lee handling the ball for the Titans now. He's with Leo Fried, Lindsey Morella, and Janko Gavosdanovic, a line that New York really likes. Aggressive beater play from Callanan, though, nearly forces the turnover. It does get back to Mike Lee. Kit Papour is going to slide over to point. Lindsey Morella with a deep pass to Leo Fried. Pass across. And Solly Gminiak nearly rips the ball. Janko Gavosdanovic throws it back. That'll be the reset used. And Kit Papour nearly is the first to the loose ball. Lindsey Morella saves it from going out of bounds. Nope, they're going to say it rolled out.
Oh, tough break for Morella, although maybe they're just going to do an inbounding procedure here.
Yeah, I'm not sure who was off last. It's going to be Rochester inbound, so Papour will come back and get no, it's going to be Jack Mosley because Papour, I think, came off broom when he and Morella collided trying to get to that loose ball. Mosley's going to try to get by Morella, but there's a lot of players back for the Titans. And Morella's going to knock him out of bounds.
Yeah, makes the play, makes up for the mistake, and immediately forces the turnover the other way. That's why she's on Team
Hit
USA.
ahead to Lee, who's going to try to shake Papour. He succeeds. Lee's going to get all the hoops. Get the pass to Leo Fried just as he's beat, and Leo Fried's shot knocks it home.
Yeah, great play from the Titans to locate Leo Fried behind the hoops, and from Fried to finish. The Titans looking good early.
A lot of composure from Lee there. A lot of people go for the shot in that situation. He saw the beater throw and just dished it to Fried for the much easier finish.
Yeah, it's been a really outstanding season from Mike Lee. Quieter in the Boston series, but such a big part of their wins over Charlotte, over Washington, has taken another giant leap this
Deep
summer.
pass from Gminiak. Gets it to Ben Stonish behind. Ben Stonish hits the shot. That was an attempted press from New York that Rochester turned into found money.
Yeah, sometimes when the press is coming at you, the best move is to go counterintuitively, and Stonish makes it work on the far hoop with the shot.
So Rochester only down 1 goal now. New York does have budget control. Cupid's going to try to use that to create something as Lee works on Mosley here. Dishes it off to Fried. Fried goes for the shot. It's through. Cross body on the small hoop.
And Leo Fried is feeling good early, draining the shot from long distance after hitting the close range shot on the previous possession. He's been great playing with Lindsey Morella.
Ball just turned over to Rochester, but Kellen Cupid makes a catch and wins it back. And on the other end, Gminiak is denied at the hoops by Leo Fried.
Yeah, Gminiak running all alone there on the fast break. They saw an opportunity and decided to take it, but if you're the other chasers on the whiteout, you want to be there to support your fast-breaking chaser.
Lee's going to swing it across to Leo Fried. Fresh off that nice shot in the last one. Looking for it again. This time pass to Morella. She's going to try to get by Caleb Van Buren. Goes back to Mike Lee in the center of the play. Gminiak is beat. Mike Lee's going to get all the way in and pushes it through. Puts 2 hands on the ball for safety and pushes it home.
Yeah, this is a business-like performance so far from the New York Titans. Just executing really well in the half court, in transition, and using the half chances that their beaters are generating to produce goals. They're up 50-20.
And a well-taken time out there from Rochester. They were back in the game for a moment, got to within 1 goal, 30-20, and then Leo Fried with the shot, Mike Lee with the drive there puts New York back up by 3 goals. We've seen some good stuff from Rochester, a couple of nice plays, a couple near misses like that Gminiak drive that Fried just managed to deflect at the hoops. What do we need to see from them coming out of this timeout? We saw last game they came out really strong on the timeout they took to fight their way back into the game.
Yeah, I think I would like to see Cody Kiefer back in the game. Kiefer was strong as a driver in Game 1 and could use his vision to dish some assists as well. So I'd like to see Rochester try to make up for some of what they're missing in their star keeper, Bassem Ashkar, who usually serves in the facilitator role for Rochester. it's a tough player to replace, maybe impossible. But the whiteout, I would look to Cody Kiefer to try to fill those shoes.
It'll be interesting to see what they do with their beaters, right? Even with control when they're on offense, they're mostly just trying to protect their ball carrier from their team's point defenders rather than either attack the Titans beater or attack the Titans chasers to try to create something. It will be interesting to see if they try to shake it up with their backs kind of against the wall here, obviously facing elimination game 2, down 3 goals early. They're a composed veteran team. They know they can come back, but we'll see how they try to do it.
Yeah, that's a great point, and I think they have to. I think they have to take some more chances. They were very disciplined in game 1 about throwing the quaffle away, taking a long shot if they recognize that their beaters had lost the exchange. They can do the same thing here in game 2, and some of those shots might
Big
fall.
dodge by Byron Ng over Emily Hickman, but a great pass. Ooh, can't quite handle it. Sam Hauser there can't quite handle the pass from Kiefer. Leo Freed's going the other way, swings it across, but too much traffic, and I think Rochester's going to get the stop in transition there.
Yeah, and for Rochester, it probably begins, like for so many teams, on the defensive end. If they can get some stops in transition, use their tackling, hunt down some loose balls, they're going to feel more confident and generate some opportunities on offense.
And chaos on the far side of the field there. Justin Bernard threw as hard as he possibly could at Tessa Mullins there, but missed, and the ball skied out of bounds. And I think the refs are discussing the propelling of the ball off pitch there.
Barnard, a utility player for the whiteout, stepping into the role at beater at championships. Obviously, one of the best snitches during the USQ season as well. Played a good bit of chaser for the whiteout earlier in the season, but going to serve time now in the penalty box for the throw off pitch.
It's a tough temptation to resist when you've got a strong arm, especially if you're a chaser who switch to beater, to not just throw the ball as hard as you can every time, but not the right idea there, and unfortunately he's going to pick up a card for it. So New York should get the quaffle off of that. Bludger control. So the bludger's going to turn over here, and I think that third bludger that got thrown off will be out of bounds, and Emily Hickmott is going to have to run for it. So one's going to get placed at the hoops. One's already in the hand of Byron Ng. Yep. Rochester does retain the ball. They go deep behind the Caleb Van Buren, who's going to try to get by Morella. Pass to someone who is already beat, unfortunately, and so that's going to be the turnover for New York. Here comes Leo Freed with it. Parkinson throws hers back, but isn't able to come up with it, and no beaters in the play. Pass from Freed to Gavosdenovic. His shot goes wide. It's going to roll all the way back over. Freed saves it. Nah, I think they're going to say it just barely rolled over. What a hustle play from Leo Freed.
Yeah, an incredible effort. Hope he's okay sliding on the turf like that. He's on his knees now. But love to see the effort from Leo Freed, a young player with so much energy here at, I believe, definitely his first MLQ championships with New York.
Yep. Pass ahead just goes out of bounds. Great beater pressure from Byron Ng, forces a bad pass from Kiefer, and the Titans are going to have another chance here. Ng now beats out Parkinson. The bludger does get back to Bernard, so there's at least one beater in for Rochester. Lindsay Morella swings it to Mike Lee. Lee to Freed. Freed is beat. A great beat from Bernard there. That time putting heat on the ball was the right move as Freed goes for the block but isn't able to come up with it. So a good stop for Rochester.
Yeah, interesting what New York is doing right now with Lee on the ball at the top of the key and Freed behind the hoops. It's kind of reversed.
Aggressively is going to force a turnover there. And Frank Minson's going to run the other way. He zips it to Morella, who shoots it through before Kiefer can recover. What a transition play from the two Titans coaches.
And that's trademark Frank Minson right there, helping to force the turnover and then zipping a pass in transition. I don't know if I've ever seen players zip passes on the fast break like Frank Minson.
Here comes Byron Ng again with the press. Pass gets off, but now he's going to pressure the ball again. It gets to Lombardi, and Lombardi's called clear and manages to get a bounce pass to Papour. I think they're going to say Lombardi was beat.
Yeah, and Rochester has to figure out an answer for the press that New York is bringing, and they have to figure it out quickly because the opportunities that New York are generating.
Now he wants to lead the fast break, and Minson's shot tips in. You've got Devin Lee, Tessa Mullins, and Tay Canlis on this Titans team, but the best beater in this game so far has been Byron Ng.
Yeah, Byron Ng pressing every opportunity and creating some of the best chances for the Titans. This is too easy for New York.
70-20, commanding lead for the Titans. Tay K subbed in for Ng now. We'll see if they can keep it going. Kiefer's just trying to slow things down for Whiteout and find something. He gets the ball over to Lombardi. Parkinson has her bludger. Ball gets to Papour. He lost it and then got wrapped by Paguada. That might end up being a card. Yeah, I don't think Papour ever had that ball, but Paguada wrapped him anyway, so that's probably going to be on Paguada. Good effort. And sometimes you put your head down going for the tackle, you don't even notice the ball's not actually in the other player's hands.
Yeah, it's hard to keep track of the ball, but the rulebook says that's something you have to do. So Paguada will head to the penalty box.
So it'll be Papour's ball. He's got Parkinson there. Bludger control is still at the pair of Tay K and Kerry Donnelly for the Titans. And Papour's just going to pull back, let his team get set up. They're up a chaser now, and we'll see if they can find some offense, which has been scarce since that early bit where they were able to put a couple goals up. As Lombardi lurks the middle of the field. Donnelly and Parkinson squaring off, but Donnelly doesn't go for a throw. Now Kay throws at Parkinson and catches her beat. Lombardi gets it over. It goes over Giarosso's head and out of bounds. And Titans have another chance to run. Spin move from Ng. Deflected, but it gets to Frank Minson. And Minson is going to, get brought down by Cody Kiefer. What a hit. Minson zips it back over. And eventually in the chaos, Whiteout does come up with a stop. What physical defense from the Whiteout there.
Yeah, they are going to regain bludger control on the play, but Tay K was just all over the the Rochester defense flying up the pitch. And Byron Ng was right alongside him. The Ng brothers showing out for New York here.
Yeah, Byron Ng in there for about half a second, and then John Jackson subbed back in for him. Don't know if Jackson just wasn't ready, but Papour's going to get all the way to the hoop, but dish it back out to Kiefer. Kiefer to Lombardi. Paguada's back in, so the Titans at full strength. Lombardi over to Giarosso. Good passing from the Titans here, but they need to find a lane. There it is. Lombardi's got room to run now, but he's beat. Great play from TK, and another chance to push for the Titans. Michael Johnston gets it to Paguada, and Paguada makes up for the card with an easy transition goal.
Yeah, TK is just firing on all cylinders right now. This is impressive to watch. Throws one bludger towards Rochester that rolls all the way to the stands. Another beats out the ball carrier and creates the fast break opportunity. This is TK at his best right now for the Titans.
Giarosso handling the ball now. Dodged beat by Callanan. Stonish has it, gets it to Papour behind. Space to attack, breaks one tackle, going for the block, gets it, and Papour finishes. That's something for Rochester.
Yeah, and a bludger turnover, too, after I think the assistant referees picked out an infraction on K, a little bit of a commentator's curse. But maybe that's the goal for Papour that helps to get Rochester back in the game.
They're down 50. They'll need more than just the one, but a good start as Jackson brings it down the right wing. Bludger control is with the Whiteout. Michael Johnson with the ball now. Goes across. Pressure defense there from Caleb Van Buren. Now back in the hands of Michael Johnston. Good beat from Kay. Johnston's going to have some space to work now. Goes behind to Paguada. Rush around Hickman, but the pass goes across to John Jackson. He's also met by the bludger, and his pass broken up, and eventually the Whiteout are going to end up with the loose ball. Aggressive play from Emily Hickman, but it's not to be. Now Callanan throws aggressively, though. But TK wins that exchange and gets Ben Stonish in the back, but Stonish's shot got off first, but just wide.
Yeah, and it resulted in a turnover, but I loved the way that New York was supporting each other on offense. Each chaser was cutting to the right spaces.
Here's John Jackson the other way for the Titans, and he's going to get all the way in and score.
Yeah, this is getting to be a blowout for the Titans. They're putting some distance between them and the Whiteout. It's all starting in the beater game, but the chasers are pretty expertly finishing.
Just a lot of transition opportunities for the Titans, and they're so good in transition. We saw Rochester come up with a couple stops in game one in transition, but they're not going to get him every time. John Jackson just too hard to stop there.
Yeah, it seemed like Rochester was really feeding off of those loose ball hustle plays in game one, and in game 2, those aren't quite falling the same way.
Papour's got it on the wing now, protected by Bernard. Deep pass behind Astonish. Looking for any opening, trying to pump fake. Now Tessa Mullins is going to step out as well. And I think Astonish was beat way before that pass got off. Good play from Tessa Mullins. And good defense there from Avery Oliver as well. A chaser for the Titans. She'll get the ball off of that late pass from Astonish. Now with room to work. One bludger is going to be back for the whiteout, but TK is going to aggressively try to make it open. Michael Johnson goes across to Paguada. Shot rims in. I think he got called beat, though. Good composure from the whiteout with the Titans running down them. And Papour gets it to Giaroso, so a stop for the whiteout there. That's going to be the first element in any comeback, but they're down 6 goals here.
Yeah, and Johnson applying a ton of pressure on Papour. The Titans' defense looks really energetic right now, and Rochester has to find a way to summon some energy if they want to mount a comeback.
Giaroso gets it to Astonish behind. Astonish goes back up to Giaroso. Can't quite handle the pass. Met by Johnston. Ball's on the ground, but Giaroso's going to maintain composure, get free from Johnston, and get to Kevin Van Buren, but it's knocked down by Gavosdanovic, who's going to run and shoot and score. Another great transition look.
Yeah, nice job by Janko just to pump fake there to make the beater a little uncertain about when to throw and ultimately uses the extra time to get a little bit closer to the far hoop and score the easier shot.
We've got Zach Armitraden in the game for the first time this series for the Titans at keeper. Otherwise, it's Gavosdanovic and Michael Johnson still in the game, along with Oliver. Tessa Mullins and Kellen Cupid at beater.
Yeah, this is a chance for the Titans now to go into some of their depth and see what some of the players further down the roster can give them.
Van Buren's got a chance to attack here. It's broken up by Armitraden, making an impact right away, and now he's going to look to push. No bludgers back for the whiteout. Armitraden just has to get through a couple, gets through Van Buren, gets through another tackle, gets all the way to the hoops and dunks it. That's what Zach Armitraden brings you.
What a play from Armitraden. Showing the Titans that he can hit any team on the counter, even one of the most physical in the league. And Michael Johnston congratulates him and jokingly falls down with the strength that Zach Armitraden brings.
110-30 now. Titans are in command of this game. You mentioned them putting Armitraden in, going a little deeper into their depth than they did in game 1. I think they think they're in a really good spot here. Up 8 points as we get very close to snitch on pitch. It's getting late in the day for Rochester. If they're going to stage a comeback, it's got to happen now.
Yeah, and probably trying to conserve some energy. The Titans, knowing that Washington played Austin tight in game 1. That series could easily go 3 games. And Austin and New York will be excited to play the winner of that.
So ball in the hands now of Giaroso. Most trusted ball handler for the whiteout. Kiefer is back in the game at keeper. Callanan and Parkinson in at beater. Big beat from Callan Cupid, but Giaroso gets it off to Kiefer, who's got space to work with now. Big hit, gets it to Caleb Van Buren. Van Buren's immediately beat in the back. And Michael Johnson's going to come up with it.
Great play by Kellen Cupid, coming back into the play just to locate the beat and force the turnover. Tough for Rochester when beaters are coming out of nowhere like that.
Johnson's with it now. Bludger control in the hands of the whiteout. Morella handling it now, working it down the left side. Got Armitraden as an option. Armitraden switching spots with Gavosdanovic. 1 minute away from the 20-minute stoppage. Gavosdanovic back to Morella. Beautiful give and go, but she loses it. Great break up there of the pass, and whiteout's going to get the stop.
Yeah, big play by the Rochester defense. If they're going to get back into this game, it's going to begin on defense. And Cody Kiefer bringing the quaffle up now. Let's see if he can make anything happen.
Well, its best bet is probably try to knock the last little bit off the clock. We've got about 30 seconds, and then try to find a goal here. They have budget control. They don't want to lose that, but they do want to find a goal here and narrow that gap a little bit as Kiefer works it down the right side. About 20 seconds left. Long pass across that can't be handled by Evelyn Diveston. And New York's going to get the stop, and Rochester went a little too quick there. New York's actually going to have one more chance on offense. Devin Lee back in the game at beater. Molly Potter back in at chaser. Along with Morella, Armatrading, and Gavos Danovich, it'll be Phil Kane and Devin Lee. A lot of Rutgers on the field right now for the Titans. Bludger control with the whiteout. Pass back to Gavos Danovich from Potter. Cross to Armatrading. Back to Gavos Danovich. Nice and patient. Now Gavos Danovich on the drive. The shot called no good. And eventually the whiteout are going to come up with the loose ball there.
Yeah,
So
like
the 20-minute stoppage.
Like the patience from New York to try to build up their lead. This is a team that's hungry to play the best Quidditch that they can play and put up points on every single possession. Use those possessions as a learning opportunity. So as they cycle into some of their depth, as they play players like Zach Armatrading with Michael Johnston, who plays a bit more, but these are some new combinations that they're testing out. These are all things that you want to be doing as a team in the quarterfinals because it means that not only are you in good position in the quarterfinals, but you are able to think ahead and take risks and try some things out ahead of the semifinals. So exciting to see for the Titans.
And such a luxury for the Titans to have Jason Ing had the game he had at beater.
Yeah.
When you have so much other talent on the roster, have your third beater comes in the game, take over the field for a 4-minute stretch like that, create transition opportunity after transition opportunity, and that's really when the Titans kind of put this game away. Obviously not over yet. They'll need 16 more points for your Snitch or Quaffle to finish it. But they're up 110-30. They're in a commanding spot, and it really is that shift from Jason Ing that turned the whole game.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And they've cycled through their depth already in the beater game. They say, especially with beaters, iron sharpens iron. And I bet Jason Ing playing all summer with Devin Lee, playing all summer with Tate K, Tessa Mullins, starting the year practicing with Rachel Ayala Silver. This is a good Titans beating core. And for Jason Ing, I can only imagine how much he's grown this year, the Rutgers player.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic shift from him. Good to see the Titans' young players really stepping up here. They now lead 110-30. 60 points wins the game for them. Snitch will be worth 35, obviously, and if New York wins this game, they're through to the semifinals tomorrow morning. Rochester, game's not over. They're down 110-30. A quick catch would do a lot to close that gap, worth the 35 points, but they'll need a much more consistent offense if they're going to come back into this game. That's been the challenge for them so far.
Absolutely. And I still wonder why they haven't been able to feed Kit Palpour to the same degree. This is maybe where they are really missing Bassam Ashkar, who developed such a great connection with Kit Palpour as Cody Kiefer is running now.
Kiefer's going the other way. He's going to shake Armatrading. And Kiefer's going to get all the way to the hoop. Big tackle, but he eventually gets it through. That's what we talked about. Rochester transition is hard to stop. They just have had no transition opportunities this game.
Yeah, it's incredible. Kiefer going all alone, but able to drive through the entire New York defense. Really impressive from the veteran.
So slow pace from Zach Armatrading as Vinny Iannucci has all the time in the world on Matt Cooper in the Seeker game. Molly Potter going to have to shake a tackle here. Tries to get to Lindsay Morella, but it rolls out of bounds. So the whiteout get the first stop. Mosley enters the ball now. Looking to attack in transition. A lot of chasers back for the Titans, but no beater. But a great tackle for Lindsay Morella, and she drove him out of bounds. Not quite. I think he's right on top of the line. What a tackle from Lindsay Morella.
Yeah, fantastic play. Lindsay Morella at her absolute best, able to make a running tackle in transition, gets the wrap at first, then brings around the second arm and takes Mosley to the ground and forces the turnover, knowing where the sideline is, although it looks like Mosley is going to retain possession.
Yeah, not sure what the call is here. The refs are still discussing. In the Seeker game, we mentioned Iannucci. It's Kit Palpour in its Seeker for whiteout. Hasn't had a look at it yet because of a dominant beating from New York at the Star here. But when play resumes, he should have a chance to get at Matt Cooper as Iannucci's tagging up. And it's Callanan in it beater for the whiteout, along with Gominiak going up against Devin Lee and Tessa Mullins. And we'll have to see long conversation from the refs here about that play on the sidelines between Morella and Mosley. There's going to be a bludger turnover from Devin Lee to Solomon Gominiak. So that's definitely going to be control in the Whiteout's hands, and that'll give Papour some time to work here. In the Quaffle game, yeah. And it all signaled for a kick of some sort. So Devin Lee's going to the box, actually. So it'll be bludger control to the Whiteout, and they'll be up a beater. Mosley still has the Quaffle for the time being.
That's why we have ARs to watch the beater game when the Quaffle game is just too exciting.
Yeah, too much for one set of eyes. Mosley is going to get to keep the ball. He'll have the quick pass to Kiefer. Tessa Mullins is on top of him. She's going to go aggressively at Kiefer to take away his chance to drive. Papour's got a ton of time on the snitch now. Big beat from Gominiak. Now Kiefer's in the lane. Mad by arbitrating, but gets through him. Gets the dunk. 2 in a row for Kiefer, so that makes it 110-50.
Yeah, Kiefer's been the offense for Rochester when they've needed it today. Just as able to break tackles as ever for the Whiteout.
Ton of time for Papour here. Catch would be huge because all of a sudden with those 2 goals, Rochester is sneaking back into this game. Callan Cupid's in there now. Mike Lee's going to bring up the Quaffle. Get it back to John Jackson. Papour and Cupid both attacking. Jackson goes for a deep pass to Mike Lee. Shakes one tackle. Shakes another tackle from Kiefer. Mike Lee finishes it. That's a goal for New York. They're up 120-50 now.
That's a stylish finish from Mike Lee, and where he has thrived this season and over the past few years in MLQ, honestly. But especially this year, Mike Lee making a difference behind the hoops.
Hit-ahead pass from Kiefer as he's beat. Big tackle from Lindsay Morella, and a beat from Phil Kane is going to be a turnover for the Titans. Evelyn DeVeston, no chance to make a play there by the time the ball got to her. Lindsay Morella was already on top of her, and a great beat from Phil Kane. John Jackson's going to have a chance to run out. Emily Hickman in to chase her. Jackson gets through her.
And the Titans notably with the foot on the gas now, looking to get to the set score. Jackson and Morella back in the game along with Lee and Potter.
Up to John Jackson. Going to try to shake Hickmott. Gets it to Abby Potter, and she scores. So
yeah.
130-50 now.
Second goal, I believe, from Molly Potter on that near side hoop. Good game from her here.
DeVeston subs out. Gio Rosso is coming back into the game. Kiefer handling the ball. Deep to Hickmott. Met by a big tackle from Molly Potter. It's back in Kiefer's hands now. Take K's there to discourage any drive. Papour with a ton of time on the snitch. Ball gets turned over to New York. John Jackson looking to run again. Joseph Brown's going to make a choice. Big pass to Mike Lee.
Ooh.
Can't quite handle it. It's a little low.
Oh, I love the idea, beginning with the Tate K beat and also the Jackson pass.
Pass to John Jackson. Shakes Mitch Brown, but it's no good. Tate K saves it. And so Molly Potter's got the ball. Another chance for New York here. And they're getting close to winning just on qualifying points. So they'll just need 4 more goals as Cupid has a near catch. Morella handling the ball now. Met by Giaroso. Screen coming from Molly Potter. Morella's going to take that. Now go back to John Jackson. Patience from New York here. Cupid's going to have a lot of time with Matt Cooper now. Pass back to Molly Potter. Back to John Jackson. Now Jackson has space. Finds the easy shot right in his wheelhouse.
Yeah, and the Titans are cruising now.
I think Callan Cupid has the grab. So if good, paired with that goal that we just saw from John Jackson, that would be the game and the series for the Titans. We'll see if the call is good or not, but they're at 140-50. That catch would make it 175-50 and end the game with the set score at 170.
A calm, cool, and collected celebration from Cupid.
And a lot of composure from the Titans. A close game 1 against the Whiteout, but they kept their cool and won, and now that catch is good, so they easily take game 2, and they are through to the semifinals once again.
Now we get a little bit more of a celebration from Cupid with Mullins. But an impressive performance from the New York Titans here against the Rochester Whiteout. The Whiteout gave them all they could handle in game 1, really matched up well, but too much the Titans' depth in Game 2.
Yeah, they had a great game plan for Game 1, executed as well as they could. New York just comes up with the catch, but then in Game 2, New York was ready for what Rochester wanted to do. They brought a little more physicality themselves, a little more patience on offense, and of course that incredible shift from Jason Ing really just turning the game on its head.
Yeah, absolutely. 20 years old from the Rutgers program, coming into the game and making all the difference in an MLQ quarterfinal. Great to see from Jason Ing.
So New York through to the semifinals tomorrow morning. We'll be back shortly for the Washington Admirals against the Austin Outlaws. On the other field, San Antonio up on Minneapolis, so you can flip over to the Pitch 2 stream.
Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodge. Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quadball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quadball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game. Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quadball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quadball is played in two halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the Quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only Quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game. Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so Quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in Quadball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, Players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quad ball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game. Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in Quadball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quad ball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game. Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quadball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper
series between the Washington Admirals and the Austin Outlaws, a very exciting game 1. Austin got out to an early lead. Washington fought back and was down 100-70. Had a catch from TJ Jenrette that would have tied the game, called off. Eventually, Josh Andrews catches instead, and Austin takes it home. We're looking for an exciting game 2 as well.
Yeah, this is a real treat, and I think as the game goes on, we're going to see the crowd build here because the Washington Admirals, the hometown team, really gave the Austin Outlaws a run for their money. After the Outlaws went up big early, led by TJ Jenrette, as you said, the Admirals fought their way back into the game and made it close in snitch on pitch.
And Jenrette's actually in the starting lineup, but it looks like he's going to be running for one of the bludgers, probably the fastest player on the team. I think Washington wants to win control off the jump here. So he and Zane Bilo will run for the bludgers. Looks like Brian Mulcahy will run for the quaffle. And no surprises in the starting lineup for Austin, same group as last time.
An all-UT starting lineup.
Yeah, several different generations, all of them previous champions.
No surprise, of course.
Alex Aminol's called brooms down. We should have the rush right here. And Augie Monroe is going to win it from Brian Mulcahy. Drive the lane. He's going to have to get by Justin Cole. Big wrap from Justin Cole. Monroe shakes out of it and sinks the shot.
What a play by Augie Monroe. Just as Zane Bile was recovering to the play to get rid of the quaffle and sink the shot, Austin takes a 10-0 lead.
Big hit-ahead pass from Justin Cole here to Brian Mulcahy, who has a chance to briefly attack a no-bludger defense. Now Kaiser pulls in pressuring. Zip from Mulcahy, goes through the outstretched arms of Cole. It's going to roll over half court, so that'll be the reset used, but Washington will get the ball back.
Yeah, and Jack Wong was able to recover bludger control from TJ Jenrette. The Admirals thought for a second they had secured it, but Wong with a fantastic play and makes another right there.
Big beat, and it's intercepted by Josh Johnson, who's going to go all the way coast to coast and make it a quick 20-0 lead for Austin.
The pick 6 from Josh Johnson, and this is not how Washington wanted to start the game, but it's exactly how Austin started game 1.
Now in the chaos, Katrina Hicks ran all the way down the field, managed to get to the bludger before Kaiser Polson could. So Washington with control, and Katrina Hicks and Bernie Burgess, their preferred pair in the game. We saw a tough first shift and a great second shift from them in game 1, and they'll need to bring it here to get Washington back on the board here. Cole with the ball, going to Mulcahy. The starting lineup of Mulcahy, Stars, Cole, and Paige Bellamy has been very successful all day. Obviously, Rachel Heald unavailable for the Admirals, but Bellamy has stepped up in a big way. Mulcahy's going to screen off Monroe. Cole's got space. Cole's shot goes right into Josh Johnson's chest, and Monroe's going to win the rush for the loose ball.
Yeah, the shot just too low, not close enough to the hoops if you're hitting Josh Johnson in the chest. So a great play on defense by the Outlaws, but need more accurate shooting from the Admirals.
Yeah, Cole does get in the lane, but not able to knock it home. Hoop zone look again from Washington. 3 bodies on the hoops. Cole in the green headband so he can't get beat, playing point against Augustine Monroe. Swings it back up to Josh Johnson. Johnson working it down the side. Going to try to shake Justin Cole. Gets through, goes for the floor. Brian Mulcahy denies it with some emphasis as it goes to Josh Johnson. Cole wraps him. Big tackle from Justin Cole, knocks the ball out, but it's a bounce pass to Augie Monroe. And now back to Johnson, who's got space to drive. Huge beat from Bernie Burgess. And Casey Beavers can't handle the pass. What a play. Bernie Burgess put a lot of heat on that, and Washington gets the stop.
And I like the defensive look from the Washington Admirals, putting Justin Cole at point defense and throwing the trees look at the Austin Outlaws. It's something that they've obviously prepared for, seen in the South region, but not something that Washington has done a ton of this season. So interesting to see them go to that look right now.
Ball to Mulcahy behind. Back to Riley Stars. Dylan Bottoms just subbed into the game. Ball goes across to Justin Cole, met by Monroe. As the Sam look from Austin, 3 chasers up top, the keeper in the green headband who can't get beat, towing the keeper's own line to play point. Paige Bellamy with a hard screen, but Justin Cole gets the ball knocked out of his hand, manages to retain it. Burgess and Hicks should retain bludger controller. Casey Aaron's going to put a lot of pressure on. Now Justin Cole driving the lane, goes across to Brian Mulcahy, who dodges a beat and zips a shot home.
Yeah, nice shot by Brian Mulcahy, and I like the thinking from Paige Bellamy earlier in the play, just to use her body to push the hoop defender out of the way. The idea is to clear one of those hoops for a shot or maybe an alley-oop. Didn't need it at the end of the possession with Mulcahy sinking the shot.
And we saw Casey Beavers start and play a longer stretch in game 1. This time, Austin pulls her quickly for Dylan Bottoms just to get more physicality on the field. I do think they don't want Washington to get back into this game. Big press from Katrina Hicks. Back to Monroe, met by Brian Mulcahy. Clear on a beat. The audience thinks it hit him. Pass down to McBride. Bellamy containing. Now across. Met in midair by Riley Stars, who knocks it down. Monroe ends up with it, but is met by Justin Cole. He's going to break a tackle. Now met by Cole again and manages to finish. Slipped right out of Justin Cole's hands.
Slipstream, the old nickname for Augie Monroe, reprises the role, finding the quaffle at mid-pitch and able to finish through 3 Washington chasers. Just the best in the history of the game, making it look easy.
Cole throws it ahead to Riley Stars in the face of a press, and now Stars can drive. He goes to Mulcahy, but Sammy Garza is there and breaks it up. Great full field defense from Austin there, and they get a quick turnover.
Chance running the other way for Austin, although Washington is going to get 2 bludgers back now.
Back in the hands of Josh Johnson now. Swings it over to Bottoms. Now back to Garza. Bludger control in the hands of Zane Bila and Heather Farnan. Heather Farnan playing behind the hoops for the Admirals. Really compressed defensive look here. Across to Johnson. Back across to Bottoms. Bottoms looks to attack now. I think that was a shot attempt, and it's no good. A lot of bodies on the hoops for Washington. He's not able to find the opening. Washington gets the stop.
Yeah, this is where Austin really needs Josh Johnson to drive. Against a hoop defense especially, the shots are just not the look that you want. You need to gather ahead of steam and drive and try to dunk over some of those players, especially when there are some smaller chasers that Johnson can use his size to elevate against. They're going to need more than shots to break down the Washington D.
Bludger control with Washington. Zane Bila and Heather Farnan split up very far, I think, to try to pick off chasers on the Austin side. Justin Cole's got it now. Deep in the teeth of the defense, met by Garza. Pass to Mulcahy. Mulcahy rips another shot. It's high. Riley Stars is going to try to run it down, but it's going to be to no avail. It rolls over the keeper of the line, so that'll be a turnover to Austin. Not a bad look there from Mulcahy.
Yeah, valiant effort from Stars to chase it down, but too powerful, the shot from Mulcahy. And there's a lot of chaos happening around the hoops right now as both teams look for ways to break down the hoop defense, whether it's chasers or beaters.
Long beats Bila immediately, and it's going to be a run right to us from Dylan Bonds. Nice feed from Sammy Garza, and really good awareness from Jack Wong there just to beat Zane Bila right away. So there's no bludger in the play for Washington.
Yeah, and good job for Austin getting chasers up the field on the missed shot by Mulcahy so that they would be in position to score on fast break after the turnover.
We've got a stoppage now. Referees are discussing something. TJ Jennerett's in the game for the first time for Washington. Obviously, their leading scorer in game 1. Washington was down big early until TJ Jenneret put up 3 goals in a row to get them back into the game. We'll see if he can work that same magic here in game 2.
Yeah, first time as a chaser, of course.
Yes, did start the game at Veeder.
Yeah. but yeah, looking forward to what he can bring. They're going to need his contributions for sure.
Yeah, he was the one chaser that Austin really struggled to contain one-on-one to the point they subbed Augie Monroe back into the game with a different line than he usually plays with just to play point and try to contain Jenneret. We'll see if this time Austin has more success containing him. Austin split out much wider now, not that same hoop zone we've seen before, only 2 bodies near the hoops now. Cole's working with it. Zane Bila is beat by Jack Wong. Cole's going to try to drive off the opening. Great screen from Jenneret, but Cole bobbles the ball. Swings free from Garza, gets it to Jenneret, who's going to get by Missy Goddessy. Jenneret shoots. It hits the tee that time. Austin's going to come up with a stop.
Unlucky.
And another stoppage.
Unlucky, but what a possession defensively from Jack Wong. Just guns blazing, going for Zane Bila at the top of the key. obviously relying on the beater partner to cover the back end too. And it's going to be Austin Ball.
Yeah, Jenerick got to that spot that we saw him sink some shots from in game one, and that time just hits the tee of the hoop. A lot of bodies in there for Austin, and he had to pull the trigger quick with the beaters in there. Heather Farden has one bludger. Zane Biles there. She's going to have to throw it back because the Austin beaters are right nearby, but she should be able to get this back and retain bludger control at the least for Washington.
Casey Irwin in the game with Jack Wong doing the defensive work on the back end. Has looked really solid at beater all tournament, and really ever since she's had to step in for Bailey Fields going down with the injury. Casey Irwin is going to be a big part of what the Outlaws are doing at beater if they're going to win this tournament this weekend.
Quaffle got turned over to Brian Mulcahy, so Washington does have the ball back. And Heather Farden, I think, is going to have a chance to immediately beat Casey Irwin. Casey Irwin's going to have to run for the loose bludger, so Washington has a chance to attack no bludgers here. Pass to Cole. Cole gets through one. Oh, doesn't want to try to challenge Josh Andrews, tries to slip it to Paige Bellamy. She's not ready for the pass, and it's a turnover. Austin gets the stop.
A nice play defensively by Austin, just to get to the loose ball and deny the chance to shoot at the hoops. This is a team that covers its openings very well. Very hard team to score against the Austin Outlaws.
Andrews bringing the ball down now after the defensive stop there. Back across to Goddessy. Goddessy over to Missy Goddessy. Husband and wife duo. Big beat from Zane Bila. The pass does get to Josh Andrews. He's going to pull back. Still a lot of bludgers to play. Zane Bila dodges a beat, so there's a chance to press here for Washington if Bila can get free of this tackle. And he does. Mulcahy forces Andrews across half court. Bila steps up to challenge him, sees Casey Irwin, thinks better of it, but Washington does get the reset out of Austin, so Austin can't cross the midline again. Goddessy across to Josh Andrews. Met by Jenneret, just forcing Jenneret to rotate back and forth. Now to Garza. Garza uses his speed to try to get around Mulcahy. Uses that good stiff arm, but not able to create any space against one of the best point defenders in the game. Mulcahy pressuring Garza all the way up to the midline. If he gets him across, it's another reset. Garza dancing, manages to stay in bounds. Bludger control still with the Admirals. Now Garza wants to get in the lane and shoot. Pass to Josh Andrews. Hits the rim, but doesn't go through. Head referee Alex Amador says, so Washington gets the stop.
And really good work from Sammy Garza, just holding off the pressure. Being patient, waiting for the opening, and almost finds Andrews for the assist. The Outlaws players wanted it, but the refs saw no good.
Justin Cole going to work on Arian Garcia now. Goes to TJ Jenneret behind. A dangerous spot for Jenneret. Fumbles the ball a little bit and just flips it back to Cole. Only one bludger in the play for the Outlaws. Zane Bila deep in the Austin zone trying to create some openings for his chasers. We'll see what Jenneret can do now. One chaser beat. Jenneret goes back to Justin Cole, though. Julia Bear in the game for the first time. Pass is going to go to her. Jenneret's in the middle of the field now. Ball goes back to him. Back to Julia Bear. Tight window here. Back to Brian Mulcahy. Mulcahy shoots. It's high. Oh. Alex Amador says it's through.
And Mulcahy finally finds a goal from behind the hoops.
It's going to be a discussion. Justin Cole, Brian Mulcahy's even did not think the shot was through to the point that he raced down to catch the loose ball. And it looks like the referees are discussing. It looked initially high.
Yeah, it looked a little high to me, too. I was rolling with the calls of the refs, but I think that will be right.
Alex Amador's going to say it's a good goal. So good shot from Brian Mulcahy. That makes it 40-20. Austin in the lead.
Hey, sometimes you just got to put pressure on the hoops in any way. The calls are not in your hands.
The game rewards a confident shooter. Arian Goddessy with the ball now. Going to get it back in the hands of Sammy Garza. Back to Goddessy. Now deep to Josh Andrews in dangerous position. Back to Goddessy. Space to operate. He's going to try to get in. Back to Garza. Patience here. Bludger control in the hands of the Outlaws here. Zane Bila holding the only bludger for Washington. Garza trying to dance with Jenneret. Goes across to Goddessy to Andrews. Andrews is beat in the face and his shot is deflected. Goddessy's going to be first loose ball, but Justin Cole's going to knock it out of his hands and come up with it. Justin Cole's the keeper, so that's going to be another stop for Washington.
And this has been a much slower, more patient, methodical game between the Outlaws and the Admirals. Both teams trying to cut down on some mistakes and playing really carefully. The Admirals playing for their lives in this tournament right now, and the Outlaws obviously not wanting to play a third game here on day one.
Justin Cole bring the ball. Now Tyler Trudeau's in the game. The two Team USA keepers in the game together. Deep pass to TJ Generette. Generette's going to dance on Goddessy. Pump fake once. Just swing it back over to Julia Bear. Cameron Castellaw is in the game for the Washington Heralds, who is not on the initial 21-person roster. She got bumped up. Keegan Rory Miller is a huge catch, but another huge catch. Catch is being exchanged back and forth. Long pass to Generette. He can't go down, but he breaks the tackle. Dodges a beat. Resets it to Trudeau. Washington is going to come out of this with their game attack, and Trudeau's going to drive against no bludgers, get to the rim, and finish. What a sequence!
And Tyler Trudeau gets the goal. Has been quiet so far today, but that goal was really created by the heroics of TJ Generette on the sidelines. Draws a good beat from Purvi Majumdar, but able to dodge it spectacularly is Generette.
And on the other side, Keegan Rory Miller and Tyler Tracy both caught each other's beats. Rory Miller got Tracy out of the play for so long that the goal was able to happen. And then Tracy tries to just tackle Keegan Rory Miller out frustration on their side, but Rory Miller beat him. Monroe swings it back up top to McBride. Dangerous shooter this close to the hoops. She goes across to Andrews. Julia Bear tries to step to him. TJ Generette meets her at the hoop and deflects it. Andrews still has the ball. Tyler Trudeau trying to bring him down now. Andrews finally gets to the other hoop and scores. But great physical defense from the Admirals, but Josh Andrews too strong there.
Yeah, and flipping the script a little bit, it's TJ Generette, the smaller chaser for Washington, who was able to stop Andrews initially, and Trudeau, the larger chaser, unable to stay in front of Andrews, who's been good off
Big
the ball.
beat from Kaiser Polson. Romy Miller nearly caught it, but couldn't bring it in. TJ Generette dodges a beat, though, goes back to Justin Cole, but he was beat right in the back by Polson. Trudeau's shot was through, but I think the argument is Justin Cole got beat in the back before he ever dished it to Tyler Trudeau. We do have a player knocked down for Austin. Now, this pair of Cameron Castellaw and Keegan Romy Miller were quite good for Washington in the series against the Charlotte Aviators and the Ottawa Black Bears. Cameron Castellaw, a little fun fact, has never lost a Quidditch game previously. She played one season at UT where they won every game, including the championship. Got her first taste of losing with the Admirals last weekend against Boston, unfortunately. But a winning player, and she and Romy Miller weren't able to win budget control back in the play, but were able to create a big enough opening that Tyler Trudeau was able to drive in. Unfortunately, the B in the back negates the goal, but a really good sequence from the Admirals there.
That's incredible. I didn't know that. Pretty cool.
Garza's going to try to push in transition now. Going to go across to Josh Johnson. Met by Justin Cole. Fakes him and gets right to the hoop. Nice take from Josh Johnson.
Yeah, the Outlaws, when they've been able to get out into transition and run, have been so efficient. They've converted their opportunities. The Washington Chaser defense just has not really answered the directness and the support that they offer each other as Chasers.
Colin Bourne in the game for the first time for Washington. The West Virginia product and a very talented player. Generate pump fake, shoots, scores. No, called no good, but Justin Cole's finish is going to be good. Now, Augustine Monroe looking to immediately push a transition. Here comes Bourne and Castellaw. They see him. They're going to slow it down. Cole's going to meet Monroe aggressively. Bourne's now going to press McBride, and she's going to get it to Josh Johnson and slow things down for Austin. I think Monroe saw that Castellaw and Bourne were talking to each other and tried to rush down the field and shoot, but they noticed him in time, and Justin Cole stalls the drive.
And really nice play there by Casey Beavers to steal bludger control back, and Austin is going to go to
Cross
work
to
now.
McBride. She's going to just swing it to Monroe behind. He's going to try to drive now. And finishes over Tyler Trudeau. Tyler Trudeau's a great tackler, but he just stood there with his arms up, and Monroe knew he could get there and finish over the top.
Yeah, and Austin beginning to open a lead again. Washington had fought their way back into the game, but it is 70-40 now.
70-40, I think the discussion is on if a player was beat or not during that sequence on the Austin side. We'll see what the referees say. If the goal stands, Austin would be up 70-40. Washington answered the initial punch from Austin, but Austin's starting to open back up a lead, as he said. But TJ Generette, again, his initial goal, I think they ended up, the refs were debating whether his initial goal went through, and during the chaos, Justin Cole just picked it up and scored again anyway, so Washington definitely scored, but I think Generette will get credit with it. No goal on that one. They are saying Austin's player was beat during that sequence and played on anyways, so it's going to be a stop, and Washington's only down 2 goals.
Yeah, that's a big swing, and Washington with one bludger is going to try to run here.
And Cameron Castle is going to swing one back, so they're going to get bludgeon control off of this. Colin Bourne throws it back. Meanwhile, Washington looking to attack. TJ Jennerette going to try to get through Augustine Monroe, and does. Sinks that shot, no question.
Oh, and TJ Jennerette is finding his rhythm. This is dangerous for Austin. Washington really making a run now.
Bourne with a huge beat. Going to rush for the loose ball. He's going to get to that loose ball for stoppage now for some sort of discussion. Colin Bourne and his beater partner putting on a real show there. And just so much going on the field. Both teams, even if there's after a goal or a missed shot that rolls behind the hoop and the chasers are slowly going to retrieve the ball, the beaters are taking that free time to attack each other and just make each other's lives difficult. Total up and down, fast-paced game. It doesn't get more exciting than this. And Washington, after keeping close in game one, you always wonder, is the underdog going to come back in game two with the same composure? They're even closer this time around. They're only down 1 goal.
Yeah, there's chaos in the beater game, and I wonder which team that favors right now. I think it would have to be Washington with the way that Austin played in game one.
Bourne pulls into the ball, so bludgeon control should stay with Washington here unless he gets beat. He throws it back before Casey Beavers can beat him. Josh Johnson trying to work, but Castellaw is back in the play, the one UT player here who's for the Admirals instead of the Outlaws. She's going to step up now. Pass across to Josh Johnson, back to Monroe. Sheridan going to step up to meet him. Bourne can press it here. No, he's beat by Kaiser Polson. Ball's going to get to Josh Johnson. No one from Washington runs to it. Now he's beat. Pass across to Bottoms. Back to Monroe. Ton of pressure being put on here by the Washington beaters. Now to Bottoms. Sheridan is there. Monroe's going to try to drive now. And again, he's going to get right to the lane. The thing we're seeing from Washington is they're playing this hoop zone. And if their point defender gets taken out of the play, none of the chasers on the hoops are stepping up. They're staying on the hoops. And Monroe's dunked on them twice now.
Yeah, and I think we're going to get a stoppage both for an injury to Colin Bourne, but I also think there's going to be a ref discussion about the wrap that he had placed on Kaiser Polson when it seemed like the ball was out for Polson. So a tough break for the Admirals potentially, and hope Colin Bourne is okay on the play.
Yeah, Bourne, one of the younger beaters on the Admirals, but the one who plays that kind of older, more physical style despite his young age. The other beaters on the Admirals are, talented players who try to win more through finesse and throwing the bludgers. Colin Bourne wants to step up and hit people, and that's something he brings that no other beater on Washington really does. So this is a big loss if he's down, and we hope he's okay. It looks like Barney Burgess is out there to take his spot once they're able to get Bourne up and moving.
Yeah, certainly a style of play in the beater game that the beaters from multiple generations at UT would be very familiar with and able to withstand, but very good to have multiple different styles. And Bourne has looked good today for the Admirals in multiple facets of the game.
Yeah, obviously Bourne's playing more than he usually does due to Cody Nardone being unavailable to injury, and also for Washington, Rachel Heald unavailable due to injury. We saw Paige Bellamy get the start and play well in those minutes. Obviously, Julia Bear, another Team USA talent in the game now. But Washington, despite those 2 absences, despite having to go through the play-in tournament first, hanging in there tight with Austin. They're down 2 goals after that play, but right in this game.
Yeah, it's been an encouraging performance from the Admirals, given the injury considerations, given the extra games of the play-in bracket. I think you're absolutely right that there's a lot that they can be proud of with the way that they played Austin tight in game one, coming down to a snitch catch essentially, and game two now only
down 2.
2 goals down.
So Borges is in off broom for Bourne. I would expect that Cameron Castle will probably substitute for Katrina Hicks to get that pair together. But Castle is going to step up. Bludger Control is going to stay with the Admirals. They get the stop. And, yep, Castle is going to sub for Hicks now. So it's that starting beater pair for Washington. Not starting because they don't run for the ball, but the kind of first true beater pair in the game. Burgess and Hicks, and they're going to try to go to work here with Control, where they were so deadly in their second shift of game one. Trudeau's going to get down to Julia Bear. Jenner has a lot of space behind. Bear goes to him. Let's see what he can do. Monroe's there to meet him. Tries to force the pass to John Sheridan. It's a little low, but Tyler Trudeau comes up with it. And Trudeau's going to get the drive now. Gets through Monroe. Met by Bottoms and Monroe. And they get Trudeau down. That is a team effort from the Outlaws to bring down one of the best drivers in the sport. Meanwhile, a great beat from Casey Beavers. Bernie Burgess is going to have to win a foot race with Kaiser Polson here. Does, but Casey Beavers is there, and Bludger Control is going to rebound to Austin, and I think they're eventually going to end up with the quaffle out of this scrum, too.
Yeah, what a great play by Casey Beavers in the beater game. Has primarily played at Chaser this summer, but coming back into the beater game when her team needs her and being there all over the pitch for a partner, for a team. She's playing at the absolute highest level for the Outlaws right now.
Smart play. She had one bludger, could have just held it, but she saw Polzin was in a race with Burgess, followed the race, so then when Burgess and Polzin beat each other, she can just scoop up the loose bludger. Really heads-up play.
Yeah, and just a marker of all of the high-level experience that she's already got playing with UT in national championships, playing with the Outlaws in MLQ championships.
Augie Monroe handling the ball now. A lot more minutes for Monroe in this one than in game one. Austin really wants to put the hammer down here. Monroe across to Josh Johnson. Casey Irwin back in the game at beater. Back to Monroe. Austin in a bit of a box offense, 2 up top, 2 down low as the ball goes back to Johnson. Trying to move Sheridan, the point defender, back and forth. Now to Monroe, but it's a high lofty pass, so Sheridan's going to get there. And he's going to get a big wrap on Monroe. They eventually told Sheridan to go back to hoops. I'm not sure why. Katrina Hicks is beat. Birdie Burgess is still in the play. Josh Johnson shakes Sheridan, but gets beat in the face by Burgess. And then Olave gets beat too. Burgess is trying to rush the other way and win bludger control off that exchange. I think Austin is going to get it because able to throw that one bludger back as they got beat. But what a play by Bernie Burgess.
Yeah, Burgess only has one tempo on his throws, and it is hard and fast.
Ball gets knocked high, unfortunately. There, I think that Quaffle got deflected by bludger, and now Austin's around the other way. Monroe hits it head to Johnson. Met by Sheridan. Floats the shot through despite the contact, so not able to break Sheridan's wrap, but with the open hoop there, Johnson just goes for the floater and knocks it home.
Yeah, good play by Johnson in transition again to fight through the tackle, stay strong, and locate the hoop ultimately for the goal. He's been so key for Austin. Going to be a huge part if they win a championship this weekend.
Kramer gets it down to Julia Bear. First time I've seen Kramer in the game. Definitely a big piece for this team. Real energy off the bench. She and Sheridan in the game together, along with Littleton and Julia Bear. A lot of shooting and one-on-one creation on the field. Ball goes behind David Littleton. Across to Julia Bear. It's wide, but she is going to get to it before Aaron McBride does. Now to Sheridan. Pressured aggressively by Casey Irwin. He goes back to Kramer. Melissa Smith pump fakes a couple times at Irwin. Bludger control with Bila and Smith for the Admirals. Trying to put as much pressure as they can on the Owls. Zipped pass is deflected, but Littleton's going to be the first to it. Rolls out of bounds. I'm unclear who's going to end up with the ball here. In the beater game, Smith and Bila putting a lot of pressure trying to either beat Irwin or beat the Austin Outlaws Chasers on the hoops, but Washington's Chasers just decided to kick it back out. And we'll have to see who's going to end up with the ball here. Littleton's going to have the ball on the inbound. So only one bludger in still for the Austin. Irwin's playing pretty aggressively for being the only beater in a pretty compressed defense, stepping out aggressively there. She's going to move back to the center now. Kramer to Littleton. Bila beats Josh Andrews, but no one's there to shoot on the now exposed hoop. Julia Bear taking the space. Quick pass to Sheridan, who zips it through some contact, ended up falling down, but gets the finish.
Yeah, nice play by the Admirals to work the Quaffle around. David Littleton coming into the game. Haven't seen a ton of him today, but one of the most experienced players in the Washington area and a key stabilizing presence for the Admirals in the past.
Monroe's going to bring the ball up now. Great pass from Julia Bear there to get Washington back within 2 goals. They trail only 80-60. Monroe's going to try to widen that lead now for Austin. Across to Arya and Goddessy, the 2 old UT products. Goddessy back across to Monroe. Sheridan there to meet Monroe. Monroe tries to fake. Breaks the tackle. The finish is not there, though. Missy Goddessy comes up with the loose ball. Gets it back to Monroe. Zane Biles there. Goes for a long beat on Monroe that just misses. Littleton's there. Monroe's going to try to work it back in front again. Throws it to Goddessy. He's immediately met by Sheridan and brought down. Big tackle. One ref has their hand up now. Amadal has his hand up too. Huge hit and some words exchanged between the Chasers on that one.
Yeah, we talked a lot about the physicality that Washington can bring, and certainly Austin can match what Washington offers. But both teams have to make sure to keep it clean here late in the day. Game 2 of a series that it matters so much to both teams. Important to keep their heads and avoid penalties that are only going to hurt their team.
That's a yellow card on Sheridan, I think, for contact from behind. Plays live again. Ball gets back to Josh Johnson. Johnson back across to Goddessy. Pressured hard by Melissa Smith. Now Bilo's going to pressure Missy Goddessy. She throws it back to Bottoms. That's the reset. Melissa Smith's going to pressure him too. So he's going to zip it all the way to Monroe. Littleton breaks up the pass. Monroe's beat, throws it back. That should be the second reset.
Yeah.
What a stop from Washington.
Yeah, and the home crowd loves it. I was going to comment on Austin trying to break the press by being aggressive, but ultimately it's Washington that's able to disrupt the play defensively, and maybe that's how they start to get some momentum back here heading into snitch on pitch.
And David Littleton put just enough pressure on Monroe that he had to kind of slap the ball back, wasn't able to get her in control with a beater coming down on him. And that bad pass goes over the half-court line. Washington gets the turnover. Now Kramer's going to work. Sheridan is still in the box, and we're just 30 seconds away from snitch on pitch. Score's 80-60, which is actually the exact same score of Game 2 of this series that Snitch released last year. We'll see if Washington can make it a different result this time. Bear goes back to Kramer up top. Getting in very close to the defense, but that's how it's designed. He goes back to Littleton. Sheridan's got just a few seconds left on the penalty, so Washington should succeed in killing the penalty play without giving up a goal. They trail by just 2. Kramer going to try to work on Monroe now. Cross to Julia Bear. Zane Bile and Heather Farnan being very conservative. They have the bludgers. They want to have the bludgers at the 20-minute mark so they can get the first look at the snitch. Pass to David Littleton, right back to Julia Bear. Bile is going to cover it, and Bear is going to get to it, and then step out of bounds, though.
Yeah, Bear just lost track of the sideline with Bila near the play. Bila trying to warn Bear that the ball was heading out of bounds. Miscommunication from the Admirals right before the 20-minute mark.
Yeah, but Washington has to feel good. They're down just 80-60. They're going to start the special with bludger control. We saw TJ Generette get a catch like 15 seconds into snitch on pitch in Game 1 that ended up being called off, and then Josh Andrews answered with a catch of his own that was called good. But starting with bludger control, Generette's going to get the first look at Justin Bernard, which is not going to be an easy catch by any stretch of the imagination. But Generette's going to get the first crack at it.
Yeah, this is going to be a different animal in the snitching game for both teams. Justin Barnard checking in after his team, the Rochester Whiteout, eliminated in the previous time slot to the New York Titans, now available to snitch, and takes his first opportunity to put on the yellow and get in the game. This is going to be exciting to see if either team can generate some chances against him.
Yeah, he's an absolutely fantastic snitch. Obviously, Andrews and Generette both seek to get some in the past and caught him sometimes, other times not been able to catch him. Bernard, one of the very best in the game. Austin up 20. They'll start with the quaffle. Washington will start with the bludgers. Washington has to feel good about where they are in this game. They're 1 goal closer than they were last time. If they can get the catch, they should be able to win Game 2 here, or at least make it a real competitive one. And we'll see again, do both teams just stick their beaters on snitch for the whole duration of snitch on pitch and let their quaffle players just kind of go against each other without beater support, or are the beaters kind of trying to move back and forth between the two facets of the game?
Yeah, I think it's a great question, and both teams have shown that they can do it in small bits and pieces throughout the season, but haven't seen either team master it yet per se, and so no time better than in an elimination game with your survival in the tournament on the line.
100%. So it'll be Zane Bile and Heather Farner in with the bludgers, and that's a bit of a shift for Washington. We mentioned Colin Bourne and Diana Howard are usually the snitch on pitch specialists, but Bile and Farner are on the field at least to start with. Discussion between the players and refs about what happened at the end of the 20-minute mark, but it is going to be Arian Goddessy's ball to start the second half of the game here. Bernard ready, and
looks like it's Swathi Manam in the seeker box for the Austin Outlaws, TJ Generette for the Admirals.
Goddessy gets it in, but what's the call going to be here? Julia Bear was pressing him right up at the line. He used the 5 seconds. I think they're saying Goddessy didn't get it in time.
Oh, wow. What a momentum shift potentially here. Washington made the mistake that resulted in the turnover, and now potentially they're going to get the quaffle back.
Augie Monroe and Casey Irwin can't believe the call, but Julia Bear just shoulders her way past, sticks up the rock and roll sign to the crowd, and she's going to have the ball. And if she can get it to Justin Kramer here, it's going to be a choice for Cameron Ogilvie. Does he try to stop this quaffle play, or does he move over to the seeker game, which would give Generette, if he forces that quaffle, Generette's going to have a free run at it. He's going to look quaffle, beats Kramer, and the ball rolls out of bounds, so also has the ball back, but now TJ Generette is going to have a shot at the snitch. Ball gets ahead to Irwin. TJ Jennerette has the first crack at Justin Bernard. Austin slowly walking the ball up. Muscle from Bernard there as the ball goes to Josh Andrews, who they're keeping in the quaffle game. And he's going to try to get through Justin Cole now. Cole steps up with an aggressive tackle, but he's shaken off, and Andrews gets all the way to the hoop and finishes despite a good rep from Sheridan. So you see why Austin's choosing to keep him in the quaffle game instead of the seeker game there.
Yeah, and Jack Wong is going to recover one bludger along with Casey Irwin, who's going to get the other. And it looks like Austin is going to be able to set up the bubble around the snitch now.
Yeah, as long as there's no call made here by the referees who are discussing something. It's head referee Alex Amador and AR Josh Mansfield discussing some call. Heather Farnan's getting sent to the box for the Admirals. I'm unclear for what, but it's a yellow. So she'll be in the box for a minute or until Austin scores again. And that is a huge blow when your team is down. Unsportsmanlike conduct on Heather Farnan. So Washington is down to beat her. Now, Washington should know how to handle this. Last summer, almost the exact same situation. Down just a couple goals in Stitch on pitch in game 2, do or die. They get a beater in the box and are down a beater. We'll see how they handle it this time around.
Yeah, that's a tough break for the Admirals. Farnan will want that one back.
So Munham is just standing there guarding Bernard to keep Jennerette from getting to him. And it looks like Austin is going to try to win this game by just focusing on Quaffle. Jennerette's beat. And now Wong's going to go for a press on Bila. Bila jumps to, he is called beat. It just nicked him. So now a press attempt for the Outlaws. Justin Cole goes across. Josh Johnson rips it out of the air and collides with Brian Mulcahy. And now he's going to run the other way. Cole is there. Fake. Nice pass to Monroe, who scores it. No call on the collision between Mulcahy and Johnson there. I think just an unfortunate sequence as Wong beats Bila again. Farnan is released now. Now Andrews in at seeker. Long head pass to Julia Bear. She's met by Johnson. He got her below the knee there. Play is still alive, though. Gets it to Justin Cole. Justin Cole to Paige Bellamy. It hits the top of the rim, so Bellamy's not able to handle it, but she is the first to the loose ball. And Casey Beavers knocks the ball out. A hand up from the referees, though.
Yeah, a lot going on here. Seems like the call could be the high contact on Bellamy. But back and forth play here. Johnson putting so much pressure on the Admirals on the previous possession with the interception. That's the second or third time we've seen him do that this series. Just a really impressive athleticism from the UT product.
Is sent to the box for that hit on Bellamy, so Washington will be up a chaser here. We'll see if they can. Oh, yeah, she's going to get to move in really close here. I think she'll have to move it up to the keeper zone line, but she should be able to just run it and shoot from here because she'll line herself up on this hoop. Josh Johnson, the other side of the field, she'll just be able to take a couple steps in and shoot.
Yeah, it's Josh Andrews who's checked in notably at seeker for the Outlaws. The player.
Boy, Josh Andrews was flirting with the call there. That should have been interpositional interference, but Bellamy's goal is good.
Yeah, and Andrews will come back out now.
Monroe to Johnson. Riley Starr's there to meet Monroe. And now a discussion between the referees. 170 the score. Washington down 30. Catch would be absolutely huge for them, but Austin's beaters are keeping TJ Jennerette from having any real looks at it. We've seen Diana Howard sub back into the game at beater. Normally plays with Bourne, in with Bila right now, but one of their preferred stitch-on-pitch beaters.
Yeah, aside from the first sequence that Jennerette got, just nothing doing so far. Once Irwin won back bludger control with Wong. Wong's been making some really outstanding plays on Zane Bila, who's been looking to jump over his beats. But that, of course, is one of the trademark moves of Jack Wong. So he knows what's coming and is prepared for that mentally and has been beating Bila high enough to land his beats.
Yeah, and the refs are still discussing. Yeah, so it is going to be what we thought earlier, where Josh Andrews, as the seeker, just kind of tried to mosey into Paige Bellamy's way. He's going to get the interpositional interference call for that. The referee's still discussing. Arian Goddessy throws his headband out of frustration. Austin, I think, is frustrated that they're making some mental mistakes and that Washington is right in this game. And you're always a little more frustrated when you're getting hit as hard as the Admirals are hitting the Outlaws in this game.
Yeah, and from the Austin point of view, maybe a couple calls that have gone against them this game. The goal early on, the call on the sideline, which seemed right to me, but not a call that you see too frequently. So I can understand the frustration from the Outlaws, but certainly need to keep their heads here if they're looking to finish off the Admirals in 2 games.
Yep. So Monroe, I think I ended up telling Josh Andrews to stop arguing with the referees and let him do it instead, since he's the coach and the speaking captain. The discussion continuing, a really long stoppage here, which I think that most of the players on the field probably don't mind. They're being told to leave their brooms. Josh Johnson going to take a little lay down here. He's played a lot of minutes in both these games.
Yeah, I don't blame him. He's doing some of the hardest work of any player on the pitch, fighting through tackles, pressing high on defense, just running all over the pitch. Josh Johnson taking a beating here.
Okay, so illegal set of players on the field for Austin. They had 2 players wearing the number 4 jersey on the field at the same time, so it's also a blue card to their speaking captain. So just a ton of unforced mistakes here from Austin might give Washington a chance to storm back into this game. I think that's why we're seeing so much frustration from Goddessy, Monroe, and Irwin over there, as Monroe and Irwin are still in conversation with the referees.
It's not a call you see all the time, but it's a number on the shorts. Our producer, Juan Martinez, is speculating as he laughs.
So we'll have to see once this tea party comes to a conclusion, we'll see who's actually in the box and where the quaffle winds up. This is, I understand as a captain wanting to know what the call is, and as a ref wanting to communicate with the captains. This has been going on for like 5 minutes. It's time to get this game started again, and I think that's what Amadal is telling the players now.
Light is fading here at Troy Park. We have a nice sunset coming down. I hope you can enjoy from home, but I'm sure all these players want to get the game moving.
So Monroe is going to be in the box because he's the captain. He's going to take the foul for the 2 players wearing the same number. So Austin will be down a chaser as a result of that. Andrews is essentially got the blue card for interpositional interference, but then was released by Bellamy's goal. So he had to come back in at seeker since he should have been released instead of Munham. So the quaffle, I think as a result of the blue card, is going to get turned over. No, it's still going to be in Josh Johnson's hands. He's going to try to work on Cole now. Gets to the hoops. Met by Cole. Big wrap. Knocked out of his hands. Jules Bear is there to meet Aaron McBride. Cole's going to hit her too. Riley Stars is going to get in there and knock the ball down. What a play. Riley Stars eats the collision, and Justin Cole's in the keeper zone, so that beat doesn't count for anything, and Washington gets the stop. And now they can attack. If they go quick, Monroe's penalty is close to up because it's only 30 seconds for a blue card.
Yeah, Riley Starr is just such a tough player for the Admirals, taking contact all over the pitch and ultimately helping to end the possession.
Here comes Cole now on McBride. Sees the opportunity, gets to the hoop, and finishes with some authority. Great take from Justin Cole. That releases Monroe and gets Austin back to full strength, but Washington within 2 goals now. And Tyler Trudeau's in at seeker. I think they like his size and strength against Bernard here.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. The Admirals checking Tyler Trudeau into the game. Things are about to get interesting in the seeking game.
Ball being brought up very, very slowly by Johnson in the meantime. So a lull in the quaffle game. Trudeau's tagging back up. Bludger control is with the Austin Outlaws. It's Keegan, Remy Miller, and Diana Howard. And they're, like we discussed, what the beater plan is going to be. The Washington Beaters are playing quaffle right now, so it's a lot of rotating back and forth. Stars is there. Passes high past Johnson. Going to get it without using research. Stiff arms Paige Bellamy into the ground, and he's going to get an unnecessary roughness call for that, I think. Alex Amadal's hand went up right away, and Paige Bellamy is knocked hard to the ground. She's able to push herself back up, so it looks like she'll be all right, but that's going to be another unforced error on the Outlaws.
Yeah, I missed the play. Hope she's all right, and it'll be to Austin to try to figure out what they can do if this is a yellow card like we were thinking.
Yeah, balls. Yep, illegal. Some sort of contact penalty on Josh Johnson. I think just for using a lot of force there, and he hit Bellamy pretty close to her neck too on that stiff arm. So he's sent to the box. That's going to turn the quaffle over to Washington. Another discussion between Augustine Monroe and the referees. Net contact. So the quaffle here is going to end up in the hands of Julie Neutzel, and she can just run in and shoot if she wants. There's nobody in front of her, and the beaters have to run back the ball. Here comes Neutzel. She's going to have to get there and shoot it before the bludger. Neutzel sinks it. What a shot. First minutes of the game. And she puts up a big goal. They're within 1 point.
Yeah,
and
we
Tyler
have a
Trudeau
one-goal
on
game.
top of Justin Bernard. Bernard pulls the brim out, so that'll slow Washington for now, but they're 1 goal away. So Austin needs 4 to win. Washington needs 5. Monroe back into the green headband, trying to get control of the proceedings for Austin, who's really just lost their cool over the last couple minutes here. They want to calm things down. Kira Miller beats Kaiser Polson, and he's going to throw at Monroe now. Beats Monroe, now trying to launch a press on Johnson. Johnson gets the clean pass to McBride, and Jack Wong is back in the play.
Yeah, great job by Jack Wong to float back into the quaffle game.
McBride gets it to Monroe. Monroe dodges a beat. Now he's going to have room to work. Gets by Brian Mulcahy. Big pass to Josh Johnson, who is met in the air by Julia Bear. None of the referees have their hands up for a call. That was a lot of contact in midair, but there's going to be no call, and the Admirals are going to push the other way.
Yeah, we have some high-flying action here, and Josh Johnson beginning to take a real punishing play on defense.
TJ Jennerette back in, attacking Bernard again. Deep pass to Brian Mulcahy. Mulcahy's going to shake Aaron McBride. Shake Josh Johnson, and he sinks it. It's a tie game.
And what a run this has been for the Washington Admirals. Just as penalties start to come for the Outlaws, they have also just not been able to finish through the Washington defense. And with some energies devoted to the beating game, maybe now we're going to see Austin shift
Monroe's going to
more
get
of their
all the way
attention
through
back.
the hoops. Met with a lot of contact by Julie Neutzel and Justin Cole, but eventually finishes. So Monroe puts some order back in the proceedings, restores the lead for Austin. They're up 110 to 100, but both teams are within striking distance now. A catch would end it for Austin now, as we see Monon go aggressively at it, but we're going to have a stoppage. Another stoppage. And it looks like another card against Austin, this time on Nick Zoner. I think for a swat, because the bludger's also going to get turned over to Washington. What's that? Oh, did he switch jerseys because of the... I think it's Arian Goddessy, but I've got the wrong numbers on my jersey due to the 2 players wearing number 4. So that's Arian Goddessy in the box. Timeout taken by Austin. I think this is the most shaken we've ever seen Austin this early in an MLQ Championship. This is a team that expects to make the finals every single year, and the Washington Admirals gave them a great game in Game 1 and an even better game here in Game 2. The home crowd going nuts.
Yeah, and I think what's been difficult for Austin is that Washington has not faded. They've come back in both games. Austin getting out to large leads, but those leads are easier to build than they are to protect against a solid team like the Washington Admirals. That sometimes takes a while to find its groove. And as the game has progressed, they've cut down on the mistakes and just slowly but surely worked their way back.
And we've seen Washington's getting contributions from so many players. Obviously, Jennerette was such a star in Game 1. Less of a scoring output in this one, but some nice passes. Tyler Trudeau gets going. Julia Bear has some nice passes. David Littleton, who's been sparsely used this series, comes up big. Julie Neutzel subs into the game on injury stoppage and immediately scores. Washington getting contributions from all the roster. All 4 beater pairs they've used have been excellent, and they find themselves with a chance to steal Game 2 here and force a decisive Game 3 against the Outlaws.
Yeah, what a story that would be if the Austin Outlaws, amid a number of penalties, a number of unforced errors, give the Admirals a chance to get back into the game. This would be huge for Washington if they can take their opportunity.
So Monroe's goal does restore the lead to Austin. They lead 110 to 100. They'll now have a power play. Washington will have a power play because Goddessy's in the box. Bludger control is with Kaiser Polson and Jack Wong. So Jennerette's not going to get an immediate look at the snitch. We'll have to see how the beaters try to play Quaffle versus snitch here. Dan Howard flips her ball to Colin Bourne. Looks like they're going to try to create some space for Jennerette to work here. Wong facing up against Bourne, chucks his bludger back. Jennerette should have some space now, as in Monroe's going there. Monroe is beat. What a play by Colin Bourne. Yeah. Colin Bourne turned his head, saw Monroe shrinking the other way, and pulled himself out of the steer game and beat Monroe from behind. What a play by the young West Virginia Phenom. He's pumped up. The crowd loves it.
And could this be a discussion about playing after beat?
Yeah, Monroe took several steps there. Obviously, I don't think it necessarily killed a fast
No.
break or anything, so I think they're going to say no harm, no foul. But I think Monroe was just surprised he got beat. He didn't know there was a beater there.
Yeah, and what an excellent beat from Colin Bourne back in the game from the injury early on. Exciting to see Washington back closer to full strength.
Jenrette dancing to keep away from Austin's beaters. Austin devoting more attention to Snitch. We have another stoppage.
Yeah, I wonder at what point Austin thinks about putting Josh Andrews back into the game at Seeker. Was the winning Seeker in the first game caught Snitch Ricky Nelson. This Snitch, Justin Barnard, obviously a much tougher Snitch, but Andrews certainly up to the task.
Yeah, it seems like Austin was betting that with Barnard in at Seeker, they could just focus on winning in the Quaffle game.
Yeah.
Barnard hasn't been caught. He's kept up his end of the bargain, but Washington's closed the gap during Snitch on pitch, not the other way around. So we'll see if Austin changes strategies here. Board blocks Wong's beat. Brian MLK goes across to Justin Cole. Cole met hard by Goddessy. Jenrette needs to just get through the defensive Seeker now. Muscles her out of the way. Aggressively going at Bernard. Cole still ball handling. Pressed hard by Kaiser Polson. Goes to Mulcahy in the center. Mulcahy's got room to work now. Melissa Smith with the beat on Gossy. Mulcahy gets in. High contact from Casey Irwin. Hands are up. Mulcahy's still fighting. Tries to force. It's to Julia Bear. She can't get it, but I think eventually the result of this is going to be the Mulcahy will get back to the ball, and it'll be another card on the Austin Outlaws.
Yeah, and depending on how players get set up here, Washington could have the chance to even the score at 110, which would mean a snitch catch for either team would win the game. TJ Jenrette is the Seeker for Washington right now. Not getting super close on Barnard at the moment, but certainly a Seeker who can make me regret my words.
It just takes one shot, right?
Yeah.
No matter how good the stitch is, you catch him once, and that's it. You've got the catch. And Brian Mulcahy is right on top of the hoop, so that's a tie game. 110 to 110. Both teams 30 points away from the win. Jenrette with a chance to win this game right here. Polson beats Jenrette, but now Bourne beats a pursuing beater, and there's going to be, I think, that bludger is way behind the hoop, so Jenrette should have time now. And Washington can press Austin in the Quaffle game if they want. Tackle attempt is just shrugged off by Colin Bourne. He's up to the challenge here. Casey Irwin throws it back right into Julia Bear under the face of the pressure, and Julie Neutral falls on the loose ball. It's a stop for the Admirals.
And the defense for the Admirals, with their bludgers mostly out of the picture, has really stepped up. Obviously, beater's a big part of what they did defensively on the last possession, but I think this has been the chaser defense that we were expecting from the Washington Admirals heading into this series.
And Taylor Tracy's jumping up and down about a call that I think is going to go against him in the budget game. Augie Monroe arguing to throw a freeze again. And the last time we saw Austin's manager come onto the field, Austin is cannot believe how the calls are going this game. But they've got to keep their composure. This game is not over. It's tied. If they keep their heads and they can either get the catch or put up some goals, they can still win this. But they're their own worst enemy right now.
Yeah, and the crowd is getting involved at the moment, looking for the upset. Austin's got to know they're the defending champs. They're the team that has been so dominant at the top of the sport for so long. All these teams looking for a new champion, and who better than the hometown team, the Washington Admirals?
Taylor Tracy's going to be off rim. Kaiser Bolson has no bludger. He's going to have to rush run, so that means Washington can try to rush in and score here. Good screen from Julia Bear is going to get Justin Cole going with some space. Shakes off Monroe. Finds Julie Neutzel on the cut, and Washington's in the lead.
Oh, we have quite the gain here. And at what point does Austin put all of its energy back into the Quaffle game? I think we're seeing some of that right now.
Tyler Shiro with some one-on-one time. Going to try to just get in there and end this game for his team. The coach of this team wants it so bad. Monroe passes to Josh Andrews. Josh Andrews finds Aaron McBride. Austin ties the game. Both teams are 2 away now. That's Barbara Groh in the game for the first time for the Austin Outlaws at Seeker, trying to defend Trudeau, and Kaiser Polson is going to come in and beat Trudeau. Washington, slow and patient. They've got Burgess and Hicks back in the game. Monroe eats a beat. Long beat from Burgess is going to create another opportunity. That's going to be bludger control to Washington. Polson's still in the play, but what a play from Burgess. And now TJ Jenrette's going to have some time with the snitch. Catch here would be decisive. Goal would go along to Hicks's beat. Gets it back to Tracy. Long pass to Julie Neutzel, who can't quite tip it home that time. Good defense from Aaron McBride. Washington doesn't come up with the goal that time. Austin gets the stop. Still 120 to 110, or 120 to 120.
Yeah, and this is the balancing act for Washington. So difficult to go between the chaser game and the seeker game. How can they manage it here as we come in to the finish?
Tight, tense game. Augie Monroe's won more of these than you can count in his life. So many championships. Trying to just keep things calm. Pressed by Katrina Hicks now. Gets it to Erin McBride. Julie Neutral just rips the ball out of her hand.
What a defensive play from Julie Neutral. Coming in, not a player who played a ton of minutes for the Admirals this year, with healed out with an injury, with Bellamy out with an injury. It's Neutral who's been scoring goals and making plays on defense here for the Admirals.
You could not ask when Rachel Heal, the Team USA talent, was knocked out for this tournament, for anything better from Paige Bellamy and Julie Neutral, who have been more than up to the challenge and have Washington right in this game. But it looks like Shane McConaughey, who's in the game for the first time at Seeker, got a card. Illegal charge on the snitch by McConaughey, or I believe probably on the other Seeker. So McConaughey, who has not gotten in the quaffle game in this one, we saw him some in the play-in bracket, is the third Seeker behind Jenner and Trudeau. They like his length, but unfortunately a quick penalty there leaves Washington down in the Seeker game. But they're only 2 goals away from winning, and that's not going to turn the quaffle over. So Washington, if they can put another goal on the board here, has to feel really good about their chances. Here comes Justin Cole. Big beat from Bernie Burgess. Pass to Brian Mulcahy. It's through. That one through. It's 130 to 120. Washington is 1 goal away from springing the upset and forcing game 3. Here comes Augie Monroe the other way. Hicks and Burgess are back. Burgess throws hard. Tracy catches it. Excuse me, Ogilvie catches it.
This is pretty unique. We're coming in potentially for a next goal win situation in an elimination game of a quarterfinal involving a defending champion team, involving a hometown team playing for its life. This is scintillating stuff here at Troy Park.
Yeah, I mean, Austin last summer did not face a game this close their entire run. They're facing one in the quarterfinals right here. It's a whole different ball game this year. This Washington Admirals team has been up to the challenge every step of the way in both games, and here in game 2, they are 1 goal away from springing the upset. Burgess and Hicks still with bludger control. Quick beat, another quick beat by Burgess. Hicks wants to press now. Beats Monroe. The Chasers are going to have to stop Josh Johnson here. Hicks is rushing back into the play. Julia Bear with a good defensive play. Hicks beats Johnson. He lobs it back up. He passed it late. It's turning over to Washington.
And the crowd loves the call. Now Washington with bludger control, can they get the goal that would give them the win? On a play like this, there's always the question, do you completely sell out for the goal, or do you try to preserve the opportunity for another chance? They've had next goal wins situations against New York mostly, so interesting to see what happens here.
Yeah, they are 1 away while Austin is 2, so selling out is not the end game risk, because if Austin just runs the other way, it's now tied. You have another shot at it. We'll see what they do here. Monroe at point. Burgess and Hicks with bludger control. Bear's going to try to screen off Monroe. Justin Cole has been huge in this game. Goes across to Brian Mulcahy. Goes back to Justin Cole. Julie Neutral's cutting towards the hoop. Cole's going to choose not to pass it. Cole zips the shot through. That's game! Justin Cole ends it. Washington ties the series 1-1. They win 140 to 120, and we have a game 3 here in the quarterfinals.
Oh, and you can see how much it means to them. Justin Cole pumping his fist, jumping up and down. The crowd on their feet, waving towels, cheering. And this is just game 2. Can you imagine what we have in store for game 3?
And what a moment for Justin Cole. I spoke to him earlier in the season, and he mentioned that after being named to Team USA, there's suddenly so much more pressure on you in every game.
Yeah.
Every player out there wants to give you their best punch, and he said he definitely felt that the first series of the season. How about that? A game-winning shot against the defending champions. Drills it through. Was fantastic the entire game, and he forces a game 3. The Admirals and Outlaws are going to game 3 here on Saturday night.
Very exciting. Yeah. Like you said, a player who has found confidence as the season has gone on, took the shot, deserved to take the shot, and sunk it.
Huge. We'll be back for game 3 after a break here.
Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quadball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different and they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quad ball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game. Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quadball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quad ball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game. Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quadball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quadball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game. Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quadball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quadball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game. Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quadball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quadball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game. Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quadball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap.
We have quite the game here. The hometown Washington Admirals defeat the Austin Outlaws in Game 2, the first time Austin has ever dropped a quarterfinals game, and that sets up a decisive Game 3 in what's already been an excellent series under the lights with the whole crowd in the stands. Washington's got the home crowd behind them. Jack, I talked to Tyler Trudeau in the break there, and Tyler told me more or less Austin didn't play many close games in the regular season. Washington only played close games in the regular season. We know how to play them. They feel really confident going to this game. What are you looking for?
Yeah, this is so exciting, and this is just the culmination of a multi-year rivalry. These 2 teams played in 2019, played in 2021, and here we go.
Monroe is going to win the rush for the loose ball. Mulcahy's right on top of him. Kaiser pulls and beats Mulcahy. Long pass from Monroe to Josh Johnson. Wrapped aggressively, back to Monroe. He fakes, finds Johnson. That time it's through. Good composure from the Outlaws to string together a couple passes there and eventually find the look.
Oh, yeah, what a nice little give and go from Andrews and Monroe. That's been the key partnership for the Outlaws on offense. Just too much physicality for the Admirals to handle, and great finish.
Both beaters from the Outlaws try to press Katrina Hicks, but that left Brian Mulcahy with a no-bludger situation the way. He can't quite knock it home. It hits the bottom tee. Great defense from Aaron McBride, Josh Johnson, and Augie Monroe there, but Washington almost capitalized on Austin being a little over-aggressive in the bludger game.
Yeah, Washington looking to get out on the run early, maybe get the crowd on their side. We have a huge crowd here under the lights at Troy Park.
Austin up 10-0. Monroe's going to try to work on Cole again. Chaos in the bludger game. All the bludgers flying. All 3 on the ground. Ball to Josh Johnson now. He's going to shake Cole and sling the shot to the top hoop. We've seen Austin get out to a quick start in all 3 games. They're up 20-0 again.
Yeah, very composed off the bat from the Austin Outlaws. This is what they wanted coming out of the break. They're going to be a team that's going to regroup, that's going to use the energy in the stands as motivation. They're going to want to keep their place as the defending champions.
Washington has bludger control. They are used to going down 20-0 in this series. It's not going to rattle them as Justin Cole looks to get to work here on the wing. Fakes the pass, is going to keep holding on to it for now. Katrina Hicks deep in the Austin zone. Trying to force Aaron McBride off one of the hoops, so that pass across like there. Big beat. Jack Wong is beat by Bernie Burgess. Cole passes behind to Mulcahy. Mulcahy gets right through. A lot of contact. The ball gets knocked out, but he's still live. And we've got a stoppage of play.
Yeah, not often that you see Brian Mulcahy get stuffed at the hoops, a player who usually drives with such force, such intensity, but you are seeing equal strength on the Austin side on defense.
Yeah, 100%, and we'll see what the call is and if Washington's going to get to continue the chance. But Bernie Burgess trying to make an impact in this game early. He referred to how he was playing in Game 2 to me as an out-of-body experience, and he goes right in there, beats Jack Wong aggressively, and creates an opening to the Chasers. Can't quite finish, but there's going to be another chance at it.
Hey, that's how it's supposed to feel, good Quidditch, like an out-of-body experience. You feel like you're just on top of the world when your beats are connecting like his were in Game 2.
Okay, he goes back to Cole. Washington's going to have another chance here. Under control, still with Burgess and Hicks. Cole trying to get into the lane against Monroe. Now goes down to Riley Stars, who can attack the corner of the defense. Stars goes back to Cole. Bernie Burgess is going to win back the bludger that he missed, the beat that he missed there, so no harm done. Bellamy back in the play. Cole goes to Bellamy. Oh! Not quite able to finish it. Wrapped and hit hard. Pass was just a bit high from Cole, but the ball squirts out. I think eventually Austin is going to get the stop there. Good look, just a little too high for Bellamy to handle comfortably, and she gets hit pretty hard.
Yeah, Bellamy slow to get up. Left Game 2 with a knock. Now on the receiving end of a big hit early in Game 3. Hope she's all right there. And Austin now will get the chance to run.
And Bellamy's going to sub after that hit for Julia Bear. Looks like Bellamy's just a little shaken up, but all right. We saw her take that big hit in Game 2, as he mentioned, but back to start Game 3. I don't think there's going to be any call, just giving the opportunity for Bellamy to sub off there. So it should be Augustine Monroe with the quaffle here for the Outlaws. So still 20-0. Monroe going to have to work on Brian Mulcahy now. A lot of fancy footwork. Screen from Johnson, but Mulcahy fights through it. Still on Monroe. Monroe manages to get past him. Burgess has the one bludger for the Admirals. Casey Irwin able to take the other off Katrina Hicks. Riley Stars is beat. Josh Johnson in the lane now. Goes for the long shot that dips through, and that's a 30-0 lead for the Outlaws.
Oh, and what a pretty floater from Josh Johnson. The Outlaws want to see him drive, want to see him get to the hoops, but he's showing that he can hit those shots from anywhere on his side of the pitch.
Yeah, absolutely. Great series from him so far, continuing it in Game 3. And Washington is going to need to get on the board here. They've lost bludger control. That's in the hands of Irwin and Wong now.
Yeah, he's been their most important player in my mind.
Change of beats. Julia Bear tries to sling it behind, but Josh Johnson eats the pass, and now he's looking to run the other way. Augie Monroe's ahead of the play. Johnson going to try to shake Justin Cole. Does, but gets met by Julia Bear, and then by Cole. Flips the no-look to Monroe. Monroe met by Stars. Monroe's shot, no good, but McBride has it. Mulcahy gets to, and Mulcahy's going to get called for contact from behind on that one, but the ball's going to pop out to Monroe, who scores anyways. Great composure from Aaron McBride. Knocked into the ground and managed to throw the ball across the ground to Augie Monroe there.
Yeah, and what a start from the Austin Outlaws, bringing out a line of Aaron McBride, of Josh Johnson, of Augie Monroe, and they are just going to work early, operating super efficiently, and Washington needs to find some goals so that they can avoid this game getting out of hand early.
Yeah, we've seen them go down in games 1 and 2. They've had an answer every time, but Austin, I think, is trying to come out and land the knockout blow early in this one to wrap this series up. So no time served because the goal was good. Zane Bila in the game. Katrina Hicks is going to sub as well. Bila, big exchange with Jack Wong. Beaters are both on the ground. Heather Farn's going to have to foot race for them. Casey Aaron's going to abandon the quaffle to cover that. Wong is there. Brian Mulcahy's shot hits low, hits the pole, and now Monroe's looking to push again. Bludger control gets turned over by the referees to the Admirals, and now a chance to push here for the Admirals. They make a big tackle. Bila's in the play to try to clean up and force the turnover. Hit after hit in this pileup. It eventually gets into Josh Johnson's hands. No, Julia Bear knocks it out. Another tackle attempt. Finally, Josh Johnson's going to fight his way across half court. Dishes it off to Dylan Bottoms.
Yeah, I like the tough, high pressure from the Washington Admirals. Maybe that's something that can start to phase the Austin Outlaws just a little bit and help them get a few turnovers and find their way back into the game.
Yeah, ball's going to go across to Sammy Garza here, entering for the game for the first time for Monroe. Garza goes for the shot. Riley Stars reads it and knocks it down. Riley Stars had to time that jump perfectly and did, but the ball deflects back to Johnson. They'll have another shot at it. Garza with it again. Jack Wong deep in the Washington zone trying to beat out everyone. Another floater sunk by Josh Johnson. Really pretty.
Yeah, Josh Johnson is doing it all right now for the Austin Outlaws. He's been just outstanding this weekend. Really an all-star performance from the UT player.
50-0 now. Washington sub TJ Jenner into the game. That's where game one changed, is when Jenner came in. Tyler Trudeau in as well. We'll see if this line can put some points on the board. It's to Jenner behind the hoops. He's going to have to shake Johnson. He does. What a spin move. He's going to pull it back up top, though, as Austin managed to get their beaters back in the play. Bludger control with the Admirals, though. They got a lot of space to work with. Bila trying to put a lot of pressure on them. Heather Farnan now getting deep in the zone. Jenner's going to bring it around the side. Get right to the hoop. Legal goaltend from Sammy Garza, but it goes right back to Jenneret, who blocks the beat, and now he's going to go again. Julia Bear screens off Sammy Garza. Jenneret flicks it over to Tyler Trudeau, who finishes. What a goal for the Admirals.
Yeah, and it's TJ Jenneret, the spark plug off the bench for the Admirals again. Each game he's come in, his team's been behind, and he's helped to mount the comeback. It's him and Tyler Trudeau connecting for the first goal for the Admirals.
And a really nice screen from Julia Bear. Got Sammy Garza off Jenneret at the start, and he's able to make them pay eventually. Really nice pass. 50-10 now the score. Josh Andrews in the game. Back to Garza. Garza across to Andrews. Andrews goes deep behind Arian Goddessy. Just going to flick it back up to Andrews. A lot of ball movement, just trying to force that Washington zone to rotate. Zane Bila and Heather Farnan still have bludger control. Garza goes to Goddessy. Across to Missy Goddessy. Back to Garza. Jenneret there. Garza hits the lane and shoots it right through the center hoop. We've seen him do that so many times this season, and he does it again.
And Washington's got to find an answer for the shot on the top hoop. A hard place to defend, but it's just been too many times for the Outlaws now. They know that's open, and they're taking it.
Yeah, 60-10 in Austin, getting almost all their goals off of shots against the Washington zone that's just not quite able to rotate fast enough. We'll see if Washington can repeat the performance on offense here, though, as Trudeau brings it down the side. Covered by Bila. Goes to Julia Bear. Bear met by Goddessy. Across to TJ Jenner at the top. Jenneret zips it back to Bear, who's beat, but she gets it back to Jenneret, and Jenneret sinks the shot on the top hoop. Referees are saying beat before, though.
Yeah, I think it was a close call, but I think that's the right decision from head referee Chris Lecomte. The give and go between Bear and Jenneret is certainly the right idea, but the beat came just in time.
Yeah, really nice beat. All the ARs seem to agree with the call, so no need to stop and discuss. Washington comes up just a bit short there. They're still down 60-10. Trying together a couple nice looks in a row, but they got to get some stops here. Heather Farnan is beat. Pass to Goddessy, deep in the, and he goes for the poster dunk on Julia Bear and finishes. 70-10, Austin in the lead now. And Washington needs an answer soon here. It might be coming from Zane Bila, who's throwing all the bludgers all over the field, beats Goddessy, and now Washington has a no bludgers opportunity. Here comes John Sheridan with the ball to Trudeau right in the center of the lane, met by a big tackle, gets it out to Julia Bear, but it's knocked down. Huge hit, and Trudeau's down. Answer from Austin there. Washington had a chance to attack a scrambled Austin defense, but a big hit makes the stop.
Yeah, Arian Goddessy coming out for the hit had been the goal scorer on the other end. It's been a fantastic effort offensively for Austin to start. They've been looking to their young players, their experienced players. Everyone on multiple lines has been clicking for the Outlaws. And we just hope Tyler Trudeau is okay right now.
Yeah, obviously one of the best players in the sport and the head coach of this Washington Admirals team. That's a big loss if he's not able to come back, so we hope the best for him. Looks like Justin Kramer's getting ready to sub into the game for him once he's able to get up and get off the field. Really nice attempt to push there from Washington, and unfortunately just met with a stand-up hit, and I think the pass to Trudeau was a little off target, so he's still trying to come up with control of the ball by the time Goddessy got to him, so he's not able to put that move on him that he wanted to. So unfortunate there for the Admirals, and the Outlaws get another big stop, and they've come out physically tougher in this game and with a very good plan on offense every time so far.
Yeah, two big bodies colliding at high speed on the fast break. Always tough for both players. Tyler Trudeau obviously caught the more difficult end here.
Yeah, Zane Bila and Heather Farnan, nice job in the beater game to create that chance for Washington to run. with all 3 bludgers on the ground, but eventually the Outlaws were able to get 1 bludger back as Trudeau's able to stand up, hugs it out with Goddessy, the 2 Team USA teammates, and Trudeau will take the sub for Justin Kramer, able to walk off the field. So the ball is going to be in Kramer's hand, and it's going to be a yellow card on Goddessy for contact in the neck. So he hit Trudeau high on that penalty. Tyler Trudeau's yelling, let's go, at his bench for taking the foul, which is going to put Goddessy in the box and give Justin Kramer something for Trudeau, a chance to give Washington a second goal here.
Trudeau, always a teammate who can bring some levity to the sidelines and help his team loosen up. It's a hallmark of his leadership style. And we're going to get the restart soon with Justin Kramer holding the quaffle at the top of the key. And he finds the shot and scores as we fix a problem with our headphones. We have a Washington goal. It is Sammy Garza bringing the quaffle up the pitch now, looking to get back to work in the game with Josh Andrews, who's been doing damage off the ball.
Garza across to Josh Andrews now. Space to operate for Andrews. He's going to go back to Garza. Austin has bludger control. Heather Farnan holding down the center of the zone for Washington, though. Garza going to hit the lane now. He's going to have to shake TJ Jennerette. Gets it to Andrews, who shoots it through that medium hoop, which has been open for Austin all game, and they're up 80-20 now.
Yeah, the offensive production just is not stopping from the Austin Outlaws. Wave after wave, line after line, they're coming, and they've been hyper efficient on offense here in Game 3.
Yeah, the difference in this game has been Austin's come out even stronger in offense in the first 2 games, and so far Washington hasn't been able to respond the way they were in the first 2 games. But we're still only less than 9 minutes into the game here, Washington, with plenty of time to get something going here. Bile and Farnan have bludger control again. Ball's going to go to Bear. Bear trying to shake Missy Goddessy. Goes back to John Sheridan. Sheridan's going to try to work it down. Now over to TJ Jennerette, one of the most dangerous players for Washington. Going to try to dance on Garza. Goes for the deep pass behind to Justin Kramer. He's going to go back to Jennerette, who goes across to Sheridan, who shoots it, but it's knocked down by Goddessy. Big tackle. Jennerette breaks free. Goes across to Julia Bear and scores!
Yeah, and the Admirals keeping the play alive. The opportunity started by a beat from Heather Farnan on the far side, just creating a little chaos. And in those moments, TJ Jennerette able to find Julia Bear.
Great attack there. Garza's got the ball now. It's 80-30. Bludger control still with Farnan. Another shot from Sammy Garza right on that middle hoop, his trademark, and it's another goal for Austin with the answer.
Yeah, the top hoop is just too open. Whether it's sitting a beater on the hoop and just ready to poach a bludger up into the hoop, or putting in a taller player at keeper, the Admirals just need an answer for stopping that shot. It's been too many times for the Outlaws.
And we've seen in the first 2 games, Washington did some of the hoop zone with 3 players on the hoops and 1 up top. So for this game, it's been all the 2-2 zone. 2 players on the hoop, still multiple bodies, but no one guarding that tall hoop. Oftentimes, Washington, with Trudeau out of the game, just has a lot of shorter quaffle players out there, and they're not quite able to reach that hoop. They might want to look at switching back to that 3 on the hoop zone.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's a look that gave Austin some trouble. Not sure why they went back to the 2-2. Always want to keep your opponents off guard, and many teams are switching up their defenses very frequently this summer, including the Admirals and the Outlaws all season. So not surprised that they would change. But I wonder if now they will go back to the hoop defense.
Yeah, the Outlaws run that zone a lot themselves, and one thing I always think is if a team runs a zone, that means they think it's a good zone, right?
Yeah.
Hard to score on, so sometimes you just got to mirror what they're doing. We'll see if that's what Washington decides to do here.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. It's a defense that's really hard to break down. You need to get your bludgers or your beaters really high up the pitch in order to try to beat out those near and far side hoop defenders, and it takes away the middle hoop if you have a tall enough player guarding the center hoop. So a zone that really has a lot of advantages under the current rule set.
So we've seen David Littleton in the game at Chaser for the first time, and Colin Bourne and Diana Howard in at beater. So a new look for Washington. We'll see if this can get things going for them. Bourne very effective in game 2. Howard as well. Sheridan's going to work it down the middle here. Garza towing that keeper zone line. Now pass to Julia Bear. Bear goes to David Littleton, but David Littleton collided with Diana Howard, his own beater, and so the ball's just going to sail out of bounds.
Yeah, tough luck for the Washington Admirals with Howard and Littleton colliding. Both shaken up on the play, too.
I like what Howard's back there, I think, chasing down a bludger because Washington was trying to aggressively make something happen, which is an idea I like, just really unfortunate with the timing to run into David Littleton right as the pass is going there.
Yeah, I also really like the idea of getting a beater behind the hoops, something that not a lot of teams have done here today. Maybe a wrinkle that we'll see a little bit more tomorrow, but certainly a promising idea from the Admirals.
So Stars is going to enter the game for Littleton, who was shaken up on the hit. Ball's going to be inbounded by Sammy Garza. So it's going to turn over to Austin. 90-30 still the score. Washington will have to get back and play some defense here. Discussion about what exactly. Yeah, so Howard should have the ball in her hands. And Colin Bourne still has his bludger, so Washington should have at least one, possibly 2 years back. Howard throws hers back.
Unfortunately, hits Julia Bear in the back of the head, I think.
Arian Goddessy lays out to knock the bludger, but Howard gets it anyways, and I think it had already hit the ground. Josh Mansell was out for that, so Goddessy goes for the hustle play, but I think made a mistake there.
Yeah, there's a lot you can do as chasers with the swatting rules in MLQ, but cannot interfere once the bludger is dead, which I think the refs are going to judge that this throwback was.
Yeah, the second it touches the ground, it's dead and can't be interfered with, so he's trying to make a heads-up play. Unfortunately, might have outsmarted himself there. And so Austin is going to end up with the chaser in the box. And we saw in Game 2, part of what fueled Washington's run was Austin started to pile up cards and kind of lost their cool a little bit, and it's just hard to play down a player. So we'll see if Austin can maintain their composure better this time, and we'll see what they do here against down a chaser.
Yeah, I am going to be watching for how Austin responds when Washington inevitably makes some kind of run here because it's been previous games where Game 1 they stayed focused, Game 2 not so much. Game 3 is obviously the decider here.
So Austin does manage to win bludger control off of Colin Bourne there. Big tackle from Bourne, but he's beat in the process. Garza going to bring it in now. Austin has bludger control. Pass to Josh Andrews, now back to Garza. Casey Beavers beats Colin Bourne. Kaiser pulls in, who was fantastic in his first shift, getting deep in the zone. Blocks Howard's beat attempt. Now Sammy Garza's deep in the lane. The beat from Bourne miss it. No, it hit him. And Josh Sheridan's going to have a chance to run here. Bludgers are back for Austin, though.
And there are no Washington beaters in the play, so this is actually a press opportunity.
Kramer, I think, is going to get the loose ball back to Sheridan. Nice little sequence. Bourne and Howard actually won bludger control back there. But the ball gets ripped out by Arian Goddessy. Oh, and he's hit late by Kramer. I think he'd gotten rid of the ball. Saw the hit coming, so got rid of the ball, and Kramer continued with the tackle, so I think that's going to be a card on Kramer.
Yeah, and Goddessy pops up right away, clapping. Happy to draw the penalty. But what a play from Bourne and Diana Howard to regain bludger control out of the jaws of a press opportunity for Austin. I don't know exactly how they managed that, but just incredible to get back in position.
Yeah, Austin was just trying to, because Sheridan and Kramer were so close to each other, trying to figure out which one to beat with the ball on the ground, and Bourne just kind of took the ball off of them in the process, so Washington got the full back and the bludger control, but then that great physical defense from Austin ripped the ball away, and then Justin Kramer gets a card once the ball's back in Austin's hands. So now Austin will get to attack. Chaser defense that's the chaser down. Josh Johnson back in with Garza. Johnson the leading scorer for Austin in this series so far. Shoots. Oh, it's unable to be handled by Josh Andrews, so Washington is going to come up with a stop. Howard and Bourne have bludger control back. Casey Beavers will handle the one bludger for the Outlaws. Ball in the hands of Julia Bear. David Littleton subbed back into the game after that brief, after briefly exiting due to injury before. Looks fine. Now to Justin Cole. He's going to go back to Julia Bear. Bear pump fakes, then finds Littleton. Littleton shoots, but it's deflected. Right back to his hands, though, so he'll have another crack at it. Colin Bourne is beat. Kick beat goes wide. Littleton gets rid of the ball. to Justin Cole, who's going to shake. No, Johnson's going to bring Cole down. Cole manages to get rid of the ball, but I think they're going to say he was beat before he managed to get rid of it.
Yeah, we do have a ref call here. And you're right, it looks like the quaffle is going to get turned over. Seemed like, or?
No, it's going to be a yellow card on Josh Johnson for that hit on Cole. Contact on the neck again. That's twice now that's bitten Austin so far, so Washington is going to have the ball. Cole's going to have it in a pretty advantageous position here.
Yeah, I wonder, do they move him back to the keeper zone line here, or does Cole get to make that choice?
He gets to make the choice,
yeah.
And I think he's going to take the keeper zone line because he should just be able to take 2 steps in and shoot here. It would be a lot of ground to be covered by Dylan Bottoms here to block this shot. Bludger, yeah, so the Bludger's going to go back to KC Beavers back there. That's why Cole decided to move it up to the keeper zone line. We're about to go live. Cole steps, shoots, scores. Real composure showed by Justin Cole there.
Yeah, makes no mistake about it. Justin Cole finishing the long-range shot, reminiscent of the long-range shot that he uncorked to end Game 2.
So 90-40. Austin in the lead, but Washington is starting to string together some better looks here. We'll see if they can claw their way back into it. Bludger control is with the Outlaws now. We're at the 13.5-minute mark. Over to Monroe. We saw Austin go to their 3rd chaser line in Game 1. Never made an appearance in Game 2, and in Game 3 we're seeing the same thing, back to the first line. Johnson trying to shake Cole. Washington is in that hoop zone now. And still Josh Johnson manages to shake Justin Cole and shoot past the outstretched arms of the Washington Chasers on the hoops.
Yeah, whatever defense is being thrown at Josh Johnson right now, whether it's a 2-2 zone that so many teams play in college, whether it's the high press that Creighton plays, whether it's the man that was being played by the national team on ESPN 8 The Ocho, he is just shredding it. Outstanding this weekend.
Colin Bourne pump fake Kaiser pulls it and then passed to Cameron Castle instead. Pulls it, just kind of lost his grip on the Bludger because he was confused by the play, and that's Bludger control to the Admirals. Nice play. Littleton back to Trudeau at the top of the field. Trudeau back in the game after being shaken up earlier. Littleton's going to shake Dylan Bottoms. Then hit hard. It's going to be from behind, but it goes to Trudeau. Ooh. I think the rest might have. I think if I was Washington, I'd like the referees to call advantage on that because Trudeau was going to have a chance to drive into the lane with the head of steam.
Yeah, he'll get his opportunity now on the restart. This has been a really solid shift from Colin Bourne and Diana
Cameron Castellaw subbed in for Howard.
Oh, there you go. Just outstanding so far from both of them.
Yeah, Castellaw on the Admirals playing against a ton of former UT teammates on the Outlaws really stepped up big in Game 2 and making an impact here again in Game 3. She's going to have to beat her UT teammate Casey Beavers here to try to create an opening for the Admirals to drive in. Castellaw and Beavers exchange. The ball gets to Joe, but Beavers is there and it's beat and it's a stop despite Austin being down the chaser. They're going to come up with another stop.
That's a really big stop from Austin and just shows how they've showed up and done all the little things here.
Polson gets in. Johnson shakes Cole but falls down in the process. Castellaw gets back into the play. Big beat from Colin Bourne on Casey Beavers. There's a chance to press now for the Admirals. Bourne's going to go at Augie Monroe, and that's going to be the reset taken by the Outlaws. They only get 1 per possession, so once they cross the midline, they won't be able to go back over it. Good defense from the Admirals here.
Yeah, wisely done by Josh Johnson, stepping back over the midline, just creating the outlet for the reset pass, recognized what was happening in the beating game, and gave his team the opportunity to go again.
Bourne trying to draw Polson in. Now Bourne beats Polson. It's going to be a second chance to press for Washington. Bourne's going to go aggressively at Beavers here, takes her out, and now Washington can launch the press. Castellaw going at the ball. Bourne there, beats McBride. She throws it to Johnson. Castellaw's there. The shot is high, but it's to Monroe. Monroe fakes and gets through. So despite all the great beater play from Washington, Austin finds the open cutter and scores again.
Yeah, it's the combination of Josh Johnson and Augie Monroe. Just too good right now, on the same page.
Here comes Tyler Trudeau to Julia Bear. The beat misses. Back to Trudeau. Across to Justin Cole. They've got a no-beater opportunity here, but it's broken up by Aaron McBride. Ball on the ground, and I think Austin's going to come up with another stop.
Yeah, now just a couple possessions in a row where Washington has had good chances but not been able to finish them. They're finding their way in the game, but they have to get the goals now if they want to find their way back to even.
Yeah, just starting to create some nice no-budget opportunities, but first not able to complete the press on defense. Second, not able to complete the goal on offense a couple times despite there being no beaters. And they need to start stringing those goals and stops together because they're still down 70 here, and we're getting perilously close to the release of the snitch here. Sammy Garza is going to try to shake Justin Cole again. Big wrap by Cole. Goes behind the hoops now, back up top to Josh Johnson. Goes across to Garza. Back to Johnson. Keegan Remy Miller running the press. Aaron McBride stands line. Julia Bear's just going to try to force her out of bounds. She's going to pass it back to Josh Johnson. So Austin survives the first attempt at a press there from Washington.
Yeah, McBride too strong, stays in bounds, a play that you don't always see, but you can expect from the Team USA player.
Josh Johnson in the lane again, right into Julia Bear's hands this time, but he gets his own rebound. We've seen that a few times from Austin as well. Danielson steps aggressively out, but is beat. Arian Godsey's going to drive with Hennessy now. Goes across to Garza, but it's bobbled. Trudeau hits Godsey. Garza still has it. Fakes 3 times and then puts it through the top hoop.
And it seems like the bounces are going all in the direction of the Austin Outlaws today. The bobble from Sammy Garza falls into the hands of a cutting Arian Godsey to keep the play alive. Austin extending their lead here as we approach the 20-minute mark.
Yeah, the referees are discussing, and I saw Garza throw his hands up at something. So possibly this call's going to go against Austin. We'll have to see what ends up happening here. But if good, that'll put Austin up 120-40.
Yeah, and I think the most important thing for Austin here is to not lose their cool with the refs. I think Game 2, they felt like they had some calls go against them, and they kind of lost their focus. They got wrapped up in the conversations that the officials were having. And Washington, to their credit, seized their opportunity. Here in Game 3, we have seen nothing but focus from the Austin Outlaws.
Garza was called beat before the pass earlier in the possession, so the goal is no good. Washington is down 110-40. Down but not out. We've seen them have some good looks that just don't quite follow. See if they can put one together back here. TJ Jennerette back in the game along with Cole, Bear, and David Littleton. It's Castellan and Remy Miller. Jennerette's going to move it back up to Cole at the top. Remy Miller is beat but gets the pass to Castellaw. She's going to try to rush up now. Cole's only working against one bludger for a moment. Good beat. Littleton has it now. Washington should win bludger control off that. What a nice play by Cameron Castellaw. And TJ Jennerette comes up with the ball. Isn't going to attack the space, though, because Casey Aaron's still holding down the zone with one bludger. Now he's going to round the corner. Oh, the pass to Julia Bear is low. But she covers it and gets it back to David Littleton. Littleton back to Justin Cole. Washington maintaining control of the ball, but not creating the most inside looks here. Now, Cole finds Littleton. Littleton's shot is high. Cole is going to track it down and get to it first. Juke Sammy Garza, and now Cole's coming in with a head of steam. Oh, Goddessy knocks the ball out of his hands, though, and now Josh Johnson's trying to run. Josh Johnson dodges one beat. No, he's called beat. They're going to let Garza have the ball, even though Johnson was called beat there. So Austin is going to get the setup on offense now.
I want to go back to the play of Cameron Castellaw. So cool. It is going to lose bludger control there, but so cool to see her playing at such a high level here.
Yeah, one of the younger players on the Emeralds is Aaron McBride. Swings it all the way back up top to Josh Johnson. Across to Arian Goddessy. Protected by Casey Irwin. Cole slides over. Johnson wants to shoot again, and he hits it again.
Yeah,
what a performance.
Yeah, the mid-range shot has been money for Johnson. And I think it's hard. It's easy to forget how much Johnson struggled at times last year for the Austin Outlaws, because this year he has quickly turned into their most important player offensively. And it's not even surprising anymore.
It's quite the accomplishment to be probably the best Quadball player team that features Augie Monroe.
Yeah.
Here Josh Johnson is sinking shot after shot and coming with some big stops on defense as well. Julie Bear goes back to Justin Cole. He's going to try to get through Garza here. Now goes across to Littleton. Good composed hoops defense here from the Outlaws. Jennerette dodges one beat. Zips it all the way back to Justin Cole, who comes down with it. No, Josh Johnson manages to take it away. We're at the 20-minute stoppage here, so score is 120-40, and unlike the first two games, which were a much closer affair, Austin has really put the hammer down through the first 20 minutes here, Jack.
Yeah, and they're going to want to finish up and get to bed for rest because they have two series coming up if they can hold their lead here. But at some point, if you're Austin, you have to start thinking about some load management for a player like Josh Johnson, who's just put in really heavy minutes for a player like Augie Monroe. This has been just one of the more professional performances I've seen from the Austin Outlaws. They've been there. They've done that. And though they lost their heads a little bit in Game 2,